Chapter 1 Are You a Virgin? In the coffee shop on the second floor of Tita Shopping Mall in Liangming City, Su Chiya sat by the window. In his left hand, he held a science fiction magazine containing some Western legends about vampires, and in his right hand, he held a cup of hot water, taking a sip from it from time to time. He came here for a blind date today, but at the agreed time, the other party was obviously late. Interesting. They're afraid of garlic, holy water, and silver, and will burn to death if exposed to sunlight. Is this the Western understanding of vampires? Su Chiya closed the magazine, shook his head slightly, and then reached out to the window. A ray of sunshine falls on my hand, bringing an extra comfortable warmth. Is their understanding of vampires too superficial? Or, am I different? Su Chiya fell into deep thought. That's right, he is a vampire, and a native vampire at that. He has never experienced the so-called first embrace. Just by waking up one night, he became a vampire with eternal youth. Personal attributes. Su Chiya. Genus, blood. Rank, Baron. Hematospermia, 2-10,000. Ability, immortality, possessing a powerful, ageless body that relies on blood to survive, with strength, speed, and stamina 20 times that of an adult, and the ability to control its own metabolism and nerve sensations. Super Regeneration. The recovery ability is extremely strong. Except for fatal injuries, all other injuries can be quickly recovered in a short time. Super Six Senses. The six senses are enhanced, with super sensitive vision, hearing, smell, taste, perception and intuition, animal deterrence. Deterrent power is enhanced. As a predator that is superior to all animals, it can deter all animals. This body is so powerful. Su Chiya sighed slightly. During the first week as a vampire, he was not used to it and almost fell into a deep sleep due to hunger, but now, he has become somewhat obsessed with this powerful feeling. Compared to ordinary people, he is simply a Superman. For example, at this moment, a young and beautiful girl sitting at the door looked at him 13 times in 10 minutes. He could clearly catch the other person's gaze. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be his blind date today. Sure enough, the girl stood up from her seat and walked straight towards Su Chiya. Hello, I'm Zhang Lin, you are Su Chiya, right? Yes, please sit down. Su Chiya nodded and smiled, motioning the other party to sit down. Actually, I've been here a long time ago, but since it's a blind date, I have to observe first. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Lin's tone was matter of fact and unapologetic. At first glance, your appearance seems quite good. I wonder what kind of job you do. Su Chiya gave a professional smile. I'm a freelancer, and I usually write something online. Online writer? Zhang Lin was a little surprised. This profession is not common. I guess so. Su Chiya continued to maintain his smile. It sounds good. I'll have free time and it will be convenient to do housework in the future. How much will your annual income be? Zhang Lin asked again. Su Chiya paused for a moment and answered truthfully, about 30,000 or 40,000. It's a bit too little. In Liangming City, it would cost at least 100,000. What do your parents do? Are they retired? Zhang Lin frowned slightly, obviously not very satisfied with the income. The fake smile on Su Chiya's face faded, and he sighed softly. He died in an accident 3 years ago. Sorry. Zhang Lin frowned even more tightly, but then asked with a glimmer of hope, do you have a house in Liangming City under your own name? No. Su Chiya shook his head. Zhang Lin's face instantly hardened, and her tone turned cold. You're still going on a blind date with these conditions? You're just wasting other people's time. Su Chiya looked strange and asked with a hint of sarcasm, are you a virgin? Ah. Zhang Lin was stunned at first, then his face turned pale. I smell the body fluids of 7 men on you. What do you do for a living? Su Chiya looked directly into Zhang Lin's eyes, his sarcasm growing stronger. You've sprayed a lot of perfume, but it can't cover up the smell on your body. In 3 hours, you've had contact with 7 men. And it was close contact, with sweat, saliva, and... Su Chiya looked at her meaningfully. Neuropathy. Zhang Lin was furious. He cursed under his breath, got up and left the cafe. Su Chiya shook his head and chuckled. It seems that Liangzi doesn't know much about this woman. Ding ling ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. Su Chiya picked up his phone and saw the caller ID was Liangzi. Liangzi was his college roommate. They were both in Liangming City and had a very good relationship. Liangzi, why did you think of calling me? Isn't the institute quite busy lately? Lao Yi, don't go to that blind date. Damn, I just heard that Zhang Lin is not a decent woman. Su Liang's loud voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh? Then I won't go. Su Chia smiled and said, don't worry about me. It's not easy for me to find a girlfriend. Nonsense, I'll definitely find it. I'm busy now, I'll treat you to a meal later to make amends. We'll talk when we meet again. Su Chia put down his phone and suddenly smelled a burnt smell, as if there was a fire somewhere. But he was soon relieved. The second floor of Tida Shopping Mall is a food and snack area with many kitchens, so it is normal to have a burnt smell. Waiter, pay the bill. Inside the Liangming Municipal Biotechnology Research Institute, Su Liang hung up the phone with a distressed look on his face. He originally wanted to introduce a girlfriend to Su Chia, but when he was investigating an incident just now, he saw Zhang Lin's relevant information and realized that the other party was not clean. Fortunately, we haven't met officially yet, otherwise I would be so wronged. Su Liang took the elevator to the second underground floor of the institute, carrying paper documents in his hand. Here and further below is the real core of this research institute. Ding, identity verification passed, welcome F-level executor Su Liang back safely. An electronic synthesized voice sounded. Chapter 2, On Fire, There's a Demon. Buzz. A steel door disguised as a wall slowly slid open, and light poured out from behind the door. What caught the eye was that the second underground floor of the institute was brightly lit, as bright as day. There is a steel pillar in front of the left side of the door, with a sign hanging on it, Liangming Office of the Dasha Special Events Handling Bureau. Su Liang stepped in and the steel door slowly closed again. There was a knock on the door of the director's office. Come in. A steady and heavy voice came from inside. Su Liang pushed open the door and walked in. Director, the whereabouts of the monster codenamed Fire have been locked down, and this is its latest information. According to the data comparison, the danger level of Fire has been raised to F+. Do we need to send more teams to round up the suspects? Where is it? Director Feng Weiman asked after looking through the information. Near Tida Shopping Mall. Su Chia walked out of the coffee shop, his nostrils twitching slightly as he smelled the burnt smell again. But in addition to this, there was a sweet aroma, even stronger than blood, which instantly aroused his appetite. Besides blood, is there anything else that can make me hungry? Curiosity showed on Su Chia's face. He sniffed the smell and it seemed to be coming from the fourth floor. Ah! It's on fire. The fourth floor is on fire. Call the police. With such a big fire, Tida Mall is doomed. Noisy shouts came from the fourth floor, and countless customers rushed down the stairs and escalators in panic. Only Su Chia stepped onto the escalator going up. Handsome guy, there's a fire on the fourth floor, don't go up there. A young girl looked at Su Chia, who had an outstanding temperament, and kindly reminded him. Su Chia smiled slightly and nodded in thanks. What a pity, such a charming man is just a greenhorn. The girl muttered in a very low voice. Su Chia heard it, smiled lightly, turned around and continued to take the escalator to the fourth floor. At this time, thick smoke was billowing from the fourth floor of Tida Shopping Mall, and thick black smoke was billowing from the clothing stores on most of the floor. The customers had already evacuated, and only the mall security personnel were left with fire extinguishers to put out the fire. But the fire in the clothing store was so big that a few fire extinguishers couldn't control it. Sir, you can't come up. A security guard tried to stop Su Chia, who was walking up the escalator. Su Chia simply ignored his words, glanced at the camera on the fourth floor, and rushed into the clothing store where flames were rising into the sky. Chi-chi-chi-chi. There were faint noises coming from deep within the fire, as if some animal like a mouse was trapped inside. Su Chia sniffed again and confirmed the target. The sweet smell was emitted from this unknown animal. Hiss. Su Chia's eyes flushed red as he opened his mouth slightly, revealing a pair of canine teeth, one on each side, like tree sprouts. It tastes so sweet, much better than chicken blood or pig blood. Grumble. The animals deep in the fire seemed frightened, or as if they had sensed Su Chia's arrival. They cried out once and then fell silent. Swish. Su Chia vanished like a whirlwind, the flames of the fire unable to stop him. What was a small burn? Blocking out the pain, he didn't care. Deep in the fire, a fat squirrel the size of a fat cat tiptoed out with its head, its nose twitching slightly, as if trying to check if it was safe outside. Its dark and pure eyes blinked, and a hint of doubt flashed across their faces. It had clearly smelled the breath of a big monster just now, How come it suddenly disappeared? Chi. After confirming that it was safe, the fat squirrel appeared hopping and crawled into a big fire. Not only did the flame fail to hurt it, but it was absorbed into its stomach. After a while, a look of comfort appeared in its eyes. Chi. The fat squirrel lay comfortably in the flames, squinting his eyes. Hey, got you, little one. The sudden magnetic sound startled the fat squirrel. He jumped up and tried to escape, but found that his body had already flown into the air and fell into a big, slender jade-like hand. Grumble. The fat squirrel smelled the breath of the big monster again and struggled hard to escape, but the big hand that was pinching it was like an iron clamp and it couldn't get free at all. Don't move, little thing. If you move again, I'll eat you. Tsuchiya held the fat squirrel in his hand, his face full of interest. A squirrel that liked to lie in the fire? Could it be a monster? Shay. When the fat squirrel heard this, it was immediately scared and became like a piece of fat meat, unable to move. Tsuchiya nodded with satisfaction, holding the fat squirrel in his left hand, and using his right hand to push away the fallen burning objects, he rushed out of the fire. The security guard who had just come out of the fire scene and was struggling to put out the fire was so scared that he almost dropped the fire extinguisher in his hand. Looking at Tsuchiya's charred body, the security personnel had thousands of words in their hearts, but in the end, they only said 2 words, damn it. Their hearts pounded wildly as a single thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. Is this person, whose entire body is burnt to a crisp, still alive? Is he still human? Tsuchiya ignored them and jumped from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. Ignoring the horrified screams of the surrounding customers, he walked straight to the monitoring room and kicked the door open. The monitoring room was empty. It looked like the security personnel had been transferred to the 4th floor. This was perfect for him to destroy the surveillance footage. Chapter 3, Just a Little Bloodshed. Tsuchiya's nostrils twitched slightly, and he glanced around. He quickly walked to the closet, violently removed the door, took out a set of men's clothing and put it on. To destroy the surveillance data, we have to physically and violently destroy it. Otherwise, the technical department will always find a way to repair it. Tsuchiya looked at the equipment in the monitoring room, and an idea flashed in his mind. He raised the fat squirrel in front of his face with his left hand and asked, "Can you spit fire?" Chi. The fat squirrel nodded quickly, fearing that he would be eaten if he was slow to respond. Burn all the equipment in this room. Tsuchiya pointed at the computer and external storage in the room. Puff. The fat squirrel took a deep breath and suddenly spit out a fiery red flame, which landed on the monitoring equipment. The flames were extremely hot, and in just a few breaths, the monitoring equipment turned into ashes. In just a short while, the burns on Tsuchiya's body had almost recovered. He looked outside the door, picked up a paper bag, stuffed the fat squirrel into it, squeezed into the crowd, and followed the flow of people out of Tada shopping mall. As soon as he left, 2 groups of officials from the Great Xia Kingdom arrived at the scene of the fire. Immediately investigate the demonic energy fluctuations at the scene and confirm the current location of the fire. The 6 Special Affairs Bureau operatives dispersed, the numbers on their wristwatches constantly ticking. When the security guards saw the 6 people about to enter the fire scene, they quickly stopped them. "Gentlemen, the fire is too big, you can't go in." One of the young men pulled out a small dark blue notebook. "Police are performing official duties." Seeing this, the security guard immediately shut up and said no more. At the same time, the fire brigade of the fire department also arrived, and large-scale firefighting equipment was activated. The fire on the 4th floor of Tada shopping mall was quickly brought under control, and countless orange figures became busy. There is residual demonic power at location 3. The fire is not here. There are remnants of demonic energy at location 5, but no traces of fire have been found. Position number 2. The executors reported the situation through dedicated communicators. "Captain Lin, the fire should have escaped," an executor said with a wry smile. "They chased the fire for a month, but the other party's perception was too sharp and they still didn't know what kind of monster it was. Lin, he was in an extremely bad mood. Even with the Beidou team's assistance and positioning, they still failed to catch the fire. Let's go to the monitoring room and retrieve the video footage to see if there are any clues." Yixing Building. Tsuchiya walked into the rented apartment carrying a paper bag. This building was full of single apartments, most of which were bought by wealthy people and then rented out. Chi. The fat squirrel poked its head out of the paper bag and gasped for breath. Its fat body was almost suffocated by being shrunken in the paper bag. "Are you a monster?" Tsuchiya grabbed the fat squirrel by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel nodded and looked at Tsuchiya with fear in his dark eyes. Monster. Tsuchiya licked the corner of his mouth and said with interest, "This sweet taste, the taste of monster blood should be good, right?" Chi-chi. The fat squirrel nodded twice stupidly, then reacted and quickly shook his head to indicate that the demon blood was not tasty. Tsuchiya laughed heartily and walked towards the small kitchen carrying the fat squirrel. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The fat squirrel suddenly became anxious and kicked Tsuchiya's forearm with his hands and feet, trying to escape from his hand. Tsuchiya's face darkened as he glared at the fat squirrel. His originally brown-black eyeballs suddenly turned blood red, and endless fear of life and death erupted from him, pressing down on the fat squirrel. The fat squirrel's bright black eyes widened instantly, its body stiffened, and it was so frightened that it couldn't move. "Be good, I'm just bleeding you, I'm not going to kill you." Tsuchiya carried the stiff fat squirrel into the small kitchen. Although the small kitchen in the apartment was small, it had everything. Laugh. Tsuchiya picked up a sharp knife and cut the fat squirrel's front wrist. The moment the wound opened, a stronger sweet fragrance spread out, and crystal clear blood drops dripped into the white porcelain bowl. Gulp. When Tsuchiya smelled this, he couldn't help swallowing. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel stared at Tsuchiya with its black eyes, a pitiful expression on its face, as if to say that enough blood had been shed. Tsuchiya loosened his hand, put down the fat squirrel, picked up the porcelain bowl on the table and drank it all in one gulp. The crystal-clear demon blood flowed down the throat and esophagus into the stomach, and a warm feeling quickly spread throughout the body. This was a feeling that had never been experienced before when drinking chicken blood, duck blood, or pig blood. Call. Tsuchiya's face was solemn. For the first time in his life, he felt satisfied, just like drinking a bowl of hot noodle soup when he was hungry and cold. This felt incredible to him. He had not experienced this feeling for a month since he became a vampire. Personal attributes. Tsuchiya. Genus, blood. Rank, Baron. Hematospermia, 22-10,000. Abilities: Immortality, a powerful, ageless body that survives on blood, possessing 20 times the strength, speed, and stamina of an adult, and the ability to control its own metabolism and nerve sensations. Super Regeneration, powerful recovery ability, capable of rapidly recovering from all but fatal injuries. Super Six Senses, strength and six senses, possessing super sensitive vision, hearing, smell, taste, perception, and intuition. Animal deterrence, enhanced deterrence, as a predator. Superior to all animals, capable of deterring all animals. 20 points of blood essence. In other words, just 20 milliliters of demon blood is equivalent to the blood volume of 20 adults. Chapter 4. Can your small body handle it? Tsuchiya's eyes flickered as he looked at the fat squirrel sitting on the table licking its wounds. As if it noticed his gaze, the fat squirrel paused its licking movement slightly, and froze in an instant, not daring to move at all. Little fat rat, do you know any other monsters? Tsuchiya looked directly into the fat squirrel's eyes. Ever since he drank the demon's blood, he suddenly realized that the blood of ordinary beasts was difficult to swallow, but the blood of the fat squirrel was far from enough. The fat squirrel blinked innocently and shook his little head. Then do you know where there are monsters? Tsuchiya touched his chin and asked after thinking for a while. The fat squirrel looked confused and seemed to have no idea. Tsuchiya's eyes flashed with a smile, and he deliberately revealed a worried look. If we can't find other monsters, can your small body withstand 20 milliliters of blood being drawn from you every day? Grumble? The fat squirrel shuddered all over and stared at Tsuchiya blankly. After a few seconds, it suddenly jumped up and kept chirping. Do you know where there are monsters? Tsuchiya snapped his nails, his eyes full of smiles. Chi-chi-chi. The fat squirrel's eyes rolled around and he nodded quickly. Then he jumped off the table, wagged his tail, and walked out the door. Tsuchiya reached out and pressed it. It's daytime now, there are a lot of people outside, let's go at night. Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded, rolled under the table and curled up. This little guy. Tsuchiya shook his head, walked to the lounge chair by the window, and lay down gently. The sunlight came in from the window and fell on him, making him warm and extremely comfortable. I'm not afraid of the sun, it just makes me lazy and too lazy to move when I'm exposed to it. Other than that, it doesn't seem to have any other effects. I wonder if there are other vampires in this world. Are they like me? There should be, right? After all, even monsters exist. It seems that this world is not as simple as it seems. I have to find someone who knows the business and ask him when I get a chance. It took a month to advance from blood servant to baron, so how long will it take from baron to viscount? The sun shines on me, it feels so comfortable. Several thoughts flashed through Tsuchiya's mind, and he slowly closed his eyes. He entered a state that was neither asleep nor half asleep. It was like he was in a dream, but he could also sense the movements around him. For him, this was rest. After a long time, the sun completely set, and the moonlight poured in, falling on Tsuchiya, bringing bursts of coolness. I'm more conscious. Is it nightfall? Tsuchiya stood up from the recliner, moved his ears slightly, and caught the sound of burning flames, which came from the small kitchen. Little fat rat? He pushed open the silent door of the small kitchen and saw the fat squirrel lying comfortably on the gas stove, with flames coming out from the bottom of the stove, roasting it like a suckling pig. Breathe. The fat squirrel's belly heaved, and the flames beneath it penetrated into its mouth and nose with its breathing. Ahem. Tsuchiya coughed lightly. Gurgle. The fat squirrel shuddered and immediately turned over and stood up with a flattering smile on his face. It's nighttime, it's time to take me to find the monster. Tsuchiya turned off the gas stove, grabbed the fat squirrel's skin by the back of its neck like a puppy, and lifted it off the stove. The fat squirrel nodded seriously and rushed out the door. Swish. Tsuchiya was a little surprised. Although the little fat mouse looked chubby, it ran very fast. Its speed seemed to be almost 60 kilometers per hour. Shichichi. The fat squirrel stopped and called out twice with a bit of pride. Little guy, you want to race with me? Tsuchiya chuckled, moved his feet, and a whirlwind rolled up on the spot. In an instant, he caught up with the fat squirrel. Swish. Swish. A man and a rat began a competition of speed and stamina. Tsuchiya hadn't tested his limits since becoming a vampire, so he took advantage of the night to test his limits. Ahead is Liangming City Wetland Park. Tsuchiya's eyes flickered, and a forest came into view. At night, his senses were sharper than during the day. Looking towards the forest, he could even make out the patterns of mosquitoes resting on the trees. Swish. The fat squirrel stretched out its front legs, swung gently on a branch, and flew quickly past a big tree. Tsuchiya blinked and dodged past. To him, this forest was no different from plainland. With his supervision, circumventing trees was easier than skipping over rocks. You're falling behind. When Tsuchiya passed the fat squirrel, the forest came to an end, at the end of which was a river about 50 meters wide. Chi-chi. When the fat squirrel saw the river, it called out twice and then stopped. Water was its nemesis. But Tsuchiya is not afraid. Swish. Taking advantage of the inertia of running, he stepped on the river bank, opened his arms, jumped up, and jumped across the 50-meter river like a bird, landing steadily on the other side. My running speed is about 20 meters per second, and my maximum jumping distance is about 60 meters. I ran for 20 minutes at a rapid speed, and my blood flow remained stable, my metabolism was under control, and I didn't feel tired. My physical limit, unknown. Tsuchiya took a few steps back, took a run up, leaped up, and jumped back. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel jumped forward and stretched out its front paws to point in one direction. Which direction is the monster in? Tsuchiya looked in the direction it pointed. Outside the wetland park, he could see a bright light in the distance. What street is outside the north gate of the wetland park? It seems quite off. Chapter 5, I can knock you down with just one hand. The wetland park is not located at a high altitude, and some buildings in the park block Tsuchiya's view. Swish. The fat squirrel only felt a flash before his eyes, and Tsuchiya disappeared from his sight. At the top of a big tree on a high ground not far away, Tsuchiya stood on a branch as thick as his arm and looked towards the bright light outside the wetland park with all his strength. It was a factory area similar to an industrial park, with several buildings inside. The bright lights came from the buildings and the factory area. Liangming Municipal Biotechnology Research Institute? Ryoko's unit? A thought flashed in Tsuchiya's eyes. He looked down at the fat squirrel and said, "Little fat squirrel, come up." The fat squirrel chirped twice and climbed up the tree trunk. Tsuchiya lifted the fat squirrel by the back of its neck, pointed at the research institute, and asked, "Is that the place you said there are monsters? Is that the bright spot?" Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded. Really? Tsuchiya thought for a moment, then jumped down from the tree and released his hand. Biotechnology Research Institute? Is this a place where Yukai live experiments are conducted? So Liangzi, has he actually been exposed to the other side of the world for a long time? Su Qiya put his hands in his trouser pockets and pondered all the way. Since there is a living monster laboratory, there must be an organization that catches monsters. Could Su Liang be a member of the monster catching organization? It's most likely true. If Su Liang knew he was a vampire, would he arrest him? Chi. Suddenly, the fat squirrel screamed in fear, interrupting Su Qiya's thoughts. It stopped where it was, its dark eyes filled with fear, its fur standing on end, as if something terrible was approaching. Sniff. Su Qiya narrowed his eyes slightly, twitched his nostrils slightly, and pricked up his ears. Rustle. The sound of very light footsteps reached Su Qiya's ears, and at the same time, a fishy smell like spoiled seafood became stronger and stronger. Is it another monster? Grumble. The fat squirrel screamed and began to tremble slightly. Su Qiya frowned slightly as the unknown creature was heading towards him. If it really is a monster, it is probably different from the fat squirrel. The smell of its skin and flesh is full of fishy smell, and its blood is probably not tasty. Let's hide first. Su Qiya picked up the fat squirrel, moved his feet, and left the woods, crossed the river, and hid behind the green belt on the other side of the river. After more than 10 minutes, 4 figures appeared in the woods. One of them was wearing a red robe, looking a bit weird. Don't go too far. A faint sound came from the woods, and the man in red robe looked at the 3 people surrounding him with a cold gaze. Su Qiya observed quietly, sniffed again, and smelled a mixture of sweet and fishy smells. He sniffed carefully a few times and quickly determined the source of the smell. The red-robed man had an especially fishy smell, while the other 3 had a sweet fragrance. Interesting, it seems my initial judgment was wrong, not all monster blood is sweet. So what does the fat squirrel have in common with these 3 people? Su Qiya showed an interested expression on his face. If he could find this, he wouldn't have to worry about his blood food. Amatba, you are from the west, why would you come to the east to cause trouble? A man was wearing a linen monk's robe, and his shiny bald head reflected the moonlight, exuding a sense of sacredness in the night. Are you an Eastern priest? Hypocritical religions are the most hateful. The red-robed man's eyes flashed red, and he did not hide his disgust. Bald donkey, why waste time talking to this monster? Send it to see the Grandmaster. A person was wearing a green Taoist robe, with long hair tied with a hemp rope, slender jade hands and a pretty face. She looked to be about 16 years old and was actually a female Taoist priest. You two are just whining, why don't you take action? The last person was wearing ordinary casual clothes and hiking shoes. He had a calm temperament and looked like the big brother next door. The 3 of them looked at each other, and their eyes fell on the man in red robe at the same time, obviously a little afraid. Humph. You 3 really want to fight me to the death? 1 knight and 2 missionaries. If a fight breaks out, I can't defeat you all together, but I can still take one of you away. The red-robed man sneered and fixed his eyes on the female Taoist priest. The female Taoist priest sneered, you old stool, you are just here to scratch the shell. Today you are like a cat scratching a glutinous rice cake, you can't get rid of your claws. The red-robed man looked bewildered. Seeing this, the monk in the hemp robe translated, Donor, this female lay Buddhist said you're a weakling. She can knock you down with 1 hand. You baldy thief. The female Taoist priest spat but did not refute. Anger suddenly appeared on the red-robed man's face. He waved his sleeves, and his red cloak rolled up, and he pounced on the female Taoist priest. He stretched out his hand, and his nails were as slender as the claws of a demon. Teleportation. The female Taoist priest raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of pride, and calmly took out a yellow talisman from her sleeve, and the talisman burned by itself. The man in red robe only felt a flash before his eyes, and the originally delicate female Taoist priest turned into a bald big monk. Thus have I heard, at one time, the Buddha was in the country of Sravasti. The great monk showed no sign of surprise. He clasped his hands together calmly and recited the Buddhist scriptures word by word, and golden Buddha light appeared. Sniff. When the red-robed man's outstretched claws touched the golden Buddha light, it was like touching a high-temperature flame. Wisps of green smoke instantly emerged, and it was obvious that he was injured. Damn it! The red-robed man cursed softly, rolled up his red cloak again, turned around and pounced on the older brother next door. Just in time. The big brother next door was not surprised but happy. He laughed out loud, shook his arms, veins popped all over his body, and punched the man in red robe. Bang! The fists and claws collided, and the man in red robe retreated 7 or 8 steps and was knocked back to his original position, while the big brother next door retreated more than 10 steps, his arms trembling slightly. "Little mouse, can you do it?" the female Taoist said in a teasing tone. The neighbor's face darkened, his arms tensed again, and his whole body swelled up. He responded in a muffled voice, "Be a man. You can't say no. Come again." The older brother next door yelled angrily and rushed towards the man in red robe. The red-robed man let out a strange cry and stretched out his arms. The red robe on his body suddenly shattered, and a pair of black wings like bats spread out. At the same time, his body also changed suddenly, and countless black hairs emerged from his skin. "Little mouse, be careful." The female Taoist's face changed, and her eyes became sharp in an instant. She took out a yellow talisman from her sleeve and flicked it lightly. The talisman was attached to the big brother next door, playing a protective role. "Drink!" The big brother next door roared angrily, his blood surging in his body, and he once again faced the red-robed weirdo head-on with a punch. Bang! Su Qi's ears twitched, and his eyes shot up into the air. A long, narrow silver bullet flashed past. His dynamic vision captured the trajectory of the bullet, but it was too fast. I couldn't dodge it. Su Qie was startled and looked towards the woods. At the same time, even though the neighbor's big brother had a talisman to block the attack, he was no match for the red-robed weirdo. He was directly knocked away by a punch, and a large tree was broken. Puff! The silver bullet shot the red-robed monster's head and thick green smoke rose up. Ah! The red-robed monster let out a silent scream, and the wings behind him flapped wildly, cutting through the air and bringing up gusts of strong wind, as if to force back the female Taoist priest and the big monk. "Bald donkey, go and take care of the little mouse, leave this to me." The female Taoist's eyes were filled with anger. She made a sword finger with her right hand, and pinched her fingers with her left hand in front of her chest. Her hand gestures changed, and she stepped lightly. "Respectfully inform, the 136th generation disciple of Xianqing Temple hereby invites the ancestor spirit to manifest and slay the demons and monsters." The female Taoist priest shouted coldly, and just as she finished speaking, her temperament suddenly changed. A faint light emanated from her body, as if a goddess had descended to earth. Sniff! An extremely rich and sweet fragrance instantly spread from the woods. This fragrance was more tempting than the blood of a fat squirrel. To Su Qie, it was like an extremely sweet cake placed in front of a person who had been hungry for a month. Hiss! Su Qie clenched his hands, his eyes gradually turned red, and his canine teeth grew out uncontrollably. In his eyes, the Taoist priestess with a clear light all over her body was no longer a Taoist priestess, but had clearly become tempting blood. Chapter 6: How am I in your bed? Kill the demon! The female Taoist priest shouted softly, and lightly pointed the sword finger of her right hand. A divine light burst out from her fingertips and shot towards the heart of the red-robed monster. The red-robed monster seemed to sense danger and immediately folded his wings to block in front of him. Sniff! Both wings of the red-robed monster were pierced, but the divine light had also exhausted its power and failed to hurt his vital points. The female Taoist's eyes turned cold, and she was about to attack again, but unexpectedly the red-robed monster dodged and flapped his wings, rolling up countless sand and gravel, which flew up and blocked the female Taoist's sight. Gah! A strange cry came from the belly of the red-robed monster. He spread his wings, bent his knees, and flew into the air. Bang! There was a slight gunshot, and another silver bullet shot out, piercing the wings of the red-robed monster. Green smoke rose, and the red-robed monster fell directly from the air. The female Taoist priest stepped on the gangbu step and quickly approached, with her right hand pointing sword together, and was about to deal with the red-robed strange man, but suddenly, a warning arose in her heart. Tear! A sound like rags being torn was heard. The female Taoist priest looked stunned, her pretty face full of horror. What did she see? The vampire baron who smuggled in from the west was actually torn apart by someone with bare hands? Just like in the magical drama where the Japanese soldiers were torn apart with bare hands, was he torn apart? Torn? Who? The female Taoist priest immediately became alert, with a gleam in her eyes, looking at the figure where the blood was spilled. Who? The Special Affairs Bureau sniper at the edge of the wetland park also had horror in his eyes. Vampire barons are not top-notch in terms of strength, but they are not weak either. Their power, stamina, and speed are far superior to those of their peers, and they have strong recovery abilities. If an E-level executor encounters the Vampire Baron, it would be good enough if he could escape unscathed, let alone kill him. However, their weaknesses are also obvious. They are afraid of sunlight and silver, and their whole body will become weak when exposed to sunlight. They are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, but silver can restrict their movements or even kill them. Who? The big monk supported the unconscious boy next door, his eyes also full of disbelief. To be able to tear the Vampire Baron apart with bare hands, one must be at least a C-rank executor, which requires leaping over 2 levels, but all the masters have been transferred to. The highest ranking officer in Liangming City is only a D-level executor. Hiss. Heavy breathing sounds were heard from an unknown figure. Gulp. The female Taoist priest swallowed hard, her heart ablaze with alarm, but she didn't dare to act rashly. She had a feeling that the other party was coming for her. Su Qiye grabbed half of the Vampire Baron's body with each hand, and blood splattered all over him. But the Vampire Baron who was torn in two still lived tenaciously and would not truly die until the blood core in his body was shattered. Who are you? The female Taoist priest took a step back gently. Su Qiye raised his head suddenly, his eyes were completely red, and his crazy bloodthirsty emotions were suppressing his rationality. The female Taoist's eyelids twitched. Be careful, the big monk shouted. Before he finished speaking, Su Qiye dodged with a swoosh. The big monk and the hidden sniper saw nothing but a flash before their eyes, and the unknown weirdo and the female Taoist disappeared from their sight. Report to the department immediately, an unidentified creature suspected to be a Class C zombie has appeared near Liangming City Wetland Park. The big monk turned on the watch communicator and shouted. In a dark alley. Tear. The blue Taoist robe was torn by a pair of big hands. The female Taoist priest was both ashamed and angry, and exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing?" Hiss. Su Qiye ignored the female Taoist priest's screams of shame and anger, and directly hugged her delicate body. He bit her shoulder, but with his remaining sanity he barely managed to control himself from biting the carotid artery in her neck. Gulp. 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 The blood flowed down Su Qiye's throat and esophagus into his stomach. A comfortable feeling of satisfaction spread throughout his body again. His bloodthirsty mood gradually subsided, and his rationality returned. How much blood did I drink? Su Qiye. Genus, blood. Rank, Baron. Blood sperm, 4,972 10,000. Abilities, Immortality, a powerful, ageless body that survives on blood, possessing 20 times the strength, speed, and stamina of an adult, and the ability to control its own metabolism and nerve sensations. Super Regeneration, powerful recovery ability, capable of rapidly recovering from all but fatal injuries. Super Senses, enhanced 6 senses, possessing super sensitive vision, hearing, smell, taste, perception, and intuition. Animal Deterrence, enhanced deterrence, as a predator superior to all animals, capable of deterring all animals. 4,950 milliliters? Su Qiye woke up and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the girl in his arms, whose face was pale from excessive blood loss, he was silent for a moment. I drank so much of your blood, how can I pay it back? Besides, I seem to have kidnapped a member of a special agency. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Looking at the fair-skinned girl who couldn't wake up for a while, Su Qiye felt a little troubled. He couldn't just leave her here, right? I've torn my robe to shreds. If a man passing by has evil thoughts, alas, it's all my own fault. Su Qiye gently picked up the girl, pulled a larger piece of green cloth to cover her, jumped up, and ran out of the alley. It was the darkest time of the night and there were few people on the road. Su Qiye ran with the girl in his arms. He avoided the surveillance equipment along the way and made 3 circles before returning to the bachelor apartment. Sniff. There was no smell of other living creatures outside the apartment door, so Su Qiye felt relieved, opened the door and walked into the room. He took off the clothes stained with smelly blood, went into the bathroom to wash them, and then cleaned up the relevant traces. Su Qiye checked the girl's condition and confirmed that her life was not in danger. He was in a dilemma. What should I say? Did I pick her up on the road? Why are you hanging around outside so late? Can't sleep? Su Qiye scratched his head, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. I got it. Just say that I went to the wetland park during the day, lost my ID card, and went to find it at night. As for how I met her, just saying there was a dark shadow rushing out of the alley? Su Qiye's gaze fell on the fair-skinned girl's face, and he was suddenly stunned. Her face is so clean? The girl was lying on the bed, her hair disheveled, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and 4 teeth marks on her jade-like shoulders. The blood had already coagulated and formed scabs, which looked quite deep and would probably leave scars. Aha! Suddenly, the girl let out a slight groan, pursed her lips, and wrinkled her nose slightly, obviously feeling a little uncomfortable. Tsuchiya looked at the surrounding furnishings and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he sat quietly by the bed, his chin supported by his hand. Looking at the girl, she fell into thought. According to normal blood volume, an ordinary person would have died long ago after losing 4,950 milliliters of blood. But she just fainted. Was she gifted? Or, did she actually not inhale the full 4,950 milliliters? A long time passed. The girl's fingers moved slightly, her eyelids twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes, which were as dark as the starry sky. I'm alive? It must be an illusion. All the blood in my body has been sucked away by zombies. How could I still be alive? These two thoughts flashed through the girl's mind and she closed her eyes again. Ha! The girl opened her eyes again and looked at the bright white ceiling, wondering, am I really still alive? Tsuchiya looked at the girl who had already woken up, not knowing whether he should speak or not, for fear of being regarded as a hooligan. At this moment, the girl turned her head and met Tsuchiya's eyes. Girl! Tsuchiya! Who are you? The girl narrowed her eyes, with a hint of murderous intent emerging in her eyes. I am. Tsuchiya pretended to be stunned and suddenly asked, You haven't told me who you are yet? This is my home, you are the outsider, right? The girl was stunned, then sneered, Yes, I'm in your bed, it seems you should give me an explanation, right? I picked you up. Tsuchiya simply recounted the story he had made up. Regardless of whether the girl believed it or not, he threw her a set of his own clothes and said, Change your clothes and go on your own. I want to take a shower. The girl looked straight at Tsuchiya. Tsuchiya curled his lips, walked to the door, and sat down with his back to the room. Go wash, I promise not to peek. The girl smiled coldly, walked behind Tsuchiya, and bit her finger, turned back. Sniff. Tsuchiya smelled the sweet and unique scent of blood, the scent of a young girl's blood. He had tasted it last night and remembered it. It seems she still wants to test me. Ah. Tsuchiya looked back in a daze. Beep. The girl pointed her finger at Tsuchiya's brow, a smug smile on her face. Tsuchiya? Girl? What are you doing? Tsuchiya slapped the girl's hand away and asked in confusion. The girl was a little embarrassed. I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, he ran into the bathroom. Tsuchiya grinned, wiped the blood on his fingertips, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. There was indeed a strange smell. It was very faint at first, but the more he smelled it, the more charming it became. In the bathroom, the girl sucked her bitten finger, a little puzzled. It seems that he is indeed not a demon, but how could he pick me up by such a coincidence? Or was the zombie injured by my blood? The girl's thoughts raced as she walked to the mirror by the sink. When she saw the bite marks on her shoulders, she was shocked. This is not a zombie bite. Chapter 7. Nothing happened between us, so why are you reluctant to let me go? These are bite marks from Western vampires. Could it be that more than one vampire has sneaked into the country? A serious look appeared in the girl's eyes. After a quick rinse, she put on the men's sportswear given by Tsuchiya and walked out of the bathroom. Are you leaving? Tsuchiya's eyes were a little complicated, and he thought to himself. It would be nice if I could keep her around forever. By taking a breath every now and then, her rank would probably soar like a rocket. The girl smiled sweetly. After confirming that Tsuchiya was not a demon, she felt much more relaxed. Why, you feel reluctant to let go because nothing happened between us? What's your name? Tsuchiya asked instead of responding. The girl sucked her fingers and blinked. Before asking someone else's name, shouldn't you tell me your own first? Tsuchiya scratched his head. My name is Tsuchiya, what is yours? Yi-Jin. The girl Yi-Jin blinked, turned around and walked out of the apartment. Bang! Tsuchiya closed the door with a faint smile on his face. It seemed that his disguise was quite successful. At least Yi-Jin didn't get suspicious. He walked to the window, looked down at the building entrance, and muttered, It seems that my self-control is still not enough. After all, I am still a vampire, and I can't resist the temptation of blood. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Tsuchiya frowned and sniffed, smelling a familiar fragrance. but it didn't have that unique flavor. His thoughts turned, a smile appeared on his face, and he opened the door. Squeak! The door opened and the fat squirrel was half sitting on the ground with a flattering smile in his eyes. Little fat squirrel, will you come back? Su Chi was a little emotional. He thought the fat squirrel would take the opportunity to escape, but he didn't expect that he would come back on his own. Chirp! The fat squirrel's eyes rolled, and he suddenly jumped up and hugged Su Chi's thigh. Sniff! Su Chi sniffed it, a half smile in his eyes. Are you in trouble? You can't escape, so you come to me for help? Chirp, chirp! The fat squirrel stiffened and slid down from his thigh dejectedly. It pointed at itself and then pointed outside, making a ferocious look. You want to use me as a shield? Su Chi picked up the fat squirrel and poked its nose. What benefits can you give me? The fat squirrel's eyes lit up, and he immediately pointed outside, making a ferocious look. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You mean, the guy chasing you has a treasure? Su Chi showed a smile on his face. Chie. The fat squirrel nodded quickly, looking at him with tearful dark eyes, holding its two front paws in front of its chest, as if bowing to him. Little fatty, you want to use me as a pawn, but I'm not that stupid. Su Chi chuckled, carried the fat squirrel to the kitchen, and placed it on the gas stove. You stay here first. If it dares to come to you, I will kill it. The fat squirrel wilted after hearing this. It originally wanted the guy's treasure. Come with me to find monsters again tonight. Su Chi's voice came from outside. The fat squirrel climbed up the gas stove listlessly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, Chirp! Chirp! The second basement floor of the Liangming Municipal Biotechnology Research Institute, the Liangming office of the Special Events Management Bureau. How could there be none? The big monk in a linen robe looked at the surveillance camera with dark circles under his eyes. He checked all the surveillance videos around the wetland park, but still couldn't find any trace of the Black Shadow or Yi Jin from Xinqing Temple. Monk Huicom, do you think that Taoist Yi is in grave danger? Little Mouse had his right arm hanging, his face full of dejection. Their four-member team had always been successful, but they didn't expect to stumble when trying to catch this vampire baron. A short-haired girl sat on an office chair, fiddling with a gun in her hand, her eyes filled with worry. Our Yi family's blood is the best at suppressing evil creatures. If we really encounter zombies, Big Yi will be fine. Ding, identity verification passed, welcome E-level executor Yi Jin back safely. An electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded. The three people who were watching the surveillance video jumped up instantly. Yi Jin changed into a Taoist robe and walked in through the steel gate. For the Buddha of infinite life, it is the greatest blessing that the laywoman is safe and sound. The big monk smiled. Little Mouse looked at Yi Jin and teased, Old Taoist, how was my performance last night? Yi Jin rolled her eyes, not so good. If you hadn't fallen, how could I have been kidnapped? Cheng Xiuhao, I think your other arm is about to break, right? The short-haired girl kicked Cheng Xiuhao in dissatisfaction, then turned to look at Yi Jin with joy in her eyes. Big Yi, I knew you would be fine. Xiao Yi, I'm so glad to see you again. Yi Jin and the short-haired girl hugged each other. When they got closer, they found that they had the same face. Why don't I have a twin brother? Cheng Xiuhao was a little envious. He only had an older sister who was even more violent than him. She was nicknamed Female Tyrannosaurus in the Special Affairs Bureau. The news of Yi Jin's safe return alarmed Director Feng Weiman. The four of them were called to the director's office to make a unified report on what happened in the wetland park last night. The severely injured vampire baron has been captured and is now imprisoned in the Absolute Spirit Research Laboratory. Feng Weiman gestured for the four to sit down, turned on the office's projection system, and the vampire baron's information was projected out. Fern Walton, a lone vampire. The identity of his eldest relative is currently unknown. He came to Daxia this time to find a daywalker to break through the restrictions of his eldest relative. Feng Weiman said briefly, if you have any other information, you can share it with us. Chapter 8. Those who write novels are all pitiful people. What is a daywalker? Cheng Xiuhao asked with a puzzled look on his face. Feng Weiman thought for a moment and explained, daywalkers are a special kind of vampire. They are not afraid of sunlight and can move normally in the sun. They also need to suck blood, but they can only suck the blood of virgins. If they suck other blood, they will be burned to death. Furthermore, daywalkers are the only way for vampires to break the restrictions of blood ties, so they are extremely rare. Feng Weiman briefly talked about the relevant situation of the Daywalker. Director, there might be more than one vampire smuggled in this time. Yi Jin's expression straightened up and he said, the one who kidnapped me wasn't a zombie, but a vampire. Vampire? The other four were shocked and looked at Yi Jin in disbelief. If he really was a vampire, why would he hurt Fern so badly? He should know that as long as Fern's blood core is intact, he won't die. Once we catch Fern, his whereabouts will be exposed. Feng Weiman was very surprised and couldn't understand it. Yi Jin pondered for a moment. Perhaps he thought I was a Daywalker, so he kidnapped me and wanted to break the blood relationship restriction by sucking my blood? Think you're a Daywalker? Monk Huikong and Chang Xiuhua were both a little surprised and looked at Yi Jin in confusion. The short-haired girl Yi Yu bit her lip and said, the reason why our Yi family has been the head of Shanqing Temple for generations is that it's not because of the greatness of the Taoist magic, but because there is a strange spiritual power hidden in the blood of our Yi family. This spiritual power. Yi Yu. Before Yi Yu could finish her words, Yi Jin interrupted her seriously. Sister. Yi Yu stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything more. Yi Jin looked calm as he looked at Feng Weiman and said, maybe it's because of our Yi family bloodline. That vampire mistook me for a Daywalker and kidnapped me to drink my blood, but ended up getting severely injured by my blood instead. But this is just my guess. It's hard to say whether the vampire was seriously injured. Change. Su Qiye stretched out his arms and tried to conjure up two big wings like the vampire last night. Without a doubt, he failed. It doesn't make sense. If such a weak vampire can spread his wings and fly into the sky, there is no reason why I can't. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel on the gas stove saw Su Qiye's actions from afar and laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. Su Qiye put on a professional fake smile and walked towards the kitchen. Hiccup. The fat squirrel looked at the horrible figure getting closer and closer, froze instantly, and simply lay down and pretended to be dead. Little fatty, I'm hungry. What do you think we should do? Su Qiye stood in front of the gas stove, still with a professional fake smile on his face. The fat squirrel startled and jumped off the gas stove. He opened the cupboard, took out a small white porcelain bowl, and found a sharp knife to put on the bowl. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel sat next to the small white porcelain bowl, covered his eyes with his right front paw, and stretched his left front paw above the small white porcelain bowl. So sensible. Su Qiye picked up a sharp knife and gently scratched the fat squirrel's left forelimb. A wound appeared, and drops of blood with a sweet fragrance dripped into the small white porcelain bowl. Chirp. The fat squirrel felt that Su Qiye had not let go of its front legs, and immediately cried out anxiously and aggrievedly. Snap. A drop of blood fell. Su Qiye released the fat squirrel's forelimbs, picked up the small white porcelain bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Actually, he only needed to drink blood once a week, but he could easily add a few meals as snacks in between, especially when a fat squirrel was being naughty. 30 milliliters of demon blood entered his stomach, and his blood essence successfully exceeded 5,000, bringing him one step closer to being promoted to Viscount. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. Su Qiye picked up the phone and saw that it was Liangzi calling. Hello, Liangzi. Are you up yet? I'm taking a break today. Let's go out for dinner and a movie? Su Liang's tone was a little proud. Su Qiye could vaguely hear a slight breathing sound on the other end of the phone. Forget it, you and your sister-in-law are living in your own world, how can I have the nerve to be a light bulb? Hey! How did you know? Su Liang was a little puzzled. You only have 4 days off a month. When do you not spend time with your sister-in-law? Su Qiye said with a smile. Su Liang scratched his head and said, it's okay. Your sister-in-law asked me to call you. This time I want to introduce you to someone from our unit. From your unit? Su Qiye's eyes rolled. He just wanted to find a professional to get some inside information. It was not convenient for him to set a trap for Su Liang, but he didn't have so many concerns about his colleagues. Come on, we'll be waiting for you at the coffee shop on the second floor of Tada Mall. Su Liang said, then hung up the phone and chuckled, done. Is he really from your unit? Su Liang's girlfriend Song Hui asked in surprise. Su Liang chuckled, how could she be from our unit? She's the beauty of our university. Olji put a lot of effort into pursuing her when he was in college, but in the end. Having said this, Su Liang suddenly stopped talking. What happened in the end? Song Hui frowned and shook Su Liang's arm gently with a bit of coquettishness. Lao Ye's parents died unexpectedly during his second semester of college, and he became completely depressed. Su Liang sighed softly. Ever since then, I've been obsessed with novels and can't help myself. Now, look what's happened. I've become a writer straight after graduation. Song Hui nodded inside. He's also a pitiful person. In the apartment of Yixing building, Su Qiye patted the fat squirrel's head and said, I'm going to be out for a while. You stay home and don't burn the house down. Okay? Chi. The fat squirrel hugged Su Qiye's legs, tears in his eyes, and wanted to go out with him. Among the people I'm going to meet today are those from a monster catching organization. If you're not afraid of being captured by them, just come out with me. Su Qiye looked down at the fat squirrel and explained the interests involved. Chi. Unexpectedly, the fat squirrel nodded in surprise, and with a sudden breath, his fat shrank like a balloon. Chapter 9. My daughter will never marry you. You're awesome. Su Qiye held it in for a long time before finally saying these 3 words. The fat squirrel, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, chirped twice and climbed up Su Qiye's ankle to his shoulder. I don't know how Liangzi is doing in that special institution. Su Qiye muttered something and walked out of the apartment. For him, sleep had become something that was dispensable. Liangming Office of the Special Affairs Bureau. Yi Jin is currently receiving a comprehensive examination by the medical team on the 3rd underground floor. Although she feels nothing serious, no one can tell whether the vampire who bit her will play any tricks. The test report is out, and most of the indicators are normal, except for a little anemia. A young woman in a white coat pushed up her glasses and smiled as she looked at the report in her hand. That thing probably drank a lot of your blood. Based on your blood production rate, you probably lost about 1,000 milliliters. 1,000 milliliters? That's a lot. Yi Jin was slightly startled and said with gritted teeth, damn it. If I catch him, I'll cut him into pieces. Achoo. Su Qiye rubbed his nose. At this time, he had already arrived at the snack street outside Tada Shopping Mall. This snack street surrounds the entire Tada Shopping Mall, with the flavors of various snacks mixed together. Having an overly sensitive sense of smell isn't necessarily a good thing. Su Qiye controlled the sensitivity of his sense of smell and walked into the entrance of Tada Shopping Mall. In the coffee shop on the 2nd floor of Tada Shopping Mall, Su Liang, Song Hui, and another pretty girl were sitting and chatting. Sun Yingying, I heard that you were hired as a legal affairs specialist at Tada Group after graduation. How are you doing now? Su Liang asked with a smile. Before entering the research institute, he would have been somewhat nervous in front of pretty girls. But now that I have been exposed to the other side of the world, my temperament has changed unconsciously. Not to mention. Su Qiye walked into the coffee shop and saw 3 people sitting in the corner at first sight. Su Liang's temperament is so eye-catching, and with 2 beautiful women at the table, it's hard not to notice him. Ha! Su Qiye saw the girl sitting opposite Song Hui. She had her back to the door of the coffee shop. Her back looked familiar, like a former classmate? Old Yi. Su Liang called out softly and waved at him. Chi. When the fat squirrel saw Su Liang, he cried out twice in panic, but then seemed to have thought of something. His dark eyeballs rolled around, and he immediately shrank like a quail. Su Qiye smiled and walked over to sit down. I'm not late, am I? Look who this is. Su Liang pointed at the pretty girl sitting next to Su Qiye with a bit of pride. Su Qiye took a look and asked in surprise, Sun Yingying? Hello, Lao Yi. Sun Yingying stretched out her right hand with a smile. Long time no see. Su Qiye gently held Sun Yingying's hand and said with a smile. Su Liang chuckled, how is it? Are you surprised to see your goddess? When Sun Yingying heard this, her face turned slightly red. I'm a little surprised. Are you guys working in the same unit now? Su Qiye scratched his head, feeling that this was not very convenient. They were all classmates, and it would be bad if he let them down. You misunderstood. I am now the legal director of Tada Group. Sun Yingying said, looking at Su Liang with some confusion. Su Liang said helplessly, I introduced a blind date to Lao Yi a few days ago, but that person is not very reliable. I was afraid that Lao Yi would not come, so I could only fool him first. Sun Yingying was stunned for a moment. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. Let me take a call first. Sun Yingying stood up apologetically and walked out of the cafe with her mobile phone. Su Liang winked at Su Qiye, seize the opportunity, don't give up. Liangzi, Isn't it a bit unkind of you to focus all your attention on me? Su Qiye teased. Su Liang laughed heartily, put his arm around Song Hui's waist, and jokingly said, "You better hurry up, otherwise my son and your daughter will become relatives by then, and what will happen to our generational status? Get lost." Su Qiye laughed and scolded, "My daughter will never marry your grandson." Think carefully, Sun Ying doesn't have a boyfriend yet, and she's the legal director of a large group. She's definitely a rich and beautiful woman. Su Liang instigated. I've thought it through clearly. My standards for choosing a partner are very high now. They must meet both material and spiritual standards. Su Qiye said casually, this kind of thing depends on fate. Besides, external conditions can't explain everything. You're right. How did you say that? Su Liang nodded, agreeing with Su Qiye's statement. Beautiful faces are all alike, but interesting souls are rare. A clear voice like an oriole reached the ears of the three people, and a short-haired girl walked over with brisk steps. Yi? Commissioner Yi? Su Liang was stunned. Why are you here? Su Qiye was also surprised. A sweet and unique scent entered his nose. Was it Yi Jin? When did she cut her hair short? Wrong. This isn't Yi Jin. If it were Yi Jin, she would definitely recognize me. Could they be twins? Interesting. Su Qiye understood and smiled, secretly planning when to kidnap the short-haired girl and suck her blood. Yi Yu sat down next to Su Qiye and wrinkled her nose. Why, your family owns the coffee shop. You can come, but I can't? Su Liang's eyes twitched slightly. No, could it be that the institute has run out of materials and asked you to come out to buy some? No, De Yi Zi has been ill recently, so our team is taking a break. We will resume our research after she recovers. Yi Yu shook her head and suddenly caught sight of the fat squirrel on Su Qiye's shoulder. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, little squirrel, so cute." Shichichi. The fat squirrel blared and immediately hid behind Su Qiye's right shoulder, hiding carefully. Chapter 10, Tell me your name first. Su Qiye looked at Su Liang and Yi Yu carefully, and recalled Yi Jin's appearance last night. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. From my eyesight, the people in these special institutions seem to be much cleaner than ordinary people. Take Sun Ying and Song Hui for example, even if they put on foundation. A layer of dirt can still be seen on the face, neck, and hands, and the hair is a little greasy. But Su Liang, Yi Jin, and this short-haired girl are different. Yi Jin is the cleanest, followed by this short-haired girl, and then Su Liang. Su Qiye's gaze fell on the short-haired girl's face, and he wondered secretly, could it be that this special organization has some special method that can make its members so clean? What is the point of becoming clean? Is it to whet the monster's appetite? Hey, why are you staring at me? Yi Yu stretched out her little hand and waved it in front of Su Qiye. Well. Su Qiye came back to his senses and said with a smile, sorry, I always feel that you look a lot like a friend of mine. TSK, an old-fashioned trick. Yi Yu curled his lips and turned his gaze to the fat squirrel on Su Qiye's right shoulder. She always felt that this squirrel was a little strange, silly, and didn't look smart at all. Could it be a monster? Su Liang asked in surprise, Lao Yi, when did you get a squirrel? Su Qiye noticed Yi Yu's gaze and calmly grabbed the fat squirrel. He gently stroked its little head and said, I found it in the wetland park a few days ago. This little guy is a little shy. I fed it some food and it has been following me since then. So easy? Yi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you pick it up? I want to pick one up too. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Yu frowned, took out his cell phone from his pocket, took a look at it, and then stood up and left his seat. Su Qiye took a quick look and saw a string of numbers without any notes on the screen. What was strange was that there were Chinese characters mixed in the number range. I guess there's some new progress on the research project. Su Liang smiled helplessly, I'm often called back to the institute during my vacations. Su Qiye moved his ears slightly and adjusted his hearing to the extreme. Chairman, don't worry, I will pay attention. Although the plaintiff's evidence is insufficient, if the other party finds a witness, the group will be caught in a dilemma. The tiny sound reached Su Qiye's ears, and he frowned slightly. These sounds are too noisy, and you have to filter them carefully to hear what you want to know. Chairman, there's something strange going on. All 6 of the people you arranged have gotten into trouble, and the case has been transferred from the police to a mysterious department. I checked the situation of this department, but I couldn't find any information. Do you think there might be other culprits in the group? Su Qiye raised his eyebrows. The voice sounded familiar. Was it Sun Yingying? Director phone, what? Outskirts? Got it. Got it. Yi Yu's voice also came over. Su Qiye scratched his ears. His powerful hearing covered the second floor of Tida shopping mall, and he was multitasking. At the same time, he was monitoring the conversation between Sun Yingying and Yi Yu, and even took in the voices on the other end of the phone. Su Liang, the Research Institute's project has made significant progress. My vacation has been cancelled, and I guess yours is almost over. Yi Yu returned to his seat, blinked playfully, and tilted his head to look at Su Qiye. What's your name? Before asking someone else's name, shouldn't you tell me your own name first? With a smile in his eyes, Su Qiye repeated to Yi Yu what Yi Jin had said before. Yi Yu said oh and said sullenly, just like Big Leaf, my name is Yi Yu, what's yours? Su Qiye, nice to meet you. Su Qiye stretched out his hand, his eyes clear. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook hands with him gently. Next time we meet, can you help me pick up a squirrel? That depends on whether it is willing to follow you. Su Qiye smiled and nodded, gently patting the fat squirrel's head. The fat squirrel pretended to be confused and stayed where it was. Snort! Yi Yu stood up and was about to leave the coffee shop when he suddenly stopped and said with a half smile, if you have a chance, go to Juzatang. It's good for kidney health and doesn't contain sugar. Su Qiye's face darkened, and before he could retort, he saw the girl skipping out of the cafe. Lao Yi, are you really? Su Liang came over with a gossipy look on his face. Get lost. Su Qiye laughed and scolded, even if you are weak, I won't be weak. While the two were arguing, Sun Yingying had already hung up the phone and walked in from outside the cafe. I'm sorry, I'm not usually so busy. It's just that the group has a difficult case recently. I hope I didn't disturb you. Sun Yingying sat down with an apologetic look on her face. Su Liang and Song Hui quickly waved their hands. No, the movie's about to start. After we finish watching the movie, let's meet at Lao Ba Lam Soup Restaurant. We've already booked a private room. How about that? No problem, but I haven't bought the movie tickets yet. Sun Yingying showed a little embarrassment on her face. Lao Yi, you must have bought it, right? Su Liang secretly winked at Su Qiye, signaling him to continue. I didn't buy it either. What's so good about the movie? Su Qiye pinched the fat squirrel's neck with 2 fingers and stood up. I remember there's a bar in the underground entertainment venue. Why don't we go to the bar and have some fun? Sun Yingying was stunned. Is it the no-return bar in the underground entertainment venue? Why, have you been there? The three of them were a little surprised. Sun Yingying was a well-known good girl in college. That's a chain of bars under our group, how could I not know about it? Sun Yingying spread her hands. Are you two still going to the movies? Do you want to go to the bar together? Su Liang shook his head. You guys go ahead, let's go to the movies. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel called out softly twice, huddled in Su Qiye's hand, and poked him lightly twice. Chapter 11, Nongfu Spring sells it to me for only 30 yuan? Tada Shopping Mall has 5 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. The rooftop of the 5th floor and the 2nd and 3rd floors underground are parking lots, and the remaining floors are shopping malls in different areas. The underground floor is an entertainment venue. Su Qiye held the fat squirrel in his hand, feeling its guidance, and muttered to himself. Could it be that I have a connection with Tada Mall? I found a fat squirrel here last time, so what am I going to find this time? The Bugarin bar is just ahead, actually. Sun Yingying stopped and turned to look at Su Qiye. If you want a drink, you don't have to go to the bar. Ah? Su Qiye was slightly stunned. What do you want to drink? We can buy it and drink it at my house, right? Sun Yingying's eyes were shining, and there was no shyness on her face. Su Qiye shook his head. You've changed a lot in the past few years. Let's go, let's sit in the bar first. Sun Yingying was silent for a moment and didn't say anything else. She just followed Su Qiye into the Bugarin bar. Sniff. Su Qiye's nostrils twitched slightly and his ears moved. All the smells and sounds in the bar instantly flooded into his brain. Fortunately, it was daytime and there were not many people in the bar, but the mixed smell of various alcohols and cigarettes still made him feel a little uncomfortable, just like the feeling of a person standing next to a trash can and smelling a bad odor. Sir, ma'am, what would you like to drink? The bartender asked with a smile. He gets a commission for every drink ordered by customers here. Suchiya turned his head upon hearing the voice, his eyes swept across the wine cabinet, and finally landed on the menu. Give me a glass of Nongfu Spring. The bartender's expression froze, with an indescribable emotion on his face, but he still opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring and poured it for Suchiya. The Nongfu Spring here is too expensive. A bottle costs 30 yuan. I wonder if it can be sealed like wine. Suchiya muttered softly, feeling a little sad. He only earned 100 yuan a day writing novels. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel crawled out from Suchiya's palm, shook its little head, and chirped a few times, obviously sensing where it was. Suchiya's nostrils moved slightly, and he caught a sweet fragrance from the many mixed smells. But the fragrance is not as strong as that of the fat squirrel, so it seems to be just an ordinary monster. Lao Yi, I heard from Su Liang that you've been quite depressed in recent years. Sun Yingying hesitated for a moment, then started chatting with Suchiya. I think people have to look forward and not give up on themselves because of the past. Suchiya swirled the Nongfu Spring water in his glass and smiled. I've thought about all these questions. If a person is trapped in a certain place or time for too long, then there's no hope for them. For the past 2 years, I've been living like a dead person, until a month ago. Suchiya's ears moved slightly, paying attention to the direction where the smell came from, while pretending to be melancholy and responding to Sun Yingying. A month ago? Sun Yingying was a little surprised. Suchiya sat on a chair in front of the bar and clinked glasses with Sun Yingying. Do you know how many days a person can live? Sun Yingying was stunned. According to the latest statistics, the average human lifespan is 76.7 years, which translates to about 28,000 days. Every day we live, we lose a day of our lifespan. Suchiya frowned slightly. The sweet fragrance mixed with various smells became fainter and fainter. If the fat squirrel had not reacted, he would have thought that the monster had run away. So, we should spend more time on meaningful things, right? Sun Yingying said with a smile. What is meaningful? Suchiya shook his head and smiled slightly. For me, as long as I'm alive, everything is meaningful. After saying that, Suchiya turned around and walked along the corridor towards the inside of the bar. Sun Yingying stood there in a daze. Sniff. Suchiya followed the sweet fragrance and walked all the way to the door of a private room. There was a group of successful people in the box praising each other, but there was no useful information in the noisy voices. After being a vampire for so long, it's time to act like a big shot, right? A hint of a malicious smile flashed across Suchiya's face. FBL. Anti-pornography. Open the door. After saying that, he put on the mask he picked up from the dance hall and kicked the door of the box. Bang! The door of the box opened with a bang, and the people inside were all stunned as if the pause button was pressed. Damn it! Who the hell dares to kick down my door? A young man in a suit stood up. I've been a bar manager for so long, and no one has ever dared to cause trouble in this bar. Brother, how is awesome? You dare to break into our box alone? That's like lighting a lamp in a toilet seeking death. Whose little bastard is tired of living? Today I'm going to let you walk out sideways. Even if you kneel on the ground and yell daddy, it's no use. Even Jesus can't stop you. I'm telling you. All the men in the box stood up, each with a fierce look on their face and swearing harsh words. Suchiya ignored them and swept his eyes around until they landed on a young lady. A delighted smile appeared on his face. Finally I found you. Several men looked at the young girl and automatically imagined a melodramatic plot. Kid, Master How is in a good mood today. If you kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and call Master How Dad, Master How will let you go. How about that? The young man in a suit and tie was smoking a cigarette and holding a beer bottle in his hand, looking like he was the boss of everything. Suchiya smiled slightly, his eyes suddenly turned red, and a terrifying aura like a demon choosing its prey emanated instantly. Everyone in the box felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, as if the person standing in front of them was not a human, but a bloodthirsty beast. Ah! The young ladies who were serving were so frightened that they were shaking all over. Even so, they could only cover their mouths and let out silent screams. Thump! Chapter 12 Responsible for shouting 666. The men in the box knelt down on the ground, trembling and not daring to look up, with no thought of resistance in their hearts at all. Hey! Suchiya put one foot on the coffee table in the box and restrained his intimidating power. His eyes were fixed on the young lady who exuded a fresh fragrance. Little fox, how about hanging out with me? Little fox? A hint of doubt arose in everyone's mind, but even so, they still lay on the ground and did not dare to get up. Squeak! The young girl's body suddenly twisted and changed, turning into a yellow fox the size of a fat cat, and its body was about the same size as a fat squirrel. It raised its head cautiously, looking a little timid. Ah! The escort girls looked at the fox on the sofa, and their eyes went dark and they fainted. This pretending is a bit of a failure, isn't it? Tsuchiya blinked, raised his hand and slapped everyone in the box like beating a drum, knocking all the men unconscious. Then he looked at the yellow fox curled up on the sofa. Oh. The yellow fox felt Tsuchiya's gaze and suddenly froze, letting out a oh sound from its mouth. TSK, I've only seen the term in novels before, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. Tsuchiya was amazed, reached out and grabbed the yellow fox by the scruff of the neck and lifted it in front of him. Oh! The yellow fox's eyes were filled with tears and he looked pitiful, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Hey, the little fox is pretty smart, huh? Before he could finish his words, the tearful yellow fox's expression suddenly changed, his eyes became fierce, and his front limbs slashed toward Tsuchiya's neck like a sharp blade. If this blow hits the victim solidly, the skin will definitely be torn apart and the arteries will be cut. But Tsuchiya seemed to be prepared. He retracted his neck and the yellow fox's claws scraped past his skin, just missing it by a hair's breadth. Tsuchiya's eyes turned cold, he grabbed the yellow fox and suddenly opened his mouth. Hiss! The canine fangs extended and pierced directly into the yellow fox's carotid artery. Squeak! The yellow fox struggled in fear. It couldn't understand how the human in front of it could dodge at such a close distance. Gulp! Tsuchiya swallowed the last mouthful of blood, licked the corner of his mouth, and reached out to touch his neck. He casually threw the fox to the ground and looked at the yellow fox's corpse coldly. This fox is too cunning. If it were an ordinary person, it would have died long ago with that desperate struggle just now. But now, with 800 milliliters of blood in my stomach, my blood essence is already at 5,802 points. Chi-chi! The fat squirrel huddled in the corner like a quail, fearing that Tsuchiya would drink all its blood in one breath. Ding-a-ling! The cell phone rang. Tsuchiya took out his cell phone with his left hand and answered it, then waved with his right hand, signaling the fat squirrel to come over. Old Yi, why did Sun Yingying leave? Su Liang asked in some confusion. He saw that Sun Yingying seemed to have a good impression of Tsuchiya. Our values don't align, Liangzi. You don't need to introduce me to anyone in the future. Tsuchiya held the fat squirrel in his right hand and said, I've already said that fate will come naturally when it's time. There's no need to rush this. Su Liang said helplessly, okay, then you go back by yourself? I'm just strolling around here, don't worry about me, just spend time with my sister-in-law. Tsuchiya moved his ears slightly, listening to the movements in the bar and judging the location of the monitoring room. Su Liang was even more helpless. What are you doing here? The institute has called everyone back because the project has made significant progress. Tsuchiya's eyes moved, and he remembered what he heard from Yiyu on the phone. It seemed that there was an E+ level monster lurking in the suburbs. He didn't know how strong the E+ class was, but since the institute had gathered everyone, he thought it would be difficult to deal with them. I heard that some research projects are dangerous, so you should be careful. Tsuchiya hesitated for a few seconds, but still gave another reminder. Don't worry, we little clerks are just recording the parameters and delivering the materials. Nothing will happen. Su Liang said casually that he really didn't feel much pressure. When hunting down E-rank monsters, the F-rank executors were only responsible for yelling 666. Tsuchiya hung up the phone and found the monitoring room of the Bugarin bar. Bang! 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 A dull sound was heard, and 3 security guards were knocked unconscious to the ground one by one. Tsuchiya found the storage device of the surveillance video, piled it up together, and burned it clean. Little fatty mouse, do you know how the yellow-skinned fox demon transformed into a human form? Tsuchiya knew too little about this aspect, and he couldn't understand how the yellow-skinned fox demon could transform into a human without being discovered. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel stepped on Tsuchiya's shoulder, chirping and waving its hands as if it was dancing. Tsuchiya shook his head, I don't understand. Let me ask this, did it turn directly into a human? Chirp. The fat squirrel shook his head vigorously. Did it transform into a human form? That was just an illusion? Suchiya seemed to understand a little. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel nodded. Suchiya walked out of the Bugarin bar in silence and left the underground entertainment venue along the stairs. I thought to myself, the world is so bizarre, so it doesn't seem so strange that I become a vampire. I used to think such a long life was a bit boring, but now it seems quite interesting. Suchiya smiled and walked along the snack street. This time he carefully felt the information around him, mobilizing all 6 senses at the same time, and bits of information gathered into his brain like young swallows returning to their nests. And his brain, like a supercomputer, began to analyze the content hidden behind this information. The girl in jeans 12 meters ahead has a little sweat on her forehead. The saliva secretion exceeded the normal value, and the breath had a special spicy taste. This spicy taste was very unique. It must be some kind of special snack. From what I heard, 13 people mentioned Juawei Black Duck within earshot. Turn right at the corner and it's 70 meters away. The door is open. A unique spicy smell hit me in the face, the source of which was a girl dressed in cowboy clothes who had just come out of Juawei Black Duck restaurant. What she ate in the store was not ordinary spicy food, but extra spicy black duck. Suchiya quickly calculated, this cowboy girl's walking speed is about 0.6 meters per second. Right now, she's about 127 meters away from the Juawei Black Duck restaurant. So, she just finished her snack in the restaurant 4 minutes ago. Do you want to verify this result? Chapter 13. The young man is very experienced. Suchiya raised his eyebrows, and the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. At this time, the cowboy girl was looking around, as if looking for more distinctive snack flavors. As the two passed by, Suchiya stopped and asked with a smile, "Miss, how does the spicy black duck taste?" "Ah." The cowboy girl was stunned for a moment, then frowned. "Are you following me?" Suchiya smiled, said bye, and continued walking forward. Tada Shopping Mall is next to Lianhe River. The 50-meter wide river in the wetland park is a tributary of Lianhe River. Walk out of the snack street and go straight along the street to reach the stone bridge. The stone bridge is 20 meters wide and has many fishing spots from beginning to end. Some people who like fishing come to Lianhe to fish every day. Suchiya stopped, walked to the bridge, and looked at the river quietly. When facing the Liang River, his super 5 senses lost their function, and his vision, hearing, and smell were all blocked by the river water. He shouted, "Master, raise your rod, there's a big fish." After hearing this, the old man tried to lift the fishing rod, but suddenly a huge force came from the rod and he failed to catch it. The rod actually slipped out of his hand. Bang! Suchiya grabbed the fishing rod and pulled it gently in a circle. Soon, he exhausted the big fish's strength. This young man is very experienced. The old man smiled happily and seemed to admire Suchiya very much. Although my 5 senses are not working, my 6th sense, intuition, is not affected. Suchiya walked across the stone bridge, looked at the wide Liang River, and a smile appeared on his face. It feels really great to explore these unknown areas that I couldn't reach before. It feels like everything is under control. He is already so strong at the Baron level, what if he is promoted to Viscount? Suchiya licked his lips. There was an E+ level monster in the suburbs. Should he go and pick the fruit in advance? Chi-chi. The fat squirrel barked twice, its eyes shining as it stared at a stall filled with nuts. The fragrance could be smelled from a long distance away. Suchiya walked to the stall and looked at the price tag, which was often tens or even hundreds of yuan per kilogram. He immediately held down the fat squirrel's head and said, "It's too expensive. I can't afford it." After hearing this, the fat squirrel showed a look of loss on his face. Wow, what a clever little squirrel. A cute girl came over, looked at the dejected fat squirrel, took out a nut from a paper bag and handed it to it. The fat squirrel didn't take it directly. It tilted its head and looked at Suchiya with tears in its eyes. "Pick it yourself, just buy 1 pound. Suchiya's eyelids twitched slightly, and he made up his mind that he must spend more money after returning to the apartment. "You are so heartless, aren't you? How could you treat your own pet like this?" When the cute girl saw this, she immediately pointed the finger at Suchiya. "Is it difficult to buy some nuts for your own pet? If you can't afford it, name a price and I'll buy it and take it home to raise." The cute girl said angrily. Suchiya chuckled, "I don't need to quote a price. As long as it is willing to go with you, what does it matter if I give it to you?" "Really?" The cute girl's eyes lit up. "Real. Su Qiye nodded. The cute girl who was picking nuts at the stall suddenly became interested and kept taking out nuts from the paper bag. Start tempting the fat squirrel, little squirrel, here are the nuts you like. Shichichi. The fat squirrel's dark eyes widened as he ran forward a few steps, grabbed the nut in the cute girl's hand, and started chewing it without saying a word. How about it? It's mine now, the cute girl showed off to Su Qiye. Not necessarily. Su Qiye shook his head. Snap. Snap. Not long after, the fat squirrel finished eating the nut, but after that it sat there, as if thinking about something. Grumble? Chi? The fat squirrel stood up with some confusion, looked at his little paws, and touched his little head, as if there was something he couldn't figure out. Little fat mouse, let's go. Su Qiye probably understood what was going on. He called out, and the fat squirrel was startled and hurriedly followed. Hello? The cute girl looked at the fat squirrel that had abandoned her without hesitation and said through gritted teeth, You heartless little thing. I at least fed you a nut, and you didn't even say bye? After hearing this, the fat squirrel turned around and waved his hand. Can you really understand what people say? The cute girl was stunned. Su Qiye brought the fat squirrel back to the apartment, picked it up by the scruff of its neck and placed it in front of him. Did you turn into a monster after eating some kind of nut? The fat squirrel nodded his little head, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He pointed outside and made a ferocious expression. The monster chasing you has this kind of treasure in its hand? Su Qiye asked thoughtfully. Chi. The fat squirrel nodded quickly. It was being hunted down because it coveted the monster's treasure. You're so greedy. Su Qiye picked up the fat squirrel and put it on the gas stove. Take me to catch monsters tonight. The world is big, but food is the biggest. Shichichi. The fat squirrel nodded, curled up on the gas stove and laughed secretly, as if he had foreseen the monster's end. Su Qiye walked to the window, lay on the recliner, squinted his eyes, and enjoyed the afternoon sun. The midday sun shone through the window, bringing a warm feeling, which was particularly comfortable. I'm probably the strangest vampire, right? Not only am I not afraid of the sun, I even quite enjoy basking in it. Chapter 14 Whitelist. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, obviously someone was coming. Su Qiye was slightly surprised. He moved his ears slightly and caught the breathing of the person who came. It sounded a little heavy. He judged that it was a man, so he asked, Who is it? Hello, I'm from the gas company. We've detected some abnormalities in your gas consumption, so we're here to check it out. A clear voice came from outside the door, sounding like a young man. Hold on. Su Qiye stood up from the recliner and winked at the fat squirrel. The fat squirrel immediately turned over and turned off the gas stove. The door creaked open, and outside stood a young man in his mid-20s, wearing a blue gas company uniform. With a smile on his face, he said, We've noticed that your gas usage has been a bit abnormal in the past 2 days, so we came to check it out. Well, check it out. Su Qiye stepped aside to make way. The young man walked into the kitchen, took out an instrument from his bag, and scanned it up and down. After confirming that there was no gas leak, he asked with some doubt, Have you been using the gas stove frequently recently? Oh, I was planning to start a catering business some time ago, and I've been making soup these past 2 days. It takes more than 10 hours to make this soup, so I've been using a lot of gas. Su Qiye thought for a moment and made up a reason. I see. I'll add you to the whitelist in the company system. If your gas consumption increases in the future, we won't have to come every time. But if there are any abnormal situations, please be sure to contact us in time. The young man took out a business card from his jacket pocket. It had the words Gas Company Maintenance Department and a contact number printed on it. No problem. Su Qiye sent the young man out, feeling something was wrong in his heart. He always felt that being added to the whitelist was not a good idea. But this was the gas company's procedure, and he couldn't refuse. He thought to himself, it's better to move out as soon as possible. That afternoon, Beidou Reserve Group 2 of the Liangming office of the Special Affairs Bureau. Sister Xianing, the 3 major companies, gas, electricity, and water, have provided another whitelist. Do we need to make a judgment immediately? Asked a member of the second backup group. The capable female team leader, Xianing, shook her head. Today's operation is very important. We need to cooperate with the official team to locate the demon power. We'll review the whitelists provided by the major companies later. Clear. Beidou's office immediately became busy. This time, they were targeting an E+ level monster. Although there are D-level executors in the Liangming office, even C-level executors will be useless if the monster's location cannot be determined. In the conference hall on the second basement floor of Liangming office, 75 executors sat at attention. Director Feng Weiman walked into the hall, glanced at them all, and said, "I believe everyone is aware of the situation this time. We are facing a vicious E+ level monster." Feng Weiman said with a serious expression, "According to the latest intelligence, this monster is a python demon. It has appeared many times at the junction of urban and rural areas, devouring many poultry and livestock. 7 missing persons cases have been confirmed to be related to it. The last time we located it was in a dilapidated church in the southern suburbs of Liangming City. There are few people living nearby. Given its habits, there's only one possible reason why it would go to such a remote place." Feng Weiman took a deep breath. It has reached the critical point of shedding its skin. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became solemn. What does shedding mean to pythons? This means that once the molting is successful, the danger level of this python demon will directly rise from E+ to D, and may even reach D. 75 executors stood up solemnly. "Please issue the combat orders. Comrades, those who are not of our race must have different hearts." Feng Weiman said in a deep voice. "We may be facing a monster far beyond our capabilities. There will definitely be casualties in this battle. Before the operation, everyone must write a will and hand it over to the security warehouse for sealing and unified disposal after the war. Issue the combat order now." Feng Weiman turned on his watch and looked directly at all the executors. E1201 Yijin's team is responsible for the main attack, E1203 Qin Hai's team is responsible for containment and auxiliary attacks, E1210 Shintao's team is responsible for disruption and auxiliary attacks, F1207 Feng Lin's team is responsible for attack coordination, F1219 Su Liang's team is responsible for treating the wounded, F. Once a group dies in battle, the following groups will automatically fill in. And I, as the only D-level executor of the Liangming office, will be the first in line to attack the snake demon before the E1201 Yijin team. Feng Weiman said solemnly, "I have used my highest authority to mobilize the East China Sea Defense Force for assistance. If we fail to kill the snake demon, the East China Sea Defense Force will use tactical missiles to carry out a blanket bombing of the southern suburbs. This operation is codenamed Great Wall. Comrades, behind us is our motherland. It is our homeland. We have nowhere to retreat. We must win this battle." Su Qiya crossed his legs and lazily read a boring book about the mysteries of the human body. The book explored the mysteries of the human body from the perspective of biological theory. The cicadas are aware of the coming of autumn before the wind blows. It's interesting to be able to avoid danger without having to hear anything. Su Qiya looked at the theory of the 6 senses in the book, which mentioned that if the human body is developed to a certain extent, they can rely on intuition to avoid danger. In the history of Daxia, there were great scholars who reached this level. Seeing like lightning, hearing like thunder, these Taoist terms are used quite smoothly. This must be a work written by a religious person, right? Su Qiya turned a page. The author of this book had solid theoretical knowledge, and all the conjectures about the mysteries of the human body were verified on him one by one, even though he was a vampire. Ding dong. The phone rang. It was a text message. Su Qiya ignored it and turned another page, but he suddenly felt irritated. His eyes flickered. "I haven't even read the text yet, and your 6th sense has already reacted?" Chapter 15 Military Exercises. Olji, there is still a long way to go in life, so you have to look forward. If your parents were still alive, they wouldn't want you to be so depressed. Let's have a good drink together when we get a chance. Su Liang. After reading the text message, Su Qiya felt even more irritated. He suddenly stood up from the recliner, his eyes darkening. E+ level monster? Outskirts of Liangming City? He swung his hand and the thick book slammed onto the table. Chi. The fat squirrel stuck its head out and looked at Su Qiya timidly. The oppressive feeling it felt from him made it a little scared. "I'm going out for a while." Su Qiya walked out of the apartment and went to the clothing store, where he picked out a hip-hop outfit and a clown mask. The southern suburbs of Liangming City was once the most prosperous place in Liangming City, but the war 100 years ago almost razed it to the ground. Later, the Great Xia Kingdom developed the new urban area of Liangming, and the southern suburbs gradually became deserted. Rumble. A dull sound was heard, and 16 camouflage light tanks appeared in the southern suburbs. In addition, all roads leading to the southern suburbs have been blocked and signs have been erected around the area prohibiting citizens from entering. "Comrade, why aren't we allowed to enter the southern suburbs?" an old driver asked with some dissatisfaction. He was planning to take his grandson to the southern suburbs to fly kites. There were too many people in the city square to put it up. The soldier who stopped the car pointed to the sign, "Military exercises are underway in the southern suburbs. No one is allowed to enter." Outside the dilapidated church in the southern suburbs, 16 light tanks were divided into 8 groups and took position, with the attack range covering half of the southern suburbs. In addition, soldiers transferred from the East China Sea Defense Force set up heavy machine guns and various firepower weapons were ready. Director phone, "Our men have been deployed. When will we attack?" A major stepped forward and saluted Feng Weiman. He was Xiang Jian, commander of the 9th Squadron of the 351st Secret Operations Unit of the East China Sea Defense Force. Feng Weiman was now dressed in military uniform, with a long box on his back, and he looked solemnly at the dilapidated church. "Our Beidou team has accurately located the position of the snake demon. It hasn't moved since this morning, and I suspect it's molting. It takes a normal snake several days to shed its skin, but once it becomes a demon, it can do it in a short time. Before molting, new skin has already formed inside it, and the overlapping of the old and new skins gives it stronger defense than usual," Feng Weiman said helplessly. Xiang Jian thought for a moment and said, "I suggest that we immediately launch artillery fire coverage. We have ammunition." Although the snake demon's defense is enhanced when it sheds its skin, it has a fatal weakness: it cannot move. To us, a monster that can't move is a sitting duck. He pointed at the dilapidated church and said in a deep voice, "If the world has two sides, black and white, you and I are destined to be in the darkness. This is our destiny. We must prevent these wild demons from invading the world of ordinary people, and we must also be wary of those ambitious people in the dark world who want to subvert the existing order. So, when dealing with these wild species, if you can use artillery fire, try to use it as much as possible," Xiang Jian said seriously. Feng Weiman nodded. "Although it may not be possible to hurt it, it's good to give it a try. All tanks, listen to my command. Target the dilapidated church. Fire 3 rapid-fire incendiary rounds." After the order was given, the gun barrels of 16 light tanks immediately adjusted their positions, and 3 incendiary bombs were loaded into the magazines of the tanks. Bang! 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 48 shells slammed into the dilapidated church, which collapsed in the artillery fire and was instantly razed to the ground, with a raging fire starting. There was a snake skin as thick as an adult's thigh burning in the fire, but the snake demon was nowhere to be seen. Not good. Feng Weiman and Xiang Jian were both shocked. The snake demon had already shed its skin and left the church. The Beidou team will immediately relocate the snake demon's position. Before he could finish his words, Feng Weiman suddenly felt the ground shaking violently. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge python as thick as a bucket easily overturning 2 light tanks with its strong body. "Prepare for battle." Xiang Jian roared, rolled to the ground, and pulled the trigger of the heavy machine gun. Dad Ada! Dad Ada! The soldiers of the 9th Team of the 351 Secret Operations Force immediately turned their guns around, and countless bullets poured out like raindrops, forming a fire net that covered the snake demon. Hiss! The snake demon stuck out its tongue and swam rapidly close to the ground, as fast as flying close to the grass, and in an instant it circled behind another group of tanks. Beep beep beep. The heavy machine gun bullets fired at the snake demon were all deflected by a thin film-like light shield, making a clang 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 sound. The bullets fired at the light tank were deflected by the armor. "Crush it," the soldier in the tank roared, driving the tank weighing more than 10 tons backward and crushing the snake demon hard. Hiss! The snake demon felt pain and twisted its body wildly, wrapping itself around a tank. Crunch! Crunch! The tank's steel plates groaned under the heavy load. "Commander, fire at me! Fire at me!" Several soldiers in the tank shouted wildly. They knew they could not escape death and wanted to exchange their lives for the snake demon's injury. Xiang Jian's eyes instantly turned red, and he was about to give the order with great pain. Bang! With a gunshot, a bullet with a spiritual blow cut through the air, pierced the snake demon's neck, and splashed a burst of blood. Yi Yu picked up another bullet in his right hand, and a spiritual light burst out from his fingertips. He pushed the bullet wrapped in spiritual light into the barrel of the gun, and aimed the anti-material sniper rifle at the snake demon again. "This time, I will definitely blow your head off." Chapter 16 Princess Carrie. Another tank in the same group quickly turned its gun barrel, pointing the black muzzle directly at the snake monster's head, and the incendiary bomb had already been loaded. Bang! The sound of cannons rang out. Boom! A cloud of dust rose from the ground in the distance. What? The soldiers in the tank were shocked. The muzzle of the gun was clearly aimed at the snake demon's head at a distance of just a few meters. This shot, which was supposed to shatter the snake demon's head, actually missed. The snake demon spit out its tongue and rolled over. The force of the giant python's rolling over twisted it and lifted up the tank that was pressing it. Then it swung its tail and overturned the light tank to the ground. Hiss! The snake demon spat out its tongue again and rushed towards another tank. Bang! The snake demon hit the tank with its head, and its tail lifted up, overturning another tank. Have all the tanks withdraw to the rear first, and the soldiers also withdraw one after another. Don't add any more unnecessary casualties. Now it's our turn as the Special Affairs Bureau to take over. Feng Weiman said this in a deep voice, taking off the long box he had been carrying on his back. Click! The long box was opened, revealing a tang sword with a cold and sharp glow. Execute combat orders. Feng Weiman gripped the tang sword tightly, rushed forward, leaped up, and slashed at the rampaging snake demon. Seeing this, Yi Jin, Huaikong and Chang Xiuhao immediately stepped forward to attack. Respectfully inform, the 136th generation disciple of Xianqing Temple hereby invites the ancestor spirit to manifest and slay the demons and monsters. Yi Jin stepped into the gangbu stance, made a sword finger with his right hand, and pinched the magic formula with his left hand, and a faint light emanated from his body. Hiss! The snake demon was struggling with Feng Weiman when its body suddenly paused and Feng Weiman chopped it on its scales. The scales that even heavy machine gun bullets could not penetrate were actually cut open by this knife, leaving a long and narrow wound. Swish! The snake demon felt pain and swung its tail, slamming towards Feng Weiman. Feng Weiman hastily raised his tang sword to block, and with a flash of spiritual light, he protected himself. Bang! Feng Weiman was blown away like a cannonball, spewing blood, and his vision blurred. Damn it, this is the difference between a D-level monster and a D-level executor. Director Feng! Yi Jin exclaimed, but didn't dare to be distracted at all. She took a step forward, pointed out with her right sword finger, and a ray of divine light pierced the snake demon 7 inches. Hiss! The snake demon twisted its body and raised its head slightly, avoiding Yi Jin's divine light. Bang! With a gunshot, Yi Yu seized the opportunity and shot a bullet with a glowing light directly into the snake demon's head. If it hits, the snake monster's head will explode and the monster will be eliminated. Hiss! The snake demon let out a sharp cry, its head tilted slightly, and a flower of blood bloomed its right eye was blown out by a bullet, and the demon blood dripped from the snake's head, dyeing the ground red. Amat Ba! Monk Huaikong chanted the Buddha's name, and golden Buddha light appeared. He slowly reached out to grab the snake demon. Buddha's light condensed from behind him, and a shadow of Buddha appeared out of thin air, grabbing the snake demon in the same posture as Huaikong. Hiss! The snake demon coiled up its body, with the front half standing upright and twisting slightly. Everyone's vision blurred, and it seemed as if they saw a beautiful woman twisting her waist and dancing. Be careful, this is an illusion created by a snake demon. Monk Huaikong shouted loudly, with a faint Buddhist sound in his voice, which woke everyone up. Demon, die! Yi Jin jumped up and stabbed the snake demon's head with his right sword. The Buddha's big hand in Huaikong also grabbed down at this time, grabbing the snake demon directly at the 7 inches. Hiss! The snake demon stuck out its tongue, suddenly loosened its coiled body, and a flash of red light appeared in its only remaining eye. The strange red wave suddenly spread out with it as the center. Buzz! Everyone around them instantly fell into a blank, as if they were deprived of all senses, perception and consciousness, and even their own existence was completely blocked. Huaikong's gaze froze, and the shadow of Buddha behind him disappeared. Yi Jin's eyes froze, and the clear light that had escaped from his body retracted into his body. Chang Xiuhao's eyes froze, and his originally swollen body returned to its original state. The other people from the Special Affairs Bureau also fell into a daze. Xian Jian and the soldiers in the distance also stood there in a daze. It's as if time has stopped. Bang! The snake demon stuck out its tongue, a trace of hatred flashed in its one eye, and it swung its tail, hitting Yi Jin who was stabbing at it from the air. Swish! Bang! The sound of the snake's tail hitting the air was heard, and the snake demon looked at the figure that suddenly appeared with cold eyes. Looks like we've caught up. The faint voice was like thunder, and everyone covered their ears at the same time to resist the sudden sound. Eugene covered her ears and looked at the clown mask so close to her, a little dazed. Who is he? Princess Tsuchiya held Eugene in her arms, standing on the ground. She looked at the snake demon with a sinister look in her eyes and said hoarsely, "What a delicious blood meal." Hiss. The snake demon twisted its body, feeling a little uneasy. Although the human's aura before it was very weak, it still felt like it was being hunted. "You, put me down," Eugene shouted in a low voice. Tsuchiya put Eugene down, looked back at the crowd, and saw Su Liang lying on the ground with his hands covering his ears. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hiss. The snake demon hissed and rushed towards Tsuchiya. "Be careful!" Chang Xiaohao exclaimed. Tsuchiya hugged Eugene, swung his arm, and threw her backwards, saying in a deliberately hoarse voice, "It's mine, you are not allowed to touch it." The snake demon bit Tsuchiya, and its 4 large front teeth were clearly visible. "Hey, let me take apart the thing you eat first." Tsuchiya stretched out a big hand, and with a force of 2 tons, he pressed it down on the snake demon's head. Bang! The snake demon's head collided heavily with the ground, leaving a huge pit. Hiss! The snake demon howled in pain. Tsuchiya pried open the snake demon's mouth, pinched its upper front teeth with one hand, and pulled hard, and the bright white snake teeth were pulled out. Fuck! Chapter 17. I am not educated, but I am awesome. Awesome. Mighty. Domineering. So fierce and powerful. Chang Xiaohao had not read many books and could not find more appropriate words to express the shock in his heart. He widened his eyes, afraid that he would miss the wonderful scene in the blink of an eye. The snake demon twisted violently, its body slippery, and it broke free from Tsuchiya's hand in an instant. But having suffered a loss, it knew that the man in front of it was not easy to deal with, so it straightened up and confronted Tsuchiya. Tsuchiya adjusted the mask on his face, put his hands in his hip-hop trouser pockets, and looked nonchalant, as if he didn't take the snake demon seriously at all. The people from the Special Affairs Bureau and the soldiers from the 351st Secret Operations Unit saw a strange scene. The extremely ferocious snake demon straightened its front body, blood dripping continuously, full of deterrence. But in front of it stood a young man who looked a little out of place. No one could have imagined that it was this boy in slightly funny clothes who single-handedly stopped the D-rank snake demon. Hiss. The snake demon stuck out its tongue, a red light flashed in its single eye, and strange red fluctuations appeared again. Block your 5 senses. As soon as Tsuchiya thought about it, all the nerve perceptions in his body were instantly blocked. No matter what tricks the snake demon used, it could not disturb him. The only remaining intuition was enough to deal with the snake demon's attack. Buzz. Fuck, this trick again. Chang Xiaohao fell into a daze before he could finish his words. Yi Jin and Huai Kong were also stunned, but their brows were furrowed, and they were obviously fighting hard. Hiss. The snake demon hissed, turned to look at Tsuchiya, opened its mouth and spit out a ball of green flame. The flame may not seem to be very hot, but the rolling heat waves are mixed with deadly poisonous gases. What kind of python is this? Can it spit things out? Tsuchiya jumped lightly to avoid the green flames, feeling a little confused. He removed his neural shield and looked at the snake demon. Could it be those strange beasts bound to the evolution system? Hiss. When the snake demon saw Tsuchiya dodge, it didn't care at all, but instead straightened its 3-meter-tall front body. Looking down at the people from the Special Affairs Bureau who were in a daze, a hint of cunning flashed in the snake's eyes, and its mouth opened slightly, and the green flames rose again. Damn it! Tsuchiya cursed in a low voice, leaped up, and threw a punch from the sky, hitting the snake's head hard. Unexpectedly, the snake demon suddenly raised its head, and green flames gushed out of its mouth. The flames that shot up into the sky were more violent than the last time. A huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters enveloped Tsuchiya. Hiss. A hint of pride flashed in the snake demon's eyes. It lowered its head and looked at the people in the Special Affairs Bureau. It swung its tail and slapped Eugene and Monk Huaikong. Well. Tsuchiya, who failed to cut off his nerve perception in advance, truly felt the severe pain of the burning flames. The pain went straight into his bones, and the poisonous gas made him feel painful and itchy, extremely uncomfortable. Cut. Off. Awareness. Tsuchiya's mind moved, and his consciousness was directly cut off. The intense pain disappeared instantly, but the heart-wrenching feeling was unforgettable. You completely pissed me off. Tsuchiya roared. He hadn't experienced such intense emotional fluctuations in a long time. Perhaps a year, or perhaps 3? But none of that mattered anymore. He felt a powerful force surge from deep within his body. What's this? Su Chiye felt this power instantly fill his entire body, nearly bursting it. A faint voice in his heart called out, "Release. Release it. Great true ancestor. This is your power. Great power." Su Chiye roared angrily, and his body wrapped in flames suddenly expanded. Huge flesh wings spread out from his back, a pair of horns emerged from his forehead, his canine teeth protruded, and his eyes were red. The 6-meter-tall vampire's true form appeared, flapping its huge wings and dispelling the snake demon's green flames. "Careful!" Yi Jin broke free from the strange state, and seeing the snake's tail coming towards him, he screamed, grabbed Huikong's collar and jumped backwards, avoiding the snake demon's attack. The snake demon's attention at this moment was no longer on the people in the Special Affairs Bureau. It looked up at the sky. A huge danger was approaching. Everyone in the Special Affairs Bureau also woke up. They also looked up at the sky. The huge wings blocked the sunlight and the shadow covered the snake demon on the ground. "It's actually a vampire." Yi Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe it. The one who saved him from the snake demon was actually a vampire? Cheng Xiuhao looked at the huge black shadow hanging in the sky, swallowed his saliva, and said self-deprecatingly, "No wonder Director Foam always said that the only thing that can rival the evil spirits is the evil spirits. I really thought he was human." Ba. Monk Huikong muttered the Buddha's name in a low voice. "All living beings are equal, and demons don't necessarily harm people." "Bald donkey, do you think there are really good monsters in this world?" Yi Jin looked at Monk Huikong and suddenly asked. Monk Huikong nodded. "I believe there are good monsters." Yi Jin paused and chuckled, "All dead monsters are good monsters." Su Chiye looked at his hands, feeling the powerful force surging in his body. This is my true vampire body?" Hiss. The snake demon spit out its tongue, sensing Su Chiye's aura, wary and puzzled this wasn't a human. "Little bug, you're burning me." Su Chiye looked down at the snake demon, his red eyes flashed, and he suddenly dropped from the sky, instantly grabbed the snake demon, and stepped firmly on its tail with one foot. Hiss. The snake demon struggled desperately, and huge power came from its body, but for Su Chiye, who had transformed into his true form as a vampire, this little power was not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 18. I am afraid that I won't be able to eat at night. Bang! 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 Su Chiye held down the snake demon's front half with his left hand and hammered down with his right hand, causing the ground to gradually collapse. His fists were strong enough, and the snake demon's head was also strong enough, but the ground was too soft to cause much damage to the snake demon's head. Fuck, that's too fierce. Cheng Xiuhao felt pain for the snake demon when he saw it. Monk Huikong had already turned around silently and started chanting the Buddha's name. "Bald donkey, you can't bear it anymore?" Yi Jin asked with some doubt. Ba. Monk Huikong said quietly, "I'm just worried that I won't be able to eat tonight." Everyone in the Special Affairs Bureau. Hiss. The snake demon's head suddenly turned around, and a mouthful of green flame spewed out, covering half of Su Chiye's body. Not far away, Feng Weiman stood up with his tang sword, watching the fierce fight between a man and a snake. "I felt a little upset I hadn't dealt with the D-level snake demon yet, and now a vampire appeared and beat the snake demon? Daywalker." Feng Weiman narrowed his eyes. The only one who could maintain such combat effectiveness under the sun could be a daywalker. "Director Feng, should we take advantage of their stalemate and directly bombard the area with artillery fire?" Xiang Jian walked up to Feng Weiman and whispered that it would be best if they could directly use artillery fire to deal with these two monsters. Su Chiye's ears twitched, and his red eyes glanced at Xiang Jian from afar. Bang, bang, bang. Xiang Jian took 3 steps back, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Call. With a flap of his flesh wings, a strong wind blew up, and the green flames attached to Su Chiye were blown away in an instant. Hiss. The snake demon struggled frantically, trying to break free from Su Chiye's control, but its strength was not enough, and it could only watch itself getting higher and higher from the ground. Su Chiye grabbed the snake demon's head and tail, flapped his fleshy wings and flew into the sky, flying higher and higher. When he reached a height of about several hundred meters, his hands and feet loosened. Hiss. The snake demon's only remaining eyes were filled with fear. It twisted its body, trying to stop its fall, but contrary to its wishes, its falling speed not only did not slow down, but became faster and faster. Hiss. The snake demon was getting closer and closer to the ground, and could even see the flowers and plants on the ground. It roared in fear and tried desperately to adjust its position with its tail facing down. Whoosh! Just as the snake demon was about to fall to the ground, Tsuchiya grabbed its tail and, using the force of the fall, gently swung it. The snake demon's bones were directly dislocated and it became limp. Is this vampire preying on a snake demon? Feng Weiman was a little surprised. A daywalker preying on a snake demon? No, it's not a daywalker. If it were a daywalker, it would definitely explode and die after drinking the snake demon's blood. Even the blood core will explode. Feng Weiman looked at the black spot gradually disappearing in the sky, suddenly collapsed to the ground, muttering. Sunlight has no limits on it, and blood food can't restrain it. Even if its weakness is silver, it's still difficult to deal with. Are we going to be defeated? I believe it's just an isolated case. If they had really evolved to this point, we would have been kept in captivity long ago. Xiang Jian squatted down, retracted his gaze from the horizon, and said with a smile, now you are the most seriously injured in this battle. Feng Weiman. The people from the Special Affairs Bureau and the soldiers from the 351st Secret Operations Unit began to clean up the mess. Tsuchiya flew all the way south and found a sparsely populated forest and went in. Hiss. The snake demon's body collapsed, and it stared at Tsuchiya with vicious eyes, as if it wanted to eat him alive. Fresh blood food. Tsuchiya stepped on the snake demon, his red eyes filled with excitement and greed. He couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, how tempting. Hiss. The long and sharp canine fangs directly pierced the snake demon's scales and flesh and penetrated into the blood vessels. Fresh blood flowed into Tsuchiya's body along the canine fangs, and a warm and comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Gulp! 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 As he swallowed mouthful after mouthful of blood, the essence of the blood was extracted and integrated into his body. Tsuchiya felt that he was truly full for the second time. The first time was when he was promoted from a blood servant to a baron, but at that time he drank chicken blood and pig blood, which tasted really hard to swallow. Waves of drowsiness came over Tsuchiya as he looked at the snake demon that was breathing out more than breathing in. The canine fangs pierced its blood vessels again, and after a moment, all the blood in the snake demon's body flowed into his stomach. Burp! Tsuchiya exhaled, and the huge flesh wings behind him suddenly shrank. His body gradually shrank back to normal size, but his clothes had long been burned, and he was now naked. Swish! Tsuchiya smiled bitterly and revealed his true form as a vampire again. He flew into the sky. At least in mid-air, it was difficult for others to see his naked body. Yixing Building. It was noon and the sun shone through the window onto Tsuchiya. He lay quietly on the bed, his hands folded on his chest, as if he had died. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel poked its head out of the kitchen and saw that Tsuchiya was still asleep. It quietly climbed to the top of the refrigerator and opened the door of the fresh-keeping layer. There were a few eggs inside. It took a bite with its little mouth and gently took one out. Puff! The refrigerator door closed automatically. The fat squirrel looked at Tsuchiya again and quietly slipped down from the top of the refrigerator. It didn't notice that the moment the refrigerator door closed, Tsuchiya's eyelids twitched slightly. How long have I slept? This was Tsuchiya's first thought after waking up. The sleep he received during his rank advancement was different from his usual rest. This time, he was as silent as death. My rank advancement is over? This was the second thought that came to Tsuchiya's mind. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he opened his eyes and immediately called up his personal panel. Tsuchiya. Genus, blood. Rank, Viscount. Hematospermia, 18022-100000. Ability, Immortality, possessing a powerful, ageless body with 50 times the strength, speed, and stamina of an adult, and the ability to control one's own metabolism and nerve sensations. Super Regeneration, Super Six Senses, creature deterrence upgraded from animal deterrence, can deter all creatures. Superior thinking can tap into all of one's own memories, activate brain neurons, actively block emotions, and possess excellent learning and information analysis abilities. Telepathy, the ability to perceive the inner world of living beings and establish induction with non-living things. Not only did I successfully advance my rank, but I also gained two new abilities, super thinking and telepathy. Tsuchiya sat up from the bed and looked at the time he had recorded. He had slept for 9 days from the time he returned to the apartment until now, which was 3 times longer than the time he was promoted from a blood servant to a baron. Chi-Chi. A fat squirrel poked its head out from the kitchen and saw Su-Chi sitting up at first sight, then made a chirp sound. Why did the great devil suddenly wake up? He shouldn't be hungry now, right? Oh my god, he keeps staring at me. Is he going to eat me? The fat squirrel froze in place, not moving. Su-Chi looked at the fat squirrel in surprise. He just concentrated his attention a little bit and was able to read the fat squirrel's thoughts and hear what was in its heart. Little fat rat, come here. Su-Chi waved at it. It's over. The big devil wants me to come over. What should I do? Oh my god, someone come and save me, chirp chirp. Chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel walked to the bedside in a daze, with a look of despair on his face. Su-Chi reached out, grabbed the fat squirrel by the scruff of its neck, and lifted it up in front of him. Are you so afraid of me? And you still call me Big Devil? Chirp. The fat squirrel was stunned for a moment. It stared at Su-Chi blankly, but its heart was in turmoil. How did the great devil know that I called him the great devil? Has the great demon king become even more powerful? Could it be that he has learned to read minds? Su-Chi smiled and said, Little fatty, it's not wise to say bad things about people behind their backs. Maybe someone will actually learn mind reading. Ah! My master is a handsome, charming, and outstanding man. My admiration for him is like a surging river. The fat squirrel immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. Su-Chi shook his head and couldn't help laughing. He let go of the fat squirrel, closed his eyes and began to adapt to the changes after his rank promotion. Let us talk about super thinking first. In the terms of the game, this is considered a passive skill, or in other words, except for immortality, other abilities with the word super are passive skills. With his super powerful mind, he felt that he could enter a state of being free from worries and desires at any time. In addition, countless memories flooded out from every corner of my brain. The conversation between the doctor and my mother at birth, the pain from growing bones, the cry when I fell off the bed at the age of 1. Countless fragments of memories emerged, bringing him endless associations, like dreams, which were both somewhat unreal and incredible. Su-Chi opened his eyes and glanced around the room. Seeing that the room was a bit messy, he immediately became restless. Is this my room? It's too messy. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he stood up from the bed, walked down and started to clean up. As if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, he threw away what should be thrown away and hid what should be hidden. After a while, the whole room became tidy and orderly. What is this? Super obsessive-compulsive disorder? Su-Chi rubbed his temples. This ability is not bad, but the side effects seem to be quite obvious. Telepathy needs to be tested elsewhere. Su-Chi looked at the midday sun outside, made up his mind, walked to the window, lay on the lounge chair and basked in the sun. There is no rush to take the ability test, but if you miss the midday sun, you will lose it. Liangming Office of the Special Affairs Bureau. Director Feng Weiman stood in the conference hall with a crutch. A photo was projected on the screen of the hall. A huge python was lying on the ground, surrounded by countless flies. It had obviously been dead for a long time. 9 days ago, we carried out a mission codenamed Great Wall. This was our mission objective. Feng Weiman pointed at the picture on the screen with a page-turning pen. This is a D-class snake demon. It has demonic power to protect it. Heavy machine guns can't break its defenses. Even tank guns may not be able to cause damage to it, but there are 2 bite marks on its body. Feng Weiman enlarged the photo, and 2 bite marks on the snake demon's neck artery were clearly visible. The expressions of the 75 executors present were all solemn. They had all participated in the Great Wall mission and knew that it was a vampire that captured the snake demon, but when they saw the snake demon's corpse at this moment, they still felt a chill. A vampire that can completely overpower a basilisk in daylight. Feng Weiman's eyes were sharp, and he pressed the page-turning pen in his hand. The photo on the screen was replaced with a blurry photo of the real vampire. Is it an outlier among the daywalkers, or a different kind of vampire we've never known about? Not only is it incredibly powerful, it can also ignore sunlight. Comrades, our Great Wall mission has both succeeded and failed. Now, all teams, disperse throughout the city. We must find this vampire before it strikes again. Yes. At night, in the Bugarin bar in Teda shopping mall. Bartender Anthony never expected that a customer would order a bottle of Nongfu Spring 9 days ago. I came here again today and ordered a bottle of Namfu Spring. What does he mean by that? I'm a bartender who mixes drinks, not a fountain maker who mixes water. Thank you. Tsuchiya showed an inexplicable smile on his face, completely ignoring the bartender's inner complaints. He gently shook the small goblet in his hand, walked to the corner of the bar, and moved his eyes around, looking for his target. Chapter 19. Did the poor guy come to the bar to pick up corpses? A singer, immersed in her performance on stage, said, I truly love music, but no one in my family supports me. What should I do? I feel so lost. A drunken young man at the bar, why? I'm obviously the most diligent and experienced person in the company, so why wasn't I chosen for the promotion? Is it just because I didn't give any gifts? The dancer in the ballroom said, looks like there aren't any big spenders today. The couple was hugging each other tightly, and the man thought to himself, I must get her tonight, hee hee. The woman was thinking, young Master Wang is going to ask me out tomorrow. What excuse should I come up with? The young man dancing crazily on the dance floor, I am the most eye-catching person in this bar. The short-haired girl drinking alone said, a vampire came here 9 days ago. Could it be that he preyed on the snake demon? Will he come back here again? Tsuchiya's gaze swept across the bar, listening to everyone's inner thoughts, and finally fell on the back of the short-haired girl. He sniffed and smelled the familiar sweet scent and that unique flavor. Yi Yu? Tsuchiya found his target, smiled, picked up the goblet and walked over. Yi Yu was feeling a little annoyed at this moment. In the Great Wall mission, she was the only one who was not affected by the snake demon's strange attack, so she saw the whole process very clearly, but she couldn't see anything clearly, such as the vampire's face. What a coincidence. Tsuchiya sat down opposite Yi Yu with a smile on his face. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Is it weird that I'm here? Tsuchiya was a little surprised. This is a bar. It's normal for a young person like me to come here. Yi Yu said and said sullenly, I'll give you a piece of advice, don't wander around when you have nothing to do, if you run into a bad guy, you might lose your life. Maybe one day I'll see your corpse in the office, with all the blood sucked out. Tsuchiya heard Yi Yu's inner thoughts and smiled calmly, if the two of us were walking down the street, would the bad guys go after you, a little girl, first, or me, a rough guy? Yi Yu pursed her lips and was about to retort when a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind, right, why would that vampire hunt snake demons? He also hunted fox demons in this bar. Could it be that the blood of ordinary animals can no longer satisfy him? That's right, that must be the case. So, we, the executors, casting a wide net to find him, are actually food delivered to our door? Yi Yu shuddered, raised his eyes and looked at Tsuchiya, his tone a little flustered. Thank you for reminding me, I'll treat you to dinner another day, I'm going home first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yu hurriedly stood up and walked out of the no-return bar. Director phone, I think we need to call our people back immediately. Yi Yu's voice was faintly heard outside the bar and fell into Tsuchiya's ears. Tsuchiya took a sip of the mineral water in the goblet, shook his head and smiled. He was not one of those crazy vampires, so why would he hunt down executors of a special agency? Tisk, if it's Yi Jin or Yi Yu, it wouldn't be nice to capture them and take them back to have a few inhalations? Tsuchiya thought happily. Handsome guy, is anyone here? A pretty girl with a beautiful smile asked with a smile. No one. Tsuchiya focused his attention on the girl, and his telepathy automatically activated. The girl sat down, curling her hair with her fingers, and said in a coquettish tone, Handsome, why are you drinking here alone? Is that white wine or mineral water in the goblet? Guess what's in my glass, is it white wine or mineral water? Tsuchiya said with a frivolous smile. The girl, pretending to be coquettish, scolded, Handsome guy, you're such a jokester. Of course it's liquor. Why would someone drink mineral water in a bar? Of course it's mineral water. How can I sell him alcohol without mentioning it? Tsuchiya took a sip of mineral water and smiled. You are a very smart girl. You must have guessed that the glass contained mineral water, but you said it was liquor. You are quite smart. Is it really mineral water? Drinking mineral water in a bar? What are you thinking, handsome guy? Can't you afford the bar? The girl showed a surprised expression on her face, but she was secretly complaining in her heart. Tsuchiya's mouth curled up slightly. I can't afford to buy wine, so I can only drink mineral water. Oh. The girl showed disappointment on her face. Let me guess what you're thinking. Tsuchiya teased, a poor guy comes to the bar? Are you looking for excitement? Or do you want to pick up corpses? The girl had a bewildered expression on her face. How would I know what you're thinking? Tsuchiya said with a teasing smile, of course I'm not a devil, I'm just good at psychology. Just like right now, I can probably guess what you're thinking. A trace of fear flashed in the girl's eyes, and she thought about leaving. Want to find the next fundus? Tsuchiya gestured gently with his wineglass in hand. Goodbye, and don't talk to strangers like me easily in the future, otherwise you might be eaten to the bone. When the girl heard this, she immediately stood up and left her seat as if she had seen a ghost. This ability is quite interesting. Tsuchiya looked into the bar, but all the customers in his sight looked ordinary. Even with 2 bosses worth over 100 million, they didn't provide any valuable information, so he withdrew his gaze and began to study another function of telepathy. Establishing a connection with non-living things? The scope of inanimate objects is very broad. A coin is one example, and so is this bar. It's impossible that all non-living things can establish a sense of connection, right? Tsuchiya looked carefully at the goblet in his hand and focused his attention. After a while, a vague connection emerged in his mind, as if he could sense the goblet no matter where it was. So magical? Tsuchiya took out a 100 yuan note from his wallet, thought for a moment, and then changed it to a 10 yuan note. After concentrating his attention, he also established a sense of connection with the 10 yuan note. Tsuchiya walked out of the underground entertainment venue and casually threw away the 10 yuan note that had established the induction. After a while, a breeze blew and the 10 yuan note was rolled up, and no one knew where it flew away. We really need to consider the funding issue. After all, vampires need to eat too. Playing with stocks? Or start a company? Tsuchiya's brain started working rapidly. After a moment, he looked relaxed, took out his mobile phone and booked a one-way ticket. He chose the simplest and most profitable method. Xiaqingshan Villa District, Liangming City. Yi Jin and Yi Yu were sitting cross-legged in meditation on the balcony on the 3rd floor. This was their evening class. The so-called evening class was not about breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, because there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the world. They were reciting Taoist scriptures silently. The 2 people practiced at the same time, which is what Xianqing Temple calls dual cultivation. The ups and downs of yin and yang and emotional fluctuations when reciting Taoist scriptures will affect each other. If one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer. Half an hour later, the evening class ended. Yi Yu opened her eyes first and looked at Yi Jin. Big Yi, are you sure the bite mark on your shoulder is from that vampire? Basically, there is nothing wrong with that. Yi Jin still had his eyes closed, as if realizing something. I can directly suppress a D-level snake demon in the sunlight, and even kill it easily. It could only be this one. Our borders are monitored by the Beidou instrument. It's unacceptable that we missed such a powerful vampire. There won't be a second one. But our Liangming city is not close to the border. Yi Yu was a little confused and muttered to himself. Furthermore, the official website announcement didn't mention this vampire smuggling. If a mere baron could track him down, then why can't the Earl be tracked down? According to the classification of the world's alien creatures, the Earl is equivalent to sea level. Whether it's a vampire, a demon, or a human, breaking through sea level will give rise to some unique abilities, such as enhanced sixth senses, the ability to avoid danger without hearing or seeing. Or maybe it's mental interference. Just by looking at you, I can hypnotize you directly. Yi Jin suddenly paused as she spoke. She asked with some confusion, the snake demon in the southern suburbs seems to have displayed a strange mental attack. Could it be the same as our Yi family? Yi Yu shook his head upon hearing this and said firmly, absolutely impossible. Our Yi family's bloodline was accumulated through countless ancestors' hard work. How could a snake demon be the same as us? Yi Jin nodded, what you said makes some sense. Miss. A breathless cry came from the 2nd floor. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Yi Jin and Yi Yu stood up and walked down the stairs to the 3rd floor, where they happened to run into the female nanny climbing up the stairs. Aunt Xiang, what's wrong? Yi Jin asked in confusion. Aunt Xiang took a breath and said, Mr. Yi called and it sounded urgent. Yi Jin and Yi Yu's expressions changed and they hurried downstairs. They kept their cell phones in the bedroom on the 1st floor when they were doing morning and evening classes. They never carry their phones with them, because if the phone rings, their evening classes will be wasted. Dad? Yi Jin picked up the phone from the bed and saw that the call status on the screen was still on. He asked hesitantly. Zizi. There was a noise coming from the phone, which sounded very chaotic. He, the night is our home turf. I heard that your blood contains rich energy. I wonder what it tastes like. A sharp voice like the clanging of metal came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Kanas, you damn, dirty, smelly corpse, don't steal my food. Yi is my delicacy. Another rough and barbaric voice sounded, and the owner of the voice seemed to be at odds with the previous one. Kanas sneered, Romanfu, do you want to experience the feeling of losing blood? Romanfu said disdainfully, you are just a stink bug. Before they could finish their words, a voice with an authentic Daxia accent interrupted them. This is the border of Daxia. I am Daxia's executor. If you want to invade Daxia, you must first step over my dead body. Over our dead bodies. Ugly Western maggots, get back to your shithole. I will never retreat. The sounds came one after another. Yi Jin and Yi Yu covered their mouths when they heard the voice coming from the phone receiver, and their hearts were in their throats. Hello? A gentle voice came from the receiver. Dad. Yi Jin's eyes were slightly red. A gentle voice sounded again, Dad is fine. It's just that the stinking creatures from the west want to use Haojiang City to open the door to Daxia. With us here, how can they break in so easily? Are you really okay? Yi Jin couldn't help but worry. We are not 100 years ago, don't worry. There was a hint of tenderness in the gentle voice. By the way, you guys have to be careful inland. Although they can't break through our defenses, I'm worried that a few small fish will slip in. You must pay attention to safety. Yeah. Yi Jin nodded. Also, don't let Dad push you. You and Xiao Yu are not young anymore, it's time to find a husband. I think the two sons of the East China Sea Defense Army Marshal are both good. What do you think? Chapter 20, 9 out of 10 gambling scams. Dad, this is what you really want to say, right? Yi Jin was deeply suspicious of his father's intention in calling. Ahem, young people should look around first. I think it's a good idea. There was a hint of embarrassment in the gentle voice on the other end of the phone. Yi Yu snatched the phone away and snorted, Dad, you don't have to worry about our affairs. Don't worry, if we have a child in the future, it will definitely be named Yi. Okay. The gentle voice immediately laughed heartily. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Yi Jin's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Yu. Big Leaf, is there any problem? Yi Yu blinked innocently. Yi Jin had a blank expression on her face, no problem. I'll get my hair cut tomorrow. From now on, you'll be Yi Jin and I'll be Yi Yu. You'll go on the blind dates and you'll give birth to the child. After saying that, Yi Jin turned and walked out of the room. Hey, Big Leaf, I'm doing this for your own good. Yi Yu shouted, trying hard to suppress his laughter. When Yi Jin heard this, he stopped and turned back. Yi Yu chuckled, why, have you figured it out? Yi Jin pointed to the door, this is my room, get out. Yi Yu. Yixing Building. Su Chiya looked at the balance in his bank card with a thoughtful look on his face. Luckily, there's still over 12,000 left. If there were only over 1,000, I'd probably have to refund the plane ticket. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel jumped on the table in dissatisfaction. Su Chiya glanced at it and said, it ran away, it's not a big monster, just a small monster. The treasure in its hand must not be very good, otherwise how could it have gotten it? Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet, and even rolled on the table. Okay, I'll take you with me to Haojiang City this time. Su Chiya said helplessly. Ever since returning from the bar, the fat squirrel has been chirping non-stop, annoying him. Chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel was still not satisfied. Su Chiya glared at him, are you rebelling? If you keep on making noises, I'll eat you up. Mouth. The fat squirrel was so scared that he covered his mouth and dared not make another sound. Su Chiya picked up Mysteries of the Human Body on the table and continued to read it. During the long nights, he could only pass the time by reading, and the information on the application of certain abilities in this book was very helpful to him. Grumble. The fat squirrel muttered quietly, slid off the table, and quietly slipped back into the small kitchen. After a while, the sound of burning flames came from the small kitchen. It was quiet late at night, with the only sounds in the apartment being the sound of Su Chiya flipping through pages and the fat squirrel snoring. The next morning, Liangming City Airport. Su Chiya held his boarding pass and prepared to go through security to board the plane. There are clear regulations on flying that pets are not allowed, but fat squirrels are obviously not ordinary pets. It slipped into Su Chiya's backpack and somehow managed to get through airport security. In the economy class, Su Chiya looked at the middle-aged man sitting next to him, smiled slightly, and walked to the window seat and sat down. "Young man, you look familiar. Are you a celebrity?" The middle-aged man looked at Su Chiya carefully and asked with a smile. "Uncle, have you ever seen a celebrity flying economy class?" Su Chiya asked back with a smile, and looked at the airport runway outside the window. Sure enough, he saw someone holding a sign inside the fence. The slogan sounds like G and I time A, but he doesn't pay much attention to celebrities. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yeah, celebrities all fly first class and business class." Dear passengers. The plane's announcement began, reminding passengers to fasten their seatbelts and turn off their phones or to airplane mode. Su Chiya stood up, opened the backpack on the luggage rack to a gap the size of a fist, then sat back in his seat and fastened his seatbelt. After a while, the flight attendants came over to check, and after confirming that there was no problem, the plane officially took off. "Young man, are you from Haojiang?" The middle-aged uncle was free and started chatting with Su Chiya. "No, I'm just going to Haojiang to play for a few days." Su Chiya replied with a smile. The middle-aged man said oh and touched his slightly bald forehead. "As someone who has experienced it," he said, "young man, you can do whatever you want in Haojiang, but remember one thing, don't go into a casino. Once you set foot in, half your life will be ruined." Su Chiya was slightly startled when he heard this. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged uncle shook his head. "You young people always want to get rich overnight and think you are the god of gamblers. If you go to the casino, not only will you lose everything, but you'll also end up owing a ton of loan sharks. That'll ruin half your life." "Uncle, you seem to be familiar with these?" Su Chiya became interested and started chatting with the middle-aged uncle. "I go to Haojiang almost every month to earn some money to support my family. I've seen a lot of young people like you," the middle-aged man said with some regret in his eyes. When the plane took off, it trembled slightly due to the impact of the airflow, but it quickly stabilized. "Chi-chi." The fat squirrel poked his head out of the backpack on the luggage rack and looked at Su Chiya. The middle-aged man heard the sound, looked up, and said in surprise, "Young man, you are really capable. You can actually bring your pet on the plane." "Chi-chi." The fat squirrel climbed out of the backpack and jumped from the luggage rack into Su Chiya's arms. "They're just some trifling tricks, uncle. From what you've said, there are many tricks in this casino, right?" Su Chiya gently touched the fat squirrel's head and asked in surprise. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Of course there are ways to do that. As the old saying goes, 9 out of 10 gambling scams. How can you make money without using tricks?" "Uncle, did you come to Haojiang this time just to go to the casino?" Su Chiya understood the meaning of the words. The middle-aged man sitting next to him was probably a professional gambler who made a living by gambling. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "What else?" "Why, are you tempted?" "A little bit." Su Chiya smiled secretly in his heart. What a coincidence, he also came here for the casino. The middle-aged man shook his head and stretched out his left hand. His left pinky and ring fingers were already severed. "Young man, did you see that? These 2 fingers are what I lost in the casino over the years. Listen to my uncle's advice, there are some things you can't touch." Su Chiya nodded seriously at first, then shook his head. "My destination is the same as yours, the casino. But I'm different from you, no one would dare to chop off my fingers." "Oh, I didn't realize you were from a prominent family?" The middle-aged man looked him up and down, but couldn't see anything special about the young man. "How about forming a partnership?" Su Chiya said with a smile. The middle-aged man was a little surprised. "Young man, are you serious? Truer than real gold." Su Chiya stretched out his hand. "My name is Su Chiya. What's your name, uncle?" "My surname is Wu, and my given name is Liang." The middle-aged man shook his hand and said with a slightly odd smile, "Young man, your hands are a little cold. I have a hand warmer here. Would you like to warm them up?" The corner of Su Chiya's eye twitched slightly. Cold hands mean weakness? This is clearly a sequelae of becoming a vampire, and the body temperature is only 3 degrees lower than that of ordinary people. Haojiang City is the city with the strongest capital atmosphere in Daxia Kingdom, and it is also the only place where casinos are allowed to open. The nightlife here is even more lively than that in Jinghua City and Honghai City. Along the way, Su Qiye and Wu Liang talked a lot about the inside story of the casinos in Haojiang City. Haojiang has 5 large casinos, opened by the 5 major local business families, which both compete with each other and support each other. There are dealers and floor officials in the casino lobby. The dealers are responsible for the affairs of the gambling table and can theoretically control the wins and losses. But most of the time they intervene without permission, firstly because they are afraid of disrupting order and secondly because it will affect their reputation. The hall official is also called the public relations officer, whose main job is to guide gamblers to play in different ways. Gamblers get tips if they win and commissions if they lose. The plane landed at Haojiang City Airport and the two got off the plane together. "Brother Su, have you booked a hotel?" Wu Liang asked. Su Qiye shook his head. "I don't know how many days I'll stay yet, I haven't booked anything yet." "Then let's go to the casino first?" There is a chain of casinos under the He Group near the airport. It's not big and there are not many experts. It's just suitable for people like us who are neither good nor bad. Wu Liang said with a smile. "Listen to Angkor. Gold Coast Casino Airport Road Branch. Brother Su, how many chips do you plan to exchange?" Wu Liang took out a bank card from his men's card wallet and asked with a smile. Su Qiye took out his bank card from his wallet and said calmly, "This is my first time here, I'm not very familiar with the place, let me take 10,000 to explore the area first." Wu Liang laughed inwardly. At some gambling tables, 10,000 chips were not even enough for a single bet. He had seen all kinds of people in the casino, but this brother Su in front of him didn't look noble at all from head to toe. It was likely that this 10,000 was all his belongings. Another young man who won't turn back until he hits the wall. Wu Liang sighed secretly. He had persuaded him as much as he could. Whether he lives or dies depends entirely on his own fate. "Sir, how many chips would you like to exchange?" the casino staff asked with a smile. 1 million. 10,000. Wu Liang and Su Qiye spoke at the same time. The 2 staff members in front of the counter nodded in response and quickly exchanged chips for the 2 of them. "Brother Su, can I take you in for a look?" Wu Liang suggested with a smile. "Brother Wu, I can go shopping by myself, you can have fun." Su Qiye politely declined Wu Liang's kindness and turned to walk into the casino. He turned his vision and hearing to the maximum, distinguishing the various gambling games in the venue, trying to find the one that would be most beneficial to him. The beautiful ladies in the casino caught a glimpse of Su Qiye walking in, glanced at him, and then looked away. How much can a person whose clothes, all worth no more than 500 yuan, bet? No matter whether they win or lose, they won't get much, so there's no need to take it too seriously. When Wu Liang walked in, the eyes of the beautiful female officials lit up and they immediately judged, this is a rich middle-aged uncle. Crash. The sound of shaking dice was heard. Su Qiye stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. At 3 or 5 gambling tables, the dealers were rolling the dice and the gamblers were busy betting on the points. Points? Su Qiye walked to a gambling table and looked at the 16 gambling items on the table from 3 o'clock to 18 o'clock. The casino is the banker. If the gambler wins the bet, the casino will pay out half the amount corresponding to the points. If the bet is wrong, all the chips will belong to the casino. Crash. The sound of dice rang out again, and a clattering sound came from the dice cup. Su Qiye moved his ears slightly, collecting all the sounds of the dice rolling and the air vibrating into his brain, and instantly built a model to simulate the final number of the dice. After a moment, the dice stopped rolling. "I bet 16. I bet on 13. I bet on 18. Almost all gamblers bet on high numbers, and a few bet on several numbers at the same time. 7 o'clock. Su Qiye stared at the dice cup and thought to himself. Although he didn't have X-ray vision, he analyzed the sound and came to a conclusion of 7 points. Open. The dealer opened the dice cup and said, 7. "Oh, we lost again," a group of gamblers sighed. However, they were all small gamblers, only betting tens or hundreds of dollars at a time, so they didn't feel bad when they lost. At the end of the day, they even lost less than at other gambling tables. Chapter 21. So enthusiastic? Crash. The dice rolled again. Su Qiye continued to listen attentively until the dice stopped rolling, but he still did not place a bet. After the cup was opened, the points matched the result he heard. He repeated this several times, and after he was completely familiar with it, the dealer spoke again, "Please place your bets." The dealer smiled as he would get a commission from all the money lost by the gamblers at his table. 17. I'm still betting on 13. I bet on 9. Tsuchiya pondered for a moment, then pushed all 10,000 chips in his hand into the box corresponding to 3 points. I bet on 3 points. 3 points? Brother, 3 points has the lowest odds. If you bet 10,000 at a time, you will lose everything if you lose this time. A gambler advised. Yeah, follow my lead. Bet on 4 big numbers, 100 on each. If you win, you can multiply your money several times. Don't try to persuade him. This young man is more courageous and has more ideas than us. Some gamblers also disagreed. Tsuchiya gave a polite yet slightly awkward smile in return. I'll bet on 3. Open. The dealer lifted the lid of the cup. 3. Wow, it really is 3 o'clock. That's fine, little brother. Maybe it's just good luck. The dealer smiled slightly and gave Tsuchiya 15,000 chips. His eyes were full of meaning and he said, good luck, sir. Crash. The dice started rolling again, but strangely, after the dice stopped, no gambler at the table placed a bet, and all their eyes were on Tsuchiya. These gamblers are quite clever. Tsuchiya smiled inwardly, took out 5,000 chips and threw them on 9 points. Seeing this, other gamblers followed suit and placed their bets. Open. The dealer glanced at Tsuchiya and lifted the lid of the cup. 11 o'clock. Damn, it really is like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Fuck, what a loss. I should have known not to follow. Tsuchiya's eyes flickered slightly, and he instantly heard the thoughts of these people. He also pretended to be distressed. You lost just like that? Crash. The sound of dice rang out again, and the gamblers placed their bets according to their old routine. Tsuchiya focused his attention and judged from the gamblers' thoughts how many people would bet with him. After the last misjudgment, the gamblers at the table did not blindly follow the bets again. Please place your bets, everyone. The dealer smiled and finally felt relieved. 18 o'clock. Tsuchiya's ears moved slightly, and he saw that other gamblers had placed their bets. He just bet all his 10,000 chips on 18 points, pretending to be impulsive and saying, I might as well just go all in and leave if I lose everything. Open. The dealer opened the lid of the cup. 18. Fuck. 9 times. 10,000 became 90,000. Mad, why didn't you bet with him? I only bet 100, and I lost a lot. The gamblers were jealous and filled with envy when they saw the dealer paying Tsuchiya 90,000 chips. Tsuchiya deliberately showed a look of surprise and took the chips in front of him. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel sat on Tsuchiya's shoulder and looked at the gamblers as if they were fools. As if to say, you mortals, are you worthy enough to be jealous of my master? Not even close. Guest, would you like to play a few more rounds? The dealer asked with a wry smile. Tsuchiya waved his hand. It depends too much on luck. I won't play anymore. Let's try mahjong. The jealousy of the gamblers eased a little as they watched him leave. At least most people were losing like them, so they could feel a little more balanced. At Haojiang City Airport, a passenger plane slowly landed. The cabin door opened and passengers got off one after another. Among them, 2 girls with outstanding temperament, fair skin, and beautiful looks attracted passers-by to turn their heads frequently. Yi, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'm going to rebel. The short-haired girl Yu tore off a yellow talisman from the inside of her clothes. It was a puppet talisman. The person who was stuck with it would be controlled by the talisman master like a puppet. Eugene stopped and smiled gently. What explanation? Didn't you say you wanted to come out and hide? Yu was stunned. I said I wanted to hide from Marshal Lin's son, but I didn't say I wanted to come to Haojiang City. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Dad definitely didn't expect us to come here. Yi Jin's eyes flashed with cunning. Even if Marshal Lin's son goes to the Liangming office to ask, Director Phone will say that we went to Jinghua City. Won't Dad and Marshal Lin check the boarding records? Yi Yu felt desperate at the thought of being chased and nagged by his dad. Yi Jin smiled mysteriously. No, I used magic to deceive the airport ticket inspector, security inspector, and flight attendant. Look at our tickets. Where are we flying to? Yi Yu glanced at the plane ticket and was confused again. Jinghua City? Casino Mahjong General Area. Win, mixed color, 6 points, thanks. Win, 3-color Double Dragon Club, 16 points, thanks. Win, 3 colors, 3 sections, 8 points, thanks. Win, Big 4, 88, thanks. Tsuchiya keeps his eyes and ears open, using his vision and hearing to the fullest extent with his super eyesight. He can see the cards in his opponent's hand through his eyes. Relying on his keen hearing, he can judge the suit of the cards he has drawn by the blood flow rate in his opponent's body. Relying on this 5 cents plugin, Su Chiya fought his way from the ordinary mahjong area to the member area, and then from the member area to the VIP area. The atmosphere in the monitoring room inside the casino was somewhat solemn. The casino manager, accompanied by a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament, said softly, "Mr. Lai, this is the guest. We checked his video footage. After winning 90,000 yuan in the dice area, he moved on to the mahjong area, winning all 3 gambling areas. His original capital of 10,000 yuan has now increased to 20 million yuan. He paused, then continued, "I asked you to come here specifically because I wanted to trouble you to help check and see if he's cheating." Mr. Lai stared intently at Su Chiya's hands in the surveillance video and frowned slightly. He really didn't find any signs of cheating from the other party, and the cards were provided by the casino, which also ruled out the possibility of cheating by using props. At this time, Su Chiya's voice came from the mahjong table, "Win, 13 yao, 88, thank you very much." As he said, he smiled and put all the chips into his drawer. "Oh, my luck today is really the worst," said a young woman dressed in jewels as she stood up and turned to leave the VIP room. The middle-aged man sitting opposite Su Chiya also smiled and said, "Little brother, you are good at playing cards. Let's play together again when there is a chance." To him, this little money was really nothing. Su Chiya nodded, watched his 3 poker friends leave, then turned to the official standing behind him and said, "Exchange all my chips for millions." This official was specially arranged by the casino to be by his side. "Okay, sir." The official hurriedly took the chips on a tray and went to exchange them. After a while, he brought back 22 blue $1 million chips and some loose chips. "It has a beginning and an end." Su Chiya raised his head and glanced in the direction of the micro-surveillance camera, smiling mysteriously. In the monitoring room, the casino manager saw Su Chiya's action and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. What does he want to do? Mr. Lai also felt that something was amiss. Is he going to the dice area to gamble again? In the dice area, Su Chiya returned to the gambling table where he had bet on points for the first time. The gamblers surrounding the table had changed. After the dice stopped rolling, the dealer recognized Su Chiya and greeted him with a smile. "Sir, would you like to place your bet?" He saw the official behind Su Chiya and thought that this man must have won a lot, otherwise the casino would not have specially arranged for an official to follow him. "You invited me so warmly, it would be disrespectful not to play." Su Chiya smiled slightly, picked up a blue $1 million chip, and threw it on the 10 points. "Open." The dealer lifted the lid of the cup, 11 o'clock. The gamblers around the gambling table all turned their eyes to Su Chiya, with expressions of heartache, regret, pity, and some even mocking and gloating. Gamblers all have similar thoughts. They all hope to win big and make others lose everything. In the monitoring room, the casino manager breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su Chiya had won more than 20 million in the mahjong area before. But that is other gamblers' money, and the casino can still collect the handling fee. But the dice area is different. The casino is the banker in the dice area. Once the gambler wins, then the casino will have to pay compensation, because the gamblers win the casino's real money. The dice stopped rolling again, and the dealer's eyes fell on Su Chiya. Su Chiya still smiled slightly and threw a blue $1 million chip on 17 points. "Open." The dealer lifted the lid of the cup, 4. Suddenly, there were sighs around the gambling table. Su Chiya shook his head and thought to himself that no wonder Wu Liang had been advising him before. If someone else was here, they might not be able to stop in time. He didn't place any bets the next few times. Clatter. The dice stopped rolling again. 18 o'clock, it's finally here. Su Chiya's eyes moved, and he watched other gamblers place their bets calmly. "Sir, would you like to place a bet?" The dealer looked at Su Chiya as usual. After all, the pile of blue $1 million chips was too tempting. "Then let's play." Su Chiya glanced at the dealer with a half smile, then bet all the 20 million chips in his hand on 18 points. The dealer's eyelids twitched suddenly, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. It felt like the same situation happened last time when 10,000 turned into 90,000. "Open. Open. Open." The gamblers looked at the 20 million chips bet on 18 points with their eyes wide open, and the red bloodshot in their eyes became thicker, as if they were the ones betting the money. "Open it." Su Chiya looked at the dealer calmly. The dealer lifted the lid of the cup with a trembling hand. After seeing the number on the dice, he collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? How could it be 18 again? Wow! The dice area instantly went wild. 9 times the odds. 9 times the odds, 180 million. You're crazy. This must be the god of gamblers. 180 million. The explosive noise in the dice area attracted the attention of gamblers from all over the casino. When they heard that someone had bet 20 million at once and won at 9 times the odds, everyone found it unbelievable. So amazing? This guy is way too lucky. I can't believe that someone can actually make money from a casino. Who is it? Who is so powerful? What a shame. If I were to play other sports, the odds might be even higher. The gamblers gathered around. In the monitoring room, the casino manager had collapsed on the ground. He was in charge of the operation of the airport road branch. Now that such a big incident has occurred, the casino has to pay 180 million in compensation. This is 3 days' profit of the airport road branch. If he pays it out, his superiors will definitely not forgive him and will probably throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. Mr. Lai, Mr. Lai? The casino manager raised his head and hugged Mr. Lai's thigh as if he was grabbing the last straw. I have no idea what to do. Either he is a true gambling god, or he is cheating using some method I don't know about. Mr. Lai gave the casino manager a sympathetic look and said, "It's not convenient for me to get involved in your casino's internal affairs." The casino manager's face was filled with despair. Brother Su? Wu Liang stared in amazement at Su Qiye, who was standing calmly in the middle of the venue. This scene completely overturned his perception of Su Qiye. Chapter 22, Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart. Brother Wu, do you want to play a game together? Su Qiye looked at Wu Liang. After all, the other party had reminded him, so giving him a ride could be considered as repaying the favor. When Wu Liang heard this, he knew Su Qiye was trying to help him make some money, so he nodded happily. It's rare that Brother Su is interested, so I'll go crazy with you for once. Su Qiye smiled and nodded, then turned to look at the dealer slumped on the ground. I heard that our casino has a table reservation rule. A small table in the hall can be reserved for an hour for 20 million? The dealer was startled. Oh my god, why are you staring at me and trying to grab me? The 20 million for booking a table is real, I can give it to anyone but you. The casino lost 180 million in just 1 minute. If this lasted for an hour, the casino would probably have to close down. Since this gentleman wants to gamble, our casino naturally has no reason to refuse. At this time, a well-dressed young man walked over, followed by 4 burly bodyguards. Who are you? Wu Liang looked at the young man in front of him and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. The young man politely introduced himself. My name is He Whiting, and I am the temporary chairman of the Gold Coast Entertainment City in Haojiang City. The third young master of the He Group. Wu Liang exclaimed. The gamblers in the casino were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect He Whiting to appear here. Could it be that the large payout in the dice area this time alarmed him? When everyone thought about it carefully, they felt that it was unlikely. There were a total of 28 Gold Coast Entertainment cities in Haojiang, with a daily profit of over 2 billion. How could a mere compensation of 180 million alarm him? In fact, He Whiting came to pick up 2 friends from the mainland and accompany them to the casino. Even the casino manager was not informed and happened to run into this highest payout event. Hearing that Su Qiye won 180 million with an initial capital of 10,000, he immediately became very interested in Su Qiye. Since Mr. He's Entertainment City has spoken, we naturally have to have a few fun games. Su Qiye smiled as he looked at the dealer at the gambling table and pushed 20 million chips. I'll take this table. When the dealer saw He Whiting come out in person, he immediately calmed down a lot. He stood up and thought to himself, this man won so much. Although Mr. He didn't say it, he must be holding a grudge in his heart. If I do something secretly and make him lose all his money, Mr. He will be so happy that he might even give me a star upgrade. Su Qiye heard the dealer's thoughts and said with a half smile, Mr. He's casino has always had an excellent reputation. If it were an ordinary gambler, the 180 million would probably be lost in the blink of an eye. He Whiting heard the hidden meaning and became more certain of his judgment. This person must be a veteran in the casino with superb gambling skills. If he can be won over, the casino business will be more stable. Sir, you are too kind. But don't worry, if anyone dares to do anything in my casino, I will chop off his hands and feet. After saying that, He Whiting glanced at the dealer. The dealer was startled and instantly understood what he meant. Crash. The dice stopped rolling after about 10 seconds. Su Qi's ears moved slightly, and he immediately heard the number. Brother Wu, trust me, bet on 12 points. Before he finished speaking, he had pushed 100 million chips to 12 points. I believe you, Brother Su. Wu Liang gritted his teeth and bet his only remaining 500,000 chips. Open. 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 The gamblers watching were shouting and staring at the dice cup with red eyes. They were hoping that the number would be 12, but they were also afraid that it would really be 12. They felt extremely conflicted. Open. The dealer made up his mind and opened the lid of the cup. It's really 12 o'clock. 6 times the odds. 100 million times 600 million. Holy crap, this is amazing. Can you even tell the number on the dice? God of gamblers. He's the god of casinos, so awesome. Damn, if I could also hear the number of the dice, why would I have to work so hard? Bang bang bang. He Whiting smiled and clapped his hands softly. Sir, you're truly amazing. It's only 600 million. Consider it a gift to you. 3 million. Wu Liang looked at the 3 million chips in his hand, his face full of surprise. He thought he would lose everything this time, but unexpectedly there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Mr. He, thank you for the compliment. It's just luck. Su Qiye looked at He Whiting and heard the sound of the dice rolling again. 446, 14. 600 million, all bet on 14 points. Su Qiye pushed the 600 million chips to 14 points, and Wu Liang hurriedly followed and bet 3 million. Open. 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 The gamblers around were becoming more and more excited. If the 600 million bet was successful, the casino would have to pay out 4.2 billion directly. From a net worth of 10,000 to a billionaire in just half a day. The dealer's right hand trembled slightly, and he looked at He Whiting with some hesitation. He Whiting smiled slightly. Open it, don't worry. Open. The dealer gritted his teeth and lifted the lid of the cup. It's 14 o'clock. Ah. Crazy. Completely crazy. This is getting rich overnight. 4,200 million. A full 4,200 million. A huge gamble, a legend from 10,000 to 4.2 billion. God of gamblers. God of gamblers. God of gamblers. The gamblers in the casino went completely crazy. Some even fantasized about becoming Su Qiye's apprentice immediately, just to learn the skill of listening to the dice count. He Whiting looked at the dice in the cup and said with a smile, Sir, you are truly a god. If you continue to gamble like this, I'm afraid my small fortune will be completely won by you. Su Qiye understood what you meant and shook his head gently. Things never happen more than 3 times. My luck has ended here. I won't gamble anymore. Sir, you are a wonderful person. Would you be so kind as to come to the box and chat with me? Brother Su. Wu Liang gently tugged at Su Qiye's sleeve and winked secretly, wanting Su Qiye to refuse. After all, he won so much at someone else's place, and everyone knew that this invitation was not simple. It was a hongmen banquet, and he might have to lose all the money he won. Su Qiye waved his hand and said nonchalantly, It's okay. Mister, he invited me. It would be disrespectful of him if I didn't go. Please. He Whiting stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Brother Wu, do you want to join us? Su Qiye looked at Wu Liang. You have to know that Wu Liang bet all 3 million, with odds of 7 times, and now he has 21 million chips in his hand, which makes it easy for other gamblers to target him. Wu Liang's eyes flickered, and his left hand, with only 3 fingers left, trembled slightly. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll sacrifice my life to accompany you. Su Qiye laughed and followed He Whiting upstairs. He thought to himself, he is just a casino owner, what can he do to him? If he is really pissed off, the worst that can happen is that he will burn down this shabby casino. Chirp. The fat squirrel squatted on Su Qiye's shoulder, its eyes rolling around, looking innocent and harmless. Arrived at the VIP reception room on the 3rd floor of the casino. He Whiting asked Su Qiye and Wu Liang to sit down, snapped his fingers, and immediately one of his men came over and handed over a small notebook. I haven't asked for your name yet, sir. My surname is Su Qiye. Su Qiye looked at the small notebook from a distance and felt that it looked like a check holder. Mr. Su, you're awesome. He Whiting took out a pen from his jacket pocket, scribbled a few times on the small notebook, and then tore off a page. This is a check for 4.5 billion. It's for Mr. Su to make it a round number. The extra amount is my wish to make friends with Mr. Su. No reward without merit. Su Chiye's eyes were deep, and he did not take the check immediately. He Whiting smiled lightly. What merits are you talking about? It's just making friends. If Mr. Su continues to gamble, I will lose everything I have. After that, He Whiting wrote another check and handed it to Wu Liang. This is Mr. Su's friend, so naturally he is also my friend. Let's make it a round number. This check for 100 million can be withdrawn or transferred at any Huijiang bank in Haojiang City. Wu Liang was stunned for several seconds, feeling a little flattered. He put the check on the table and said, Here. If Brother Su doesn't want to accept it, I don't dare to accept it either. He Whiting smiled and looked at Su Chiye. He Whiting, love making friends the most. Mr. Su, please rest assured to accept the check. I won't ask you to do anything bad with it. Okay then, thank you very much. Su Chiye was not a rigid person. If someone offered money to him, there was no reason for him to refuse. Moreover, through telepathy, he felt that Bossy really had no bad intentions. I happen to have 2 friends from the mainland who are currently at the entertainment hall. How about introducing them to each other? When He Whiting saw Su Chiye accept the check, a smile spread across his face. He thought to himself that the reason why their He family had been able to stand in Haojiang for 100 years was because they had many friends. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Wu Liang secretly put the check for 100 million into his pocket. Su Chiye shook his head. Forget it, I won't see you again. My 2 mainland friends are both capable people, He Whiting said with a smile. One of them is the boss behind the Donghua Tada Group. Tada shopping malls are located all over the country. I'm sure you 2 have heard of them. Oh? There's another one? Su Chiye showed a curious look on his face. The other one is a high-ranking monk from Fahua Temple, He Whiting said mysteriously. He has a profound understanding of Buddhism. He easily hypnotized my 4 bodyguards right in front of me. Su Chiye became even more interested and thought to himself, is there really such a hypnotist in the world? How about it? Mr. Su, would you like to meet him? He Whiting obviously valued Su Chiye more. After all, he knew how difficult it was to judge the dice by hearing alone. Su Chiye nodded and teased with a smile, Mr. He's social circle is quite wide. When you're out and about, you rely on your friends. He Whiting smiled and took the 2 of them to the entertainment hall on the 3rd floor. The entertainment hall on the 3rd floor of the casino was not open to the public, and only real VIPs could play here. When the casino staff saw their boss coming with 2 people, they quickly opened the door of the entertainment hall. The entertainment hall is equipped with all kinds of entertainment facilities, and there are dozens of beautiful female waiters to accompany the 2 people to play. Oh, Brother Su, it's getting late. I have to check in at the hotel before 8 o'clock in the evening. How about we just stop here? I'll leave first. Wu Liang was quite tactful. When he saw the situation in the entertainment hall, he knew it was inappropriate for him to stay any longer. Su Chiye glanced at Wu Liang and knew what he was thinking. Okay, let's contact each other when we get back to Liangming. Goodbye. Wu Liang said hello to He Whiting and turned around to leave the entertainment hall. He Whiting nodded slightly and said with some appreciation, this person knows how to advance and retreat. Su Chiye shook his head and looked into the entertainment hall. As soon as he entered, a large, shiny bald head came into view. The bald head was as bright as a light bulb at night, as if it was greased with oil, and a faint sweet fragrance penetrated his nose. Isn't this the big monk I met at the wetland park that night? Su Chiye was a little surprised. How coincidental. He remembered that this monk seemed a little unusual, with a Buddha's light behind his head. No wonder his bald head was so bright. Mr. Dong, Master Huaikong, let me introduce you to a friend. He Whiting walked up to the 2 of them and said with a smile, this is Mr. Su Chiye, whom I just met today. Monk Huaikong looked back at Su Chiye and put his hands together. Amatba, Benefactor Su, I am honored. He's friends must be extraordinary. Dong Kuan Yu, the behind-the-scenes boss of Donghua Tada Group, smiled. He looked to be in his 30s, but he called He Whiting old he, clearly showing a special relationship with him. Hello, I'm Dong Kuan Yu. I run a small company. Su Chiye smiled and shook hands with Dong Kuan Yu. Boss Dong is too modest. If Tada is considered a small company, then there are no big companies in Daxia. Ha, little brother is really interesting. Dong Kuan Yu laughed and his eyes fell on the gambling table again. Monks also gamble? Su Chia looked at Monk Huikong. He was quite interested in Monk Huikong's Buddha light and wondered in his heart, is there really a Buddha in the world? Amit Ba. Monk Huikong chanted the Buddha's name. Monks are ordinary people too. They have to make a living. Haven't you heard of the Buddhist Zen? Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Chapter 23. If people imitate me, it is like entering the devil's way. Su Chia couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What a coincidence! I also know the next line, if people in the world imitate me, they will enter the devil's way. Monk, what do you think, is it Buddha or devil? The world is a calamity. Once you have survived it, you will naturally become a Buddha. Monk Huikong stopped talking and said no more. Su Chia nodded, knowing in his heart that if he didn't survive the disaster, he would naturally become a demon. I didn't expect that this monk was quite good at debating. What does Mr. Su do for a living? Monk Huikong suddenly asked. Trade? Su Chia was slightly startled, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. I grow crops. Growing crops? Dong Kuan Yu, He Whiting, and Monk Huikong were all stunned. They looked Su Chia up and down, with even more doubts in their eyes. From the look of Mr. Su, I don't think he looks like a farmer. Monk Huikong said hesitantly, could he be doing agricultural research? Su Chia laughed and said, the food I grow can feed countless people, but it can't fill their stomachs. Do you understand what I mean, Master Monk? Monk Huikong suddenly understood and said with a smile, Donor Su is really humorous. I'm afraid only you can speak so highly of artists. After Dong Kuan Yu and He Whiting understood, they also started laughing. What about you, great monk? Do you just recite Buddhist scriptures and sweep the Buddhist hall on weekdays? Su Chia finally revealed his purpose. He went around in circles just to get some information from Monk Huikong. In fact, even if Monk Huikong didn't say it, Su Chia could fully sense it as long as he thought about it in his heart. A monk naturally just recites Buddhist scriptures and sweeps the Buddhist hall. In addition, he has to respond to the country's call to join the Special Affairs Bureau to slay demons and monsters to accumulate merit. Monk Huikong smiled, but he didn't know that his thoughts had already been seen clearly by Su Chia. I thought the big monk was different from other monks and had some skills to subdue demons. Su Chia said with a smile, if the big monk really has this ability, I will definitely invite him back home and stay well. Monk Huikong clasped his hands together, still smiling, Amitba, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. As long as the donor behaves uprightly and behaves properly, evil spirits will not come to him. If demons can break into your home even when you are sleeping, I advise you to reincarnate as soon as possible. It seems that there are still very few monsters in this world. Su Chia had an idea in his mind. If there were too many monsters, how could humans have a chance to survive? Master, I heard from Mr. He that you are very good at hypnosis and can hypnotize others silently. Can you show me your skills and let me open my eyes? Su Chia asked with great interest. He really wanted to know what method Monk Huikong used to hypnotize people. Did he use props like in the online videos? Amitba, benefactor you are too kind. I can only calm their minds. How can I know any hypnotic skills? Monk Huikong shook his head. Moreover, I see that Donor Su has a reserved aura and is full of energy. He will not be hypnotized at all. After hearing this, He Whiting smiled and said, Master Huikong is too modest. When I first met you last year, you... Before he could finish his words, a smart and capable middle-aged man walked in from outside the entertainment hall. When he saw He Whiting talking to Su Chia and Monk Huikong, he stopped and stood at the door. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. He Whiting nodded apologetically to Su Chia and Monk Huikong, then turned and walked towards the door. The shrewd and capable middle-aged man leaned over and whispered in He Whiting's ear. Su Chia moved his ears and heard their conversation clearly. Master, the car transporting cash from our casino was hijacked, and all 12 experts are dead. I went to the scene and saw no traces of gunfire. And judging by the damage, it looks like there was only one person there, the middle-aged man reported in a low voice. He Whiting frowned. The casino had a huge cash flow every day, so people were arranged to escort the cash to the bank almost every day. The 12 people escorting the cash were not only equipped with tranquilizer guns, but they were also among the best fighters in Haojiang City. How could they be killed by one person alone? What's even stranger is that the major arteries in their necks were bitten off, and 70% of their blood was lost. If I didn't know there were no vampires, I would have thought it was a vampire. The middle-aged man said with a wry smile. Whiting's heart suddenly jumped. Tsuchiya blinked, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. What is this? Do you have a natural tendency to cause disaster? Wherever you go, evil spirits appear? Let's contact the Haojiang police first. I believe the police will give me a reasonable explanation and the murderer will not go unpunished. Whiting said softly. The middle-aged man nodded and said, we probably lost 100 million this time, and we have to ask the police to help recover it. Well, go and deal with it. Whiting waved his hand and let the middle-aged man leave. Tsuchiya looked a bit strange after hearing this. As one of the 5 major forces in the area, the He family actually chose to call the police when something happened in their casino? It feels like a thief loses his wallet and then calls the police, which is indescribable. Amatba, Mr. He, I noticed that there seems to be worry between your brows. Has something big happened? Monk Huikon looked at Whiting and asked seriously. Whiting smiled bitterly. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by some of you. Something went wrong with the cash the casino had deposited with the bank. 12 experts who were considered among the best in Haojiang City were killed without even a chance to resist. The criminals are so brutal? Is it a gang? Dong Kuan Yu shifted his gaze from the gambling table and looked at Whiting in surprise. Based on the situation at the scene, my men determined that there was only one murderer. Furthermore, the necks of these 12 victims were ripped open, and 70% of their blood was inexplicably lost. It's truly bizarre. Whiting had some vague suspicions in his mind. He recalled the information he had overheard about vampires and werewolves from his father's conversations with guests. Could it be that these were all true? When Monk Huikong heard this, his face changed immediately and he felt bitter in his heart. What is this? When he did not leave the temple, the world was very peaceful, but as soon as he left the temple, first vampires appeared in Liangming City, then a snake demon appeared in the southern suburbs. Before the snake demon was dealt with, another vampire that was not afraid of sunlight appeared. What made him even more helpless was that 2 of his teammates asked for leave, so he took the opportunity to come to Haojiang to relax, but ended up running into vampires again? Amatba, am I in conflict with a vampire? Monk Huikong couldn't help but doubt himself. A smile flashed in Tsuchiya's eyes. He originally thought that he had a physique that would bring disaster, but now it seems that this big monk is not much worse. One man killed 12 people and stole 100 million in cash? Dong Chuanyo's face was full of disbelief, and he blurted out, this is absolutely impossible. Not to mention how heavy the safe is, just the 100 million in cash stacked up would be at least 1 cubic meter, and would weigh at least 1 ton. If there was only one person, it would be impossible to transfer so much cash. Dong Kuan Yu decisively denied the possibility of a single person committing the crime. It's really too difficult for one person to do all these. Su Chie also shook his head. Of course he knew that it would be easy for a vampire to do all this, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't just say that the perpetrator was a vampire, right? Monk Huikong nodded and agreed solemnly, it's really impossible for one person to do this. Sure, if it's convenient, could you take me to the scene to have a look? What? The monk has experience in criminal investigation? Su Chie asked with a smile. Monk Huikong shook his head, I just want to verify my guess. Of course, no problem. Whiting nodded in agreement, and after a slight hesitation, he said, it's just that there's a lot of blood at the scene, so it might be a bit eye-catching. Amatba, worldly filth is nothing but passing clouds. Master Huikong's eyelids twitched slightly, but he spoke calmly on the surface. Su Chie saw this, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It's okay anyway, I'll go and take a look. Boss Dong, do you want to come with us? No. Dong Kuan Yu waved his hand and said self-deprecatingly, I'm almost as pale as a Mediterranean. I won't join in the fun. If I come back at night and have nightmares, I might even lose a few clumps of hair. Yu Jiao, please keep Mr. Dong company for me. Whiting called a female manager over, gave her a few instructions, and then walked out of the casino with Su Chie and Monk Huikong. At night, Haojiang City is ablaze with lights, its iconic buildings jutting into the sky, adding a touch of charm to the city's skyline. The city boasts excellent transportation links, with countless luxury cars speeding by, showcasing the charm of a cosmopolitan city. The escort truck crashed in the alley behind Huijian Bank. Every evening at 7 p.m., all casinos in Haojiang City escort cash to the bank for deposit. This is an unwritten rule here. He Whiting explained, each casino has a corresponding bank to handle cash transactions. Our He family partners with Huijiang Bank. Donor He, do you mean that someone is lying in ambush in secret? Monk Huicom understood the hidden meaning. Once there is a pattern, it will be easy for others to take advantage of it. He Whiting, who was sitting in the passenger seat, flickered his eyes and tapped his knees lightly with his fingers. If someone is targeting my He family and wants to attack my He family, I will feel more relaxed. Oh? Su Chiye looked at He Whiting with some surprise. Judging from the feedback from telepathy, He Whiting seemed to have come into contact with some information about monsters. He Whiting sighed softly and looked back at Monk Huicom. Master Huicom, do you think there are vampires in this world? Vampire? Monk Huicom frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows and said with a smile, Donor He, you are confused. The so-called evil spirits in the world are nothing more than the mischief of human nature. He Whiting was a little hesitant. In fact, he didn't quite believe it himself, but the contents of the conversation he overheard kept lingering in his mind and couldn't be shaken off. DD. Not long after, He Whiting's luxury car stopped in the alley behind Huijiang Bank. The entire alley has been blocked by the Haojiang police. 12 lives have been lost, making this a major criminal case. Officer Zhang, thank you for your hard work. I have to ask you to make a trip so late at night. He Whiting opened the car door and greeted a police officer in charge of the scene. Hearing this, Officer Zhang turned around and saw He Whiting. He sighed and said, what's the point of talking about hard work? 12 lives are at stake. No matter what, we must catch the murderer. Otherwise, the people of Haojiang City will panic and there's no telling what kind of chaos will ensue, Officer Zhang said solemnly. We've investigated the scene and have a preliminary diagnosis based on the traces. Any clues? He Whiting's eyes lit up. The murderer is tall and powerful. According to our preliminary estimate, he is about 2.3 to 2.5 meters tall and weighs 100 to 120 kilograms. Police Officer Zhang whispered to He Whiting. Su Chia's nostrils twitched slightly, and he smelled a fishy odor. This smell was almost the same as that of the vampire in the wetland park, with only slight differences, which meant that they were not from the same target. What's that smell? Su Chia's eyes lit up and he turned to look in a certain direction. Sweet? Quite unique? Monk Huicom walked to the cordon and his eyes fell on the body of the deceased. He almost immediately determined that it was the work of a vampire, but how strong was this vampire? Officer Zhang, you're kidding, right? With that kind of build, he's such an obvious target. How many people like him are there in Haojiang City? No, in the entire country? He Whiting looked incredulous. According to Officer Zhang's description, this was simply a little giant. Based on the damage at the scene, the footprints, and other evidence, the killer did have this body type. Our forensic doctor even had a fight with the expert over this. Chapter 24 made. Donor He, the ritual is over and the deceased soul has been liberated. Monk Huicom stepped forward and chanted the Buddha's name. There was no expression of surprise on Officer Zhang's face. Most of the wealthy families in Haojiang City believed in metaphysics, and when something happened they would always find monks or Taoists to perform rituals to give them peace of mind. Sorry, Officer Zhang, we'll take our leave first. If there is any progress, please let me know as soon as possible. He Whiting shook hands with Officer Zhang solemnly. Must. Officer Zhang looked at the three people's departing backs, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that He Whiting made this trip just to talk about this? In the luxury car, He Whiting looked at Monk Huicom. Master Huicom, what's the situation? I checked, and this couldn't have been done by one person, but there's really no trace of a second person at the scene. It's really puzzling. Monk Huicom said in pretended confusion. Su Chia rolled his eyes. This monk was quite good at acting. He had clearly determined that it was a vampire who did it, but he pretended to know nothing. He Whiting nodded. Monk Huicom's words were equivalent to nothing, but he didn't expect Monk Huicom to see anything. Master Monk, can you draw talismans? For example, amulets, charms, etc.? Su Chia rolled his eyes and looked at Monk Huicom. He Whiting's eyes lit up. If Monk Huicom could draw talismans, it would be nice to get a few for self-defense. Monk Huicom's eyelids twitched, and he said expressionlessly, Donor Su, I am a Buddhist disciple. Drawing talismans is a Taoist skill, and I don't know how to do it. Donor Yijin does know how to draw talismans, but she went to Jing'oa City, which is a long way away. Yijin went to Jing'oa City? Su Chiya fell into deep thought. Could it be that the scent I collected was an illusion? Or, did Jiyu come to Haojiang City? Donor he, although I've been to Haojiang City several times, I haven't really seen the main attractions. If you're free, could you accompany me on a tour? Monk Huikong hesitated for a moment before finally asking. He wasn't really interested in visiting the attractions, he was just unsure whether the vampire had accidentally robbed the He family's transport vehicle or was specifically targeting them. If the target is the He family, then He Whiting has probably been targeted. In the Haojiang City subway station, two graceful figures like dragons were flying through the crowd. They were the sisters Yi Jin and Yi Yu. After sucking blood, it will soon enter a period of fatigue. As long as I follow closely, I will definitely be able to kill it. Yi Jin gritted his teeth in his heart. The effect of the magic talisman seemed to begin to weaken. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Yi Yu's forehead. Her magic talisman had long since lost its effect, and now she had to rely entirely on her physical strength to track the vampire in front of her. Xiao Yizi, support me from a distance. Yi Jin shouted softly and suddenly accelerated. She raised her right hand, and a ray of light emerged from her green fingers. She quickly drew in the air, drawing talismans in the void. Suppress evil. Yi Jinyu clapped her hands, and the evil suppressing talisman formed in the void flashed and shot towards the fleeing vampire like a sharp arrow. Ha! The vampire seemed to sense the danger behind him, gasped softly, and his scarlet eyes flashed. There was more than one person on the other side. Sniff! The evil suppressing talisman fell on the vampire's back, and huge pressure burst out from the talisman, as if a Mount Tai was pressing down on it. Ah! The vampire let out a howl and wisps of green smoke came out of his body. Yi Jin took a deep breath, and a flash of light appeared on his fingers again, and he was about to kill it with one blow. Suddenly, with a swish, all the power in the subway station was cut off, and everyone's vision was instantly plunged into darkness. Screams rang out one after another, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Ah, beautiful girl, delicious food. A frivolous and magnetic voice sounded in Yi Jin's ears. Although it was a male voice, it seemed to have magic, luring Yi Jin to sink. Yi Jin immediately became alert, reciting Taoist scriptures in his heart, resisting the temptation in the voice. But this magnetic voice was both celestial and demonic, and beautiful pictures kept appearing in her mind. Yi Jin's originally struggling expression gradually calmed down and disappeared. Instead, there is joy, happiness, longing, and happiness. My girl, you are the most precious treasure in the world. All the treasures in the world combined are not worth 1/10,000th of you. The magnetic voice continued to ring, and in the dark subway station, an elegant young man in a black robe and with blonde hair walked out. His eyes sparkled slightly like rubies, and Yi Jin's eyes also glowed red. You have skin as smooth as silk, eyes as sparkling as black gemstones, lips as soft as jade, and white jade feet wearing crystal shoes. Who makes you willing to dance for them? An elegant and noble prince has entered your world. He is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. He has the most beautiful face in the world and the most interesting soul in the world. You are in love with each other. Even though you have never seen the prince's face or smelled his scent, you know that he is the only destination in your life. Yi Jin blinked, a shy look of love on her face. The elders of the clan have agreed to your marriage, and the royal family has ordered the entire nation to celebrate for you. A humble servant presented you with a wedding dress sewed for you, and a humble slave brought you a phoenix crown made for you. Your heart was filled with anticipation. Looking forward to marrying the greatest and most noble prince in the world, for whom you are willing to give everything. Before the wedding, your prince asked you to close your eyes, and he said that when you open them again, he will appear in front of you. No matter whether he is handsome or not, rich or not, no matter what his status is or how old he is, you will accompany him forever and never leave him. Even if it means being his maid for life. Yi Jin's pretty face turned slightly red, she pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingers, and slowly closed her eyes. She would soon meet her prince. There are many attractions in Haojiang City. Would you like to go with us, Mr. Su? He Whiting looked at Su Chiya in surprise. Su Chiya hadn't said much since getting in the car. Su Chiya frowned, he sensed an evil and powerful aura nearby. This aura made him extremely disgusted, an inexplicable rage surged in his heart, as if it was an innate instinct. As the evil aura continued to spread, he was almost unable to control himself. The rage hit his brain and every nerve, and it seemed as if infinite power was about to burst out from deep within his body. Suddenly, a unique sweet fragrance entered his nose, making him a little more awake. Is that Yi Jin's scent? Didn't she go to Jinghua City? Mr. Su? Seeing that Su Qiye did not respond, He Whiting called out again. Su Qiye suddenly came back to his senses, feeling the increasingly strong evil aura, and whispered, "Stop the car. Stop immediately. Parking." Seeing this, He Whiting was shocked and decisively asked the driver to stop the car. There was a sharp braking sound, and the driver stepped on the brake hard, leaving a black mark on the ground. Beep. Beep. The car behind also braked suddenly, and sharp horns honked one after another, as if venting the dissatisfaction of the car owners. "I have something urgent to do. I'll contact you tomorrow. Sorry." Su Qiye suppressed the rage in his heart, whispered, and then pushed the door and got out of the car. Beep. Beep. The driver of the car behind honked his horn, leaned out of the window, and cursed at Su Qiye. "Are you fucking crazy? You braked suddenly, are you looking for death? Fuck." Buzz. A hint of red light flashed in Su Qiye's eyes, and the pent-up rage and bloodthirstiness seemed to have found an outlet, pouring out along his eyes. The driver of the car behind was cursing, but when he met Su Qiye's gaze, he froze in place. "Ugh, it stinks. What's that smell?" In the car behind, the driver's friend covered his nose and frowned. The pretty girl in the passenger seat glanced at the driver's pants, which were already wet. He was so scared by Su Qiye's look that he became incontinent. He Whiting waved his hand, signaling the driver to drive back to the casino. Could it be an illusion? Monk Huikong muttered to himself as he watched Su Qiye's receding figure. Well, it must be an illusion. How could the evil spirit escape the detection of the divine eye? Su Qiye stood at the entrance of the subway station. The evil aura became stronger and stronger, and a magnetic, secret-like voice came from the subway station. "Is this a love story?" He had an expressionless face and rushed into the subway station. The handsome young man in black robe and blonde hair stopped whispering and looked at Eugene with admiration in his eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of exquisite porcelain. This was his masterpiece, a perfect work. "My bride, wake up. You are my most beautiful pet, AA." The blonde young man's magnetic voice was meant to bring a perfect ending, but it became distorted and weird at the last moment. A huge force hit his abdomen and he was kicked out like a human football. Who is it? How dare you attack the great Count Vals? The blonde young man Vals was furious. Su Qiye stretched out his little finger and gently dug his ear. "Mosquitoes are the most annoying. They are so hungry that they will drink any blood." Sigh. He turned his head to look at Eugene and asked with concern, "Eugene, are you okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Eugene's body soften and he was about to fall to the ground. "Why?" Su Qiye embraced Eugene with one arm and held her in his arms. The touch of her delicate skin lifted his spirits. "Damn bugs! Lowly ants!" A shrill scream came from a distance. The eyes of the blonde young man Vals flashed red. He landed in front of Su Qiye in a few jumps and shouted angrily, "You dirty human, let go of my maid." The surging evil aura spread out, and Su Qiye could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. He gently put Eugene down, looked at the unconscious people around him, and then looked up at the monitoring equipment that had been powered off. "Maid?" Heavy breathing came from Su Qiye's nasal cavity, and infinite power was completely released. Puff! His body suddenly swelled like a balloon, and the true form of the vampire appeared again. "Hey, what do I see? A wanderer without a tribe. Ha, it seems you have no idea of the power of our vampire race." Vals laughed. "Oh my god, is this your true self, little one? Let Count Vals teach you what your true self is." As soon as he finished speaking, black hair emerged from all over Val's body. His originally handsome skin was torn apart like paper, and his 8-meter-tall true body was revealed. Su Qiye looked at Vals expressionlessly. The true form of the vampire covered with black fur looked like a bat that had been magnified countless times. "Come, let Count Vals execute you, a lowly wanderer." Val screamed and pounced on Su Qiye. Roar! Su Qiye was filled with rage. He dodged to the side and leaped up to avoid the attack. At the same time, he grabbed Val's wings with both hands, kicked his feet hard, and tore them apart with force. Tear! Val's wings were torn off. "Damn bug!" Vals roared, and the torn wings turned into ashes. At the same time, he moved his back and a pair of new wings quickly grew out. Su Qiye's mind moved, and he cut off his 5 senses, relying only on intuition to perceive Val's attack. Mind interference. A red light flashed in Val's eyes, and a strange force invaded Tsuchiya's brain. This power could change other people's thinking. Once an ordinary vampire was invaded, he would surely fall. But Tsuchiya is different. The super strong thinking ability makes Val's thought interference completely ineffective. Creature deterrence. Tsuchiya glared with his red eyes, and the pressure of a top predator was like a huge rock falling from the sky, smashing into Val's spiritual world, and boundless fear quietly surged in. Val's froze. Chapter 25 Twin Girls? The boy is quite playful. High-level pressure? Val's raised his head with difficulty, his red eyes gleaming with disbelief. How could this be possible? A lowly wanderer possessed a powerful aura that could suppress him? It's simply a fantasy. This is like a prince who abuses his power in his own territory and bullies a beggar on the street, but the beggar suddenly transforms into a true emperor. Roar! Tsuchiya roared, leaped up, and rode directly onto Val's. He gathered his fist with great power and made an extremely intimate contact with Val's face. Bang! 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 Val's face was hit hard again and again, and the concrete floor of the subway station was hammered into a spider web, and Val's face was beaten like a spread-out pancake. That's enough. Val suddenly exploded, flipping Tsuchiya over. With a flap of his wings, he retreated more than 10 meters away. He pressed his head with both hands and rubbed his face back to its original state. Humble wanderer, do you still want to kill a clan earl? A red light flashed in Tsuchiya's eyes, and the creature's intimidation was activated again. Thump! Val's fell to his knees. Tsuchiya moved closer, grabbed his neck with one hand, and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, how can I kill you completely? You lowly vampires are immortal, yet you actually dare to think of killing your own kind?" The red light in Val's eyes dimmed as he spoke with difficulty. Killing one's own kind will be judged by the Council of Elders. As long as the blood core remains intact, the vampires will not die. As long as I live, I will repay this day's vengeance 1,000-fold. Tsuchiya had a blank expression on his face. Where is your blood core? Let me guess, in the heart? Val's pupils suddenly shrank. How could a wanderer know about blood cores? Phew! With a slight sound, Tsuchiya pierced through Val's body with one hand and pulled out the black heart that was beating thump from his body. He is indeed a black-hearted guy. No, no, no. Val's looked at Tsuchiya's gradually tightening hands in horror. Phew! Tsuchiya squeezed hard, and the black heart shattered, and the blood core inside it also shattered. No! Val's eyes widened, and his body quickly turned into dust like the wind and dissipated in the subway station. Looking at the place where Val's disappeared, Tsuchiya was thoughtful. If one day his blood core was crushed, would it also turn into dust and dissipate like him? Why? He scratched his head. I don't seem to have a blood core. After a while, Tsuchiya found a set of clothes to change into from the unconscious crowd on the ground, carried Eugene on his left shoulder and Yiyu on his right shoulder, and walked out of the subway station. Master, go to Ronghua Hotel. He stopped a taxi, carried the two of them into the car, and planned to go to the hotel first. Young man, this is not very moral. The taxi driver looked at him and said with some caution. Tsuchiya said helplessly, these are really my two friends. And with my appearance, do I really need to pick up corpses? The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and nodded. Yeah, you don't look like a bad guy. Eugene and Yiyu's bodies were soft, and Tsuchiya held them on both sides. The scene was somewhat charming, and the faint sweet fragrance lingering around his nose made him even more distracted. Ahem. Tsuchiya coughed twice and turned his gaze to the driver, trying to divert his attention. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun, and they are twin girls. Wow. To be surrounded by beautiful women, this was my dream when I was young. Unfortunately, I can't do that now. These two girls are so pretty. Don't look at them if they are not appropriate. Don't look at them if they are not appropriate. Divert your attention, divert your attention. I heard someone at Gold Coast Casino won 4.2 billion with a capital of 10,000. Want to give it a try? If you win, you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. Tsuchiya listened to the driver's inner thoughts and gradually calmed down. More than 10 minutes later, the taxi slowly stopped in front of Ronghua Hotel. Young man, we're at the Ronghua Hotel. Yi Jin's consciousness returned little by little, as if she had been sleeping for a long century. Even in the several seconds after her consciousness returned, she slowly remembered who she was. What happened to me? A thought flashed through Yi Jin's mind. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, and after a few seconds, they slowly opened. The gorgeous ceiling came into view, and she couldn't help but whisper, am I in a hotel? Are you awake? A calm voice reached Yijin's ears, causing her heart to tremble. It's his voice. It must be him. He's been with me during those centuries of sleep, right? Su Qie frowned slightly. He suddenly noticed that Yijin's heartbeat had quickened and his blood flow had also increased. This reaction usually occurs, either fear, excitement, or excitement. Is it you? Yijin spoke softly, her voice gentle and melodious. Question mark. A question mark popped up in Su Qie's mind, but he still responded, it's me. Hearing this, Yijin sat up with 7 parts of anticipation and 3 parts of uneasiness in his heart. The first thing she saw was Su Qie sitting on the chair. The moment she saw him clearly, tears rolled down her cheeks, and her voice was filled with tears and trembling. It's really you. What's going on? Su Qie was a little dazed, his brain working rapidly. Logically speaking, he and Yijin had only met once, and their only connection was that he had sucked a lot of her blood. Could it be that she recognized him? It shouldn't be. Several thoughts flashed through Su Qie's mind. The only one that made sense was that perhaps Vals had interfered with Yijin's thoughts at the subway station, but to what extent did that interference go? Yijin got off the bed, walked to Su Qie, squatted down gently, rested her head on his legs, and said in a slightly trembling voice, Brother Su, don't leave me again, okay? Su Qie looked bewildered. Yi lying on the bed frowned slightly, and it seemed that he was about to wake up from his coma. Seeing this, Su Qie quickly helped Yijin up. Ahem, Yi is about to wake up. Yijin was a little confused. Brother Su, don't you want my family to know about our relationship? I think it's better to sort it out first. Su Qie said awkwardly. What on earth is going on? Yijin nodded, this time at almost. Before she finished speaking, she paused, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Su. How did Mr. Su meet us? I passed by the subway station entrance and saw you two lying on the ground. I couldn't wake you up even after shouting, so I had no choice but to take you back to the hotel. Su Qie had already prepared a story, and with his intelligence, he wouldn't make any mistakes. Furthermore, the surveillance equipment in the subway station was powered off, so even if he wanted to verify it, he wouldn't be able to do anything. So that's how it is, but... Yijin hesitated to speak. Oh, my head hurts. Yi rubbed his temples and opened his eyes, damn blood-sucking, ah. He screamed and almost overturned the ceiling. Who are you? Yi wrinkled his nose and looked at Su Qie, then suddenly patted his head. Su Qie? Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Su Qie asked in surprise. Yi jumped off the bed and circled around Su Qie a few times. Tell me, did you follow us to Haojiang? Su Qie laughed dumbly. Why should I follow you? Little Yi, stop it. Yijin grabbed Ji Yu and scolded, if it weren't for Mr. Su. Mr. Su, we might have been kidnapped by the bad guys. Yi Yu's face turned serious. Big Leaf, how do you know he's not a bad guy? Yi Yu, even if we're not friends, we're at least acquaintances, right? Su Qie sat on a chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. If I really had any bad intentions, would you still be standing here safe and sound? Snort. Yi Yu pondered for a moment, rubbed his temples, and his expression softened. Sorry, my mind is a little confused. Both of you are a little confused. How about this? You should quickly contact your families and ask them to pick you up. Su Qie nodded seriously, and his assessment of Walz's ability was raised to a higher level. This kind of interference in thinking was too strong. No. 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 Yi Yu quickly waved her hands and looked at Yijin for help. Big Leaf, you know, if Dad knew we were in Haojiang, a meal of bamboo shoots and fried pork would be a must. But you are in very bad condition now, so you can go to the hospital for a checkup. Su Qie said seriously. No. Yi Yu poured a cup of hot water from the kettle and held it in his hand. Hearing Su Qie's suggestion, he refused again. We came to Haojiang City to avoid the blind date. If we go to the hospital for a checkup, they will definitely find our location and come to catch us back. When Yijin heard the word blind date, her eyes lit up. Xiao Yi, what do you think of Mr. Su? What's going on? Yi Yu was puzzled and took a sip of hot water. How about being your brother-in-law? Yijin looked happy. Puff. Yi Yu sprayed a mouthful of hot water on Su Qie's face. He? Be my brother-in-law? Yi Yu said in disbelief, Big Yi, are you crazy? What's wrong? Dad is urging me to do it anyway. Yi Jin turned around and secretly winked at Su Chiya. Su Chiya held his forehead speechlessly. He was crazy. That won't work either. He's just an ordinary person. Yi Yu shook her head. I don't think Dad would agree. The rice has been cooked, why bother about whether he agrees or not? Yi Jin said with her hands on her hips and her head held high. Yi Yu chuckled. Big Yi Z is mighty and domineering. If you have the guts, go tell Dad. He will definitely lock you up first and then sink Su Chiya into the South China Sea to feed the sharks. After hearing this, Yi Jin sighed slightly. I think it is very necessary to ask your family to come over. Su Chiya stood up and said solemnly. Yi Jin and Yi Yu looked at Su Chiya at the same time, with a faint light flashing in their eyes. Su Chiya panicked. You, what are you going to do? Ah! A scream echoed in the room. Yi Jin and Yi Yu, one on each side, pinched Su Chiya's soft flesh with their fingers, twisting it 270 degrees. Su Chiya hissed in pain and gasped several times. Let's just forget it. Su Chiya looked at the dangerous glint in Yi Jin and Yi Yu's eyes and felt that it would be better to save the country in a roundabout way. He thought to himself, Monk Huikong and Yi Jin are in the same group. As long as Monk Huikong realizes that Yi Jin's thinking is confused, he will naturally notify the Special Affairs Bureau. Su Chiya, why are you here in Haojiang too? Yi Yu wiped the corner of his mouth and asked curiously. Su Chiya said naturally, of course I'm here to have fun. What's Haojiang famous for? The casino. Hey, you also gamble? Yi Yu said with a half smile, I heard from Su Liang that you never do these things. You don't even play cards at school. Not fighting doesn't mean I can't fight. I'm just afraid of damaging their confidence. Su Chiya said proudly, you know what? I have a nickname in the casino called God of Gamblers. Is this true? Yi Yu sneered, God of Gamblers? Big Leaf and I are free, so why don't you take us out to gamble? No, I gambled all day yesterday and I can't gamble anymore today. Su Chiya shook his head and said meaningfully. Gambling for a whole day? How much did you win? Yi Yu teased, a millionaire in debt? Yi Jin also looked at Su Chiya, his eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 26 How much money can a check have? Su Chiya took out a crumpled check from his pocket. He had accidentally lost this check when he transformed last night. Fortunately, there was He Whiting cent on it, so he was able to find it back. It's not much, only 4.2 billion. Su Chiya flicked the check, his face expressionless. What? Yi Jin and Yi Yu both stared in disbelief. Although they didn't know much about the casino specifics, taking out 4.2 billion from it was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. The casino owner will let you walk out with a check? Yi Yu thought about it and expressed his disbelief. Yi Jin hesitated and gently probed, did the casino give you a fake check? Have you verified it at the bank? I certainly didn't go to the bank to verify it, but I'm sure it's not fake, Su Chiya said calmly. 4 billion may seem like a lot, but to He Whiting, it's just a number. He owns 28 casinos, and his monthly profits are tens of billions. Yi Jin shook his head. It's better to verify it. 4.2 billion is equivalent to the profit of a casino for 2 or 3 months. Anyone who can open a casino in Haojiang City must have a strong force behind him. If it's true, they will definitely come to cause trouble if you took so much money. If it's false, then the casino must have cheated you. Yi Jin's eyes gradually turned cold as he spoke. Dare to lie to you? I want to see how brave they are. Su Chiya shook his head helplessly. I know the price of this check. What's the number? Yi Yu was quick to snatch the check, a smug smile on his face. Let me expose you. Su Chiya shook his head and laughed, spread his hands, sat obediently on the chair, and let Yi Yu check him. 4.5 billion? Yi Yu looked at the handwriting on the check and checked several anti-counterfeiting marks, but found no problems. She looked up and asked, Hey, didn't you say 4.2 billion? Why is the check 4.5 billion? The casino owner wanted to please me, so he rounded it up to an even number. Su Chiya said in a flat tone. Gab. Yi Yu was full of disbelief and said disdainfully, You managed to collect over 300 million? Do you think the money just came from the wind? Su Chiya spread his hands and said, I'm telling the truth. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Big Leaf, this check must be fake. Let's go to the casino to settle the score, Yi Yu said excitedly, looking as if he was eager to create chaos. Yi Jin rolled her eyes. The things I draw are used for serious work. Hey, this is also a serious matter. Yi Yu winked and whispered, don't you want him to be my brother-in-law? If he is worth billions, he can just give the money to Dad, right? Yi Jin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he immediately said righteously, these casinos are too abominable, they must give an explanation. Hey, the owner of the check hasn't agreed yet. Su Chiya quickly stopped them. Yi Jin and Yi Yu were operatives from the Special Affairs Bureau. If they went straight to smash the casino, it would most likely be in trouble. He Whiting was still his friend, so how could he bring disaster upon them? Yi Jin and Yi Yu looked at Su Chiya at the same time, a dangerous light flashing in their eyes, and said in unison, you don't agree? Su Chiya's expression froze, and his tone weakened. We have to verify its authenticity first, right? Of course. Yi Jin nodded, his eyes falling on Yi Yu's face. You don't take this opportunity to cause trouble. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, looking like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. Inside Huijiang Bank, lobby manager Yang Guan was leisurely sitting in his office chair, playing a mobile game. Last night's murder had nothing to do with Huijiang Bank. The victim wasn't employed by the bank, the stolen funds didn't belong to the bank, and the perpetrator had no connection to the bank. Naturally, it wouldn't affect the bank's cooperation with his casino. Ring. The bank's main door was pushed open, and a man and two women walked in. Yang Guang looked up out of habit, and couldn't help but admire in his heart, perfectly beautiful girls, walking collagen. But he only glanced at it and lowered his head to continue playing games. Bank matters were handled by their own sales staff, and he was only needed to intervene when large sums of money were involved. Manager Yang, I need you to take care of this. The bank clerk who received Su Chiya and the other two was stunned when he saw the check in his hand. He was even more terrified when he heard that the other party wanted to transfer the money. With such a large amount of money being transferred out of Huijiang Bank, he probably wouldn't have to come to work tomorrow. What's going on? This is his mental toughness? Yang Guang frowned. He had originally wanted to train this salesperson to take over his job, but now it seemed he needed to do some more research. Big business, the bank staff said tremblingly. A hint of displeasure flashed in Yang Guang's eyes, and he scolded, go and handle other business, it's not a big deal. The reprimanded staff member immediately handed the check to Yang Guang and said with relief, Manager Yang, this customer wants to transfer funds from our bank to China Construction Bank. Yang Guang took the check, waved his hand to signal the salesperson to go do something else, and then looked at Su Chiya and the other two with a smile. I am Yang Guang, the lobby manager of Huijiang Bank. Excuse me, who is the holder of this check? He. Yi Jin and Yi Yu pointed at Su Chiya at the same time. Oh, sir, are you dissatisfied with the service of our bank? This young man looks ordinary, just a little taller, a little more handsome, and a little whiter. Why do these two beautiful girls seem to like him? Yang Guang asked with a smile. I have no complaints about your bank's service, but I'm from mainland China, and Huijiang Bank has too few branches in mainland China, which is really inconvenient. Su Chiya heard the lobby manager's thoughts, and with a half smile on his face, he added, besides, I'm just an ordinary person. Having one more customer like me won't make a big difference to your bank, and losing me won't have much of an impact either. Yang Guang's eyelids twitched, and his heart skipped a beat. Did he say what was in his heart? He looked at Yi Jin and Yi Yu, who looked normal, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, what are you saying? Which bank would complain about having too many customers? Yang Guang said with a forced smile, but the needs of customers are definitely the top priority. Since you want to transfer money, then we. Manager Yang. When the salesperson who was named heard this, he was startled and hurried over. What's wrong? Yang Guang frowned, feeling more and more that this salesperson was useless. Gudong. The salesperson swallowed his saliva. You should first check the amount on the check and then communicate with the customers. Yang Guang shook his head and opened the check, still muttering in his heart, it's just an ordinary check, not an important business-to-business letter, how much money can it be worth? Fuck. Chapter 27 Why are you pretending so much? When Yang Guang saw the number on the check, his legs went weak and he almost knelt down before Su Chiya. He looked at Su Chiya in disbelief, only to find him handsome and noble. Sir, do you want to transfer all of this 4.5 billion? Right. Su Qiye nodded. It's over, it's over, it's over. Yang Guang felt his vision go dark, as if the sky was about to collapse. 4.5 billion yuan wasn't a lot for Huijiang Bank after all. The He's casino alone contributed tens of billions each month. But the key was that a client with 4.5 billion yuan in liquid funds was incredibly important. If a customer of this level is lost, not only him as the lobby manager, but even the branch manager will be punished. Dear, distinguished guest, if you have any requirements, please feel free to ask. Can this item? Yang Guang was almost begging Su Qiye. Let's verify the authenticity of the check first, Su Qiye said in a calm tone. Yang Guang wailed in his heart. He had worked at Huijiang Bank for more than 10 years and could tell the authenticity of a check with his eyes closed. Why would he need special verification? That's right. After all, it's such a large sum of money. I'll go and verify it right away. Yang Guang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Now, no matter what Su Qiye said, he could only do it. There are many ways to verify a check. In addition to machine and manual inspection, the easiest and quickest way is to confirm with the issuer. The person who issued the invoice is He Whiting from Gold Coast Entertainment City. Yang Guang was slightly stunned. He was very familiar with the third son of the He family. He was responsible for the settlement and reconciliation of the funds of the He family casino every month. He didn't expect that this check was actually issued by the He family's third son? Mr. He actually wrote a check for 4.5 billion? He has never written such a large amount before? Yang Guang's eyes narrowed. There didn't seem to be anything special happening in the Gold Coast Entertainment City recently. Could this check be fake? But upon closer inspection, there was nothing wrong with the material, seal, and signature of the check. Hello, I am Yang Guang, the lobby manager of Huijiang Bank. I have an urgent matter and would like to find Mr. He Whiting. Sorry to bother you. Yang Guang thought for a moment and finally contacted Gold Coast Entertainment City. Mr. He is entertaining guests. I am He Hua, the manager of the Entertainment City. You can tell me directly if you have anything. After a while, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Yang Guang hesitated for a moment, then told the truth. Manager He, our bank received a check for 4.5 billion yuan. The droi was Mr. He. Could this be a forgery? He Hua said, oh, and smiled, it's true. A friend of our Mr. He came to the casino yesterday and won 4.5 billion. This is the check Mr. He wrote. Yang Guang put down his phone woodenly and looked at Su Qiye with a dull look in his eyes. He was filled with shock. 10,000 yuan of capital increased by 420,000 times? This is too amazing, right? How is it? Is it fake? Yi Yu looked at Yang Guang, already rubbing her hands in anticipation. She couldn't wait to break into the casino and capture a few people to try out Big Leaf's newly crafted talismans. I heard that Big Leaf has developed a forgetfulness charm that can make people forget everything that happened within an hour. I wonder if it's true. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Qiye? Yang Guang asked cautiously, with a very careful attitude. Su Qiye took out his ID from his pocket. It's me. Yang Guang compared them and said with a wry smile, Sir, please wait a moment. We will process the transfer of funds immediately. Please, and the two ladies, go to the reception area and rest for a while. When Yi Yu heard this, her eyes widened, her mouth slightly opened, and her face was full of disbelief. What? The check is real? How is this possible? 4.5 billion? Even the god of gamblers can't win that much money. He really didn't lie to me, he is worthy of being my man. Yi Jin felt a surge of joy and sweetness in her heart, as if she was covered in honey. Yang Guang turned and walked towards the bank's back office area. According to his authority, he could only handle transfers of 100 million yuan or less. 4.5 billion yuan was such a large amount. You must ask the branch manager for instructions. Please come this way, everyone. The salesperson had a smile on his face and led Su Qiye and the other two to the reception area. After a while, he brought them cakes, fruits and coffee. Did you really win 4.5 billion from the casino? How did they let you leave safely? Yi Yu was full of curiosity. Let alone 4.5 billion, generally speaking, as long as it exceeds 50 million, the casino will secretly make some moves. Su Qiye looked calm, as if he had just done something very ordinary. He said, I went to play dice, and I always won. When the casino owner saw me, he treated me like a god and insisted on taking me as his master. Ha! Yi Yu was a little confused. Then I refused, but he wanted to be friends with me again. He said that in order to show his sincerity, he rounded up the 4.2 billion to 4.5 billion. Su Chiya continued in a flat tone. Yi Yu fell silent after hearing this. She wanted to know one question: how did Su Chiya, who was so good at pretending, live to be 20? By the way, the casino owner is called Heightened. He said yesterday that he would accompany me to visit the attractions in Haojiang City. Do you want to join us? A hint of smile flashed across Su Chiya's eyes. After so much preparation, they shouldn't have any doubts. Okay. Don't want. Yi Jin and Yi Yu spoke at the same time, and then looked at each other. Big Leaf, what are you thinking? Don't you feel bored staying at home all the time? Yi Yu muttered somewhat dissatisfiedly. Yi Jin shook her head. We haven't bought all the things we need for our research institute yet. I have to hurry up, otherwise if we run out of things, we'll be in trouble. Yi Yu immediately understood what Yi Jin meant. The vampire had been severely injured by the evil-suppressing talisman last night, and he must be eager to recover. He might hurt someone again tonight. If that happened, he had to be dealt with immediately, otherwise there would be endless trouble. But can't we just hand over the things we want to purchase to the local research institute? Why do we have to make a trip ourselves? Yi Yu spread his hands and said nonchalantly. Report to the local research institute? Wouldn't that expose our whereabouts? Yi Jin frowned slightly, her jade fingers gently twisting her hair. If we find someone to pass the message, I'm afraid we will be located in minutes. By then, if we draw a portrait, will we still be able to escape? Yi Yu was a little discouraged after hearing this. Then what do you say we should do? Just come with me to go shopping. After we finish shopping, you can go wherever you want to play, Yi Jin said with a smile. Yi Yu nodded reluctantly and said dejectedly, what if we buy too much and can't move it? We can't not find help, right? Do you need to purchase a lot of things? Su Chiya knew it very well, but pretended to be confused and asked. Oh, you don't understand. Yi Yu said sullenly. When Yi Jin heard this, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at Yi Yu. Come out with me for a moment. Ah? Yi Yu was a little surprised, but still stood up and followed Yi Jin out of the bank. Su Chiya watched the two of them walk to a secluded place and quietly pricked up his ears. Xiao Yizi, I'm afraid we can't hide anymore. Do you remember what happened last night? Yi Jin said solemnly, I used a demon-suppressing talisman to severely injure the vampire, but why did we both faint? No, to be precise, we both lost consciousness, and we also lost some of our memories of the subway station. Yi Jin tried hard to sort out his memories, but he always felt that something was missing, as if there was a layer of window paper between them, vague and unable to be broken through. Lost consciousness? Yi Yu recalled subconsciously, you asked me to provide long-range support, and then a talisman to suppress evil hit the vampire, and then. Chapter 28. What? You know the truth? What are your memories after that? Yi Jin said solemnly, is it gone? Not only is it gone, but there's a mysterious force covering it up. From the moment we woke up until now, we've been subconsciously ignoring the subway station incident. This isn't right. Our memories have been changed? Or erased? Yi Yu said in panic. The problem probably lies in the subway station last night. There was a vampire there who was at least at the count level. Only vampires are good at mind interference. Yi Jin analyzed, but then showed doubts, but why would it let us go? Su Chiya listened with a faint smile on his face. Why let you go? The question is simple, because it is already dead. Our station reports, the Power Supply Bureau has issued a statement regarding the incident at the Pine Street subway station last night, stating that an aging circuit caused a short circuit, resulting in an hour-long power outage and a leakage that caused people to become comatose. The relevant lines have been repaired and the person responsible has been dealt with. A news report was broadcast on the TV in the reception area. You're quite good at making excuses. Su Chiya crossed his legs leisurely, looking at Yi Jin and Yi Yu in the distance, with a smile on his face. It seemed that the Haojiang City Special Affairs Bureau had noticed the situation at the subway station. It's just, what can they find? Su Chiya flicked his nails with a smile, feeling a little expectant. Haojiang Municipal Biotechnology Research Institute. In the conference room. More than a dozen senior executives of the Special Affairs Bureau sat at the conference table, looking at the information on the big screen. The meeting was chaired by Su Haifeng, director of the Haojiang office of the Special Affairs Bureau. I've basically finished explaining the subway station. Su Haifeng switched the screen, and a black robe and a gold ring appeared on the screen. According to the information from the South China Sea Defense Command, the black robe and gold ring belonged to Count Vals of the Vampire Ackles clan. From this, we can confirm that the vampire Count Vals broke through the South China Sea defense line and entered our country. Director Su, the appearance of the black robe and the gold ring at the subway station, does that mean that Vals has been killed? A senior executive analyzed. Su Haifeng nodded. The gold ring is a symbol of Vals's identity. If he loses it, he will no longer be recognized by the tribe. Who killed Vals? A human? A monster? Or another vampire? Asked another senior executive. This is exactly the purpose of calling everyone to this meeting, to pool our wisdom and provide the beta team with more accurate information to facilitate their positioning. Su Haifeng knocked on the conference table. A senior executive looked at the golden ring on the screen, stroked his beard, and asked, as a vampire count, is there any information about Vals's abilities? There is no exact information at the moment, but there are rumors that he is good at mind interference. Su Haifeng replied. I have a question. Given Vals's need for blood, the blood of ordinary people should not be enough to satisfy him. Why did he choose to take action in the subway station? Said a senior executive with a frown. As soon as these words were spoken, a heated discussion broke out in the conference room. There must be something attracting it, a fellow tribesman? A monster? Any of these are possible. So he failed to hunt and ended up being hunted? There aren't obvious signs of fighting at the scene. The only major damage is the shattering of the concrete floor. The force alone rules out our Special Affairs Bureau's operatives. They were able to deal with Vals in such a short time. Could it be that there are still B-level or higher powerful monsters hidden in Haojiang City? What's wrong? What happened? Su Chia looked at Yi Jin knowingly and asking. Yi Jin forced a smile. Yes, there is something, but it's not serious. Has the transfer of funds not been completed yet? I guess we'll have to wait a while. Su Chia shrugged helplessly. Banks are inherently slow. You won't be angry if I don't accompany you to the tourist attractions? Yi Jin asked cautiously. After hearing this, Yi Yu turned his head away in a depressed mood, wondering, when did Big Yi become so concerned about the guy named Su? No, the attractions won't be gone. It's not too late to go after you're done. Su Chia smiled, his eyes rolling, and said, I know why you were unconscious last night. Yi Jin and Yi Yu were both surprised. The news said that the subway station lines were aging and leaking electricity, and all the people inside were unconscious. Su Chia blinked and said jokingly, you are quite unlucky. Yi Jin. Yi Yu. Mr. Su, your transfer has been completed. Yang Guang walked over from the bank lobby, holding a receipt in his hand, and said with an apologetic smile, here is your receipt. Su Chia smiled slightly, took the receipt, and nodded, then I'll take my leave first. The funds will arrive within 3 business days. Yang Guang escorted Su Chia and the other two out of the bank and handed over 3 business cards. If you have any financial needs in Haojiang City, you can contact me at any time. Goodbye. Su Chia waved his hand. Yi Jin looked at Su Chia with a flickering gaze, his expression changing several times. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Su. Su Chia looked at Yi Jin, concentrated his attention, and immediately heard her thoughts. I have a request. Yi Jin said hesitantly. Su Chia laughed and said, then don't invite me. I'm tall, handsome, fair-skinned, and rich, but I don't have any other special abilities. It would be bad if I messed up. Yi Jin was choked and swallowed the rest of the sentence. Speaking of which, you're quite a strange person. Yi Yu looked at Su Chia with a strange and inquiring look. Well. Su Chia scratched his head, what's strange about it? You're worth billions now, eh? Shouldn't you act like one? Yi Yu crossed his arms, wondering, a normal person becoming rich overnight wouldn't be overjoyed and have a complete change of heart. Why do you still look so nonchalant? Yi Yu really wanted to pry open Su Chia's head and see what was inside. Su Chia spread his hands and said, so what if I'm a billionaire? I still need to take medicine when I'm sick, and I'll die when my lifespan ends. I'm no different from an ordinary person. The difference between a billionaire and an ordinary person is just that they live a better life. It seems to make sense. Yi Yu always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He could only nod and agree with Su Chi's statement. Yi Jin looked at him with eyes as clear as water and full of affection. Special Affairs Bureau Haojian Office. Director Su, this is the information of all people entering and leaving the subway station, captured by the cameras around the subway station. An executive placed a thick stack of information on Su Haifeng's desk. Su Haifeng was somewhat helpless. Didn't I ask you to review it first? Why are there so many? We have reviewed it and unanimously agree that these people are suspects. The executor said seriously. Well, I think you're a suspect too. Su Haifeng narrowed his eyes and looked at him. There's a 99% chance that you're not my biological son. Maybe you're a monster in disguise. Why don't you lock you up in the Juling Research Laboratory for a few days to calm down? Su Yang's face changed and he took a few steps back. What? Dad, you finally told me the truth? Get lost. Su Haifeng's face darkened. If you keep cheating me like this, I'll cut off your pocket money. Got it. Su Yang ran out of the office. There's so much information, it'll take forever to read it. Su Haifeng rubbed his temple, bit his finger, and drew a strange symbol on his desk. Spiritual energy surged through the symbol, emitting a hazy mist. Please help me review this information and find the abnormal people among them. Yes, sir. Shichichi. The fat squirrel sat on the coffee table with an unhappy look on his face. He looked at the nuts in the fruit bowl, shook his fur angrily, and kicked the fruit bowl away. Damn big devil, you actually left me behind. What kind of squirrel is this? Can it get angry? The two female public relations staff of the casino reluctantly began to pick up the nuts scattered on the ground. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel was jumping on the coffee table angrily. If the big devil hadn't given the order, it really wanted to burn down the big house. Little squirrel, what's wrong with you? A female public relations officer reached out to grab the fat squirrel and wanted to pick it up. Chi-chi. Seeing this, the fat squirrel suddenly jumped, stepped on the female public relations officer's arm, and used the momentum to jump again, jumping onto the female public relations officer's chest. He stepped on it and was suddenly stunned. Hey, it's soft and quite comfortable. He, it's too itchy, stop jumping. The two female PRs were laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. It had been more than half an hour since the fat squirrel first jumped on their chests. No matter how they tried to catch it, it would always dodge and jump from one person to another again and again. I can't do it anymore, I'm too tired. This little squirrel, why does it always jump here? The two female public relations collapsed on the sofa, no longer able to struggle. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel looked at them, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He thought to himself, no wonder the big devil has some movies on his computer. Men always like them. They're so fun. With a creak, the door opened and Whiting walked in with a strange expression on his face. He looked at the two female public relations staff who were sweating profusely and slumped on the sofa, and then looked at the fat squirrel standing on the coffee table with a confused look on his face. Mr. He. The two female public relations officers immediately stood up from the sofa, their faces slightly red. You too? Whiting had a strange expression on his face. Ahem, don't act like this in the casino anymore. You can go wherever you want after work, understand? We. The female public relations staff were at their wits' end and wanted to cry. Whiting walked to the coffee table, looked at the fat squirrel, and said with a smile, what a cute little squirrel. Why did Mr. Su leave you alone? Chi-chi. The fat squirrel showed a sad expression. You know what? Cute squirrels are not pets, they are food. Chapter 29. Will there be monsters in Dasha? If your master doesn't want you anymore, how about following me? Whiting said with a teasing smile, I promise to give you good food and drink. Ba. Monk Huikon walked in from outside without knowing when, and with a smile he chanted the Buddha's name. Donor this little squirrel looks quite smart, I'm afraid it won't abandon its master. Whiting laughed heartily, it was just a joke. If Mr. Su knew that I had confiscated his pet, wouldn't he bankrupt me in a matter of minutes? Mr. We'll be out first. The two female public relations officers looked at each other calmly, whispered something, and left the room. Master Huikon, what urgent matter did Mr. Su have that he couldn't even take care of his own pet? Whiting teased the fat squirrel, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Monk Huicon looked at the fat squirrel meaningfully. Amatba, perhaps it is an urgent matter involving human life. Oh? He Whiting saw Monk Huicon's distant eyes, and his heart moved, and he smiled. I don't think Mr. Su is impatient. Besides, there are so many beautiful girls in my casino. If he wants any one of them, I can just arrange it for him. Why would he have to go out and look for one? Chi-Chi. When the fat squirrel heard this, his dark eyes widened and he looked at Whiting in disbelief. You really are not afraid of death? If the big devil hears you, he will definitely suck all the blood out of you. What are you chirping about? Whiting looked at the fat squirrel and liked it more and more. He spread out his big hands and whistled a few times. Come, little squirrel, come into my hands. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel turned around with disdain, picked up a nut from the fruit bowl and started to chew it. Whiting shook his head helplessly. Let me give it a try. Monk Huicon showed a mysterious smile on his face. He walked to the coffee table and spread out his palms. Little squirrel, come into my palms. For the sake of Mr. Su, I may not make things difficult for you. The fat squirrel shuddered and took 2 steps back, his eyes rolling around as if he was weighing the pros and cons. If you don't give me this face, don't blame me for not giving face to Su. Monk Huicon said with a smile. When he saw the little squirrel yesterday, he used his clairvoyance to immediately recognize its identity as a demon. However, the little squirrel was full of spiritual energy and had no karma, indicating that it had never harmed anyone. That was why he didn't take action. Chi-Chi. After hearing this, the fat squirrel walked into the palm of Monk Huicon with its little head hung down. It knew that it could not escape from this big bald man. Hey, it seems to really understand human language. Whiting said in surprise. Although he had seen some animals that could understand human language, those were all trained and had high IQs. More importantly, the little squirrel understood Monk Huicon's threat and weighed the pros and cons for several seconds. Whiting showed an envious look on his face. This little squirrel is so adorable, I wonder if Mr. Su will give it up. I'm afraid not. Monk Huicon stood up, holding the fat squirrel. A pet like this takes a lot of effort to cultivate, so I'm sure they won't give it to others easily. Then I have to ask Mr. Su for advice on how to train it. Whiting liked it more and more the more he looked at it, but he never had the idea of robbing it. Monk Huicon shook his head and laughed. It's extremely difficult. There may not be such a squirrel among 10,000 squirrels. Donor, he should just let it go. Besides, having a pet like this may not be a good thing. Whiting was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Instead of spending so much manpower and resources, it would be better to build a few more schools. Good. Monk Huicon carried the fat squirrel out. Whiting's eyes flickered as he looked at Monk Huicon's back, his gaze becoming profound. This little squirrel must be something extraordinary. Even Master Huicon values it so much. Who exactly is Mr. Su? In his conversations with the guests, my father frequently mentioned vampires, families, werewolves, and tribes. Since there are vampires and werewolves in the West, does that mean there are monsters in Daxia? Perhaps, this little squirrel is actually a little demon, which is why Master Huicon said that there might not be one among 10,000, and that it might not be a good thing. Is this world still the world I once knew? Whiting fell into deep thought. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have lifted a corner of the mysterious curtain of the world, and what he knew might just be the tip of the iceberg. Monk Huicon carried the fat squirrel back to his room and said with a smile, Little monster, do you think you can escape my eyes? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel trembled, hoping that Su Chi would come back to save it. The smile of the big bald man in front of him was too scary. Monk Huicon touched his bald head and sighed. It's a pity that I haven't yet mastered the art of telepathy, otherwise I would know what you're thinking. Now I can only use a stupid method. I will ask you a question. If you say yes, nod your head. If you say no, shake your head. If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you even if it means offending Master Su. Monk Huicon pretended to be fierce and threatened, while taking off a string of Buddhist beads from his wrist and putting them on the fat squirrel. These beads can sense whether you are lying, so you must answer seriously. The fat squirrel froze and nodded rapidly. Is Mr. Su a great demon? Monk Huicon asked the first question in his mind. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel shook his little head like a rattle, muttering to himself, how can he be a demon? He's clearly a blood-sucking devil. The Buddhist beads did not react at all. Monk Huicon nodded and continued to ask, have you ever harmed anyone directly or indirectly? Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel was slightly confused and shook his head again. The Buddhist beads still did not respond. Monk Huikon's expression eased slightly. Did you take the initiative to find donor Su? Chi. The fat squirrel shook his head again and muttered to himself, who was so tired of living that they actively seek out the devil. Monk Huikon was a little surprised. He looked at the motionless Buddhist beads, touched his bald head, and thought to himself, could it be that these Buddhist beads have lost their effectiveness? No, you took the initiative to find Mr. Su. Monk Huikon said seriously, with Buddha's light on his hands. He looked as if he would slap the fat squirrel without mercy if it dared to shake its head. Gudong. The fat squirrel stared at the palm that was shining with Buddha's light, swallowed hard, and nodded. Buzz. The Buddhist beads suddenly began to flash. It seems to be working. Does that mean what the little squirrel said just now is true? Monk Huikong dispersed the Buddha's light from his palm and continued to ask calmly, did you cause Mr. Su to leave suddenly last night? The fat squirrel shook his head. You approached Su Shizhu because you have some plans for him? The fat squirrel still shook his head, thinking to himself, who is plotting against whom? The big devil is eyeing my demon blood every day. If I don't catch a demon to take my place, he will suck me to death. Have you secretly controlled Donor Su? The fat squirrel continued to shake his head. Half an hour later, Monk Huikong drank some water to moisten his throat and looked thoughtfully at the fat squirrel rubbing its neck. This was indeed a simple-minded little demon, whose demonic nature had not yet awakened, and would not harm anyone for the time being. Shichi? The fat squirrel cried a few times and twisted its body in dissatisfaction, as if it was uncomfortable wearing the Buddhist beads. Monk Huikong saw this, smiled, stretched out his hand, and the Buddhist beads fell off the fat squirrel. You little demon, remember not to hurt others in the future, otherwise I will take you to see the Buddha in the West. Chi. The fat squirrel nodded nonchalantly, but he chuckled in his heart, want to send me to see the Buddha? When the time comes, I will become his disciple, and you will have to call me Old Buddha. Monk Huikong ignored it and fell into deep thought. I wonder if my colleagues at the Haojiang Special Affairs Bureau have found any trace of the vampire? Haojiang Special Affairs Bureau meeting room. Su Haifeng sat at the main seat and looked around at the dozen or so senior executives at the table. Have you all reached a consensus? Director Su, we've already discussed this. A senior executive reported, in addition to the subway station incident, there was another case reported by the police on the same day. 12 people were violently killed in the alley behind Huijiang Bank. It has been confirmed that vampires were responsible. But based on the victim's wounds, we've preliminarily determined it was a blood servant, an F-class vampire, most likely one of Val's blood relatives. It sucked the blood of 12 people and then left the scene, only to be targeted by an unknown creature. Or rather, it was originally a bait thrown by Val's to lure the unknown creature to the subway station. Judging from Val's actions in cutting the wires, this unknown creature is most likely unable to see in the dark, and its senses are not very sensitive, the senior executive analyzed. This unknown creature may be targeting the blood servant himself, or perhaps it has an extreme hatred for vampires. Val's has seized on this point. Hearing what you said, this unknown creature looks quite like the executor of our Special Affairs Bureau. Su Haifeng smiled meaningfully. The senior executive was stunned for a moment and shook his head, not an executive. The unknown creature fell into the trap carefully laid by Val's. Perhaps Val's underestimated the creature's strength, and ended up being killed instead of being hunted. There are currently two conclusions. First, the blood of the unknown creature is highly attractive to Val's. Second, based on the traces of battle at the scene, we preliminarily estimate the unknown creature to be approximately 6 meters in size. After the senior executive finished speaking, he handed the report to Su Haifeng. Su Haifeng nodded and took out a stack of documents from a folder and distributed them. Everyone, take a look. This is footage from the subway station's exterior surveillance camera. The behavior of 5 of these individuals is highly suspicious. A dozen senior executives were looking through the documents when 5 photos came into view, including 2 girls, 2 young men and a man in a black robe. This man in black is the vampire Count Val's. We have information about him in our country's archives. He first appeared in the late 15th century and is an old vampire who has survived for nearly 600 years. Su Haifeng turned on the big screen and pointed at the black-robed man on the screen with a page-turning pen. All the senior executives nodded. This feature was too obvious. How could a normal person walk around the street wearing a black robe? These twin girls followed one of the young men into the subway station. According to your conclusion, they should be the so-called unknown creatures. Su Haifeng knocked on the table, a strange smile on his face. But in fact, they are from a legitimate and prestigious family, the Yi family of Chuanhua Province. Major General Yi Shangbei is their father. Chapter 30, 2 Timing, that guy is good. So she's General Ye's daughter. Major General Yi Shangbei should be AB rank executor now, right? That's one of our country's high-end combat forces. The Taoist scriptures passed down by Xianqing Temple emphasize the importance of accumulating knowledge over time. Progress on the spiritual level is slow in the early stages, but once you cross the D level, the speed of improvement is like riding a rocket, soaring. Wow, these two girls are so pretty. How could Olji actually give birth to such beautiful daughters? Could it be, cough cough cough? Su Haifeng listened to the discussion drifting further and further off track, so he slapped the table and coughed twice to interrupt. Let's get down to business. They tracked a suspected Val's blood relative into the subway station, and from the last footage captured inside, they've already severely injured the blood servant. The screen began to play the last footage of the subway station surveillance. Yi Jin drew a talisman in the air, severely damaging the blood servant in one fell swoop. Then the screen suddenly turned black, obviously there was a power outage. This young man is the blood relative of Val's, but he is just a small blood servant, not worth mentioning, and there is no need to pay too much attention to him. Su Haifeng passed over the young man who looked a little fierce, pressed the page-turning pen, and a sunny and cheerful big boy appeared on the screen. This young man is quite handsome, a female executive narrowed her eyes. He looks fair-skinned and has a good temperament, like a boy next door. A burly man also narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. Is this the fifth suspect? A senior executive raised the question, saying he really couldn't see anything wrong with this person. Su Haifeng nodded. His name is Su Qiye, he is from Liangming City, Donghua Province. His parents died unexpectedly 3 years ago, and he received a small amount of compensation from the factory. Is there anything abnormal about this person? The executors were full of doubts after listening to this normal information. Yesterday, this guy won 4.2 billion with a capital of 10,000 at the Gold Coast Casino, becoming a billionaire overnight. Su Haifeng narrowed his eyes. He felt that Su Qiye was no ordinary person. And what a coincidence! He appeared at the subway station exit not long after the incident. With a light tap of the page-turning pen, a high-definition photo appeared on the big screen. What the hell? Is this even possible? Major General Yi Shangbei's daughter seems to be working in Liangming City? Could it be that Su Qiye knows them? One on the left, one on the right. If Olji saw this photo, he would probably pick up a knife and chop someone. It looks suspicious. Is this 2 timing? Wow, this guy is good. Su Haifeng's face turned dark. What exactly are these old guys focusing on? Bang! Let's get down to business. Su Haifeng slammed his hand on the conference table and said in a deep voice, how could Su Qiye, an ordinary man, easily carry 2 girls? Furthermore, when he came out of the subway station, there was no expression on his face. He didn't seem surprised at what was happening inside the station, and he didn't call the police immediately. The subway station was pitch black. How did he find the Yi sisters? These are all suspicious points. Su Haifeng tapped the table with his fingers. Su Qiye is a major suspect. The expressions of the senior executives suddenly became solemn. Judging from the traces of the battle in the subway station, the person who fought Val's was huge, at least 6 meters tall. If it was really Su Qiye who did it, then he must be either a vampire or a werewolf. A senior executive narrowed his eyes and said, we haven't found any monster that can transform into a human form yet, but we can't be careless. How about capturing him and testing him? No, if he really is a vampire or a werewolf and resists arrest, we may not be able to capture him in a short time. A senior executive objected. He's very dangerous. He can kill Val's in a short time. He's at least at the level of a vampire marquis. I think it would be better to first determine Su Qiye's location and then try to contact him secretly. A senior executive suggested. I agree. Su Haifeng nodded. Su Qiye and the Yi sisters were last seen at Huijiang Bank. I suggest sending an E-level or higher executor to contact him. This mission is extremely dangerous, so the selection of the executor must be carefully considered. Snap! Suddenly, a flash went off. A senior executive took a photo of Su Qiye carrying the Yi sisters and tapped the screen a few times. Han Long, what are you doing? Su Haifeng angrily retorted, this is an internal secret. No photos are allowed. Do you want to violate the confidentiality agreement? Senior Executive Han Long blinked. Photos of special events are indeed internal secrets, but there are only 3 people in this photo, so they shouldn't be counted. Besides, I'm only passing it on to our internal staff. You even spread it out? Su Haifeng was furious. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone in Han Long's hand suddenly rang with a shrill ringtone. Su Haifeng's face was gloomy and he stared at Han Long. His eyes seemed to say, if you dare to answer the phone, I will deal with you. Beep. Han Long pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. Han Long, you bastard, what did you do to my daughter? An exasperated voice came from the other end of the line. Just by listening to the voice, you could tell that the other party was furious. Han Long grinned, you coward, your daughter has been taken away by someone. Say a few words to beg for mercy, and I will help you rescue your daughter. Bullshit. Don't hang up the phone, you bastard. Yi Xiangbei held his cell phone and walked into the rocket-linked weapon post, looking at the soldiers in the post with an angry face. CEO. Dozens of soldiers stood up and saluted. Locate the location of this mobile phone for me and prepare 3 small tactical missiles. Yi Xiangbei sneered, damn Han Long, do you really think I can't deal with you? Chapter 31 I am standing in front of you, do you think I look like before? Yes. A commanding soldier immediately activated the signal wave positioning system and issued an order, confirm the signal wave coordinates, DX-017 small combat missile launch. Coordinates locked. Launch distance locked. In just a few seconds, all units were ready. Fuck. 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 Han Long immediately gave in, smiled bitterly and explained in a very fast pace, Old Yi, are you serious? Listen to me, your daughter is fine. Yi Xiangbei narrowed his eyes slightly and said to the commanding soldiers waiting for orders, the combat mission is cancelled. Yes. DX-017 small combat missile has been shut down. Han Long listened to the voice in the receiver and breathed a sigh of relief. Send that kid's information to me. If he dares to touch my daughter, I will skin him alive. Yi Xiangbei walked out of the weapons post and headed straight for the communication room. Han Long looked at Su Haifeng and said in an official tone, Old Yi, this is an internal secret. Even if I tell you verbally, it would be considered a violation of the confidentiality agreement. Do you really want me to be shot? Bullshit. Can bullets break your defense? Even machine guns may not be able to do it. Stop talking nonsense and send it over. Yi Xiangbei said in a deep voice. Hey, our director won't allow it. Han Long smiled slyly. Bullshit. Han Long, stop slandering me. When did I ever say I wouldn't give it to you? Su Haifeng yelled immediately. Who doesn't he know that Yi Xiangbei of the South China Sea Defense Force is a lunatic? When he had just broken through to level B, he rushed into the vampire family's hideout and slaughtered an earl and more than a dozen viscounts. Yi Xiangbei nodded with satisfaction. The director of the Haojiang office still gave him face. He flipped through the records of his daughter's interactions with Su Qiye, his expression shifting from gloomy to bright. Is this kid after hearts? People? Or blood? Elsewhere, Su Qiye, who was sitting in a bookstore with Yi Jin and Yi Yu, suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He wondered, since I became a vampire, temperature no longer affects me. Why do I feel cold? Is someone plotting against me? Su Qiye sensed silently, using his super 6 senses to the maximum, and indeed he detected a faint aura coming from the south that seemed neither evil nor good. This feels really weird. He pondered to himself, reviewing his recent actions. He found no omissions, and he didn't know anyone in the south. Has he been marked by the vampire family? Su Qiye frowned slightly, remembering what Val said before his death, will those who kill their own kind be judged by the elders? Mr. Su, what are you thinking about? Yi Jin came over quietly, holding the foreign version of Twilight Saga 2 in her hand, her cheeks slightly red, with a bit of shyness. Su Qiye shook his head, nothing. Can you understand this foreign version? Yes. Yi Jin nodded, smiling brightly. Foreign languages are simpler than our Chinese. There are only a few sentence structures, and the meanings of words are similar. They are easy to learn. Humph, Big Leaf has passed the 8th level of English. Yi Yu was engrossed in reading a novel, laughing like a silver bell from time to time, attracting the attention of many men in the bookstore. What's the name of this book? Tsuchiya pretended not to understand foreign languages and his eyes fell on the cover. A big red-eyed bat covered half of the cover, and there was a blood moon in the sky. Twilight. Yi Jin blinked, holding her chin, and looked at him with a dazed look in her eyes. This is the second season. The first season tells the story of the heroine's transfer classmate, who is a vampire. Tsuchiya's eyelids twitched, and he said calmly, "No wonder there's a big bat on the cover. Vampires in books won't turn into bats, but..." Yi Jin was about to say, "But they can in real life." But she stopped herself in time and smiled, "These are all fantasies. How can there be vampires in reality?" Tsuchiya nodded and thought to himself, "Isn't there one right in front of you?" Ding ling ling. The phone in Yi Jin's pocket suddenly rang. "Oh!" she exclaimed when she saw the caller ID and quickly walked out of the bookstore. "Dad?" Tsuchiya raised his eyebrows, pricked up his ears, and listened quietly. "Hello, Dad?" Yi Jin's voice was weak and a little guilty. "Hey, you two are quite courageous." A sneer and anger came from the other end of the phone. "What did I say? I asked you to meet Marshal Lin's son, and you two ran away?" "Dad, I don't want to see him. Xiao Yi and I have our own ideas." Yi Jin retorted. "Any ideas?" Yi Shangbei's tone calmed down a bit. Knowing his daughters were safe, he felt relieved. "Where are you now?" "In Jinghua." Yi Jin rolled his eyes and told a little lie. "You've even learned to lie to your dad?" Yi Shangbei rubbed his temples helplessly. How could he have given birth to such two silly daughters? Yi Jin's heart hardened as she snorted, "I'm not lying to you, you're going to tip off Marshal Lin again, humph." Yi Shangbei couldn't help but complain, "You two are cut from the same cloth as your mother, so stupid. Let's not talk about the fact that I know where you are. Even if I didn't know, I can locate you through the signal waves now." "Ah?" Yi Jin was stunned for a few seconds and hung up the phone directly. "Yi Shangbei?" Ding dong. Yi Jin's phone rang again, a message. Puzzled, she clicked on it, and a high-definition photo popped up. The moment she saw the photo clearly, she felt a sense of foreboding. I'm dying. Yi Jin ran into the bookstore in a panic, grabbed Yi Yu and rushed out. "Big Leaf, are you crazy?" Yi Yu looked confused. "Dad knows we are in Haozhong, we have to hurry back to Liangming City." Yi Jin pulled Yi Yu and walked out of the bookstore quickly. Tsuchiya followed out slowly. Yi Jin looked at Tsuchiya, and thinking of the photo, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she said in a soft voice, Mr. Su, we will go back to Liangming City first. See you in Liangming City." "See you in Liangming City." Tsuchiya responded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jin pulled Yi Yu away in a hurry. In the meeting room of Haozhong office. "Han Long, you are such a bad boy, but I like you." Su Haifeng smiled. The strength of the offices in various places is not much different. Although there are many executors in the border city office, the highest is only sea level. It is obviously not enough to test a suspected B-level vampire or werewolf. But Yi Shangbei is different. He is a B-level executor himself. Even if he cannot defeat a B-level vampire, he can still escape without any problem. Han Long smiled and said, "Let Olji go and find out first." But I always feel that although Tsuchiya has problems, he is not like those evil and dark guys in the West. "What do you mean?" Su Haifeng asked in surprise. Han Long shook his head. "It's just my intuition. If Tsuchiya is a vampire, how could Old Ye's daughter still be alive? A dignified marquis wouldn't be afraid of Old Ye's daughter's blood. Perhaps Old Ye's own blood would still make him a little wary." "That makes some sense." Su Haifeng fell into deep thought. Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the conference room was kicked open, and a tall and burly figure walked in. He was wearing a dark green military uniform, with a resolute face and sharp eyes. "Major General Yi Shangbei? Old Yi? General Yi?" There was a sudden exclamation in the conference room. Yi Shangbei swept his eyes around, locked onto Han Long, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Han Long, I'm here to settle the score." "You, what are you doing here?" Han Long was about to stand up from the chair when he suddenly felt a hand as heavy as Mount Tai pressing on his shoulder. Thump! Han Long sat back down in his chair. Yi Shangbei pressed his shoulder and sneered, "You want to use me, Yi Shangbei, as a pawn? You, Han Long, are quite courageous. What do you mean by being used as a pawn?" Han Long's body stiffened, his face flushed. What I told you is the truth. The initiative is in your hands. Who dares to use you, Major General Yi, as a pawn? Yi Shangbei patted Han Long's shoulder gently and said calmly, we have been brothers for many years. Don't I know what you are thinking? Han Long was slightly embarrassed. You know in your heart that once I get the news, I will definitely not be able to contain myself. Yi Shangbei stood in the middle of the conference room with his hands behind his back, looking around at all the senior executives. Where are my daughter and that kid now? A few minutes ago, they were at the Longhuan bookstore. Su Haifeng adjusted the big screen and a surveillance video played. It was the scene of Yi Jin and Yi Yu saying goodbye to Su Qiye at the door of the bookstore. Yi Shangbei nodded, report the boy's whereabouts in real time, I will go to meet him. Be careful. Su Haifeng warned solemnly. B-level executors were the backbone of the great Xia nation, and the loss of one was a heavy blow. Yi Shangbei nodded and strode out of the meeting room. His purpose for this trip had been achieved. He had to teach these people a lesson, otherwise they would really think he was some idiot they could use at will. Does the super strong sixth sense have this function? I didn't seem to have such a strong perception before I was promoted to Viscount. It seems that as my rank rises, these abilities will also increase. Su Qiye walked leisurely on the street. The pedestrians around him were hurrying, which formed a sharp contrast with his leisurely manner. He glanced at every person he passed by, and through the combined effects of vision, hearing, smell and perception, he could actually sense the blood in the body of the passers-by. This perception is different from the sound of blood flowing. It is more like a simple blood imaging, just like a thermal image. It can clearly sense where there is more blood and where the blood flow is faster. Tread. Su Qiye stopped because someone blocked his way ahead. Are you Su Qiye? A dark green figure stood in front, his voice sonorous and powerful, full of masculinity. I'm Su Qiye, and you are. Su Qiye listened to the other person's inner thoughts, but only heard what he was about to say next, and did not catch the other person's opinion of him at all. Our CEO wants to see you, please follow me. Su Qiye narrowed his eyes and wondered in his heart, who is the CEO? Our CEO wants to see you, please follow me, the man repeated expressionlessly, and gestured with one hand, indicating Su Qiye to follow him. Su Qiye nodded and followed the dark green figure to a military jeep. Please get in the car. The car door was opened. Su Qiye got in the car. Are you Su Qiye? A sharp gaze swept over, and at the same time a voice full of majesty sounded. Su Qiye's eyes flickered. This voice was familiar. He had just heard it a dozen minutes ago. Was it Yi Jin and Yi Yu's father? What did he want from him? Are you confused? Yi Shangbei reclined his seat and turned from the front row to look at Su Qiye, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you wondering who I am? And why am I looking for you? Chapter 32. Is there another dog outside? I am a little confused. Su Qiye felt funny after hearing this and responded to Yi Shangbei's words. Let me introduce myself. I am Yi Shangbei, the father of Yi Jin and Yi Yu. I believe you know my two daughters? Yi Shangbei smiled and stretched out his hand. Su Qiye pretended to be surprised and reached out to hold Yi Shangbei's hand. Hello, uncle. Bang! Yi Shangbei held Su Qiye's hand with a meaningful look in his eyes, and a gentle force flowed into Su Qiye's body through their clasped palms. Su Qiye remained calm, his mind immersed in his body, controlling his body's nerve sensations and metabolism, making his physique look slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Yi Shangbei raised an eyebrow, feeling a little surprised. Is he really just an ordinary person? His physique is slightly better than that of ordinary people. Perhaps he has undergone spiritual training? Indeed, his parents' unexpected death 3 years ago must have been a significant blow to him. His recovery from that trauma must have changed him somewhat. Therefore, his sixth sense is more acute than the average person's, so winning some money at the casino makes sense. So, the Val's incident really has nothing to do with him? Yi Shangbei let go of his hand and pondered in his heart. Su Qiye had a smile on his face, but he was thinking in his heart, tsk, this is a good excuse, it will be useful to fool others in the future. Xiao Su, which one do you like better, Yi Jin or Yi Yu? Yi Shangbei asked with a smile, his voice much gentler. Su Qiye was a little confused and said awkwardly, they are all very nice. I get along well with them. Yi Shangbei suddenly wanted to punch the guy in front of him to death. What did he mean by that? He wanted both? Su Qiye blinked. It's not bad to have both, But the point is, wouldn't that be like a bandit keeping 3 detectives in his own home? Uncle, you misunderstood. Your daughter and I are just ordinary friends. We have only met 3 times since we met. Su Chiya said with a smile, I don't have any other thoughts. Yi Shangbei was silent. Didn't this boy like either of his 2 gentle, elegant, and beautiful daughters? Su Chiya also fell silent. Damn, should he turn off his telepathy? Forget it. I won't get involved in your affairs, young people. Yi Shangbei finally shook his head. I originally wanted to ask you something, but who doesn't have some secrets? Get out of the car. He waved his hand, his tone somewhat listless. Goodbye, uncle. Su Chiya smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to get out of the car, he stopped again. By the way, Miss Yi Jean and Miss Yi, you are not in a good state. They seem a little confused. Uncle Yi, do you want to take them to the hospital? What? Yi Shangbei's eyes focused, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Gudong. Su Chiya pretended to be scared and swallowed his saliva. He whispered, I'll go first. Yi Shangbei adjusted the seat back and watched Su Chiya get out of the car. He said seriously, ask the Haojiang office to locate Yi Jin and Yi Yu. These 2 girls are too unreasonable. Yes. Yi Jin and Yi Yu didn't know that they had been sold by Su Chiya. They were sitting in the waiting hall, preparing to board the flight back to Liangming City. Attention passengers, flight KH037 to Liangming City is delayed for 30 minutes due to weather conditions. What? The plane is delayed? What the hell, why is there a delay? I still have a business deal to discuss. Isn't this too unreliable? The sky is clear, how could it be due to the weather? It's sunny in Liangming City, why don't you fly? There was an uproar in the waiting hall, and passengers began to complain, and some even started calling the airline's customer service number to complain. Yi Jin and Yi Yu looked at each other and saw a bad premonition in each other's eyes. Ding dong. The phone rang, it was a text message. Su Chiya opened the screen and took a look. Was it sent from China Construction Bank? CCB, Mr. Su, your savings account with the account number ending in 6666 had 4.5 billion renminbi transferred into it at 11 o'clock on October 4th. The current account balance is 4,501,234 renminbi and 56 cents. Wow, that's pretty efficient. Su Chiya laughed and thought, Wang Duoyu was so proud when he inherited 1 billion, and I made 4.5 billion with my own ability, so there is no reason for me not to show off a little, right? Ding-a-ling. China Construction Bank called. Su Chiya hung up the call directly, thinking to himself, you ignored me yesterday, but today I will make you out of my league. Having money makes you so willful. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang again. A strange number from Haojiang City? Su Chiya pressed the answer button. Mr. Su, have you forgotten your little squirrel? He Whiting's helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chiya scratched his head, no wonder I always feel like something is missing. He Whiting's mouth twitched. He suddenly realized that Su Chiya could be quite unreliable sometimes. He needed someone to remind him when his pet was lost. When will Mr. Su come to pick it up? I'll be right there. Su Chiya hailed a taxi and headed for the Gold Coast Casino. He had almost achieved his purpose for coming to Haojiang City, and it was time to return to Liangming City with his little fat rat. He Whiting put down his phone, looked at the fat squirrel lying on the coffee table chewing nuts, and said with a smile, look, if I hadn't reminded your master, he wouldn't have remembered you at all. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel rolled its eyes. Didn't it understand its owner? Ever since the last time its owner woke up from a long sleep, he hadn't paid much attention to it, and wasn't even interested in its blood. Could it be? Could it be that the owner has another mouse outside? The fat squirrel held a nut and frowned. Monk Huikon was sitting cross-legged on the floor, twirling Buddhist beads in his hands, seemingly chanting Buddhist scriptures. Mr. Su is here. He Hua gently pushed open the door and reported. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel started up, climbed up from the coffee table, and jumped out. Monk Huikon's eyelids moved slightly, but he did not stand up. He continued to recite Buddhist scriptures, but his speed was a little faster. Mr. He, I'm sorry to trouble you. This little guy is not easy to serve. Su Chiya said with a hint of meaning. He Whiting shook his head. It's quite intelligent, not difficult to please. Have you finished dealing with Mr. Su's affairs? It's been taken care of. Su Chiya lifted the fat squirrel with one hand and was slightly surprised to see Monk Huikong sitting cross-legged on the floor. Why, didn't the monk go to visit the scenic spots? Master Huikong played with the squirrel for a while this morning. Coincidentally, the police caught the real culprit in the Huijiang Bank murder case, so I went to deal with it. That's why I couldn't go. He Whiting explained, how about we go together this afternoon? Okay, I'm free anyway. Su Chiya replied with a smile. Monk Huikong continued chanting, then stopped after a moment. He stood up from the floor, looked at Su Chiya and said with a smile, Amatba, it's amazing that you, Mr. Su, have forgotten about such a spiritual pet. I picked up this little guy. I have a bad memory and often forget things. Su Chiya heard the conversation between the little fat rat and Monk Huikong from the little fat rat's heart, and said it deliberately. Oh? Picked it up? Monk Huikong became interested. Su Chiya nodded. I found it about half a month ago at the Tada Mall in Liangming City. There was a fire on the 4th floor and everyone was in a panic. This little guy ran to my feet in a panic, and I found it like that. Mr. Su is so lucky. He Whiting said enviously. Why doesn't he have the luck to go out and pick up a pet? Donor Su, you are so lucky. Monk Huikong looked at the fat squirrel meaningfully. I've always had good luck. Su Chiya laughed. Haojiang office. DD. A military jeep drove in, and Yi Jin and Yi Yu got out reluctantly. Yi Shangbei got out of the passenger seat with an expressionless face, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He never expected that a little vampire count would dare to attack his own daughter. Thought interference. Yi Shangbei felt heavy in his heart. Thoughts were a mysterious thing, and once interfered with, it was difficult to reverse it. There is no expert in thinking in the South China Sea Defense Force. In the entire Haidong province, Su Haifeng, as C-level executive in Haojiang City and director of the Haojiang office, is the best at this. What? Su Haifeng looked embarrassed. Although I am indeed proficient in the art of thinking, the abilities of an executor and a vampire are different. Our abilities are acquired, while vampires are innate. I may not be able to eliminate Velza's interference with my thinking. No matter what, please try your best. Yi Shangbei said solemnly. Generally, you should know that if I fail, their minds will only become more confused, and they may suffer from schizophrenia and exhaustion. Su Haifeng was still hesitant. Yi Shangbei nodded, I know, I will be there to protect them. The spiritual scriptures of Xianqing Temple can protect their minds. Seeing Yi Shangbei's firm attitude, Su Haifeng had no choice but to nod in agreement. In a closed, quiet room, Yi Jin and Yi Yu sat cross-legged on the cushions, silently reciting Taoist scriptures. Every word flowed from the bottom of their hearts, allowing their minds to quickly calm down and enter a state of tranquility. Yi Shangbei stood behind the two women, pressing his hands lightly on their heads. A sense of peace emanated from his heart and flowed into the hearts of Yi Jin and Yi Yu. A divine light flashed in Su Haifeng's eyes, and the power of his mind surged. Invisible threads of thought touched Yi Jin and Yi Yu's foreheads like tentacles. These threads were like exploring the water, swimming into the two people's minds, trying to smooth out the disturbed parts. It's too difficult. Drops of sweat oozed from Su Haifeng's pores. This required extreme and meticulous control, otherwise Yi Jin and Yi Yu's thoughts would be like the surface of the water, with one wave after another. Buzz. A strong backlash came from the minds of Yi Jin and Yi Yu, especially Yi Jin's backlash was the most fierce, and even spread to Yi Yu's mind along Su Haifeng's thread. Yi Jin and Yi Yu both frowned, as if they were struggling, but relaxed after a moment. A long time passed. Su Haifeng's face gradually turned pale. He suddenly broke all the silk threads, groaned, and blood flowed out of his nostrils. Yi Shangbei was slightly startled. Ha! Su Haifeng wiped the blood from his nose and said with a wry smile, Walsh's mind interference is too strong. Yi Shangbei's heart sank. I can't completely erase it, I can only try my best to minimize the impact, Su Haifeng said tiredly, it should be fine now. Thank you. Yi Shangbei breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Jin and Yi Yu slowly opened their eyes full of confusion. What's wrong with me? Chapter 33 Sisters Like. Boom. Ouch. Ouch. Yi Jin and Yi Yu both covered their heads and cried out in pain. What's going on? Yi Shangbei's face darkened. If it weren't for Director Su, your minds would have been in a mess. Why don't you thank Director Su quickly? Thank you, Uncle Su. Yi Jin and Yi Yu lowered their heads obediently. Yi Shangbei looked at Su Haifeng and said solemnly, I owe you a favor. General Yi, you're too polite. Su Haifeng looked pale and a little weak. Yi Shangbei nodded and flicked Yi Jin and Yi Yu's heads. You guys come with me. Oh. Yi Jin and Yi Yu hung their heads and were about to follow Yi Shangbei out of the quiet room. General Yi. Su Haifeng suddenly called him from behind. Director Su, is there anything else? Yi Shangbei asked in confusion. Su Haifeng smiled bitterly. I wonder if Su Qiye. Yi Shangbei suddenly realized and shook his head. I have tested him. He is a pure human being. It's just that his mind has been tempered, so he is different from ordinary people. His suspicion can basically be ruled out. I see. The bitterness on Su Haifeng's face became even stronger. Su Qiye is not an alien, but aliens with a danger level of B still exist. Their investigation direction is wrong, so they can only start the investigation again. Dad, have you investigated Brother Su? Yi Jin and Yi Yu exclaimed in unison. As soon as the words fell, the two of them looked at each other at the same time, their eyes full of surprise, mixed with a hint of vigilance. Why do you also call Su Qiye Brother Su? Damn vowels, what on earth did he interfere with their thinking? Yi Shangbei clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a crackling sound. Only then did he understand why Su Qiye said that his daughter's thinking was a little confused when they were about to get off the car. It would be confusing if you used such an intimate name for someone you'd only met 3 times. You guys, what's your relationship with that brat named Su? Yi Shangbei felt as if his cabbage had been eaten by a pig. He looked at Yi Jin and Yi Yu. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes, as if the two sisters said something inappropriate, he would dig deep into the ground to find Su Qiye and punish him severely. I like him. I like him. Yi Jin and Yi Yu said in unison again. They looked like they were ready to give it their all, as if they were certain that Yi Shangbei would not do anything to them. Yi Shangbei stopped and was silent for a few minutes, then turned around and walked towards the Haojiang office. Why is General Yi back again? Su Haifeng was walking out of the quiet room weakly when he happened to run into Yi Shangbei walking in angrily. Director Su, I need to know something from you. Yi Shangbei said in a deep voice. Come to my office. Su Haifeng led the way and walked into the office. Yi Shangbei looked at Yi Jin and Yi Yu, and said helplessly, you go to the rest area first. I have something to discuss with Director Su. Oh. Yi Jin and Yi Yu responded, then walked to the rest area and sat down gloomily. A few seconds later, Yi Jin suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Yu. Little Yi, when did you start to like Brother Su? Why can't I like him? Does Brother Su have to be yours alone? Yi Yu raised her chin proudly. You were born just a few minutes earlier than me, you should give in to me. Absolutely impossible. Yi Jin said angrily. Yi Yu slammed the table and said, you always gave in to me before, why can't you give in this time? Yi Jin also slammed the table. I can give in to anything, but not Brother Su. You. The two glared at each other. In the director's office. Yi Shangbei rubbed his temples. Director Su, why do I feel that their thinking has become more confused? Ha? Su Haifeng was stunned. That's absolutely impossible. How could it get even more chaotic? Director Su, I'm not questioning your ability, but as soon as I mentioned Su Qiye, their minds were completely messed up. If I hadn't personally tested Su Qiye, I would have thought he was Val's. Yi Shangbei said with a headache. Broken. Su Haifeng's heart skipped a beat, and a bitter expression crossed his face. General Yi, Val's mind interference might not just be ordinary mind confusion interference, but mind enslavement. What do you mean? Yi Shangbei's expression became serious. I don't quite understand the field of thinking. Please explain it clearly. Ordinary mind interference is to disrupt other people's thinking, causing confusion in their minds, thereby creating favorable conditions for oneself. This is the most common method. Su Haifeng said seriously. Besides this, there are several other similar mind interference methods. They are all similar, but there is only one that is different. Which one? Yi Shangbei felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Mind slavery. Su Haifeng smiled bitterly and said, mental slavery is planting the seeds of slavery in the deepest part of another person's mind. This requires first putting the target into a state of mental stasis, planting the seed, and then activating it through awakening. Once activated, mental enslavement takes effect. This mental slavery is irreversible and cannot be undone unless the target dies. And over time, the seeds of slavery will continue to spread until the target loses himself. Once an autonomous living being loses itself, it means. Su Haifeng looked at Yi Shangbei's red eyes, swallowed his saliva, and dared not say anything further. Spiritual death? Yi Shangbei gritted his teeth and spat out 4 words. He couldn't imagine what he would do if his 2 most beloved daughters died of spirits. Director Su, can you analyze what kind of mental slavery this is? Yi Shangbei briefly described the situation of Yi Jin and Yi Yu. After hearing this, Su Haifeng said with a strange expression, it should be the slave seed of the vampire bride. Fuck his ancestors. Achilles is going too far. Yi Shangbei roared angrily, and his momentum suddenly exploded, causing a loud noise in the office. Tables and chairs were knocked over one after another, and the office became a mess in an instant. General Yi, calm down, calm down. Su Haifeng shouted in fear. Yi Shangbei looked at Su Haifeng with red eyes. Director Su, this means that my daughter has now set her sights on Su Chiya, right? Yes, yes. Su Haifeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. What would happen if Su Chiya died unexpectedly? Yi Shangbei was almost insane. His daughter was his weakness. As long as he could keep his daughter safe, he would do anything. Su Haifeng was shocked when he heard this. General Yi, keep your heart. I ask you, what will happen? Yi Shangbei squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Su Haifeng, suppressing Yi Shangbei's aura, said with difficulty, the slave seeds will continue to spread until spiritual death. Yi Shangbei suddenly collapsed to the ground, his tone filled with helplessness. Is there really no way to save it? Su Haifeng pondered for a moment and said, there is a way to suppress it, but it may not cure the disease, it can only delay it. What method? Yi Shangbei suddenly became excited. Su Haifeng's expression was solemn. Thoughts originate from memories. As long as we erase all memories of Su Chiye and the subway station, we can slow the spread of the seeds of slavery. But what? Yi Shangbei's expression grew serious. The brain, memory, thinking, and spirit were still forbidden areas for humans. Even if relevant research had yielded some results, he wouldn't dare to experiment with his daughter. However, once you come into contact with people or scenes related to this layer of memory, the erased memories will be revived, and the seeds of slavery will spread doubly. At that time, you will either conform to that mindset or die spiritually. Su Haifeng said truthfully. Erasing memory is not an easy task. As far as he knows, there are only 3 people in the Great Xia Kingdom who have this ability, and these 3 people are the backbone of the country. Yi Shangbei nodded and stood up. I understand, thank you Director Su. You're welcome. If you have any further questions, feel free to come to me. Su Haifeng said, patting his chest. It was really rare to receive a favor from a major general of the defense forces. Yi Shangbei turned and walked out of the office. From a distance, he saw the 2 sisters, Yi Jin and Yi Yu, staring at each other in the rest area. You are cheating. It was obviously me who knew Brother Su first. Yi Yu snorted, slamming the table. What do you mean you knew him first? I knew him the day Wetland Park was kidnapped. So, if we're talking about who came first, I should be first and you should be last. Yi Jin also slammed the table with a fierce expression on his face. Ahem. Yi Shangbei held his forehead and coughed twice. Don't embarrass yourself here, you too. Come here quickly. I'll take you to the South China Sea Defense Forces headquarters and introduce you to an uncle. Oh. Yi Jin and Yi Yu glared at each other again, snorted, and turned their heads away. Yi Shangbei rubbed his temples with a headache, took Yi Jin and Yi Yu into the military jeep, and slowly drove towards the Haojiang City Defense Airport. Mr. Su, Master Huaikong, Haojiang City has 3 famous attractions. The first is the Lisboa Casino, a joint venture built by 5 local companies, the second is the Royal Marine Zoo, and the third is the Coastal Food Street. He Whiting sat in the passenger seat and introduced with a smile, when you come to Haojiang City, you can't miss these 3 places. Amatba, I have heard that if you come to Haojiang City and don't visit these 3 attractions, it would be a wasted trip. Monk Huaikong said with a smile. He Whiting laughed heartily. Master Huaikong is right. Our He family owns some shares in these 3 scenic spots. If you 2 want to come and play, please let me know anytime. I promise to make all the arrangements properly. Then Mr. He will have to pay for it. We, the idle people, might come to Haojiang for a stroll someday. Su Qiye said with a smile, touching the fat squirrel's little head. He Whiting smiled slightly. The Lisboa casino is similar to our Gold Coast. Today I'm taking you two to visit the Marine Zoo. The Royal Marine Zoo was built with great investment in the last century. It covers an area of about 40 hectares and has many cruise ships and speedboats, as well as underwater passages. In addition to various marine life, there are also rare land species from various countries. He Whiting introduced, for example, giant pandas, thylacines, single-horned rhinos, Siberian tigers, everything is available. Tasmanian tiger? I heard that it is extinct. Su Qiye looked puzzled. Hey, some time ago, a biotechnology research institute in Daxia developed a gene resuscitation technology and helped Wenghua revive the Tasmanian tiger. During this period, many countries have sought cooperation to revive more ancient fossils. He Whiting lowered his voice and said, I heard that a private organization in the northern Meng Kingdom wants to use this technology to resurrect dinosaurs. They bought an island in the Pacific Ocean for experiments. Resurrected dinosaurs? Su Qiye showed surprise on his face, and couldn't help wondering in his heart, what would the dinosaur blood taste like? Ba, modern technology is so amazing. Perhaps the end of science is God. Monk Huikong clasped his hands together inside. Chapter 34. You dare to pick up my girl. What the monk said makes a lot of sense. Hundreds of years ago, who would have imagined that we could talk to each other via cell phone even though we're thousands of miles apart? Su Qiye agreed. If it were in ancient times, this would probably be called 1,000-mile voice transmission, but the three of them chatted and laughed all the way, and soon they arrived at the beach. The Royal Marine Zoo and the food court were designed by the same person. Let's go through this beach, enter the Marine Zoo, and then go out from its other exit, and we'll be able to go directly to the food court. He Whiting looked at Su Qiye and Monk Huikong, who got out of the car, pointed at the huge building complex on the sea in the distance and smiled. This complex of buildings is truly spectacular. Su Qiye had excellent eyesight and could even see several animals in the zoo clearly at a glance. Monk Huikong stood by the sea, looking at the boundless ocean, and suddenly said, Ba, the sea of suffering is boundless, turn back now. Master Monk, why are you suddenly talking about Buddhism? Su Qiye looked at Monk Huikong, feeling a little surprised. It's just that the vastness of the ocean makes me feel a little emotional. Later, when I and the two donors enter the Marine Zoo and truly find ourselves in the ocean, perhaps we will understand the true meaning of this sentence. Monk Huikong smiled and gently twisted the Buddhist beads in his hand. Su Qiye shook his head and was about to reply when his sixth sense suddenly detected an unidentified flying object flying towards him. Be careful! A cry came from a distance, with a bit of panic, as if someone had gotten into trouble. Bang! Su Qiye seemed to have eyes on his back. He reached out and firmly caught the football flying from behind him. I'm so sorry, I accidentally kicked it too far. Can you give the ball back to me? A white beauty in a bikini hurried over, stood in front of Su Qiye, and spoke in clumsy Xia language. Mr. Su, she said she kicked me accidentally, but it seems to me like she was flirting. He Whiting lowered his voice, his eyes full of smiles. Su Qiye looked at the football in his hand and said seriously, this football almost hit me. I'm sorry. The white beauty bowed slightly to apologize. The swaying appearance made Su Qiye dizzy. Can you give the ball back to me? Give it back to you? Su Qiye smiled slightly and exerted force with his fingers. Puff! The small beach football deflated with a poof sound, and all the air inside escaped. The white beauty was stunned. Look, the quality of this ball is so poor. It breaks with just a slight scratch. Could it be a fake? Su Qiye glanced meaningfully at the dazzling part of the white beauty. Spit! The white beauty spat and turned away angrily. Mr. Su, you just rejected such a beautiful woman? He Whiting said with some regret. Su Qiye smiled and said, I don't like fakes or things that have been used by others. Ba, Mr. Su actually has the same habits as me? What a fate! Monk Huikong said in surprise. When He Whiting heard this, his face suddenly turned red. He wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so. Master Huikong obviously didn't understand the meaning of the words. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I translated it myself? Let's go to the zoo. Maybe the little fat mouse can find some playmates. As Su Qiye spoke, he looked down at the fat squirrel, feeling the fear in its heart. He was a little confused. This little thing is so cowardly, is there some powerful monster in the zoo? Monk Huicon was slightly startled. He looked at the fat squirrel and saw it huddled up in a ball, clearly terrified. Could there be a powerful demon in the zoo? As soon as this thought came to mind, Monk Huicon's expression gradually grew serious. If there really was a powerful demon, it must be eliminated, otherwise wouldn't all the tourists at the sea zoo be in trouble? Whiting didn't notice any of this. His staff walked over from the beach. At a small pier, a speedboat that could accommodate 7 or 8 people had already started. The sea zoo is some distance away from the beach and cars are not allowed in between. Visitors have 3 options: walking, taking an underwater cable car, or a speedboat. Mr. He, everything's arranged. We'll go there by speedboat, which is faster than the cable car in the underwater tunnel. And most importantly, the weather is good today, so we can enjoy the sea scenery along the way. A staff member at the dock of the sea zoo nodded in fond. I know, go get busy. Whiting waved his hand and looked at Suchiye and Monk Huicon. Let's go and feel the sea breeze and waves. Shichichi. The fat squirrel struggled slightly with some fear. Suchiye held it down calmly. He could feel that the fat squirrel's fear was getting stronger. It even stopped its mental activities because of fear, making it impossible for him to clearly identify the monster's location. Sniff. Suchiye sniffed gently, only smelling the fishy smell of the sea and some animal odors, and no other special sense. Could it be a monster that is good at hiding its breath? Dang dang dang. Suchiye and the other 2 boarded the speedboat. A staff member from the marine zoo sat in the driver's seat and started the speedboat. Buzz. The sound of the motor rang out, the speedboat cut through waves, the sea breeze blew on my face, and the strong smell of the sea hit me in the face. Countless seagulls are flying over the sea, skimming across the surface from time to time, as if catching small fish. The fat squirrel was still huddled in Suchiye's hands, trembling and looking extremely scared. Haojiang City Royal Marine Zoo is a group of marine buildings built on the basis of underwater reefs. The buildings are connected by offshore floating bridges and underwater tunnels, forming a huge tourist attraction. We climbed onto the building from Pier 18 and circled it from west to east, interacting with the land animals. Then we'll go into the underwater tunnel to see the sea creatures, and when we exit, we'll be at the food court. Whiting's arrangements were very thoughtful. Buzz. Several speedboats departed from the nearby dock and sailed over quickly. Suchiye took a glance and saw that the first speedboat carried the burly black man and the white beauty who had chatted with him before, but he didn't take it seriously. He just left the dock along the tour route with Whiting and Monk Huicon. Amatba, this zoo is really well designed. When I look at it, I feel like I'm on land. On a small island transformed from a reef, Monk Huicon exclaimed in admiration. These small islands are made up of small reefs, and are separated by several meters of seawater to prevent animals from running around. They look almost the same as land. These are all the work of international designers, imitating the animal's native environment. Otherwise, how could it become one of the 3 major attractions in Haojiang City? Whiting said with a smile. Tourists raised their selfie sticks and cameras to take photos. For such a famous attraction, it would be a shame to spend the money on the air tickets if they didn't take a few photos to show off. Suchiye looked at the animals living on the islands and reefs. They didn't seem to be afraid of people at all. They would even observe people curiously when they were taking pictures. Some monkeys even climbed up the trees, picked small fruits and threw them to the tourists. Donor Su, I see some friends and have to excuse myself for a moment. Monk Huicon clasped his hands together with an apologetic look on his face. He saw several colleagues from the Special Affairs Bureau, who seemed to be searching for something in the zoo. If there really was a monster, he would go and help no matter what. That's all right, Master Huicon, please do as you please. Whiting said with a smile, today you 2 are the guests, and I am the host. How can a host stop the guests? Monk Huicon smiled slightly, separated from Whiting and Suchiye, and headed towards another tour route. Mr. Su and Master Huicon do have a lot of common topics. Whiting tried to test him. Suchiye said calmly, yes, after all, we are all from Liangming City, so there are always topics that we can talk about together. In fact, as long as you are willing, you can always find common ground. Just like Mr. He, who is very good at dealing with people in the business world, isn't that the reason? That's right. Whiting didn't achieve his goal, but he wasn't embarrassed. The tiger area ahead is quite scattered. There are 13 islands and reefs in total. There are passes between the islands and reefs, but in fact, there is only one Siberian tiger on each island and reef. Only one? Su Chiya was a little confused. Tigers have a strong sense of territory and cannot accommodate another tiger in their own territory, so the zoo separates them with fresh water in between. In order to allow visitors to experience the majesty of the Siberian tiger more closely, this place simulates the environment closest to the wild. Whiting led Su Chiye and followed the tourists to a high fence that overlooked the entire tiger area. In front is the viewing platform, and below is an empty passage where the keepers feed the tigers. Such tunnels are found throughout the tiger area, and keepers randomly release cattle and sheep from one tunnel every day, allowing the Siberian tigers to hunt for food on their own. Su Chiye's eyes moved, and he walked up to the observation deck, holding the railing. The view here is good. I can vaguely see a few Siberian tigers resting. Of course, this is just an excuse. With his eyesight, he can even see the whiskers around the nose of the Siberian tiger. That's why it's called the observation deck. Whiting also came up, and many tourists passed by in front and behind. Meow. Suddenly, a sheep bleated. The tourists all looked down and saw that about 1 meter below the observation deck, the breeder opened the gate holding a tranquilizer gun, and a huge iron suspension bridge was lowered. Fat sheep ran along the suspension bridge to the island reef. After a while, more than a dozen fat sheep were released, and the breeder raised the drawbridge and completed the feeding. The fat sheep landed on the reef, looked around, and when they saw no danger, they began to nibble on the grass on the ground and soon dispersed. Mom, Nguan Yang Yang. A little girl with pigtails, about 2 or 3 years old, pointed at the fat sheep on the island and shouted. The little girl's mother was on the phone and looked very angry. Nguan Yang Yang. The little girl leaned her head out from the railing and looked at the fat sheep on the island reef with great interest. Su Chiye's eyes fell on the tiger on the reef. When the keeper lowered the drawbridge, the tiger had been startled awake and was now crawling along the ground, seemingly eyeing a fat sheep. Dear, that's him. Suddenly, an angry shout came from among the tourists. The big black man squeezed out of the crowd with several black brothers, his eyes fixed on Su Chiye. You dare to pick up my girl? The big black man spoke in poor English. Su Chiye narrowed his eyes and saw the white girl he had ridiculed. Why, aren't you talking? The black man poked Su Chiye's shoulder. You have the guts to touch my girlfriend, but you don't have the guts to admit it? Honey, he also said that my breasts are fake. Don't you know whether it is real or not? The white girl hugged the black man's arm and acted coquettishly. Whiting frowned and looked at the two of them. This is Haojiang City, not the Nanchi tribe. Be careful, you may play with your life but not return with your life. Who the hell do you think you are? The black man pushed Whiting away and pushed him to the railing. Whiting's face darkened. In Haojiang City, no one dared to speak to him like this. Anyone who dared to say so would have sunk into the sea to feed the sharks long ago. Chapter 35 Squirrel Demon. Hey, don't go too far. That's right, this is the Great Xia Kingdom, not your southern chiefs. What kind of people are they? Are all the black people in the southern chiefs so domineering? There are 2 types of people I hate the most. One is those who discriminate against race, and the other is, ahem. The black man turned around suddenly and glared at the tourist who had spoken. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. The tourist suddenly fell silent and took a step back under the gaze of the black man. Ah! Suddenly, a child's scream was heard. The little girl who was leaning against the railing to watch the fat sheep was squeezed by the tourists. She lost her grip on the railing and fell off the observation deck. Child! Child! A child fell down. Call the police. Oh my God, the tiger is coming. Whose child is this? Why is he so careless? Oh, what shall I do? The tourists were instantly thrown into chaos, all talking and talking. Some immediately called the local police, while others shouted for the zoo staff. However, the little girl's cries scared away the grazing sheep and attracted the tigers that were about to hunt. I can't make sense to you. Anyway, I will never give up the custody of Tuan Tuan. The little girl's mother hung up the phone angrily, reached out for it, and her heart skipped a beat. Tuan Tuan? Tuan Tuan? Whose little girl fell on the reef? The tiger has set its sights on her. Yeah, it's really worrying. Why haven't the people from the zoo come yet? It's over. If no one comes, this child will definitely die. Unless someone takes a gun and kills the tiger right now, this child will be doomed. The little girl's mother heard the gossip. A look of horror appeared on her face. She rushed to the railing and looked at the little girl crying on the reef. Tears welled up in her eyes. Tuan tuan. Tuan tuan. Roar. The tiger's roar resounded all around. The tiger shook itself and stood up. Its roar frightened the tourists and the little girl so much that they stood still. Woo! The little girl looked at the tiger approaching step by step, and finally couldn't contain her fear and burst into tears. Mom. Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, don't be afraid, Mommy will be right there. The little girl's mother held on the railing with both hands and wanted to jump off the observation deck. The tourists were shocked when they saw her and quickly grabbed her. What are you doing? You're only going to die if you keep going like this. Let me go. Let me feed the tiger. Don't let it hurt Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan. The little girl's mother burst into tears. Mom is here to save you, Mom is here. Mr. Su. Suddenly, another scream was heard. Someone went down. Look, a young man jumped down. Fuck, how brave. Brother is awesome. You're simply courting death. How can you fight a tiger with your bare hands? The tourists exclaimed in surprise. Su Chiya grabbed the railing and jumped lightly, pushing his feet onto the suspension bridge below the observation deck and landing on the reef. He could have jumped directly, but there were too many tourists here, and he was afraid of being too shocking, so he used the observation deck as a buffer. Roar! The tiger roared and walked around Su Chiya uneasily. It inexplicably sensed danger from Su Chiya. Su Chiya ignored the Siberian tiger and walked a few steps to the little girl, picked her up gently, turned around and looked around, outlining a suitable climbing route in his mind. Roar! Another tiger roar. Watch your back. Be careful. Ah! The tiger is coming. The tourists exclaimed again. Only then did they truly realize the tiger's ferocity. Just one roar was enough to make some timid people collapse to the ground. Su Chiya looked back calmly, and at the critical moment took a step to the left. Thump! The tiger missed its attack and immediately turned around and pounced on Su Chiya again. Su Chiya frowned, took a step back, looked into the tiger's eyes, and glared slightly. Ga! The tiger suddenly froze, fell to the ground with a plop, and began to tremble. Get out of the way! Su Chiya shouted in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the tiger moved and made way for Su Chiya. Su Chiya calmly walked to the bottom of the observation deck, holding the little girl in his left hand, grabbing the pillar with his right hand, jumped hard, stepped on the suspension bridge, and climbed onto the observation deck with the help of tourists. Tuanchuan! Tuanchuan! The little girl's mother immediately rushed over and hugged her daughter. Mom, it hurts, the little girl said pitifully. Tuanchuan's mother let go of her daughter, knelt on the observation deck with a plop, and was about to kowtow to Su Chiya. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving my daughter. Su Chiya quickly reached out and helped her up. I believe that as long as they have the ability, anyone will go to save Tuan Tuan, and I'm not doing this for your gratitude. You are a brave man who is good at scaring tigers. What a good boy. This guy is awesome. The tourists applauded and looked at Su Chiya with eyes full of admiration, excitement and appreciation. Su Chiya waved his hand and turned to look at the white girl and the black man. Did you want to cause trouble for me just now? No, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The black man instantly became intimidated. Are you kidding me? This is a tough guy who dares to confront a tiger head-on. How can I be his opponent? He Whiting gave a thumbs up. Mr. Su is awesome. Could Mr. Su be a great monster? Is that little squirrel his descendant? Only a monster can intimidate a tiger. What kind of demon is Mr. Su? Is he a squirrel demon? Thoughts popped up in He Whiting's mind one after another, and he couldn't suppress them at all. Su Chiya looked at He Whiting with a half smile on his face. He heard everything clearly. He Whiting actually thought he was a monster? Let's go. Don't let others treat you like monkeys here. Su Chiya patted He Whiting's shoulder and walked along the tourist route. But there were too many tourists following him, so he had no choice but to turn into the underwater tunnel with He Whiting. This underwater tunnel is made entirely of layers of special glass produced by our great Xia nation's most famous glass factory. Not only can it withstand ordinary impacts, it can even withstand sniper rifle fire. He Whiting knocked on the tunnel glass and said with a smile, of course, just in case, there is an escape pod every 10 meters of glass. Each escape pod can accommodate up to 500 people, which is more than enough to ensure the safety of tourists. Su Chiya walked in the glass tunnel and looked at the seabed through the glass. Various sea creatures were swimming around, and some sea fish came up to the glass and gently kissed it with their mouths. He saw a thin layer of glue on the glass. Could this glue be food for fish? Whiting seemed to see his confusion and explained with a smile, the outer layer of the glass is coated with a transparent gelatin that fish like. It can attract schools of fish, which will make the experience much better for tourists. That's quite thoughtful, Su Chiye said with a smile. The two of them walked out of the tunnel and came out of an above-ground exit, arriving at Haojiang Food Street. What's that smell? It smells so good, like seafood? Wow, there are so many delicious foods here. I feel like I'm going to gain a few pounds. Wow, why am I still trying to lose weight? This is so delicious. It smells so good. A bustling sound came from the food court. Su Chiye looked at Whiting and said, Mr. He, both the Grand Lisboa Casino and the Royal Marine Zoo have many attractions. This food court should have some as well, right? Whiting said proudly, of course. What's the most important thing about running a restaurant business right now? Brand? Smell? Customer source? Whiting shook his head, neither, it's safety. Safety? Su Chiye raised an eyebrow. What's safety? Does safety mean we can attract customers? Whiting smiled and nodded, only with safety can we have a brand. With a brand, who cares about lack of customers? Just send out an advertisement for investment, and who in the country won't come? Come on, Mr. Su, I'll take you for a walk. The kitchens in the food street are all separated by tempered glass to ensure cleanliness and safety. You can even see the process of making the food. Whiting said proudly. Su Chiye shook his head. He didn't need to eat. Apart from blood and water, anything else that entered his stomach would be rejected and vomited out by his body. There was no point in going to the food court. Chi. The fat squirrel squeezed out from Su Chiye's hand, its eyes rolling around. After coming out of the sea zoo, it was obviously much more energetic. You're getting excited now. Is there something in the sea zoo that you're afraid of? Su Chiye grabbed the fat squirrel by the scruff of its neck and brought it in front of him. Chirp. The fat squirrel called twice. Afraid of water? Su Chiye was speechless. He suddenly remembered that when he first raced with the fat squirrel in the wetland park, it seemed that it was indeed afraid of water. Chirp. The fat squirrel's nose moved and it suddenly became excited. It stared at the direction of the food street and scratched hard with its four little paws, obviously attracted by the fragrance of the food street. Su Chiye calmly pressed it and walked towards the food street. Fresh lamb skewers, authentic lamb, 5 yuan a skewer. Secretly made sugar melon, sweet but not greasy, come and try it. Sichuanhua hot pot, mild spicy, medium spicy, normal spicy, extra spicy, super spicy, welcome to try. Special seafood from the South China Sea, stir-fried, boiled, steamed, and grilled, we have it all. Roast suckling pig, a little suckling pig that can be eaten in 3 bites. Hong Qigon's beggar's chicken, fragrant with lotus leaves, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When Su Chiye and Whiting walked into the food court, they felt like they had stepped into an ancient town. All the buildings were in retro style, with signs hanging on the shops and waiters inside shouting out their wares in waiter uniforms. It's quite unique. Su Chiye said with a smile. Whiting said proudly, of course, this was designed by one of the top designers in our great Xia kingdom. Aside from the tempered glass, everything else strictly follows ancient architectural standards, without any deviation. Chirp. The fat squirrel's eyes suddenly lit up and it struggled to get out of Su Chiye's hand. Su Chiye looked down at it and walked to a shop helplessly. Please give me a string of candied haws. Thank you, 7 yuan. The clerk took out a string of candied haws and said with a smile. So expensive? Su Chiye was slightly stunned and paid with his mobile phone. There's a reason why it's expensive. You see, we make everything on site. The clerk pointed inside the store. Su Chiye took a look through the glass, nodded, handed the candied haws to Fat Squirrel, and turned to leave. He wondered, these food court stores are transparent, and the production methods are easy to be copied. Aren't the store owners worried? Whiting said, how can it be so easy to learn? Besides the production process, you also have to know the proportions of various ingredients. Even if you really learn it secretly, you can only learn the basics. Su Chiye touched the fat squirrel, a mysterious smile on his face. It might be difficult for ordinary people, but for him, just taking a quick glance to remember the process, and just smelling it to write down the ingredients. What's so difficult about it? Sniff. Su Qi's nostrils twitched slightly, and he smelled a nauseating stench. He frowned slightly. Could he have encountered a vampire again? But this smell seemed different from that of a vampire. Chapter 36. Sir, you are not a human. What kind of creature emits this smell? Su Qi held the fat squirrel in his arms and looked towards the other end of the food street. What's wrong, Mr. Su? He Whiting was stunned for a moment, looking at Su Qi's expression, and asked in confusion. Whiting? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from behind He Whiting, and a chubby girl with a happy face came trotting over. He Whiting's eyes changed slightly, and the idea of using Su Qi to escape suddenly came to his mind. Mr. He, is this your friend? Then I'll go shopping by myself first. Su Qi showed a strange smile on his face and decided to slip away first. After all, most beautiful women are greasy enough in his eyes, and if someone even worse suddenly appears, he would probably feel uncomfortable even if he turned off his 5 senses. No, Mr. Su, let's be loyal and take me with you. He Whiting was almost crying. This matter was all his father's fault. He got drunk and confused and arranged such a marriage for him. If it was a pretty girl, it would be fine, but this is not a girl, it's simply a dumpling. Su Qi smiled slightly. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he squeezed into the crowd and disappeared in an instant. He Whiting looked at the direction where Su Qi disappeared, wanting to cry but unable to. I made a bad choice of friends. I even specially gave you an integer. Whiting, why are you here at the food court? The plump girl came up to He Whiting, hugged his arm affectionately and acted coquettishly. Did you miss me? Vomit. The tourists and diners around He Whiting stopped eating, lowered their heads, covered their noses, and walked away quickly. He Whiting forced a smile that was uglier than crying and nodded with difficulty. Let's go to my shop and sit down. The fat girl pulled He Whiting and walked in the opposite direction of Su Qi. Su Qi stood at the door of a store, watching He Whiting die heroically with quite a bit of sympathy. Sir, would you like a bowl of mutton soup? It's a pure century-old soup, and the fire has never been turned off. The waiter at the door of the store asked with a smile. Su Qi waved his hand, turned around and continued walking forward following the stench. Shangjuan, you should take a break. You will be tired with so many customers. In a pastry shop, a beautiful woman in a white dress was making pastries, including hazelnut pastries, Taisher cakes, osmanthus cakes. Everything is available. A group of diners gathered in front of the restaurant, holding up their mobile phones to take pictures and talking one after another. Is this the pastry Shisher? She's really beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but I heard she has a special body fragrance. Her husband must have saved the galaxy in his past life. These cakes are so delicious. I can't eat anything else after eating hers. I heard that she and her husband have been married for 10 years and still have no children. Do you think it's because her husband is not good enough? Shoo, keep your voice down. I think it might be a special physique. I think so too. After 10 years, the appearance of the pastry Shisher hasn't changed much. Well maintained. The diners murmured quietly. Lu Lang, I'm not tired, but these people's dirty words are really annoying. Why don't we drive them away? The woman in the white dress frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. They are all ordinary people, how can they understand the feelings between you and me? Lu Wanran shook his head and said gently, no matter what they say, you will always be the same in my heart. The woman in white nodded gently and said with a smile, I know what Lu Lang is thinking. Among all the people in this world, only Lu Lang doesn't mind my identity. Lu Wanran smiled as he gently hugged the woman in white from behind, whispering, of course, Su Xian, Dong Yon, and Ning Kaichen have always been my idols. Lu Lang, you are so bad, said the woman in white shyly. Lu Wanran smiled innocently. The diners outside the restaurant covered their faces. Fuck, showing off their love again. I've had enough at home, but now I have to eat more outside. I quit. What kind of world is this? Do single people deserve to be attacked? Hey, can you show your affection at some more appropriate times? I'm so pissed. They've been showing it for 10 years, you just get used to it. Su Qiya walked to the door of the store, touching the fat squirrel that had finished eating the candied haws. He looked at Lu Wanran and the woman in white in the store with a strange look in his eyes. What was going on? An alien married a human? And it's been 10 years? What is the Haojiang office doing? Why didn't they arrest the woman in white? Chirp. The fat squirrel chirped twice and shrank back. The woman in white paused and looked at the fat squirrel in Su Chia's arms. Shangjuan, what's wrong? Lu Wonran felt his wife tremble slightly and seemed a little uneasy. Bai Shangjuan looked at Su Chia again. He was holding the fat squirrel like a pet. After calming down, she shook her head and said with a hint of regret, "It's nothing, I just saw a cute squirrel. It's a pity that it already has an owner." Squirrel? Lu Wonran looked towards the street outside the shop and saw Su Chia holding a small squirrel. The chubby little creature huddled up, looking a little scared. Could it have been caught? After thinking for a while, Lu Wonran made up his mind. He walked out of the store and said to Su Chia, "Hey friend, are you selling that little squirrel? My wife feels sorry for it and wants to buy it and adopt it. I wonder if you can help me." Su Chia looked at Bai Shangjuan deeply and shook his head. "Not for sale." "Does pastry Shisher like squirrels? Then I'll go to the pet market and buy one." "Look at you, you're so silly. I just feel sorry for this poor fat squirrel. If you really go and buy one, she might not like it." So, this pastry chef's feelings towards the squirrel are more pity and sympathy than genuine love. What a loving person. Why didn't I marry a wife like this? There's dog food ahead, singles please stay away. Lu Wonran gritted his teeth and said, "Friend, as long as you're willing to give me the squirrel, I'll pay you whatever you want." I said, "I won't sell it." Su Chia frowned, a little impatient, but when he looked at Bai Shangjuan, an idea suddenly occurred to him and he said with a smile, "If you really want this fat squirrel, exchange it for your most precious thing." The most precious thing? Lu Wonran was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "No problem. This shop and all my property can be given to you." Su Chia said coldly, "Is this shop your most precious possession? How much can a shop be worth? How much can all your property be worth?" 7 million. 7 million to buy you a squirrel, isn't that enough? Lu Wonran's face showed anger, and he felt that the young man in front of him was clearly playing tricks on him. When the people around heard this, they were stunned. 7 million, so much money just to buy a fat squirrel? Oh my god, no wonder pastry Shisher fell in love with him. To make Shisher happy, he spent 7 million without hesitation. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. If I had so much money, I could have all the pretty girls I want. That's so cliché. If you have this money, you should first think about how to double it. Su Chia said calmly, 7 million? How about this? I'll use 700 million to buy your most precious thing. How about that? If it's this shop, you can take it. Lu Wonran said coldly. No, this shop is not the most precious thing to you. Su Chia said meaningfully. Lu Wonran seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. You are going too far. Su Chia showed a malicious smile on his face. Why, 700 million? You can't make that much money in your entire life. Just sell your wife to me and I will give you 700 million in cash right away. Wow. The diners around immediately showed expressions of horror. What did they hear? Someone actually spent 700 million to buy a pastry Shisher? This news is too shocking. If the police heard about this, they would probably take the person away directly, right? After all, human trafficking is a serious crime. Bah! Dream on! Lu Wonran shouted angrily and turned back to the store. Bai Shangjuan stood in front of the glass, looking calmly at Su Chia and the fat squirrel in his hand. Su Chia saw Lu Wonran return to the store, looked at Bai Shangjuan, smiled, made a gun shape with his right hand, and pointed lightly, snap. Shangjuan, if you like squirrels, I will go to the pet market and buy one for you some other day. Lu Wonran walked to Bai Shangjuan and said softly. Bai Shangjuan shook her head, looked at Su Chia's gestures outside the store, and said hesitantly, Lu Lang, please invite this gentleman to come into the store. Ah? Lu Wonran was stunned. Why? He said he would spend 700 million to buy you. Lu Lang, my feelings for you will not change, but he is a little special. If this matter today cannot be resolved properly, I am afraid we will never have peace in the future. Bai Shangjuan said in a low voice. Lu Wonran was not stupid, he understood it immediately, and finally knew why Su Chia had been deliberately picking on him. It turned out that he and Shangjuan were from the same world, but is he from a relevant State Department? Or is he an outlier like Shangjuan? Invite me? Su Qiye heard what was said in the store from outside, smiled, and walked straight into the store. Oh my god, I can't buy it openly, so I have to rob it? Damn, there really are such evil people? The taekwondo I've practiced for 3 years is finally useful. It's time to show off my 20 years of Tai Chi skills. Damn, the boyish skills I brought with me from my mother's womb are going to come in handy today. Hey, what a coincidence! I also have the boys' kung fu that I brought with me from my mother's womb. I have been practicing it for 27 years now. How many years have you practiced it, my friend? I have 2 years more than you, 29 years. How dare you talk about your skills with that little bit of skill? I've been practicing for 43 years. Amazing, amazing. More and more diners gathered around, standing outside and looking into the restaurant, wanting to see what Su Qiye would do next. Su Qiye walked into the store and slammed the door shut. I'm going to do it now? The door closes as soon as we enter? Are we going to see some violent scene? What era is it now? Are you still thinking about that? Maybe we should negotiate. Don't get the wrong idea, they probably just want to have a good chat. The diners raised their mobile phones and cameras. They were just talking about it. How could Su Qiye, who was alone, possibly beat Lu Wenran and Bai Shangjuan? Click. Su Qiye pulled over a small stool, sat down, and looked at Bai Shangjuan. You are not a human. Are you a human being? Bai Shangjuan asked calmly. Su Qiye smiled slightly, but did not answer. He continued to ask, what are you? A vampire? A werewolf? Or a monster? Lu Wenran was a little nervous, his palms were full of sweat. This person clearly knew that Bai Shangjuan was not a human being, but he still dared to come in alone. He was probably not someone to be trifled with. Are you a demon? Bai Shangjuan did not answer Su Qiye's question. She looked at Su Qiye steadily and guessed with a hint of doubt. It seems you're not a demon. Su Qiye's smile remained unchanged. You're not a vampire, nor a demon. Could you be a werewolf? Or perhaps, some other species I don't know about? How did you avoid the Special Affairs Bureau's investigation? According to their style of doing things, they shouldn't let you go. Chapter 37 3 Ruthless Men. I also want to know, how dare you walk so brazenly on the street? Aren't you afraid that there are spies from the Special Affairs Bureau around? Bai Shangjuan's expression changed slightly, and her eyes turned cold. The moment her eyes turned cold, the temperature in the store dropped sharply, as if the air conditioner was suddenly turned on, and a cold wind blew. The Special Affairs Bureau is arresting me? Su Qiye laughed heartily. I am just an ordinary human being, why would the Special Affairs Bureau arrest me? Besides, I have a few friends in the Special Affairs Bureau. If your answer today doesn't satisfy me, I can send someone from the Special Affairs Bureau to arrest you in a minute, believe it or not? How can you be so shameless? Lu Wenran said angrily, Xianjuan has never hurt anyone, and she just wants to live a peaceful life with me. Is that not even possible? Live a peaceful life with you? Su Qiye shook his head and smiled. I have only heard one saying, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Bai Shangjuan pinched the hem of her white skirt with her fingers, hesitated for a moment and said, I am also a human. People? Su Qiye was a little surprised. I am the daughter of an official family in the Ming dynasty. My father offended the eunuch party, and was confiscated and exterminated by the eunuch Wang Zhong. I hid in a secret room, but the eunuch set fire to the house, and I suffocated to death in the secret room. Tears welled up in Bai Shangjuan's eyes, and her expression was pitiful. 10 years ago, Lu Lang dug me out of a well in the village. After I woke up, I was grateful for his kindness and moved by his sincerity, so I decided to stay with him for the rest of my life. Su Qiye looked at Bai Shangjuan, his eyes flickering. So, you are a zombie? Is that so? Bai Shangjuan answered hesitantly. She couldn't tell what she was. Maybe she was a zombie, or maybe a living corpse. Su Qiye looked at Lu Wenran with a strange expression, and silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This guy is really amazing. Su Xian dared to mess with snakes, Ning Kaichen dared to touch ghosts, and Dong Yong dared to marry an immortal. You dare to accompany a corpse? 3 ruthless people. It's a hundreds-year-old corpse. Awesome, awesome. Lu Wenran felt a little frightened by Su Qiye's strange look. He tightened his clothes and quietly moved back. Su Qiye turned to Bai Shangjuan again and asked, let me ask you, do you have blood? Yes. Bai Shangjuan hesitated. Let me see some blood, Su Qiye said with interest. Lu Wenran's eyes whitened immediately. What do you want to do? Okay. Bai Xiangjuan nodded and picked up the knife for cutting noodles from the chopping board. The diners watching outside the restaurant were suddenly shocked. Oh my god, are they going to use knives? Call the police. Call the police immediately and let them arrest this criminal. Oh my god, is the pastry chef so fierce? She just uses a knife as soon as she says she will? How stupid. That guy must have said something excessive. The diners were talking about it, but before they could call the police, Bai Xiangjuan cut her finger with a knife and bright red blood oozed out. Su Qiye frowned. He smelled a foul odor from the blood, completely different from the fishy smell of vampire blood. So this is the smell of zombie blood. But shouldn't zombies be stiff all over? How can this woman still maintain her physical vitality? You pervert! Lu Wenran shouted angrily, quickly took out a band-aid from the medical box and put it on Bai Xiangjuan's finger. In fact, the wound on Bai Xiangjuan's finger had healed as soon as the band-aid was applied. According to my impression, the body of a zombie should be very stiff and afraid of sunlight. How can you move during the day? Su Qiye asked the doubts in his heart. Bai Xiangjuan shook her head blankly. I don't know. I only become stiff at night. My nails and teeth grow longer. I always want to eat blood. When I'm extremely hungry, I can't even control myself. But as soon as I drink blood, I fall asleep. Lu Lang has been taking care of me all these years. I see. Su Qiye touched his chin. It seemed that the habits of vampires, monsters and zombies were really different. Will you let the Special Affairs Bureau arrest me? Bai Xiangjuan asked hesitantly. Hide yourself. I won't tell the Special Affairs Bureau about you. I hope they won't find you. Su Qiye stood up and stroked the fat squirrel, smiling. You want it because it smells delicious and you want to take a bite, right? Bai Xiangjuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. I advise you not to provoke monsters. Some of them are very powerful and you may not be able to defeat them. Moreover, after drinking the blood of monsters, the blood of ordinary animals can no longer satisfy you. Su Qiye narrowed his eyes and said slowly while stroking the fat squirrel's head. I understand. Bai Xiangjuan nodded. I'm leaving. I wish you a long and happy life together. Su Qiye opened the door and walked out of the store. The diners who were originally shouting outside the door suddenly quieted down, made way for him, and watched Su Qiye leave the pastry shop. South China Sea Defense Force Headquarters. Yi Xiangbei looked at Yi Jin and Yi Yu who were hypnotized, his face full of worry. Brother Yi, don't worry. I'm very skilled and can erase memories even without hypnosis. Besides, my two nieces are already in a hypnotic state. A thin, bearded man said with a smile. He was one of the 7 major generals of the South China Sea Defense Force and one of only 3 memory masters in the Great Xia Kingdom. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. I only have these 2 daughters. If anything goes wrong, what am I going to say to their mother when she asks about it in her grave? Yi Xiangbei's face was filled with worry and he was extremely anxious. Zhang Yida shook his head and pressed his left and right hands on Yi Jin and Yi Yu's foreheads respectively, and an imperceptible wave spread out. The 2 women's memories rewound back to before boarding, and all their memories after boarding were erased. And erase all memories of Su Qiye as well. Understood. Zhang Yida replied softly, then asked, Who is Su Qiye? Who is Su Qiye? Yi Jin and Yi Yu also repeated it. Do you know Su Qiye? Zhang Yida asked again. Su Qiye? Yi Jin and Yi Yu answered in unison, their eyes full of confusion. Zhang Yida glanced at Yi Xiangbei with a hint of sarcasm. Seeing his gloomy face, he immediately stopped smiling and said, You have never heard of this name? Never heard of it. The 2 women replied. No, you have heard of him. He is just a passerby. You happened to hear his name on the way to the airport. Zhang Yida patiently guided their memories. There was a couple arguing at the time, and Su Qiye was the name of the girl's boyfriend. Su Qiye is just a passerby. The 2 women muttered to themselves. Zhang Yida smiled and said, Yes, Su Qiye is just a passerby. You have completely forgotten what he looks like. He is not from the same world as you. We are not from the same world as him. Yi Jin and Yi Yu repeated in a low voice. You still have to go to the airport to take a flight to Jinghua City, so you must leave here and rush to the airport, and he will completely disappear from your memory. Zhang Yida's voice seemed to rise from the bottom of the two women's hearts. Yi Jin and Yi Yu opened their eyes. We should go to the airport. Zhang Yida looked at Yi Shangbei and said, it's almost done. Next, we have to take our defense army's plane to Liangming City and book them tickets from Liangming City to Jinghua City. Also, you have to say hello to the Liangming office, and then contact the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters to issue a transfer order. Zhang Yida spoke quickly. Yi Shangbei nodded. These were not difficult for him. The two came out of the room, and Yi Jin and Yi Yu followed behind like puppets. A military aircraft landed at Liangming City Airport. Zhang Yida, Yi Shangbei, Yi Jin, and Yi Yu got off the plane. The personnel in charge of airport security cleared the way and temporarily cleared the waiting hall to ensure that no other passengers would see them before Yi Jin and Yi Yu woke up. In 5 minutes, you will wake up, and all the memories in your mind will be real. Zhang Yida said softly and snapped his fingers. Yi Jin and Yi Yu's eyes became dazed. They would wake up in 5 minutes. Yi Shangbei was sitting on the plane, looking through the window towards the terminal hall, feeling a little uneasy. Brother Yi, don't worry. There are people watching over the terminal. If there is any emergency, they will definitely report it in time. No news is the best news. Zhang Yida patted Yi Shangbei's arm to comfort him. Yi Shangbei nodded, and after the plane took off, his eyes were still looking towards the airport. 5 minutes later. Big Yi Z, are we really going to Jinghua City? Yi Yu asked puzzledly, looking at the plane ticket in his hand, as if he had just woken up. Yi Jin nodded calmly, it's true when it's false, and false when it's true. Jinghua City is so big, even if his father is a marshal, he can't directly look up relevant information and can't find us at all. Aren't you afraid that your dad will be angry? Yi Yu responded and asked again. It would be easy for Dad to track us down. We could board the plane here and transfer to another one, but there are no suitable flights right now. Yi Jin looked at the airline schedule and shook his head. Let's go to Jinghua City. Oh. Yi Yu nodded and looked at the timetable. He always felt that there should be another flight during this period. Yi Jin looked down at the plane ticket in her hand, wondering, is today really October 4th? Why do I remember it was October 3rd? Dear passengers, please note that flight KH2019 to Jinghua City will take off in 10 minutes. Please queue up in an orderly manner for ticket inspection. The airport broadcast sounded, and Yi Jin and Yi Yu stood up and walked towards the security checkpoint. Su Chia returned to the casino and ran into Yi Whiting, who looked depressed. Mr. Su, you are so unkind. You abandoned me and ran away at the critical moment? Yi Whiting complained. What do you mean by not being nice? I'm nice enough, okay? That girl seems to have a special relationship with you. If I stay here, won't I just be a light bulb? Su Chia said with a wink, I really didn't realize you like this? Yi Whiting's eyes twitched, and he whispered helplessly, please keep it a secret for me. It's not that I like this, it's the old man who chose it, and I can't do anything about it. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Chia chuckled, don't worry, I will keep it a secret and won't tell anyone else. And I booked a flight back to Liangming City tonight, so I won't tell anyone else. Thank you. Yi Whiting breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly said, by the way, before we return to Liangming City, I have a gift for you. What gift? Su Chia blinked. A gift before leaving? This friend is really nice. I won't tell you yet. We'll go to the sea later. I have a luxury cruise ship. Let's play on the cruise ship for a while. I guarantee it won't delay you from boarding the plane at the airport. Yi Whiting laughed and didn't say what the gift was. Su Chia shook his head helplessly. He only heard the sea and cruise ship from Yi Whiting's heart, nothing else. It seems that this gift can only be known when he reaches the sea. Not long after, Yi Whiting arranged everything at the casino, Yi Hua drove, and the three of them went to the dock. This sea area is our He family's private waters. We raise many rare marine fish and invest more than 10 billion yuan in the sea every year. In deeper areas, they even raise sharks, specifically for the production of shark fins. Yi Whiting and Su Chia stood on the dock, with Yi Hua standing behind them, looking at several staff members. Chapter 38 How are these girls? The Yi family is indeed wealthy. Su Chia sighed. No wonder Yi Whiting remained calm even after losing billions in the casino. The cruise ship has already set sail. Let's catch up with it by speedboat. After the party is over, we will send you directly to the coastal airport from the sea. He Whiting said with a smile. He Hua walked to a dock and drove a speedboat over. Can I take this gift back to Liangming City? Su Qiye asked with a smile as he stepped onto the speedboat. The fat squirrel was so scared that it huddled into a ball and dared not show its head. He Whiting smiled and said, Take it back to Liangming City? I don't think you want to take it. The image of a shark flashed through Su Qiye's mind, and he wondered, is he sending me a shark? On the sea, a white wave passed by quickly. Not far away on the sea, a huge luxury cruise ship was parked there. It had arrived at its destination and was no longer moving forward. Lu Yon, Mr. He is here. He Hua picked up the walkie-talkie on the speedboat and said something. The luxury cruise ship immediately opened the elevator, and He Whiting, Su Qiye, and He Hua walked into the elevator and entered the interior of the cruise ship. Woo woo woo. A loud whimpering sound came into Su Qiye's ears. The sound seemed familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The gift is on the deck, Mr. Su, follow me. He Whiting said this and walked up the stairs to the deck. Su Qiye's eyes moved, as if he thought of something, and his eyes looked at He Whiting with a bit more complexity. He was worthy of being the third young master of the He family. He was sincere to his friends and ruthless to his enemies. On the deck, a group of 9 people were tied up. More than a dozen strong men in black security uniforms were sitting on the deck with guns in their hands, staring at the 9 people. Woo woo! Woo woo woo! Woo woo! As soon as they saw someone coming up, the 9 people immediately twisted their bodies and knelt on the ground to kowtow to He Whiting. It's them! Su Qiye looked at the 9 people, 8 men and 1 woman. They were the 8 black men and 1 white girl who surrounded him and He Whiting at the sea zoo. Mr. Su, do you recognize these people? He Whiting pointed at the 9 people and said casually, I said, this is Haojiang City in Daxia Kingdom, not the Nanshu tribe. If you offend Mr. Su, you have offended me, he. Besides, in the entire Haojiang City, no one has dared to say a single rude word to me. You guys are really quite courageous. He Whiting said calmly, according to the rules, I will throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. If you can survive, I will forgive you. Woo woo. Upon hearing this, the 9 men kowtowed even harder. In this vast ocean, even if they weren't eaten by sharks, there was no chance of survival if they fell in. Mr. Su, what do you think of this woman? He Whiting looked at Su Qiye with a smile on his face. If Mr. Su wants her, feel free to keep her. If not, let them all go to feed the sharks. Woo woo. The white girl looked at Su Qiye and struggled frantically, her eyes full of pleading, hoping that Su Qiye would keep her. Su Qiye's eyes were calm. I said, I don't like fakes, and I don't like things that have been used by others. Understood, come, untie them. He Whiting smiled and ordered, adding, bring the bucket over. The untied black men knelt on the deck with a plop and kowtowed to He Whiting desperately. Thank you, boss, for not killing us. Thank you, boss, for not killing us. The white girl also knelt and begged, don't kill me, I'll do anything, just don't kill me. I won't kill you. He Whiting shook his head, his tone indifferent, killing you will only dirty my hands. Upon hearing this, the 9 people breathed a sigh of relief. 2 crew members brought up 2 large buckets from below, and a strong smell of blood wafted out of the buckets. Chicken blood? Su Qiye felt a little nauseous. He remembered the first month after he became a vampire. Animal blood could not fill his stomach at all, so he could only drink chicken blood and pig blood every day. Now he felt uncomfortable when he smelled the smell. Let's do it. He Whiting looked at the dozen or so men in security uniforms, gave them instructions softly, and took out a handkerchief to cover his nose. Yes. 2 big men walked up, held down a black man, and smeared the chicken blood in the bucket with a large brush. The black man panicked. What are you doing? What are you doing? The other 8 people seemed to realize something as well. They looked at the big man around them with their eyes rolling around, trying desperately to find a way to escape, but with their bare hands they were no match for the big man holding a gun. Mr. Su, why don't you go to the cabin? I've prepared the freshest seafood, beautiful women, and all kinds of gambling. If you lose, it's mine, and if you win, it's all yours. He Whiting looked at Su Qiye with a smile on his face. Mr. He is so kind, how can I not give him face? Su Qiye looked at He Whiting deeply and said with a smile. Why call me Mr. He? I'm a few years older than Mr. Su. I have the audacity to call you Brother Su, is that okay? He Whiting blinked. Su Qiye touched the fat squirrel's head and said, of course. Let's go, Brother Sue. He Whiting made a pleased gesture and the two of them walked down the deck. The big men on the deck looked at each other and nodded. After a while, Su Chiye heard the sound of plop, plop like dumplings being dropped into the water in the cabin. Mr. He, where did this distinguished guest come from? Why don't you introduce him to us? 6 young and beautiful girls walked in from the side of the ship, all wearing the same rubber bikini, looking sexy and hot. He Whiting looked at Su Chiye and asked with a smile, what do you think of these girls? They are much better than the ones you meet outside, right? Su Chiye was silent. Can a vampire find a wife? Can a vampire's wife successfully get pregnant? Su Chiye felt this was a truly thorny question. Ever since he became a vampire, he'd always felt like the makeup and dirt on ordinary girls couldn't be covered up, so he'd never been interested. What the hell is this? Su Chiye secretly complained in his heart, but his face was very calm. He picked up a glass of water, took a sip and said, I am a rational person and can control myself. These women are not my type. He Whiting was slightly stunned. Could it be that he had misunderstood? What are you saying, handsome guy? Isn't there anyone among us sisters that you like? A beautiful young girl with short hair came over, put her arms around Su Chiye's neck, and gently stroked his collar. Hey, handsome guy, you really know how to joke. They often say a hero can't resist a beautiful woman. Are you really that unattractive to women? As soon as he finished speaking, several other girls gathered around him, snuggling up to Su Chiye and saying with a smile, that's right, we have never seen a normal man who doesn't like beautiful women. Oh, handsome guy, is he afraid of the tiger at home? Hee, the tigress is not to be trifled with. She might even attack. We sisters don't care, we listen to whatever the handsome guy says. A girl rolled her eyes and reached towards Su Chiye's waist. Unexpectedly. Ha! Ouch, that hurts. What kind of thing can bite people? The girl suddenly retracted her fingers and blew gently, her eyes red. Chi. The fat squirrel crawled out of Su Chiye's pocket, yelling angrily, who disturbed its sleep? Wow, this chubby little squirrel is so cute. So cute, I really want to touch it. Look at how puffed up it is, so funny. The pretty girls looked at the fat squirrel in amazement. They had worked for He Whiting and were already very good at dealing with people. They knew that they had to put in a lot of effort to please customers. The fat squirrel shook his head and looked at the girls surrounding Su Chiye, his eyes lit up. Isn't this a trampoline? It recalled a moment in the casino room. Chi. The fat squirrel jumped up and flew out like a bouncy ball, landing on a girl's shoulder. Then it stuck out its butt and slid down like a slide. Ah! The girl exclaimed. Chi. The fat squirrel shouted excitedly and jumped up and down happily. After a while, a cry that could easily be misunderstood was heard in the cabin. Brother Sue's pet is really interesting. He Whiting teased as he looked at the fat squirrel playing with the girls. Su Chiye coughed lightly. Ahem, that's not what I taught you. He Whiting smiled and said nothing more. Tada Group headquarters in Liangming City. Dong Kuan-yu was half lying on the sofa in the office, a pair of dexterous hands were massaging the acupuncture points on his head, the tingling feeling made him feel very comfortable. Xiaoying, didn't I ask you to find a partner? How is it going? Dong Kuan-yu asked indifferently. Boss, I haven't found the right one yet. Sun Ying answered in a low voice. Dong Kuan-yu waved his hand, asking Sun Ying to stop massaging, and sat up. You should know that my principle in employing people is trust those you employ, and don't employ those you doubt. Anyone who can help me must have a weak spot that I can control. Boss. Sun Ying was a little scared. You are not young anymore, it's time for you to get married and have children. Just help me with my work and I will not treat your family unfairly. Dong Kuan-yu said in a flat tone. Sun Ying nodded. Boss, don't worry, I will find someone I like as soon as possible. Dong Kuan-yu stood up, took out 200,000 yuan in cash from his desk drawer, and threw it on the coffee table. This is your hard work fee for winning the lawsuit. Keep up the hard work. Yes, boss. Sun Ying nodded and carefully picked up the money. She had heard that the boss had a habit: you can't take money you don't want to give, and you can't refuse money you have given. Also, some time ago I hired 6 soldiers to escort that thing. Normally, it wouldn't be possible for ordinary people to steal it, but why did they die without even a scratch? Dong Kuan-yu looked at the calligraphy and painting Heaven Rewards Diligence hanging on the wall, and said with a hint of anger, help me find out who is causing this trouble. Yes. Sun Ying replied respectfully, but a thought flashed through her mind. No wonder the chairman is so sure he's not a traitor. Who would dare to touch the boss's things? Okay, you can go out. Dong Kuan Yu waved his hand. Sun Ying carefully left the office, and the moment she closed the door, she realized that her back was soaked with sweat. Dong Kuan Yu looked at the calligraphy and paintings on the wall and muttered to himself, "Is this the same thing that happened to Yi Whiting in Haojiang City? Is this a supernatural event?" Haojiang City Coastal Airport. Su Qie looked at Monk Huaikong with surprise on his face. The monk is also returning to Liangming City today? Ba, I just felt like traveling with Mr. Su. Monk Huaikong put his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Which temple does Monk Huaikong stay at? Su Qie asked with a smile. After returning to Liangming City, if I have time, I will go and listen to the master's teachings. Monk Huaikong said politely, I am staying at the Fahua Temple. If you are free, please come and have a cup of hot tea. Chapter 39. It says you have small breasts. Master Huaikong, can you please treat me to a cup of hot tea sometime? Yi Whiting joked with a smile. Monk Huaikong smiled. I'm afraid that Mr. He is busy with worldly affairs and may not have the time to come to the mainland. If you really come, I will definitely welcome you with hot tea. It's settled, but I want more than just hot tea, I also want vegetarian food. Yi Whiting smiled. He was just being polite. If he really went to the mainland, he probably wouldn't have time to drink Monk Huaikong's tea. Attention, passengers. Flight KH037 to Liangming City will take off in 10 minutes. Please line up in order for ticket inspection. The airport announcement sounded. Mr. He, we're leaving. When you have time, you must come to Liangming City to play. Although it doesn't have as many characteristics as Haojiang City, it also has its own unique style. Su Qie said with a smile, and the fat squirrel standing on his shoulder chirped twice, as if saying goodbye to Yi Whiting. Ba, benefactor He, I will take my leave now. Monk Huaikong clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Have a safe trip, both of you. Yi Whiting watched the two pass through security before turning around and leaving with He Hua. On flight KH037. Monk Huaikong and Su Qie did not sit together. Yi Whiting booked a first-class ticket for Monk Huaikong, while Su Qie bought an economy-class ticket for himself. Perhaps Yi Whiting did not expect that Su Qie, who was worth billions, would actually sit in economy class. The girl sitting next to Su Qie at this moment was pure and innocent. At least in Su Qie's opinion, she was much purer than some beautiful women. The girl wore no makeup, and her eyes were clear, as if she knew nothing about the world. She was wearing a light blue gauze dress, which made her look particularly pure and beautiful. There's very little oil on my face and skin, almost none, and I don't have any odor. Instead, I have a light floral scent, not perfume, not pungent. Su Qie glanced at the girl in green dress with an almost critical look, then turned to look out the window. Dear passengers. The plane's announcement began, reminding passengers to fasten their seatbelts and turn off their phones or to airplane mode. Su Qie and the girl in green skirt reached out to fasten their seatbelts at the same time. You buttoned it the wrong way around. The girl in the green skirt suddenly said seriously. Su Qie looked at his own seatbelt, then at the girl's, and said seriously, Miss, you buckled it the wrong way. I buckled it the right way. You are the one who is rebellious. I have seen the schematic diagram. How could a genius girl like me be wrong? The girl in the green skirt said stubbornly. The flight attendant is coming, let her take a look. Su Qie looked at the flight attendant who was walking over and said helplessly, Hello, can you help us check whose seatbelt is buckled correctly? The flight attendant took a look, unbuckled the girl's seatbelt, and said with a smile, Little sister, it will be uncomfortable if you buckle it like this. The girl in the green dress let the stewardess adjust her seatbelt with a confused look on her face. Finally, she buckled her seatbelt correctly and muttered, Why is this seatbelt buckle different from driving? Flying is not like taking a car, of course it's different. Su Qie smiled. Snort. The girl in the green dress snorted, rolled her eyes, and took out a book called Mysteries of the Human Body from her bag and started reading. Do you like reading this book too? Su Qie was a little surprised. He had checked online and found that the book was not a bestseller. The author was even so poor that he could hardly afford to eat, just like when he first became a vampire. I don't enjoy reading it, I'm looking for loopholes in it. The girl in the green dress flipped through the pages, her voice soft, You know, the more fabricated something is, the more likely it is to have loopholes, but this book. Su Chiya asked calmly, didn't you find the loophole? The girl in the green skirt shook her head and turned the book towards Su Chiya, asking him to look at the marks on the pages. These are all loopholes. This book has so many loopholes that it's a bit off. So many loopholes? Su Chiya was slightly surprised. He didn't feel any loopholes when he read this book. Yeah, that's why I find it strange. The girl in the green dress muttered as she flipped through the pages, the more irrational it is, the more likely it is to be true. But the content in the book is so made up. Su Chiya feigned surprise and said, I think it's great. Perhaps the human body really has such a secret. The girl in the green dress rolled her eyes at him. What secret? Sixth sense? Mind reading? It all seems like bullshit. That's right. Su Chiya shook his head and stopped arguing with her. After all, they were not from the same world. The girl in the green dress turned another page, her eyes showing confusion and bewilderment. Liangming City is close to the North Bay, so I need a sea view apartment. Su Chiya began to think about his plans after returning to Liangming City. Why build a sea view house? It would be better to build a residential complex. Then I can just rent out the houses and collect rent every month. No, it's too troublesome and takes up too much time. Su Chiya tapped his temples lightly with his fingers. Just buy a piece of land, a stretch of sea, build a house, and raise a few monsters like the fat squirrel. Well, at least 30. Then you can draw blood every day. Life will be so comfortable. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel crawled out of the pocket in a daze, with a confused look on his little face. Did he seem to feel a chill just now? Wow. The girl in the green dress heard a strange sound, glanced over, and saw the fat squirrel. She immediately screamed, attracting the attention of all the passengers in the cabin. However, after seeing such a pure and beautiful girl, everyone's dissatisfied looks eased, and even several male passengers kept their eyes on her. Such a cute little squirrel, how did you avoid security? The girl in the green skirt looked at the fat squirrel in surprise and reached out to touch its little head. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel shook its little head and dodged the hand of the girl in the green dress. It doesn't like anyone touching its head except me. Su Chiya said softly. The girl in the green dress put down the book, stared at the fat squirrel with sparkling eyes, and asked in a soft voice, can I hug it? Su Chiya pinched the fat squirrel's neck with 2 fingers, pulled it out of his pocket, and said to the girl in the green skirt, see if it wants to do it. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel glanced at the flat chest of the girl in the green dress and shook his head with a bit of disgust. But. So cute. The girl in the green skirt held the fat squirrel in her left hand and gently poked its little belly with her right index finger. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel shouted angrily, if I hadn't been caught by the big devil just now, how could a flat-chested girl like you really think you could catch me? Su Chiya shook his head and laughed, thinking to himself, if you saw a fat squirrel as big as a fat cat, I'm afraid you wouldn't call it cute. What is it saying? The girl in green skirt looked at Su Chiya in confusion. Su Chiya suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth and said with a smile, it said your breasts are small. Really? The girl in green dress frowned and looked at the fat squirrel with doubt. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel nodded, looking like, what can you do to me? The girl in the green dress clenched her right hand, and was about to let the little squirrel in her left hand have a taste of her power, but she was suddenly stunned. It can understand me? Of course, squirrels are one of the 10 most intelligent animals in the world, and mine is particularly smart. Su Chiya said with a smile. The girl in the green dress loosened her clenched hands and poked the little squirrel's belly with her index finger. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel was so angry that it was jumping up and down, with a fierce look in its eyes, but this not only did not scare the girl in the green skirt, but made her feel even more adorable. Wow, so cute. The girl in the green dress laughed softly, what is it saying? It said it likes you poking it like this. Su Chiya sold the fat squirrel calmly. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel looked at Su Chiya in disbelief, his eyes full of despair. He simply lay back, lying in the arms of the girl in green skirt with a look of despair. He. The girl in the green dress looked at the little squirrel in her hand and smiled even more happily. Su Chiya looked out the window and continued to plan his own arrangements. This is the advantage of being alone, you don't have to think too much about everything, just do what you like. Are you from Liangming City? The girl in the green dress who was teasing the fat squirrel suddenly asked. Yes. Su Chiya nodded. That's great. I'm from Haojiang City. This time I want to settle down in Liangming City, but I haven't found a place to stay yet. Do you have any recommendations? The girl in the green skirt asked with a smile, holding the fat squirrel. Come to settle down in Liangming City? Why? Su Qiye was a little surprised. Haojiang City is much more developed than Liangming City, and the conditions in all aspects are better. Why would he choose to settle down in Liangming City? My mother passed away. She was from Liangming City. Before she died, she said she wanted to return to her hometown and be buried in Beihai Bay. The girl in the green skirt spoke with some sadness in her tone. Sorry. Su Qiye thought for a moment and said, there are quite a few sea view rooms in Beihai Bay, they should be pretty good. The girl in the green dress said a little embarrassedly, is there anything more affordable? For example, under 300,000? Within 300,000? Su Qiye was somewhat helpless. 300,000, you can't even buy a house in a small western city these days. A bachelor apartment is fine, I'm alone anyway. The girl in the green dress said quickly. Where is your father? Su Qiye frowned. The girl in the green dress pursed her lips and said, I've never seen my father since I was born. My mother refused to tell me about him until her death. She only said that he was an ungrateful man. Su Qiye was silent for a moment, and it seemed that he was worried again. How about this? 300,000 yuan can be used as a down payment to buy a small apartment in Beihai Bay. The loan is 300,000 yuan, and it can be repaid in 20 years. It's a little over 2,000 yuan a month. It's not too stressful. How do you think it is? The girl in the green dress lowered her head, feeling a little aggrieved. I don't have a formal job yet, so I'm afraid it's difficult to get a loan. Su Qiye said helplessly, you can rent an apartment first and look for a job slowly. Oh, thank you. The girl in green skirt was obviously worried. She nodded dejectedly, returned the fat squirrel in her hand to Su Qiye, and picked up the book to read. Su Qiye frowned slightly and heard her thoughts. How can it be that easy to find a job? Which legitimate company would hire someone with an illegal residence? If it weren't for Uncle Zhang's help, I wouldn't even be able to take a plane. I'm in Liangming City, I'm unfamiliar with the place, and there are so many people with bad intentions trying to take advantage of me. Renting a house may not be safe. The world is so big, where is my way out? Although the girl in the green dress was reading a book, she was thinking about other things. Su Qiye looked at her with some sympathy, a feeling that resonated with him. He had also experienced a similar situation after his parents' unexpected death. So he pondered, my estate needs a housekeeper. Are you interested? Ah. The girl in green skirt raised her head and looked at Su Qiye blankly. I'm saying, my manor is still short of a housekeeper. Do you want to come and try? Su Qiye repeated. Really? But I don't have proof of citizenship. The girl in the green dress said, lowering her head. Although Su Qiye was surprised that she didn't have any identification, he didn't ask any further questions. He just said, oh, I am the owner of the manor. I don't need any identification. I can pay you your monthly salary in cash. You don't have any intentions towards me, do you? The girl in the green skirt moved slightly, feeling a little uneasy. Su Qiye's eyelids twitched, and he rubbed his eyebrows. If you don't want to come, then forget it. Come. The girl in the green dress's heart was beating fast. She felt that she had made a decision that might change her life. Chapter 40. You support me. What's your name? Su Qiye flicked his finger, and the fat squirrel drew an arc and fell into the hands of the girl in green skirt. The girl in the green dress smoothed the hair by her ears and smiled sweetly. My name is Song Jiaying, what's yours? Su Qiye, I will be your boss from now on. Su Qiye stretched out his hand. Please take care of me. Song Jiaying extended her hand to shake his, then hesitated and asked, do you really own a manor? Su Qiye rolled his eyes and smiled mysteriously. Want to hear the truth? Of course I want to hear the truth. Song Jiaying gently rubbed the fat squirrel's chin with her fingers, and her small nose wrinkled slightly. Of course, no. Su Qiye spread out his hands. You lied to me. Song Jiaying frowned and rolled her eyes. I knew it. How could someone with a manor fly economy class? Su Qiye chuckled, I don't have a manor, but I have money. 1 billion, how about it? 1 billion? Which second master's estate did you inherit? Song Jiaying glanced at him and playfully stuck out her tongue. Okay, thanks for making me happy. I'll work hard to find a job. This time it's the truth. Su Qiye said seriously, Beihai Bay is nice. How about buying a piece of the sea? Buy a piece of sea? Song Jiaying was so surprised that her mouth shaped like an. To be more precise, it's about buying the right to use the sea and the land adjacent to it. Su Qiye smiled. Then I'll build a large manor by the sea. In my free time, I can walk the dog, play with the birds, go fishing. Isn't this the most comfortable pastoral life? After hearing this, Song Jiaying's pretty face was full of envy. Only the rich can afford such a life, right? Of course, without money, everything is just wishful thinking. Su Qiye nodded. Do you want to live this kind of life with me? Think. Song Jiaying's face showed a look of longing. It took her a while to react and she curled her lips. But do you really have so much money? 1 billion is just a small amount of money. Su Qiye said lightly. 10 billion is enough for you to spend in your lifetime, right? Song Jiaying was a little skeptical. Su Qiye shook his head and laughed, not making any further excuses. He was immortal, so how could 10 billion be enough for him to last a lifetime? Chi. The fat squirrel jumped out of Song Jiaying's hand, scratched its head while looking at the white clouds outside the window, then looked at Su Qiye and called out twice. Su Qiye was slightly startled and looked out the window following the fat squirrel's gaze. A trace flashed through the layers of white clouds, as if a mysterious object flying at high speed had broken through the clouds. Song Jiaying also looked out the window. Swish! As the plane flew by, a black shadow flashed by, and it was obvious that the shadow's speed was still not as fast as the passenger plane. What is that? Song Jiaying exclaimed. Su Qiye said calmly, it's just a vulture. Vulture? We are 10,000 meters above the ground. How can a vulture fly so high? Song Jiaying's eyes flickered, and she seemed unconvinced. Su Qiye said helplessly, you still say you are a genius girl, but the highest flying bird in the world is the alpine vulture. Flying over the highest peak in the world is a piece of cake for them. Really? Song Jiaying nodded doubtfully. Su Qiye looked out the window. They were already above Liangming City. He could feel the plane gradually slowing down and descending. The vulture was just a lie he made to Song Jiaying. An eagle demon? Is it the little demon that chased the fat squirrel? Su Qiye reached out and grabbed the fat squirrel, gently stroking its little head. He thought to himself, no wonder the fat squirrel kept coming back. No one was there to protect it. If it were left alone, the eagle demon, with its sharp eyesight and agility, would pounce from high altitude, and it wouldn't be able to escape. Even if someone saw the eagle demon swooping down, they would just think it was an ordinary eagle hunting. Su Qiye's ears moved slightly, and he heard a subtle sound of breaking through the air from the buzzing sound of the plane. The eagle demon seemed to have noticed the fat squirrel and was chasing after it. Chi. The fat squirrel trembled slightly under the pressure of the eagle demon, its two small eyes looking at Su Qiye pitifully. Judging from the eagle demon's whereabouts, it must have followed it to Haojian City. If such a vengeful eagle demon is not dealt with now, it will be difficult to deal with it later. What are you afraid of? Su Qiye touched the fat squirrel speechlessly. Look at you, you are so timid, can you have the aura of a squirrel king? Chi. After hearing this, the fat squirrel stuck out his tongue, pretended to be dead, and lay down with a plop. He. Song Jiaying smiled and said, Su Qiye, your squirrel is so interesting. Why don't we open a Weibo account for it? It will surely have a lot of fans. Open a Weibo account? Su Qiye shook his head. Forget it. If it attracts the attention of the relevant authorities and they seize it for slices and research, I won't get any benefit at all. Song Jiaying. Chi. The fat squirrel stood up angrily, looked up and glared at Su Qiye, his cheeks puffed up. Do you really need to? Su Qiye knocked on its little head. What's there to be afraid of? If you really fall from a height of 10,000 meters, I'll take the blame for you. Chi. The fat squirrel rolled its eyes, understood what Su Qiye meant, smiled secretly, jumped onto his legs, and patted them gently with its two little paws. Song Jiaying felt much better now and picked up Mysteries of the Human Body to read again. Not long after, the plane descended from the sky and slowly landed at Liangming City Airport. Su Qiye, what's your cell phone number? Song Jiaying looked at him with a smile on her face. She was not a girl who would be entangled in sadness. What's wrong? Su Qiye raised his eyebrows. If I can't eat, I'll come to you. Song Jiaying said with a smile, how about you support me then? Chapter 41 Buying a House. What do you want to support? Su Qiye leaned over and picked up Song Jiaying's suitcase. The suitcase didn't look big, but it felt heavy in his hands. I never support idle people. If you run away, who will take care of my manor? Song Jiaying was completely stunned, her eyes wide open, and she stood there for a long time without coming to her senses. What did you say? The manor is real? Or do you think I've been lying to you? Su Qiye shook his head with a helpless smile on his face. Let's go. It's already 1 in the morning. It's dark and windy. I can't let you sleep on the streets. I've booked a hotel nearby. Let's stay there for 1 night. We can talk tomorrow if there's anything else. No, that's not necessary. I can order it myself. Song Jiaying stuttered, but her heart was beating fast. Could this person have any intentions towards her? Otherwise, why would he even book the hotel in advance? It was a bit too thoughtful. Thinking of this, she subconsciously took a half step back. What kind of nonsense is going on in your little head? Su Qiye knew what she was thinking about as soon as he saw her reaction. His face suddenly darkened and he explained unhappily, I booked 2 rooms. 2. Did you hear me? Song Jiaying was dumbfounded again, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. It turned out that she was overthinking. She scratched her head and lowered her head embarrassedly. It was already early morning when the plane landed. The streets outside the airport were particularly deserted, with only a few taxis with their empty lights on, slowly driving by the roadside. Su Qiye stopped a car and told it the name of Shengjing Hotel, and the 2 of them got in the car one after the other. The taxi drove smoothly in the night, and the neon lights outside the window kept flashing, reflecting on Song Jiaying's slightly tired face. Just as the car was about to arrive at the hotel, Su Qiye's eyes suddenly fixed. Swish! There is a dense forest next to the Shengjing Hotel. At this moment, a black shadow flashed past from the depths of the forest, as fast as a ghost. Su Qiye's eyes flickered, and his ears twitched slightly. A faint fishy odor drifted over on the wind. The smell was unlike that of ordinary beasts, with a cold and decayed feeling. Vampire, he muttered to himself. What's wrong? Song Jiaying noticed Su Qiye's abnormality, followed his gaze to look out the window, but saw nothing, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. Su Qiye retracted his gaze, shook his head, and chuckled, I just think this place is quite interesting. He was thinking in his heart that before he became a vampire, he had lived for so many years and had never seen any monsters, vampires, or other strange creatures. But after he turned into this appearance, he would encounter them every now and then. It was really strange. But then I thought, maybe my senses were not so sharp before, so I couldn't notice the aliens even if they were hanging around me. Arriving at the hotel, Su Qiye checked in with his ID card and handed one of the room cards to Song Jiaying. I'm going to rest first. See you tomorrow. Song Jiaying took the room card and ran into her room as if she was escaping, locking the door with a click, as if something was chasing her. Su Qiye looked at the closed door, shook his head helplessly, turned around, and walked into his room. As soon as he sat down on the sofa, the fat squirrel crawled out of his pocket, jumped onto his legs and curled up into a ball. He touched the squirrel's head and remembered that he had not felt hungry since he sucked the blood of the snake demon last time. According to previous patterns, he could probably last for 4 days, and then he would have to find something to eat again. The next morning, when Su Qiye woke up, it was already bright outside the window. He walked over to the table and spread out a blueprint. It showed his plan for the manor, complete with pavilions, terraces, and landscaped gardens. The layout was so ingenious that he nodded in satisfaction. A classic Chinese courtyard, with 5 courtyards and pavilions and corridors. Perfect. Now all we need is to find the right piece of land. Song Jiaying should be awake now, right? Su Qiye listened attentively to the noise coming from next door. He could faintly hear some rustling sounds, as well as the sound of clothes buckles colliding. He guessed that someone was changing clothes. Sure enough, not long after, there was a knock on the door. Su Qiye opened the door and saw Song Jiaying wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, her hair casually tied behind her head, and her face looked a little sleepy. How was your rest? Su Qiye asked. Yawn. Song Jiaying yawned loudly, rubbed her eyes, and felt a little listless. Not so good. I'm a little reluctant to bed after moving. Get ready, Su Chiya said with a smile. I saw a residential complex called Beihai Green City. It seems pretty good. They say you can move in right away. Let's go over and take a look this morning. Song Jiaying was completely stunned. She blinked and looked bewildered. What? What Greentown? Why are we going there? Beihai Bay in Liangming City is located at the northernmost end of the city and is named because it is close to the sea. The taxi headed north, and the closer it got to the sea, the fresher the air became, with a faint salty smell of seawater. You really want to buy a house? Song Jiaying looked at the sea view passing by outside the car window, still feeling it was a little unreal. What kind of thing is this? I just met someone on a plane, and he turned out to be a billionaire? This luck was too good, so good that she could hardly believe it. My apartment in Liangming City just expired. I have nowhere to live. What's wrong with buying one? Su Chiya leaned back in his chair, letting the fat squirrel massage his shoulders, and spoke in a relaxed manner, as if buying an apartment was as easy as buying a cabbage. Looking at his calm demeanor, Song Jiaying suddenly felt that the brain of this genius girl was not enough. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, then what you said before about buying a piece of Heightened manor, is that true? Of course it's true. Su Chiya turned his head and looked at her with a strange look. You didn't always think I was lying to you, did you? Song Jiaying felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, her pretty face flushed slightly, she lowered her head, and muttered softly, who told you to always say those weird things before? The taxi driver in front heard the conversation and couldn't help but jokingly interjected, young man, are you going to buy a house in Beihai Bay? I guess so. Su Chiya said perfunctorily. Then you have really good taste. The driver started talking and introduced enthusiastically. Beihai Bay is a great place. It's close to the sea, there are few factories around, pollution is low, and the air is very fresh. There's also a harbor here, and the economy is thriving, so many wealthy people like to buy houses here for retirement. He paused, then asked, which neighborhood do you want to buy in? What's the size? Do you want me to recommend some properties to you? I'm very familiar with the properties around here. Su Chiya smiled when he heard this and said, no need, we can just go directly to Beihai Green City and buy a villa. It won't cost much. Ha ha. After hearing this, the driver's tone suddenly became a little strange. He laughed dryly twice, shook his head, and didn't continue talking. Obviously, he thought the young man was bragging. He knew the villas in Beihai Greentown. They were high-end properties developed by Tidog Group. It's impossible to buy a house without tens of millions of dollars, and you still say it doesn't cost much, which shows how youthful and frivolous you are. Beihai Greentown is located on a high ground near Beihai. The entire community is composed of small villas, each of which is uniquely designed. Standing on the rooftop of the villa, you can have a panoramic view of the entire sea view, with an excellent view. Moreover, the building materials of the villa are designed with special moisture-proof materials, which can ensure that residents live in dry and comfortable conditions even though it is so close to the sea. The two got out of the taxi and walked into the sales office. They saw that the sales office was deserted and several sales staff were bored, looking down at their mobile phones playing games. The properties developed by Tidog Group have always been famous and of guaranteed quality. They are basically sold out as soon as they are launched, and there is no need for sales staff to waste time promoting them, so they usually have nothing to do. You see, our housing prices are so high, and there are only a few customers in a week. I sit here every day, getting a basic salary every month. When will this end? A short salesperson complained slightly while scrolling through the screen of his mobile phone. That's right, another long-haired salesperson also sighed and said with some complaint. Look at the villas that have been sold here. Most of them were sold through the group's internal channels. What does this have to do with us? Don't even think about taking any commission. I heard that the sales offices in the city broke 100 million yuan in sales a few days ago. It's only been a few days. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. The sales staff were chatting with each other, and their moods were generally low. Oh, by the way, I heard that Xiao Lu from the city got taken advantage of by a client. Not only did he fail to sell the house, but he also lost himself. Is this true? A salesman in professional attire suddenly said in a low voice. Is this true? Why did I hear it was Xiao Wang? You've all heard fake news, another salesperson immediately retorted. Xiaolu told me yesterday that her client bought 3 houses at once, and she took home 300,000 yuan in commission alone. Is this true? Xiaolu's clients are incredible. TSK, I'm so envious. What are you envious of? Are you envious of the 300,000 commission, or are you envious of, hee hee? Someone deliberately dragged out the tone and showed an ambiguous smile. Screw you. The sales staff burst into laughter and started telling jokes that were both vulgar and offensive. Ding-a-ling. The glass door of the sales office was pushed open, and the wind chimes at the door made a crisp sound. When the sales staff heard the voice, they all looked up excitedly, thinking that a big customer had arrived. But when they saw a young man and woman standing at the door, the light in their eyes dimmed instantly. Judging from the way these two people are dressed, they don't look like rich people. They are probably just here to take a look. It seems that all my thoughts today will be in vain. Several sales clerks looked at each other and were too lazy to stand up to entertain the guests. Chapter 42 Full Payment. The sales staff looked at Su Qiye and Song Jiaying several times, muttering to themselves, are these two a couple? Not really. Look at that girl, she's a little timid. We seem more like ordinary friends. Look at the boy again. He seems quite confident, but the clothes he wears probably don't cost more than 500 yuan. With that kind of wealth, can he afford a villa in Beihai Bay? I'm afraid I can't even afford a toilet in the villa. It's a waste of time to entertain such a customer. These sales staff have all trained themselves to have sharp eyes. They can guess almost everything about the tastes, wealth, and relationships of the customers who come to buy houses with just a glance. Ting Feng, go deal with it. I want to go. I'm dressed so poorly, and it's obvious I'm not here to buy a house. I want to get any sales if I go. Xiao Xiao, you're new here, this kind of work should be yours. Why should the newcomers go? Sisterly, we handled those difficult clients last time, now it's your turn. The sales staff looked at each other, and the evasion in their eyes was obvious. After several eye contact, a salesperson in his 20s finally stood up. She was wearing a white shirt and a work skirt, black stockings on her legs, and a pair of exquisite high heels on her feet. It was Zhang Wenjing. Sir, madam, are you here to see the house? Zhang Wenjing asked gently with a professional smile on her face. Su Qiye's mind was as clear as a mirror. He nodded and said casually, I have some spare money and want to buy a villa to live in temporarily. Zhang Wenjing's eyes flashed slightly, and she keenly caught the indifference in Su Qiye's tone. This didn't sound like a joke. Could it be that the person in front of her was a hidden financial backer? She quickly and enthusiastically introduced, we have a variety of villa types here, ranging from small villas of 200 square meters to large villas of 600 square meters. Do you prefer a larger or more compact space? Is there anyone who can move in with just their luggage? Su Qiye asked calmly. Zhang Wenjing's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, oh my god? This is going to be a bill. She quickly replied, sir, we currently only have 400 square meters of villas with basic decoration. You can take a look at the renderings first. As she spoke, she turned on the small TV in the sales office, and the decoration layout of the 400 square meter villa immediately appeared on the screen. Su Qiye took a quick look and frowned slightly. Why is there no furniture or appliances in this house? Sir, the 600 square meter villa comes with a full set of furniture and appliances. Zhang Wenjing's heart began to beat rapidly, and her breathing became a little rapid. Then just look at the 600 square meter one. Su Qiye waved his hand, thinking, how much can a 600 square meter villa be worth? At most, it would be 100 million yuan. He could still afford this small amount of money. Zhang Wenjing excitedly switched the TV screen, and the decoration layout and interior furnishings of the 600 square meter villa immediately appeared before the two of them. You can pick one. When I buy the land and build the manor, we can move in. Su Qiye spoke to Song Jiaying casually, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. When these words were spoken, all the sales staff were stunned and wondered if they had heard it wrong. Is a 600 square meter villa just a temporary residence? This wealthy investor is actually buying land to build a manor? My goodness, building a manor? This can't be done just by having money, it also requires sufficient connections and a lot of money. Zhang Wenjing's heart was in turmoil. She secretly looked at Su Qiye and suddenly felt that he had become taller and more handsome. This was exactly the bachelor of her dreams. Song Jiaying asked timidly, "Do you really want me to choose?" She felt a little uneasy. This was the first time she met Su Qiye. Why would he let her choose the villa? Could he have some intentions towards me? But I only have 300,000 yuan in savings, so he shouldn't care about this little money. Could it be that he is attracted by my appearance? But he's so handsome and rich, so he shouldn't be short of girls around him. Are you trying to play a trick on yourself? Song Jiaying shook her head and quickly refused. No, this is you buying a villa, how can you let me choose? Su Qiye listened to the thoughts in her mind and said speechlessly, then I will choose it myself, don't regret it. You choose. Song Jiaying breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. Su Qiye took the remote control from Jiang Wenjing, flipped through a few options, and chose a European-style villa. Let's take this one. Calculate the total price for me. Plop. 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 Jiang Wenjing's heart suddenly started beating violently. The total price of this 600 square meter villa was not low. If this deal was successful, she could get several million in commission alone. Even if she only made this one order a month, or even this one order a year, she would still wake up smiling in her dreams. Boom! Boom! The sound of her rapid heartbeat reached Su Qiye's ears clearly. Su Qiye frowned slightly and his heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Even though he wasn't listening intently, he could actually hear her heartbeat, and an inexplicable bloodthirsty desire arose in his consciousness. The thirst for blood seems to be even worse. Su Qiye's eyes darkened. Could it be that after his rank was promoted, this immortal body's demand for blood became more demanding? Jiang Wenjing's face lit up with a genuine smile. He took a step forward and spoke in an even more enthusiastic tone. Sir, the total price has been calculated. It's 56 million in total. I've already eliminated the decimals for you. How much do you think the down payment should be? Hoo. Su Qiye couldn't help but let out a heavy breath. Chi. The fat squirrel on the shoulder suddenly had its hair all over its body stand up, and it scurried to the corner of the wall, looking at Su Qiye with fear in its eyes. Sir? Sir? Jiang Wenjing called out twice in confusion when she saw that Su Qiye did not respond. Song Jiaying also vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and her heart suddenly panicked for no reason, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Snap! With a crisp sound, the armrest of the chair Su Qiye was sitting on was actually broken by him. Call! Su Qiye woke up as if from a dream and let out a sigh. He immediately cut off his 5 senses and nerve sensations temporarily, and finally suppressed the surging bloodthirsty desire. Sir, what's wrong with you? Jiang Wenjing looked at the broken steel handrail, screamed in fright, and asked cautiously. Su Qiye waved his hand, the redness in his eyes gradually faded, returning to a dark brown. He said calmly, do you still need a loan for 56 million? Just swipe the card. Pay in full. Swipe the card? Jiang Wenjing was stunned. This is what a real rich man looks like. Chapter 43 Going out for dinner. Okay. Jiang Wenjing was stunned for more than 10 seconds, suppressed the excitement in her heart, turned around and walked quickly into the office. Just then, other sales staff came running over. Sir, that guy is just a newbie and doesn't know the rules. If you buy from me, I can give you a discount of hundreds of thousands for the full payment. Do you think I'm so short of this little money? No, I mean. Soon Jiang Wenjing came out with a card reader. Byte. As the password was entered, the balance in Su Qiye's CCB bank card instantly decreased by 56 million. Sir, please wait a moment. I will contact the group's public relations department and help you complete all the purchase procedures as soon as possible. Jiang Wenjing's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement, and her voice was trembling. There's no rush for the formalities. Can you take us to the villa first? Can we move in directly? Su Qiye shook his head. He suddenly felt a little hungry. This was very abnormal. According to previous rules, he should have eaten once every 7 days, but now it seems to be earlier. Could it be that it has become 3 days? Yes. Of course. Jiang Wenjing responded quickly, turned around, and drove the sightseeing bus in the community over, carrying Su Qiye and Song Jiaying towards the villa. Arriving at the door of the villa, Jiang Wenjing introduced with a smile, this villa has 5 floors in total, 1 underground floor, 1 half-floor, 3 floors above ground, and an attic, which is not counted in the number of floors. The phone numbers of the Community Service Department and Security Department are posted in the living room on the first floor. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. Su-Chiye nodded, his Adam's apple couldn't help but roll, and he whispered, "You guys wait outside for a while, I'll go in and take a look first." Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel suddenly screamed twice, took a few steps back tremblingly, and hid behind the sightseeing bus, his little eyes full of vigilance. "Can I go in with you?" Song Jiaying got off the sightseeing bus. She always felt that something was wrong with Su-Chiye's condition, especially the way he broke the armrest of the chair with one hand just now. It was obvious that he was hiding a secret. "Little fatty mouse, come in with me." Su-Chiye suppressed the bloodthirsty desire surging in his heart and growled. "Chi-Chi." The fat squirrel reluctantly moved out from behind the sightseeing car, with its head drooping, as if it had accepted its fate. Ever since it fell into the hands of this big devil, it guessed that sooner or later its blood would be sucked dry, but it did not expect that this day would come so soon. Bang! The door of the villa was slammed shut. The fat squirrel trembled all over and simply closed his eyes, putting on an appearance of ready to die heroically. Su-Chiye frowned and reached out to grab the fat squirrel in his palm. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel opened his eyes and saw Su-Chiye's red pupils. He instantly became timid, his little body shaking like a sieve. He called out timidly twice and lowered his head obediently. Sniff. Su-Chiye lightly scratched the fat squirrel's forelimb with his fingertips, and a small cut was made, and bright red blood immediately gushed out. He raised his hand and brought the fat squirrel to his mouth. Drops of fresh demon blood fell into his throat. Not long after, the feeling of hunger receded like a tide. Chi-Chi? When the fat squirrel saw that Su-Chiye's pupils had returned to their normal color, a hint of surprise flashed in his small eyes. He was not dead? Lick your wound yourself. Su-Chiye flicked the fat squirrel to the ground. Although the intense hunger had eased somewhat, he knew it had not been completely eliminated. If I can't help but suck all the blood of this little guy, I will lose a live radar when looking for monsters in the future. The fat squirrel nodded quickly, stuck out his tongue and licked the wound, and the small cut healed instantly. Su-Chiye licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, walked to the door, opened it, and said to Song Jiaying, "Come in, I didn't expect it to be so clean inside, not much dust. The villas in our community are cleaned every day to ensure that owners can move in at any time." Jiang Wenjing was still waiting outside, explaining with a smile, "We'll complete all the paperwork today. We'll need your signature and fingerprints. It's best if you don't go far for the next 2 days." "I know. I'm tired after a day of hard work." Su-Chiye responded and walked to the large balcony on the first floor. This place has been converted into a tea pavilion, furnished with a tea table, tea sets, and soft sofas. It's so comfortable to bask in the sun. He lay on the sofa with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was asleep. Seeing this, Song Jiaying obediently sat down on the sofa in the living room, her heart full of confusion. How did she follow him to Beihai Greentown without knowing why? This all seemed like a dream. Jiang Wenjing glanced at Su-Chiye on the balcony and sighed secretly. How could such a rich man look down on me? It's more important to complete the procedures quickly. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel rolled his eyes and tiptoed into the kitchen while Su-Chiye and Song Jiaying were not paying attention. He secretly turned on the gas stove, lay over the flame and puffed it, the flame going in and out along with his breathing, and he had a lot of fun. Su-Chiye entered a state of being half asleep and half asleep, which could reduce consumption and alleviate hunger. It was not until night fell and the familiar feeling of hunger surged up again that he slowly opened his eyes. Su-Chiye, the sales office sent some documents this morning and asked for your signature." Song Jiaying kept staring at him, and when she saw him wake up, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. Gurgle. Gulp. Su-Chiye's ears moved slightly, catching the slightest sound. He looked at Song Jiaying strangely. "You haven't left the villa all day?" Song Jiaying's pretty face turned even redder. It was not that she didn't want to go out, but she was unfamiliar with the place and didn't have the key to the villa. She would definitely not be able to get back in if she went out. "So you've been hungry until now?" Su-Chiye was speechless. This future steward of the manor couldn't even take care of himself, so how could he really manage the manor? I looked in the kitchen and the refrigerator, and there's nothing to eat. I can't even cook if I want to." Song Jiaying pouted in grievance, and her stomach growled again in response. Su-Chiye helplessly held his forehead. "Can't you order takeout?" I don't have my ID with me, so I can't verify my name and pay." "How can I order?" Song Jiaying's voice became softer and softer, and her eyes became a little red. Little fat rat? Su Chiya shouted towards the kitchen. The fat squirrel immediately jumped up from the stove, rushed to Su Chiya at the fastest speed, and stood straight. Let's go out and eat. Su Chiya picked up the villa key, pushed open the door, and walked out with the man and the rat. In the dense forest deep in the community, a pair of red eyes were staring at Song Jiaying and the fat squirrel, and a low roar came from its throat, like a beast staring at its prey, full of greed and malice. Chapter 44, A Mere Baron Dares to Threaten Me? Su Chiya's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the dense forest behind him seemingly casually. Not only did he hear the noise coming from the woods, he also smelled that familiar fishy odor. It was the vampire from last night. Are you targeting me? Or are you targeting Song Jiaying? Or, the little fat rat? A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was just a vampire, not something he took seriously. Phew! At this moment, a sharp eagle cry was heard in the sky, which was so penetrating that even Song Jiaying couldn't help but look up in confusion. Chi-chi! When the fat squirrel heard the eagle's cry, it was so scared that it froze in place, with its hair standing on end. It dared not move, for fear that the eagle demon would suddenly rush out and tear it to pieces with one claw. Call! A sound of breaking air suddenly came from overhead, and a large brown eagle swooped down like lightning. Its eyes were as sharp as knives, staring intently at the fat squirrel curled up on the ground. Its two sharp claws had already popped out, flashing a cold light. Ho ho! Almost at the same time, a low roar was heard from the dense forest, and a black shadow suddenly rushed out. The black shadow had its arms outstretched and its bat wings spread out like a cloak, looking exactly like a humanoid bat. It pounced on Song Jiaying, opened its mouth wide, revealing 4 sharp canine teeth, and looked extremely terrifying. Ah! Song Jiaying screamed in fright as she looked at the humanoid bat that pounced on her. Although she didn't know what kind of monster it was, she instinctively felt that it was extremely dangerous, especially the 4 canine fangs, which instantly reminded her of the evil spirits in horror movies. A vampire and a harpy, these are good materials that have been delivered to our doorstep. Su Chiya's eyes lit up with joy, his pupils instantly turned red, and the terrifying intimidation of living creatures burst out. Buzz! The eagle demon and the vampire felt a buzzing sound in their heads, and all their senses became blank in an instant. They stared at Su Chiya blankly, as if they saw a huge phantom of the real body of the vampire behind him, like a god or a demon, exuding a suffocating pressure. Bang! Plop! The eagle demon fell to the ground, and the vampire lay in front of Song Jiaying. They both stared at the ground blankly, their minds blank. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Song Jiaying covered her mouth and took 2 steps back. Looking at the eagle demon and vampire lying on the ground, a thought came to her mind. Were they scared down by my scream? Su Chiya heard her inner thoughts and couldn't help but let out a strange smile. You have a rich imagination. If you could scare them like that with just a scream, there wouldn't be so much trouble in the world. Chi-chi! The fat squirrel glanced at the eagle demon lying on the ground, and then glanced at the vampire who was struggling to get up. With a roll of his eyes, he skipped to the vampire, chirped twice, raised his little paws and kicked him hard. Snap! Ah! The vampire wrapped in a black robe let out a shrill howl. Obviously something was broken by the kick. Su Chiya looked at the howling vampire, stretched out his right hand and grabbed its ankle. His left hand gripped the eagle demon's neck, its vital point. I'll lock them in the basement first. Before he finished speaking, he dragged the vampire towards the villa, leaving a long drag mark on the ground. Song Jiaying looked at Su Chiya's back as he dragged the unknown creature away, and suddenly felt that she seemed to be unfamiliar with this world. An eagle as big as a human? A person who looks like a bat? What the hell is going on here? In the basement, Su Chiya casually threw the vampire to the ground, his pupils turned red again, and his 4 canine fangs quietly protruded. This, handsome lord, my lord is Baron Walton. Please, for the Baron's sake, release me. When the vampire saw Su Chiya's red eyes, he immediately knelt on one knee and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Baron? A mere baron dares to threaten me? Su Chiya snorted coldly. Even a viscount would have to kneel down and beg for mercy before me, let alone an unknown little baron. Sir. The vampire servant trembled with fear, wailing in his heart, is he following a high-ranking vampire who looks like a count? This luck is too bad. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, Su Chiya said calmly, just stay in the basement and cooperate with me in a few tests. I'll let you go. The vampire blood servant was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Thank you, my lord." "Oh." The eagle demon finally reacted at this time and made a strange sound from its mouth, which sounded a little aggrieved. Tsuchiya's eyelids twitched, and his face darkened. "If you want to die, just keep on moaning." "Ha!" The eagle demon was stunned for a moment and immediately shut his mouth. It had heard from some well-informed little demons that some fat people among humans like to whimper. Could it be that they were lying to it? Chi-chi. The fat squirrel pointed at the eagle demon, chirping non-stop and gesturing with its little paws as if it was complaining. "You said it hides a spiritual creature that can make your blood more fragrant?" Tsuchiya was somewhat moved when he heard this. The fat squirrel didn't understand what blood is more fragrant meant, but he knew that the sweeter the blood tasted, the richer the energy it contained. When the eagle demon heard this, he immediately became anxious and started to cackle quickly and urgently, as if he was making an excuse. "You ate the spiritual creature? So your blood has become fragrant?" Tsuchiya looked at the eagle demon with some surprise. "That's perfect. Let me have some blood." The eagle demon hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. It used its sharp beak to poke the wing painfully, and bright red blood immediately flowed out, followed by a rich and sweet fragrance. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel took out a small white porcelain bowl from behind his back, which was just enough to catch the dripping blood. A smile of success appeared in his small eyes. Quack! The eagle demon was immediately furious. "Damn it! How dare you, a little bastard, plot against your grandpa eagle?" Boom! There was a dull sound, like knocking a wooden fish. The eagle demon shrank its neck and stood still, not daring to move. Tsuchiya had just hit it on the head. Tsuchiya withdrew his hand and looked at the eagle demon. "Bleed honestly and don't try to hit the little fat rat again." The eagle demon nodded obediently, looking at the bowl that was already half full of blood. A pitiful look appeared in his eyes, as if he was feeling sorry for his own blood. "Heal your wound yourself." Tsuchiya picked up the small white porcelain bowl and drank it all in one breath. Gulp! The vampire blood servant beside him secretly swallowed his saliva and muttered in his heart, "Such sweet demon blood, even Baron Walton may not have tasted it." Tsuchiya licked the remaining demon blood at the corner of his mouth and nodded. The energy in the eagle demon's blood was indeed richer than that of the little fat rat. "Ga?" The eagle demon called out cautiously, as if asking if it could be let go. "Let you go?" Tsuchiya raised his eyebrows and looked at it. "Are you overthinking it? How could I let you go? You are a living blood source now. Do you think I will let you go?" "Ha ha!" The eagle demon shouted angrily, as if in protest. "Alright, stop talking to me about this useless shit." Tsuchiya waved his hand impatiently. "If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible, but you have to prove your worth. For example, provide me with a large number of traces of monsters. If the information is true and valid, I will naturally let you go." A cunning smile appeared on his face, like a fox calculating its prey. Chapter 45, Secretary has something to do. Nothing to do. The eagle demon looked at Tsuchiya, his eyes lost in thought. It seemed that he did have some information in his hands. "Think it over carefully and don't even think about running away. I've memorized your scent. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll still be able to find you. Don't blame me for being rude then." Tsuchiya glanced at the eagle demon coldly and waved his hand. "Little fatty rat, let's go." Chi-chi. The fat squirrel immediately held his head high and walked around the eagle demon in a proud manner, even deliberately twisting his butt, and then happily followed Tsuchiya up the stairs. Song Jiaying stood downstairs, feeling a little scared. Although the street lights in the community were bright, she always felt that something was staring at her in the dark forest. He. There was a rustling sound in the dense forest, and a dark shadow slowly appeared, which looked like a human figure. Batman again? Song Jiaying's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She took a few steps back in panic and glanced hurriedly in the direction of the villa. Why hadn't Tsuchiya come down yet? He. A strange light flashed a few times, and the black shadow was getting closer and closer. Song Jiaying glanced around frantically, her eyes suddenly lighting up. She stepped back a few steps, pulled out a large wooden stick supporting a sapling from the flower bed, and clutched it tightly in her hand. Suddenly, she felt a little more at ease. Rustle! The strange light flickered a few more times, and the dark shadows approached densely. Ah! Song Jiaying plucked up her courage, shouted, rushed forward, and smashed the black shadow with the big wooden stick in her hand like raindrops. Bang. Why? Bang. Lie. Bang. Su Qi's ears moved and he heard Song Jiaying scream. He moved his feet suddenly and appeared behind her in the blink of an eye. Ah! Song Jiaying caught a glimpse of the shadow on the ground, screamed again, and swung the big wooden stick in her hand towards Su Qie. Bang! Su Qie grabbed the big wooden stick and looked at her speechlessly. What are you doing? Woo woo, there's another Batman. Song Jiaying was scared. She pulled Su Qie's sleeve and hid behind him, looking cautiously at the black shadow curled up on the ground. Su Qie helplessly held his forehead, walked forward, and asked apologetically, "How is it? Are you okay?" The curled up black shadow covered his nose and raised his head, tears and snot streaming down his face. I'm just on patrol. Do you really need to hit me with a big stick like that? Song Jiaying secretly stuck her head out and saw that the other person was a middle-aged man wearing a black security uniform. An embarrassed look immediately appeared on her face. You sneaked out of the woods with something flashing in your hand. How would I know you were a security guard? Fuck, isn't this forest a shortcut? My flashlight suddenly ran out of battery. The middle-aged security guard staggered to his feet and said aggrievedly, "Even if I'm not a security guard, I can't just swing a big stick without saying anything. As a girl, of course I'm scared. What if it's a bad guy?" Song Jiaying muttered softly, then added, "I'm sorry, how about I take you to the hospital?" The middle-aged security guard shook his head. "No, I still have to go to work." "Don't be so impulsive next time." Su Qie shook his head and took out 500 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into the security guard's pocket. "It's better to go and take a look. No one can withstand such a thick stick." The security guard couldn't refuse, so he took the money and left. Song Jiaying followed Su Qie obediently, and the two walked out of Beihai Green City. "I'm sorry, I will return the 500 yuan to you," Song Jiaying said in a low voice. "I'll deduct it from your salary." Su Qie thought for a moment and said, "Starting tomorrow, you'll be my personal butler, like a secretary, doing all the work. I'll start with a monthly salary of 6,000, including food and accommodation. How about that?" Song Jiaying's ears flushed red upon hearing this. What secretary? When she heard the word secretary, she thought of the popular saying secretaries do things when there's work to do. Whom? You don't want to? Su Qie looked at her, his attention focused, and he immediately heard her thoughts. He secretly criticized, "This girl, her thoughts are a bit not pure?" Yes. Song Jiaying nodded quickly, her pretty face flushed slightly. A few hundred meters east of Beihai Greentown, there is a large commercial center with commercial streets, supermarkets, and shopping malls. What do you want to eat? Su Qie rubbed his nose. The mixed smell of various foods from the snack street wafted over, making him feel uncomfortable. Gurgle. Song Jiaying's stomach growled again. She raised her hands to rub her face and said proudly, "We'll eat all the way to the snack street. Aren't you afraid of bursting your belly?" Su Qie smiled, blocked his sense of smell, and followed her into the snack street. "Boss, how much is this wonton? $10 a bowl? 2 bowls, please." "Boss, how much is a serving of grilled cold noodles? $7? Give me one." "Boss, how much is the cheese bun? Give me one." Su Qie had to admire Song Jiaying. She said she would eat her way through the snack street, and she actually ate all the way there. Her little mouth never stopped, making smacking sounds, just like a fat squirrel. "Wow, I'm so full. It's such a blessing to be full." Song Jiaying sat on a bench in the snack street and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Su Qie raised his eyebrows. If he didn't know that monsters couldn't change their shapes at will, he would have suspected that Song Jiaying was actually a glutton monster. Chi. The fat squirrel also sat on the bench with her, half lying down and stroking his round belly, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if enjoying the relaxing time after dinner. "Oh, Su Qie, Boss Su, it would be a shame if you didn't try anything. The snacks here are very authentic." "Wow, what's that smell?" Song Jiaying said, suddenly perking up again. Her eyes lit up and she looked towards a store not far away. "Little fatty mouse? Chi? The fat squirrel opened his squinting eyes and made a puzzled chirp sound. "Fruit pie, wow, there are mango, lemon, blueberry, jackfruit." Song Jiaying instantly revived and rushed all the way to the fruit pie store. "Boss, give me a Family Mart pie." Su Chi. Women have two stomachs, one for staple food and the other for snacks. I finally believe it today. Su Chi looked at Song Jiaying, who was savoring the fruit pie, and was a little amazed. Chi. The fat squirrel's nose twitched slightly and its mouth watered at the sight of the fruit pie, but it really couldn't eat any more and could only stare at Song Jiaying. Can you be a little more ambitious? You're a monster. A monster. Su Chi knocked on the fat squirrel's head and said with some disdain, "You ate a lot today. You must have cost me a lot of money, right? Chi. The fat squirrel suddenly became alert, his eyes widening. What do you want to do? Chapter 46. It's time to grow. What do you think you can do? You can't just eat and not work, right? Su Chi chuckled, and with a bit of evil in mind, he grabbed the fat squirrel and said, "Sense where the monsters are. From today on, we will catch monsters together." Grumble? The fat squirrel was confused. What was going on? Catching monsters? Please, all the monsters in Qingming City had already been wiped out, okay? Who wiped it out? Su Chi narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Who else could it be? The Special Affairs Bureau. They captured monsters like us and locked us up to study us. It's simply too much, said the fat squirrel angrily. Su Chi flicked his fingers lightly, a look of surprise on his face. Even if you didn't cause any trouble, they would still arrest you? Of course they will. They always say, those who are not of my race must have different hearts, but the ancient sages of mankind have long said, if Daxia is a barbarian, then be a barbarian. If a barbarian is Daxia, then be Daxia. This means that if we obey Daxia's management, we can also become good citizens of Daxia. The fat squirrel actually pulled one up, but what it said made Su Chi couldn't help laughing. Su Chi shook his head. You're not right. This was changed by the previous dynasty to consolidate its rule. The original words were, if the princes use the barbarian rituals, they will be barbarians. If they advance into Daxia, they will be Daxia. This was directed at the feudal states that were in theft at the time. They were originally Daxia people. So the saying those who are not of my kind must have different hearts makes sense, but I also agree with you that monsters can become good citizens of Daxia. Su Chi tapped his knees lightly with his fingers, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Without monsters, he would have no blood to eat. Without blood to eat, let alone continuing to improve his rank, he couldn't even meet his daily needs. Wouldn't that mean he would be in conflict with the Special Affairs Bureau? Should we find a chance to get those monsters out of the Special Affairs Bureau? Su Chi had a headache. He didn't know what was going on in the Special Affairs Bureau. How could he take action? Moreover, even if he could get the monsters out of the Special Affairs Bureau, his original intention was to keep all the monsters in captivity and use them as his own blood food. If they were discovered by the Special Affairs Bureau, he would be making an enemy of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Boss Su, wouldn't you like some fruit pie? It's really delicious. Song Jiaying came back with brisk steps, holding a plate of family pie in her hands, a satisfied smile on her face. Shouldn't girls eat less at night? Su Chi shook his head and refused the fruit pie handed to him by Song Jiaying. Song Jiaying blinked. Who said I should eat less? Nighttime is the time for growth. How can I grow taller and bigger if I eat less? If I don't eat at night, I'll always be in a cup. At 0 o'clock in the morning, Su Chi and Song Jiaying slowly returned to the villa. They bought some food and daily necessities from the supermarket. These ingredients belong to you and little fatty mouse. You don't have to prepare a meal for me. Go buy some yourself after you finish eating. Su Chi and Song Jiaying sat facing each other and made 3 rules. You live on the first floor, I live on the second and third floors. Unless it's something very important, you are not allowed to go upstairs. Yeah. Song Jiaying wrote it down seriously in her little notebook. No matter what, you are not allowed to enter the basement. In other words, your space for activities is limited to the first floor and the half-level ground floor. You can do whatever you want in the courtyard. Is that clear? Su Chi pointed at the table with his fingers, looking like an exploiter and capitalist. Song Jiaying nodded and patted her notebook, indicating that she had taken note of it. Also, raise a dozen little white rabbits in the yard. Su Chi thought about it and added another one. Song Jiaying asked in surprise, little white rabbit? Does Boss Su like rabbits? I don't like it, but I'm useful. Su Chi said slowly, I plan to tame the eagle I caught tonight, and the rabbit is food for it. Oh, so that's how it is. Song Jiaying suddenly realized. She looked at Su Qiya, wanting to say something but not saying it, and finally didn't speak. Su Qiya heard Song Jiaying's thoughts from her heart, which was nothing more than wanting to know what the Batman was. Hearing this, he warned calmly, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask, and don't be curious, it will kill you." Song Jiaying quickly wrote down the information in her notebook, then suddenly looked up and asked, "If I don't have anything to do, can I read or draw on my own?" Su Qiya looked into Song Jiaying's eyes. The pure look in her eyes made him feel very comfortable. "Outside of work, it depends on your mood." "Thank you, Boss Su." Song Jiaying smiled slightly, her pretty face like a blooming flower. Jinghua City. Deluxe suite at Tada International Hotel. Eugene sat at the desk, holding a small brush in her hand. The tip of the brush was dipped in bright red ink, like blood. Snap! The door opened, and Yu walked in carrying bags. Seeing Eugene still sitting at the desk, she couldn't help but say, "Big Yi, are you still studying your forgetfulness talisman?" Eugene gently put down the brush and looked back at Yu helplessly. "The cinnabar from this Jinghua shop is not very authentic. I can't paint it with feeling." "Don't paint it yet. Let's go to another store and buy some cinnabar. Besides, when it comes to drawing talismans, you have to let nature take its course. You never know when an idea will come to you and it will work." Yu unpacked the bags and picked up a dress. "How about this one?" Eugene nodded perfunctorily, "Very beautiful." Yu's face turned serious. "What's beautiful about it?" Eugene was stunned for a moment. Yu threw the clothes on the bed, walked to Eugene, and put her hands on her hips. "You didn't even look at what clothes I picked up, and you said they were beautiful? I believe in your taste. The clothes you pick must be beautiful," Eugene said with a strong desire to survive. She rubbed her temples lightly, feeling that something was not right with her since she arrived in Jinghua City. "That's better. I bought one for you too. How about we each get one?" Yu pulled Eugene up from the chair and to the bed. "What?" Eugene asked doubtfully. Yu rolled her eyes. "Try on clothes." "No, you've already bought it. What's the difference whether you try it or not?" Eugene shook his head. It would be better to continue studying talismans with this time. "Really not trying?" Yu asked slyly. Eugene shook his head vigorously. "No, it's too troublesome. If you don't try, I will tell Marshal Lin's son our location." Yu showed a cunning expression on his face. After hearing this, Eugene said calmly, "If you tell Marshal Lin's son about our location, I will use the substitute talisman to turn you into me." Chapter 47. It's you. Big Leaf, if you have the ability, don't use talismans. Yu became anxious when he heard it. Eugene raised an eyebrow, a faint smile in his eyes. "Why, you are allowed to call for help, but I am not allowed to use the talisman? How can this be justified?" "You can also call for help." Yu covered his mouth and laughed. "Go away, let's be serious. I heard from Director Feng that the Psychic Research Institute recently developed a psychic control ring. It has been tested on various alien species and can perfectly control the psychic energy in their bodies." Eugene suddenly changed the subject. Yu chuckled. "Then what if we catch some monsters, put these control rings on them, and then let them help us catch the next one? Why does it feel like playing Pokemon? Then we can shout and decide it's you." Eugene shook his head. "How can it be that simple? In fact, the psychic control ring is a smaller version of the Absolute Spirit Laboratory. Once you put it on, the psychic energy in your body will enter an inert state and there is no way to awaken it. Is this a double-edged sword?" Yu keenly sensed the problem. If aliens wore it, they would lose control of their psychic energy, but wouldn't humans also lose control of it? If aliens learned the manufacturing method, wouldn't they, the executors, also be restricted by this control ring? "I'm afraid there will be personnel changes in the Special Affairs Bureau recently, and we'll be facing off against those ugly Westerners hiding in the shadows. We must be fully prepared," Eugene said seriously, but he didn't look nervous. "Of course, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. E-level minions like us will probably just clean up the mess. There shouldn't be any serious danger." "That's true, but if a real fight breaks out, those old monsters in the West who have lived for hundreds of years will have far more tricks than us. We still need to upgrade to D-level as soon as possible so that we can protect ourselves." Yu rarely looked serious. She swept all the bags on the bed to the ground with a sweep of her arm, then took out a Taoist scripture from her backpack. sat cross-legged on the bed and began to read it carefully. Yi Jin's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. After hearing what she said, even if Yi Yu's enthusiasm was only 3 minutes long, he could at least hold on for 3 to 5 days. After 3 to 5 days, he could find another excuse. Ding dong! Suddenly, both of their watches lit up. Dasha Special Events Handling Bureau General Office E-Level Transfer Order, Comrade Eugene Yiyu, due to personnel changes at the General Office, we are adjusting the ratio of combat and non-combat positions in the region. Comrade Eugene Yiyu is relieved of his position as E-Level Executive of the Qingming Office and appointed as E-Level Executive of the Jinghua Office. This transfer order will take effect on October 10th. We were transferred to Jinghua City? Yiyu looked up, stunned. Jinghua City was the capital of the Great Xian Nation and the most powerful of all the branches in the country. Why were these two small-time employees transferred here? To run logistics? Eugene was also a little confused. The transfer order takes effect on October 10th, isn't that the day our vacation ends? Did the General Administration communicate with Director Feng? Do you want to ask Dad? Yi Yu whispered. Eugene frowned, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. No need, the transfer order has been issued, there's no point asking, it's better to break through to D-level as soon as possible. Once we reach D-level, our progress will be faster, and then we will naturally have the opportunity to be transferred out. It would be great if I could join the inspection team. Then I could travel all over the country and explore the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland, hee. Yi Yu smiled foolishly. Su Qiya, have you thought it through? She sat on a chair in the basement, looking at the eagle and the ghost huddled in the corner. Ha ha. The eagle demon nodded seriously. Tell me, where are the monsters? Su Qiya crossed his legs with a seemingly kind smile on his face. Quack, quack, quack. The eagle demon began to mutter, but the voice was as unpleasant as ever, making people wonder if it was raised by ducks. Dozens of monsters? And vampires, werewolves, and zombies? Su Qiya's expression gradually turned from surprise to darkness. Damn, so many alien species can live together in peace. There is probably only one place in the world that can do that, right? Special Events Bureau. GA. There was confidence in the eyes of the eagle demon. It felt that the big devil in front of it would definitely not be able to resist the temptation. By then, the big devil and the people from the Special Affairs Bureau would both suffer losses. It would be a good opportunity for the fishermen to benefit from the conflict between the two. Unexpectedly, Su Qiya suddenly sneered, grabbed the eagle demon's neck with his left hand and lifted it up, pinched the feathers on its wings with his right hand, and pulled it with a little force. Both sides suffer, right? Gah! It's a quarrel between the snipe and the clam, isn't it? Gah! The fisherman gets the upper hand, right? Gah! The vampire blood servant in the corner trembled with fear. It looked down at itself and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had no feathers on its body. Before long, the eagle's wings became bald, and the basement was covered with brown eagle feathers. Ha ha ha! The eagle demon looked at Su Qiya with tears in his eyes and asked him a soul-torturing question. Su Qiya sneered, want to trick me? Do you think you have the ability to do that? The eagle demon was speechless and retreated obediently into the corner. Tell me, where else are there monsters? Su Qiya looked down at the bald eagle with an indifferent tone. Ga. The bald eagle shook its head like a rattle, meaning that all the monsters had been caught by the Special Affairs Bureau, and it was lucky enough to escape by flying at high altitude. Su Qiya listened for a moment, and after confirming that the bald eagle wasn't lying, he became even more worried. The two little demons, Fat Squirrel and Bald Eagle, simply weren't enough for his daily needs unless they could produce a lot of blood. What should I do? Do I really have to confront the Special Affairs Bureau directly? Su Qiya leaned back in his chair and pondered. Or, should he sneak into the Special Affairs Bureau and become a staff member who raises monsters, drawing some fresh blood with a syringe every day? No, how can I, a dignified vampire viscount, do such a low thing? Ga. The bald eagle lowered its voice and secretly stuffed the scattered feathers under its butt with the base of its wings. While doing so, it glanced guiltily at the thoughtful Su Qiya. Its movements were clumsy and funny, and its bare fleshy wings trembled with feathers gathered together, making it look like a groundhog stealing hidden food. The vampire blood servant grinned with half of his canine teeth, and a leaky sneer came from his throat. It stretched out its pale fingers, pointed at the bald eagle's bare wings, then pointed at its own slowly growing canine teeth, tilted its head and made an exaggerated mocking expression. Gah! The bald eagle was so angry that he glared at him fiercely. If you laugh again, I will break the remaining half of your teeth. The vampire blood servant bared his teeth unwillingly, his 3 half-cut canine teeth gleaming pitifully in the dim light. It sniffed deliberately, imitating the miserable cry of the eagle demon when its feathers were plucked. Ga. The bald eagle looked at the other's uneven teeth and suddenly regained a sense of superiority. He stuck his butt out and stuffed the last few feathers in securely. Just as the eagle and the ghost were winking at each other, Tsuchiya suddenly raised his eyelids. Bald eagle, what are you so happy about? Tell me about it. Chapter 48, Women are no longer attractive, or the game is not fun. Bald eagle, what are you so happy about? The bald eagle froze and was stunned for a while, then slowly lowered its head and buried it under its bald wings. This sound seemed to come from hell, like a devil, and it didn't want to listen to it at all. Tsuchiya found it funny and looked away at the vampire blood servant. Your Excellency, what are your instructions? The vampire blood servant shuddered and smiled obsequiously, not daring to have any complaints in his heart. It knew that when a vampire was promoted to Earl, he would awaken special abilities, including the ability to perceive people's hearts. If the Earl in front of me happens to have this ability, even if I say something in my heart, I will probably end up in trouble. Who is your master? Tsuchiya asked casually. Baron Vern Walton, from the Walton family. The vampire blood servant answered cautiously, fearing that this superior had a grudge against the Walton family. Tsuchiya shook his head and thought to himself, this baron probably doesn't know that his blood servant has been captured yet? My lord, don't you know the Walton family? The vampire blood servant was stunned for a moment, then relieved. Indeed, for a noble superior like you, the small Walton family may not be in your eyes. Tsuchiya looked calm. Did you sneak into Dacia on your own? No, I sneaked in with Baron Walton, but... The vampire blood servant smiled bitterly. Some time ago, I lost contact with the Baron. I only found a large amount of his blood in the Qingning City Wetland Park. Dead? Tsuchiya suddenly felt that he sounded familiar. Could it be that this Baron Walton was the vampire he had torn apart in the Wetland Park? The vampire servant shook his head. The Baron must still be alive. If he were dead, I would have been wiped out long ago. I suspect the Special Affairs Bureau has arrested him and locked him up. If the master dies, will the blood servant die with him? Tsuchiya's heart moved, and he thought of Count Walls in the Haojiang City subway station. When he died, there seemed to be another figure in the subway station who turned into ashes at the same time. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now I think that figure might be Vals's blood servant. Come, let's do an experiment. Tsuchiya looked at the vampire blood servant with a smile and picked up a head of garlic from the ground. What do you think of this garlic? Is it fresh? The vampire blood servant was stunned for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. Eat one? Tsuchiya handed over the garlic. The vampire blood servant took it and took a bite in confusion. Master, we can't eat it. Once we swallow it, we will spit it out immediately. I know, just chew it. Tsuchiya stared at it and said with a smile. Oh. The vampire servant chewed a few bites with a crunch sound, then spat it out. It hurts a little. My tooth is broken. The garlic is spicy and it hurts. Tsuchiya was speechless. It seemed that garlic really had no effect on vampire blood servants. Thinking of this, he smiled and picked up a glass from the ground and handed it to the vampire blood servant. Garlic is a bit spicy, drink some water to rinse your mouth. Thank you, my lord. The vampire blood servant pretended to be moved and reached out to take the cup. He took a sip of water, rinsed his mouth, and then swallowed it. It seems that the so-called holy water has no effect on vampires. Tsuchiya thought to himself, and continued to stare at it with a smile. Are you a believer? Believer? The vampire blood servant looked surprised. A follower of the church? No, I'm just a believer. Tsuchiya shook his head. That night in the Wetland Park, he heard the vampire mention priests and knights. He thought that the Holy See that the vampire blood servant was talking about should be an organization similar to the Special Affairs Bureau in the West. I am a believer, but I don't believe in Jesus. I believe in Cain. The vampire blood servant had a pious expression on his face. Tsuchiya smiled and took out a wooden cross from his pocket. Do you hate this thing? The vampire blood servant scratched his head and couldn't help muttering in his heart, Why is this superior talking about this? Are women no longer attractive, or are games no longer fun? No matter how much it grumbled in its heart, it had to be honest on the surface and nodded. Break it! Tsuchiya ignored its thoughts and threw the wooden cross over. Snap! The vampire blood servant gently bent the wooden cross with his hands and broke it. It seems the so-called cross of Jesus has no effect on vampires either. Tsuchiya thought about it, took out the last thing from his pocket, and threw it to the vampire blood servant. Break this one too. Before he finished speaking, the vampire servant only vaguely saw a flash of white light and subconsciously reached out to grab it, but... Sniff! There was a sound like cold water being poured into a fire, and white smoke immediately rose from the wrist of the vampire blood servant. Ah! Silver! The vampire blood servant cried out in pain, and the silver cross fell to the ground with a clang. Tsuchiya showed doubt in his eyes. He bent down to pick up the silver cross and looked at it. Are you afraid of silver? The vampire blood servant stared blankly at Tsuchiya's hand holding the silver cross, his heart filled with turmoil, and he stammered, Superior, you are not afraid of silver? In horror, it even forgot the pain in its hand. What's there to be afraid of, silver? Tsuchiya said indifferently. The vampire blood servant swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his whole body trembling slightly, and suddenly knelt on the ground, prostrating himself. Honorable ancestor messenger, please forgive the offense of this lowly blood servant. Get up first and tell me why you are afraid of silver? Tsuchiya waved his hand. Didn't he know whether he was the ancestor's messenger or not? The vampire servant straightened his upper body respectfully, but still knelt, and said tremblingly, the ancestor Cain was cursed by Jehovah and became a vampire. His descendants will never be able to see the sun or silver. After more than 10 minutes of narration, Tsuchiya gradually understood. According to the vampire blood servant, Cain killed his brother Abel and was cursed by Jehovah, becoming a demon despised by all things, that is, a vampire. Light hates it, so vampires lose all their abilities in daylight and become no different from ordinary people. The curse also prevents it from enjoying various delicacies. When it tries to eat delicacies, the containers containing the food will backfire on it. Ancient Western nobles mostly used silver tableware, so silver can harm vampires. But, is this curse real? Tsuchiya stroked the silver cross in his hand and looked out the window thoughtfully. As the night deepened, moonlight shone through the glass, reflecting a cold halo on the silver cross. The blood servant was still kneeling on the ground, breathing very lightly, for fear of disturbing the ancestral messenger who could touch the holy silver with his bare hands. Chapter 49. Don't gods also exist? Tsuchiya was full of doubts. If this curse was true, wouldn't it mean that Jehovah and Cain really existed in the world? Since they exist, then don't the gods such as Heightened God, Sanqing, Sijidati and others of Dasha kingdom also exist? But if the curse isn't real, then why are vampires afraid of sunlight and silver? Or did the vampires first become afraid of sunlight and silver, and then invent this curse? Tsuchiya felt that this matter must be clarified, otherwise if he was living a leisurely life and suddenly Erlangchen appeared to slay demons and monsters, it would be troublesome. Are werewolves afraid of silver? Tsuchiya suddenly asked. Werewolves are just like us. They are particularly afraid of silver. The vampire blood servant nodded and said that werewolves were very similar to their blood clan, except that on full moon nights, they would uncontrollably turn into wolves and lose their minds. Could it be that the ancestor of werewolves was also cursed by Jehovah? Tsuchiya raised another question. That? The vampire servant hesitated. That's not the case. Werewolves don't have ancestors. They are different from us vampires. Although we have tribes, we don't have any restrictions on bloodline or blood relatives. Tsuchiya understood it now. It seemed that Jehovah and Cain were all made up. They were probably the stories made up by the church throughout the ages in order to consolidate their power. My lord, I, the lowly blood servant, have an unwelcome request. Could you please make me your blood servant? The vampire blood servant knelt down once again. Why? Tsuchiya asked calmly. The messenger of the ancestor possesses the great power bestowed by the ancestor Cain. He is not afraid of silver. One day he will return to the arms of the ancestor Cain, and your blood relatives will also be able to enter the ancestor's kingdom of God together. The vampire blood servant said piously. Tsuchiya sneered in his heart after hearing this. What about the ancestor Cain? It was pure nonsense. If such a person really existed, would he choose a Dasha person as his envoy? He must be crazy. No, I promised to let you go. Tsuchiya shook his head and deliberately frowned. How can a man go back on his word? My lord, I, the humble blood servant, beg to serve you. The vampire blood servant lay on the ground, begging continuously. Tsuchiya seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stood up from his chair. He looked down at it with a half smile in his eyes. Tell me, are women fun? Ah. The vampire blood servant was stunned. Why aren't you talking? Are women not fun, or are games too demanding? Tsuchiya sneered, you're just a little blood servant, and you still want to play with women? When the vampire blood servant heard this, a bitter look suddenly appeared on his face. It never expected that the superior messenger in front of it could actually sense what was in other people's minds. Tell me, how do you play? Tsuchiya showed a playful smile on his face. You can still be impulsive when you see a human woman? The vampire blood servant lay on the ground, trembling and saying, High messenger, this lowly blood servant deserves to die. I shouldn't have muttered about you in my heart. Tsuchiya snorted coldly, turned around, and walked out of the basement. Ga. When the bald eagle saw Tsuchiya walking away, he suddenly laughed strangely, obviously mocking the vampire blood servant. You damned flat-haired bastard, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? The vampire blood servant spread his arms, grew black fur, and turned into a huge bat that swooped down on the bald eagle. Gah! The bald eagle glanced at it with disdain, and flapped its bare wings violently, hitting the vampire blood servant hard in the face. Bang! The vampire blood servant flew backwards and hit the wall of the basement. Ga. The bald eagle's eyes were full of contempt. The vampire blood servant turned back into human form and shrank into the corner of the basement. It cannot beat the bald eagle. In terms of danger level, it is only F level, while the bald eagle and fat squirrel are both E level. I can't beat him, I really can't beat him. Tsuchiya came out of the basement, stood in the backyard, looked at the starry sky, and fell into deep thought. He got a lot of information from the vampire blood servant. First of all, Western vampires and werewolves, like humans, live in groups and have their own ethnic groups. In other words, there is such a force in the dark side of the world. Secondly, they try to avoid daylight as it would cause them to lose all their abilities. Third, silver is fatal to them, which is different from myself. So far, I haven't found any weaknesses in myself. I'm not afraid of sunlight, silver, or blood cores anymore. Tsuchiya's eyes narrowed, he opened his personal panel and read the description of immortality again. A powerful, ageless body that survives on blood? Is my weakness hunger? Will I die if I don't drink blood? Tsuchiya shook his head. He had tried it when he first became a vampire, when he was extremely hungry. One's will be impacted by the bloodthirsty emotion, and one will desperately seek a source of blood. However, if there is really no source of blood, one will fall into a deep sleep, but will not die. Be careful, this is something the boss specifically ordered. If it's broken, we can't take the responsibility. I see. This box is so heavy, what's inside it? Hey, who knows? Maybe it's an antique, a large pet, or even a woman. It's possible. Shut up. No one ever dares to talk about the boss behind his back. Are you tired of living? I'm sorry. A burst of whispers was carried by the wind to Tsuchiya's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and sniffed, smelling a strong earthy odor coming from the group of people. It was obviously not the smell of a box. What? A hint of curiosity flashed in Tsuchiya's eyes. He jumped onto the wall and saw from afar 4 people carrying a large box about 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, walking towards a villa. Click. The back door of the villa in the distance opened, and a man who looked like a middle-aged butler walked out. He waved his hand and asked the men to carry the big box into the backyard. Seeing this, Tsuchiya jumped from the wall to the tree, found the tallest tree, hid behind the leaves and observed secretly. Put it down gently, said the middle-aged butler with a cough. The 4 strong men gently placed the large box on the ground and pulled out the lifting lever. Third Master, do you have any other instructions? The middle-aged butler known as Third Master looked back at the window on the 3rd floor of the villa. Under the light in the room, a white-haired old man was standing in front of the window with a cane, and nodded gently to Third Master. Third Master looked at the 4 strong men and said in a deep voice, "Open the box and let me see what's inside." The 4 strong men looked at each other and nodded. They also wanted to know what was in the box, but now that the Third Master had spoken, it was just a matter of opening the box, a piece of cake. Bang! The strong men simply smashed the lock on the big box and opened the lid. Chapter 50. The old man is old at heart. What is this? A coffin? A black lacquer coffin? Could it have been dug out of a grave? There's a yellow talisman stuck on it. Could it be something evil? The four strong men exclaimed a few times and looked at Third Master in unison. Third Master, the box has been opened. We will take our leave first. Right. I'll take my leave now. We won't say anything we shouldn't. The four strong men were scared and regretted it in their hearts. Why did they open the box in the blink of an eye? Seeing this, Third Master showed a hint of sneer on his face and said grimly, "What? You want to leave now? Third Master, we all have elderly parents and young children to support. We hope you will have mercy on us." A strong man took a deep breath and pleaded humbly. The other three strong men also lowered their heads. "I won't make it difficult for you. I'll even give you a generous reward, but I need you to open this coffin." Third Master looked at the four people and his expression eased a little. After all, there are only the boss, me and a nanny in this villa. It's impossible to open the coffin lid. Third Master, we. The strong men were still scared and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Third Master said again, "You have seen this thing. If it is really evil, do you think everything will be fine once you leave this villa? Only by opening it and seeing whether the contents are truly evil or not, can you be at ease? Otherwise, within a few days, you'll end up scaring yourself and causing harm." The Third Master said slowly, "The choice is yours. It's up to you to decide." Third Master. The four strong men looked at each other and hesitated. They knew in their hearts that if they retreated now, even if they kept their mouths shut, Third Master would probably not let them go. Done. Third Master, if anything happens to us, please give our families some money to settle down, said a strong man gritting his teeth. The Third Master smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's no shortage of resettlement funds. It's just opening a coffin, what's the danger? Open it and I'll give you 5 million each." The four strong men nodded and began to dismantle the large boxes, leaving only the black lacquered coffin in the middle. This black lacquer looks quite old. The seams in the coffin are almost invisible. The craftsmanship at that time was really good. A strong man muttered softly, "Stop talking and just open the coffin." The strong men found tools and removed the coffin nails, which were more than 20 centimeters long, from the coffin lid. Bang! Bang! The sound of a chisel tapping softly echoed from the backyard of the villa. Tsuchiya stood on a large tree, boredly watching the four people busying around. Fortunately, he was no longer a vampire and didn't attract flies, otherwise he would have been covered in ulcers by now. Squeak! Two strong men pried the coffin lid open with crowbars, breaking the rivets. Four men pushed together, and the heavy coffin lid slid open like a slider phone. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew past, and light red smoke drifted out of the coffin and quickly dissipated into the air. Ah! The four people stepped back in fear, fearing that the light red smoke was poison gas. Third Master had a look of surprise on his face. According to the information he had received, there should be a Ganoderma lucidum in the coffin. What were these red smokes? Third Master, the coffin has been opened. Can we leave now? The four strong men were startled and asked stutteringly. Third Master waved his hand and said, "Go to the group's finance department tomorrow to collect 5 million. Thank you, Third Master." The four of them looked at each other and walked out of the villa while retreating. Third Master glanced at the room on the third floor, walked cautiously to the coffin, took a look inside, and couldn't take his eyes off it. Tsuchiya, who was perched on the big tree, had already seen the scene in the coffin clearly. There was a corpse lying in the coffin, wearing a bright red wedding dress, with a dragon and phoenix veil covering her face, and her jade white hands folded on her lower abdomen, looking as if she were not dead. In addition, there are more than a dozen disc-shaped fungi growing on the inner wall of the coffin, some large and some small. The big ones are like small bowls, and the small ones are as small as thumbs. Zombie? Third Master's face changed and his heart skipped a beat. It is rumored that Ganoderma lucidum can cure all diseases, prolong life, and rejuvenate. Its growth environment is extremely harsh. It needs to be in a damp, closed space and needs corpses as nutrients. Therefore, few people bury Ganoderma lucidum seeds in the coffin when they are buried. Moreover, Ganoderma lucidum seeds are extremely rare and may not be available in wealthy families. In ancient times, in pursuit of rejuvenation, high-ranking officials would often select young girls, give them soul-soothing drugs, nail them into coffins, and bury them in so-called extremely dark places. After a dozen years or even several decades, when the Ganoderma lucidum grows up, they dig up the coffin and take it out to make medicine for consumption. I originally thought it was just a wet corpse, but it seems we need to hurry. Third Master took a few steps back and shouted, "Siang, bring a bucket of gasoline." "Okay, Third Master." A pretty nanny, about 30 years old, came out of the house, carrying a small bucket in her hand. Third Master nodded, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and squinted at the coffin. "The Ganoderma lucidum inside has to be taken out, otherwise the boss's illness will be incurable." "Third Master?" The pretty nanny looked at Third Master with confusion on her face, not quite understanding why she was asked to fetch gasoline. Suchiya, perched on the tree, heard everything Third Master was thinking. This Ganoderma lucidum was interesting. Could it be the spiritual object the fat squirrel was talking about? "You step back first. I'll ask you to throw the gasoline over here. Just throw it as hard as you can, as far as you can." Third Master looked at the pretty nanny and said, "After you finish this, I will ask the boss to give you millions, and you won't have to be a nanny anymore." Upon hearing this, the pretty nanny glanced towards the room on the third floor, blushed slightly and shook her head. "I'd rather be the nanny for the master." Third Master was stunned, took a deep puff of cigarette, and cursed in his heart, "This old man is really old, but his heart is not old." Su Chiye also found it a bit ridiculous. The owner of this villa was quite interesting. He was seriously ill and old, but he still had the mind to hook up with the nanny? The pretty nanny lowered her head with blushing cheeks. Third Master put out his cigarette, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, covered his mouth and nose, and walked towards the coffin. He had never seen a zombie, but it was rumored that zombies could not smell human breath. Once they smelled it, they would turn from alive to dead and become extremely aggressive. Chapter 51 Western Zombies? Come. Call. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew, and the bright red dragon in phoenix veil flew up from the coffin and was blown to the ground by the wind, revealing the beautiful face of the zombie. "Hey, it's quite beautiful." Su Chiye stood in the tree and looked at the zombie's face, feeling a little surprised. Normally, corpses are dirtier than living people and also have a foul smell. For example, Bai Xiangjuan. Although there was no dirt on her skin, Su Chiye could smell the stench in her body from miles away. It was more like the smell of decay than body odor. But what surprised Su Chiye was that this female corpse had no foul smell at all, only a faint medicinal fragrance mixed in. Was it the smell of Ganoderma lucidum? The moment the veil fluttered, Master San thought to himself that something was wrong and immediately yelled, "Throw the gasoline at me." Su Chiye, who was standing on the tree, heard everything clearly, but strangely, the pretty nanny just stood there motionless. Third Master keenly sensed something unusual and paused his rapid retreat. Instead, he turned forward and decisively rushed to the coffin, with the flame of the lighter in his hand rising. "Third Master?" Suddenly, the pretty nanny's voice sounded, with some doubt. Third Master's face changed and he turned around to look at her, only to see the pretty nanny still standing there with an innocent look on her face, and the barrel of gasoline was lying quietly under her feet, with the oil flowing out and seeping into the ground. "Depend on." Third Master looked at his empty palms, and a curse word came out from the bottom of his heart. "Picking meat Ganoderma?" It turned out to be an illusion. "Damn it!" Third Master yelled angrily and tried to escape from the coffin quickly. But a small hand as white as mutton fat jade stretched out from the coffin and easily grabbed the throat of Third Master. "Ah!" The pretty nanny screamed and ran into the villa without looking back. The lights in the room on the third floor had gone out, and the old man who had been standing in front of the window was nowhere to be seen. He seemed to have sensed the danger and had fled. Crunch! The green little hands exerted a little force, and clear marks of strangulation appeared on the neck of Third Master. His whole face turned red, veins popped on his forehead, and his body twitched violently with fear. The female corpse stood up from the coffin, took a deep breath, and a light red mist flowed out of the mouth and nose of Third Master, turning into wisps of snake-like air that drilled into the nose of the female corpse. Bang! The pretty nanny slammed the door shut, blocking Su Chiye's view and seemingly also blocking the female corpse's perception. Third Master struggled a few times before falling completely silent. Su Chiye stood on the tree and watched helplessly, with no intention of intervening. The female corpse was too strange, and he didn't want to intervene rashly. What's more, he didn't know the three people in the villa, so there was no need to provoke an unknown alien for them. The female corpse stood gracefully in the coffin, wearing a bright red wedding dress, a phoenix crown on her head, and red eyes. She looked a bit like a zombie, but not quite the same as the zombies in movies and TV dramas. 3 living people, this little bit of energy is not enough. A beautiful voice like a yellow oriole came out from the female corpse's mouth. She looked in the direction of the villa's gate, waved her hand, and turned her jade hand lightly. Several small snake-like light red mists penetrated the wall and the gate and flew over. What a nostalgic spirit! The female corpse sighed softly, turned around, and looked up at the trees in the dense forest. How long are you going to watch? Su Chiya narrowed his eyes slightly. The female corpse actually discovered him? Do you still want me to invite you here? The female corpse laughed sweetly, her smile as beautiful as a flower. Su Chiya shook his head and sighed, then lightly stepped on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the dense forest and appeared at the dark wall of the villa. Who are you? Seeing this, the female corpse's red eyes flickered slightly, and then the red light faded, revealing eyes like the starry sky. My name is Yurulan, are you a government official? The government sent someone? Su Chiya laughed dumbly. A red light flashed in his eyes, and 4 canine fangs stabbed out. So, young lady, do you still think I'm a government agent? Yurulan blinked and said in a clear voice, why not? Aren't there enough people like me who have taken refuge with the government? Su Chiya smiled bitterly, times have changed. Now the government only has departments dedicated to dealing with aliens, but no government offices to accommodate aliens. Yurulan asked in surprise, without relying on people like us, how can they survive in this world? With their mortal physique? Now humans also have their own power. For example, in Qingming City, almost all the monsters have been captured in one fell swoop. Su Chiya stood on the wall, trying to sense Yurulan's mind, but to no avail. Her mind seemed empty. Young master is not honest. Yurulan suddenly laughed. My divine consciousness is also very strong, ordinary peeping can't see through it. Su Chiya's eyes flickered when he heard this. Are you a zombie? Yurulan nodded, then shook her head. I am a zombie, but not a zombie. How can ordinary zombies be as smart as me? But mortals are still your blood food, aren't they? Su Chiya pointed at the 3rd master on the ground and said calmly. Does eating human blood make you a zombie? Yurulan wrinkled her nose playfully. I don't just eat mortals. As long as there's vitality, it's my blood food. For example. Question mark. Su Chiya suddenly felt a sense of alarm, moved his feet, and immediately jumped down from the top of the wall. Young master is quite alert. Yurulan suddenly appeared on the wall. She lowered her eyebrows and smiled at Su Chiya, saying, you are so sharp. I think your essence must be delicious. Su Chiya smiled coldly, your blood is probably not bad. Oh my, it turns out that the young master is the zombie, a Western zombie? Yurulan gently swung her jade arms, and the red robe suddenly fluttered. Su Chiya's eyes were red, and the living creature's intimidation was launched brazenly. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Yurulan like an overwhelming force. Ah, the young master is quite amazing. Yurulan's beautiful hair suddenly emerged from the phoenix crown and danced like poisonous snakes, and Su Chiya's pressure was instantly dissolved. Swish! Su Chiya moved his feet and appeared beside Yurulan. His right hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed her heart. Ah! Shameless! Obscene! Bah! Chapter 52. What is your relationship with Hanba? Yurulan was both ashamed and angry, and dodged away. You dirty bastard, how dare you, how dare you? Dare what? Su Chiya stood still and sneered, you've treated me as blood food, so why can't I fight back? Yurulan's eyes turned cold, and her hair suddenly danced wildly, with each strand of black hair piercing Su Chiya like steel needles. What was even more frightening was that one of the tufts of black hair actually pierced Su Chiya's lower body. You're quite a rogue too. Su Chiya teased and jumped a few times to avoid Yurulan's black hair. Humph, so slick. Yurulan swung her black hair and stabbed at Su Chiya from all directions. At the same time, red light flashed in her eyes, and a strange wave spread out. What? Su Chiya's eyes blurred, and he suddenly felt like he was stuck in a quagmire. Countless vines entangled him, trying to drag him into the depths. Illusion? Cut off perception and vision. Swish! Su Chiya's vision fell into darkness, and at the same time he blocked all his senses. He could only rely on hearing, smell, and touch to sense Yurulan's next move. After swallowing your essence, I may not be hungry for several years. Yurulan's tone was playful, but there was murderous intent in it. Yeah? Su Chiya sneered, maybe, after drinking your blood, I can go one step further. Come on, I'll open my clothes and see if the young master has the ability. Yurulan gently twirled her messy hair around her ears with her fingers, her eyes like water. Su Chiya and Yurulan were wary of each other and were in a standoff for a while. Hee, young master, it will be dawn soon. When the sun comes out, I'm afraid you Western zombies will not feel very comfortable, right? Yurulan suddenly laughed, her tone smug, as if she had grasped Su Chiya's weakness. Su Chiya smiled when he heard this. Aren't you afraid of sunlight? Zombies are more afraid of it than us vampires, right? Yurulan chuckled, of course, ordinary zombies are afraid of sunlight, but I'm not an ordinary zombie. Have you heard of when the drought demon appears, the land will be barren for 1,000 miles? Are you Hanba? Su Chiya frowned. Hanba was too famous a name. If Yurulan was really Hanba, there would be no need for him to fight her. He could just beg for mercy. You are not Hanba. Of course I'm not a drought demon, but like a drought demon, I'm not afraid of sunlight. Yurulan smiled brightly, her eyes fixed on Su Chiya. It was already early morning, and the sun would be out in a little while. Su Chiya regained his sight and consciousness, looked at Yurulan, and said provocatively, how about we see who can last longer in the daylight? Yurulan rolled her eyes and puffed out her chest, let's compete, how can I be afraid of you? The two stood there, confronting each other. The sun is about to rise. If you leave now, I will never stop you. Su Chiya looked at the horizon and saw some light. Yurulan snorted softly, you're dreaming. I think you can't hold on any longer. Do you still want to trick me away? You're not leaving? If you don't leave now, you won't have another chance. Maybe you and your coffin will become my trophies. Su Chiya continued to provoke her. The more he asked Yurulan to leave, the more guilty he seemed to her, and the less likely she would leave. Would I be afraid of you? Yurulan was calculating in her mind, she had her own trump card. Even if exposed to sunlight, they will only be a little weaker, but this may not be the case for Western zombies. Based on her previous experience, Western zombies look no different from ordinary people when exposed to sunlight. Yurulan looked at Su Chiya with a smile on her face, thinking to herself, when the sun comes out and you become an ordinary person, I'll see how you can escape from my grasp, After a while, the sky turned white, a ray of sunlight shone on the earth, and the sun gradually rose from the east. The sun has risen, why aren't you leaving? Yurulan was slightly surprised and wondered in her heart, is this Western zombie bluffing, or is he really not afraid of sunlight? You're not leaving yet? Su Chiya asked back with a smile. I don't believe it. Yurulan shouted, and 7 paper figures flew out from her red robe, turning into 7 strange dwarfs and pounced on Su Chiya. The nails on Su Chiya's right hand suddenly grew longer, like short blades. He looked at the paper figurine charging at him, smiled coldly, and with a light stroke of his finger, he easily tore the paper figurine into pieces, sending pieces of paper flying all over the sky and scattering all over the ground. You are not afraid of sunlight? This is absolutely impossible. Yurulan's face changed slightly, her eyes full of surprise. Su Chiya looked at the paper scraps scattered all over the floor and sighed inwardly, if only the little fat rat were here, he could just set fire to them and burn them all to ashes, regardless of the paper figures. You win today. I'll settle this score with you later. Yurulan snorted, turned around and jumped, flying into the backyard of the villa. Don't go, we haven't had enough fun yet. Su Chiya also jumped onto the wall of the villa, but when he got up, the black lacquered coffin in the backyard had already closed. Is this, lying in a coffin to avoid sunlight? Su Chiya chuckled, it doesn't matter if you don't come out, I'll just carry your coffin back. As soon as he finished speaking, the black lacquered coffin suddenly shook, flew up, and hit Su Chiya, who was standing on the wall. Hey! Su Chiya sneered, folded his arms, and was about to hold the coffin, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and failed to grab the black coffin. He could only watch it turn into a black dot and disappear from his sight. Young master, I will come to play with you again in the future, A voice as sweet as a yellow oriole came from a distance. Su Chiya frowned slightly. He just wanted to live a quiet life as a wealthy man, but why were all these evil spirits popping up now? Was it not safe to live in the villa area? It seems that we need to put the construction of the manor on the agenda as soon as possible. Su Chiya scratched his head and turned back to the backyard of the villa. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel was standing in the yard. He was frightened by the sudden appearance of Su Qiye and chirped at him twice with a frightened tone. Don't worry, she's already flown away and probably won't be back anytime soon. Su Qiye comforted the fat squirrel, sat on the swing chair, and swayed while thinking about Yurulan, a strange creature that looks like a zombie but is not, does not eat blood, but can absorb essence? What kind of alien is she? Chapter 53 Airport? Tada Group Headquarters. Sun Yingying is carefully studying the information and analysis provided by the private detective. These are very rational and objective analyses, which will be very helpful for her to find her boss's lost things. How could this happen? There's no clue at all? Sun Yingying grabbed her hair, wishing she could pull it all out. The boss's things have been lost for almost half a month, and even she can't find any useful information or clues. I'm afraid that he will be sent to the grassroots level of the group like his predecessor, and become a role worse than cannon fodder. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Sun Yingying responded without raising her head, saying that those who could enter this office were basically the boss's confidants. Mr. Sun, this is the latest information. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie handed over a file bag. Got it, put it here. Sun Yingying sighed. There was so much intelligence information, but none of it was useful. As she thought about it, she casually picked up the file bag that had just been handed to her and took out the information inside. A photo from the surveillance video? The surveillance photos were arranged in chronological order. As Sun Yingying looked at them, her expression gradually became solemn. Judging from the photo information, 6 soldiers struggled to get out of the commercial vehicle. Then he suddenly fell to the ground, and a small box the size of a palm flew out of the car window. Sun Yingying frowned slightly. The murderer never appeared in the surveillance video from beginning to end, so how did he get the small box? Does he have superpowers? Knock knock knock. Come in. Another middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked in, holding a file bag in his hand. This is the internal information of the case transfer. Mr. Sun will have priority to review it. After reading it, it must be sent back. Good. Sun Yingying took the file bag and opened it. Inside were various photos of the scene, including some surveillance photos. Judging from the information, there is nothing unusual in the case except that the murderer has not been found. Only. Cause of death, sudden death? Sun Yingying narrowed her eyes. 6 strong soldiers died suddenly? She continued reading and indeed found something suspicious on the last page of the information. Suspected abnormal incident related to A04? What's 404? Sun Yingying sat up straight abruptly and stared at the 404 on the document. Suddenly I had a hunch that if I found 404, I would definitely find the murderer. Just as Sun Yingying was trying to find the 404 information, the Liangming office of the Special Affairs Bureau was carrying out combat deployment. Feng Weiman stood in the small conference room, speaking. The 8 people seated in the room, divided into 2 teams, listened intently. In short, this monster is extremely good at hiding. Even in a severely injured state, it was able to escape from the heavy siege in Fengshan City. You must be vigilant. In addition, I suspect the 6 deaths reported by local authorities are also related to it. Feng Weiman distributed the information in front of him. Take a look at the case files. We can't rule out the possibility that it could use psychic abilities. Psychic ability? Isn't that something only C-level monsters have? Asked an E-level executor. Not necessarily. The D-rank snake demon we dealt with last time also had the ability to attack mentally. Another executor retorted. Feng Weiman knocked on the conference table. This monster is codenamed Invisible Man, be careful. The technical team will work with you to locate it. Yes. The 8 people stood up suddenly and saluted together. You got up quite early. Song Jiaying came out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes. She slept very soundly last night. Even though I knew there were strange things locked up in the basement, I wasn't worried at all. Su Qiye smiled slightly. I don't sleep much. Chi. The fat squirrel jumped twice, walked to Song Jiaying's legs, hugged her trouser legs, and rolled its little eyes. What did it say? Song Jiaying squatted down and picked up the fat squirrel. It asked you to cook for it, it's hungry. Su Qiye's face looked a little strange. This fat squirrel actually knew about the airport? I kept calling Song Jiaying airport girl in my heart. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang. Su Qiye took it out and saw that it was Su Liang calling. Hello, Liangzi. Lao Yi, the research institute is not busy recently. I've taken 3 days off and booked a ticket to Jinghua City. Do you want to go with me to see the former Imperial Palace and the ancient Great Wall? Su Liang's loud voice revealed joy. The Beidou team located the entire Liangming city and only found a few minor characters, except for the seriously injured E+ level monster, Invisible Man. Other monsters don't need their F-rank team to take action. Su Qiye was slightly surprised, but suddenly felt a little relieved. He immediately felt a chill in his heart and coughed lightly. You go with my sister-in-law. Be careful on the road. What's wrong? Su Liang asked in surprise. He and Su Qiye had a very good relationship. When he was in college, Su Qiye often said that if he didn't visit the imperial palace of the previous dynasty, the ancient Great Wall, and the terracotta warriors in this lifetime, his trip to this world would be in vain. Why did you refuse when it came right before you? Well, I have some things to deal with recently. Let's go together next time. Su Qiye pretended to be relaxed. But he thought to himself, if my sixth sense is correct, will you roll on attack the Liangming City Special Affairs Bureau? If the matter at hand is not urgent, put it aside for now. I may not have time next time. Su Liang continued to persuade. Su Qiye was helpless. This is a multi-million-dollar project. How can I get out of this? Stop bragging. Su Liang said in a strange tone, if our institute goes bankrupt, you won't even have a project worth tens of millions. Wake up and stop dreaming. Young man, you've set a good flag. Su Qiye said with a strange look on his face, it concerns my lifelong event, so I really can't get away. I hope you have fun. Oh. Su Liang dragged out the words and chuckled, I understand. This isn't just a project worth tens of millions, it's a project worth hundreds of millions, he. Su Qiye fooled Su Liang into hanging up the phone and narrowed his eyes. Su Liang took leave from the Special Affairs Bureau, which actually made him feel a lot more relaxed. In other words, Yu Rulan would probably attack the Liangming City Special Affairs Bureau? When would that be? 3 days of leave, that is to say, within these 3 days. As long as he keeps an eye on the Liangming Municipal Biotechnology Research Institute, he can wait for Yu Rulan and reap the benefits. However, according to my sixth sense, the Liangming City Special Affairs Bureau is in great danger this time. Chapter 54 I have 4 girlfriends and don't want to find another one. Little fatty mouse, time to eat. Song Jiaying walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of side dishes in her hands. One of them was obviously made specially for the fat squirrel and was full of fruit pulp. Chi. The fat squirrel hopped onto the dining table, lay on the table and sniffed, and his eyes lit up instantly. Su Qiye looked at the man and the rat and said casually, I'm going out for a while. Call me if you have anything. Oh, little fat rat, don't forget to send some food to those 2 in the basement. Chi. The fat squirrel had his mouth full. He nodded and watched Su Qiye leave the villa. Song Jiaying looked at Su Qiye's receding figure, pondered for a moment, and looked at the fat squirrel. Little fat rat, do you know who those 2 are in the basement? Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded. What is it? Can you tell me about it? Song Jiaying showed a gossipy look on her face. The fat squirrel looked at her, nodded again, climbed up from the dining table, pulled the skin under his ribs, bared his teeth to make a ferocious look, and turned around on the table. Song Jiaying? The fat squirrel looked at the bewildered Song Jiaying with a look of disdain. The great devil understood it at a glance, and you've been looking at it for ages and still don't understand? Your IQ is hopeless. This time, Song Jiaying finally understood. In the wetland park opposite the Liangming Municipal Biotechnology Research Institute, Su Qiye lay on a swing, his ears moving slightly, always paying attention to the movements of the institute. Squeak! The gate of the institute slowly opened, and 2 ordinary cars with white license plates with black letters drove out. Su Qiye opened his eyes, moved his ears slightly, and instantly caught the sound in the car. Listening to the conversation between these Special Affairs Bureau executors, it seems that they are going to capture the transparent man monster? Moreover, the Beidou team within the Special Affairs Bureau has already located the specific location of this monster? Monster! Su Qiye's eyes lit up. He would not let the Special Affairs Bureau get ahead of him this time. His blood food ration team would have a new member. Thinking of this, Su Qiye jumped off the swing and quickly headed towards the western suburbs, following the direction of the 2 white cars with black letters. Xinhai, where does the Beidou team's location show in the western suburbs? In the second car, Feng Tao, the captain of the E-Class team, asked through the watch communication device. Western Suburbs Historical Relics Museum. The museum is quite large, judging by the blueprints. It contains pre-war buildings, post-war ruins, air raid shelters, and underground wells, and the terrain is quite complex. A gentle yet somewhat majestic voice sounded. Fong Tao frowned when he heard this. Director Fong asked me to follow your instructions. Give me a battle plan. Okay, I'll transmit the battle plan to you right away. The gentle yet majestic voice sounded again. Su Chiya moved his ears slightly and listened to the conversation between the two. He glanced ahead and saw a toy store, so he stopped the taxi. Hello, what would you like to buy? We have remote-controlled cars, airplanes, and various animated toys like Ultraman and Calabash Brothers. When the boss saw Su Chiya come in, he introduced him with a smile. Su Chiya glanced around and his eyes fell on the mask hanging on the wall. How much is the clown mask? $15. The boss took the clown mask off the wall. Su Chiya smiled slightly, picked up the mask, paid for it, and walked out of the store. It was rush hour, and there was a lot of traffic on the road. Traffic would be stuck for more than 10 minutes at a traffic light. The two special cars of the Special Affairs Bureau were undoubtedly also stuck on the road. Su Chiya looked at the two special cars of the Special Affairs Bureau with black letters on a white background, smiled, and started running. He controlled his speed to the level of an ordinary person's 100-meter sprint, so that even if someone saw him, they would only be surprised and would not react too much. The western suburbs of Liangming City is a semi-tourist area. Since the scenic spots are not very attractive, it does not attract many tourists. Only locals come to visit occasionally. After entering the western suburbs, the flow of people decreased significantly. Su Chiya avoided the main roads and cameras, started to accelerate, and almost instantly crossed several blocks and entered the Historical Relics Museum. Sniff. He used his keen sense of smell to detect the traces of the monster. The air was filled with a very faint sweet fragrance, indicating that there was indeed a monster active nearby. Has it left? Or is it so good at hiding that it can mask its own scent? Su Chiya narrowed his eyes slightly and followed the sweet fragrance to lock onto the location of the monster. He walked around the museum, stopping and starting several times. After a few minutes, he confirmed that the monster was still inside. There's a sweet fragrance within a few hundred meters, but it disappears once you leave this area. This means it's still here, but why is the smell so faint? Sniff. Su Chiya sniffed it again, a confused look on his face. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the sound of machinery turning was heard, and an old-fashioned elevator rose from a cave entrance. 7 or 8 tourists walked out of the elevator, chattering. It's pitch black, nothing to see. It's all about coal mines and history. It's so boring. That's right, I might as well play a few games at home. Tourists passed by Su Chiya. Sniff. Su Chiya's eyes lit up as the aroma grew stronger. He looked towards the old elevator and asked, "Is the monster underground?" "Excuse me, would you like to see the underground well?" a pretty young lady standing at the door of the old-fashioned elevator asked with a smile. She was wearing a yellow hard hat, which was tilted and looked a little funny. "How much does it cost?" Su Chiya nodded. 30 yuan per person. The pretty girl replied with a smile. Su Chiya was a little surprised when he heard this. Does it have to be full before we can go down to visit? Of course, otherwise the elevator would only take one person down. What a waste of resources. The ticket seller said as a matter of course. A full house of 8 people? Su Chiya touched his chin. The ticket seller seemed to have noticed something and stared at Su Chiya with sparkling eyes. Su Chiya had a faint smile in his eyes. Can I book the whole place? Of course. The ticket seller held out her hand, her eyes still shining as she looked at him. Pay. Click, click, click. The old elevator continued to go deeper underground, and Su Chiya also put on a yellow safety helmet. The dim light illuminated the pipe shaft. There were only a man and a woman in the elevator, and the atmosphere gradually became somewhat charming. "Little brother, are you from Liangming City?" the ticket seller suddenly asked. Su Chiya was concentrating on paying attention to the location of the monster. When he heard her question, he nodded. "You are so handsome, you must have a girlfriend, right?" the ticket seller asked tentatively. Su Chiya nodded again. "I already have 4 girlfriends, and I don't want to find another one for the time being." Ticket seller lady. Chapter 55. Are you scared? Su Chiya's words immediately cut off the conversation, and the elevator fell into silence. The ticket seller stared at Tsuchiya's back, gritting her teeth, her face full of indignation, and she muttered to herself, "You talk as if you're the only man in the world." Bang! The elevator stopped at the bottom of the pipe shaft. The ticket seller turned on the headset and switched from being a ticket seller to a commentator, and began to explain the origin of the mine. But at this moment, Tsuchiya had no intention of listening at all. He looked into the depths of the mine. The sweet fragrance here is particularly strong, but it is masked by the strong smell of coal in the mine, so most people cannot smell it. Since the 1930s, the coal mines in Liangming City. The young lady explained as she led the way. Perhaps she was unhappy about what happened in the elevator, so she never looked back at Tsuchiya from beginning to end. Rustle. A faint sound came from a branch in the mine. These branches were not far apart and would eventually merge into the main road and circle back to the old elevator. Tsuchiya's ears moved, his eyes turned slightly red, and his figure flashed. He disappeared directly from the main road and quickly got into the side road. Faced with the invaders, we miners did not surrender, but rose up in resistance. The young lady continued to explain, but suddenly she felt something was wrong. She turned around and her heart skipped a beat. Where is the person? Tick. A drop of water dripped onto the ground, making a crisp sound. The young lady, a little frightened, called out softly, "Mr. Tourist? You can't run around in the mine." "I can run around." Running around. The sound echoed in the mine. The dark mine and the dim light made people imagine a lot, and a wave of fear surged in the young lady's heart. Sizzle. Suddenly, a dim light bulb flashed twice, as if there was a power shortage or a malfunction. The young lady's heart suddenly sank based on her experience of watching countless horror movies and being scared to the point of her legs going weak. She was afraid that a ghost was going to appear at this time. What would it be like? Something related to the mines, or a cruel, dismembered ghost? Or perhaps a ghost who died in a mining accident? Or perhaps, a zombie with a rotten face wearing the official uniform of the previous dynasty? Meow. Suddenly, a shrill cat cry echoed throughout the mine. Crack. The dim light bulb was completely extinguished at this moment. Ah! The young lady screamed, her voice reaching the ground through the headset speakers. She desperately ran towards the old-fashioned elevator, so scary. It turns out it wasn't a demonic zombie, it was an old lady with a cat face. Tap tap tap. The sound of crisp footsteps rang out, following behind her like a shadow. The young lady was so frightened that her soul almost flew away. She ran forward desperately, and the footsteps behind her suddenly quickened, as if someone was chasing her. Help, woo-woo. The young lady ran to the door of the old elevator, went in crying, and pulled the elevator door with trembling hands, trying to close it, but at the critical moment, the door was stuck. Woo-woo-woo, it turns out that the plot in the movie actually happens in real life. The young lady pulled the door hard and finally it opened. Crash. The sound of the iron door sliding was heard, and the young lady breathed a sigh of relief. The door was about to close, and she would be able to return to the ground soon. Everything would be fine. Bang! Suddenly, a white, bloodless hand blocked the iron gate, and a huge force came from the hand. The young lady desperately pushed against the door, not letting the other party open it. She knew that once the door was opened, she would probably stay in this mine forever and become a resentful spirit. Crash! Ah! The iron gate was suddenly pulled open, and the young lady screamed. A warm current flowed between her legs. She was so scared that she peed her pants. Hey, are you planning to leave me alone in the mine? A magnetic voice sounded, and Tsuchiya looked at the young lady in the elevator with a half smile. The young lady was stunned, looked at Tsuchiya, and burst into tears. Tsuchiya, holding a black cat in his arms, walked into the elevator, closed the iron door, and pressed the lift button. With the sound of click, click, the old elevator rose to the ground. Woo-woo. The young lady sat on the elevator floor with her arms around her knees, her head buried in her arms, crying uncontrollably. I was really scared in the mine just now. You are so timid, yet you still like to watch horror movies? Tsuchiya was speechless. He was already scared to death by such a small scene. Wouldn't it be the same every time he watched a horror movie? Woo, what do you care, woo? The young lady mumbled in a crying voice, feeling a little angry in her heart. If this guy hadn't suddenly disappeared, would she have been able to have so many wild thoughts? Moreover, the shrill cat cry was most likely made by the black cat in his arms, right? Click, click, click. The elevator reached the ground. Tsuchiya glanced at the young lady still sitting in the elevator and smiled cheerfully. if you don't leave now, I'll lower the elevator. Roll. The young lady was both embarrassed and angry. She took off her coat, tied it around her waist, and quickly walked out of the elevator. Su Chiye wasn't annoyed. He didn't need to bother with ordinary people. Besides, he had just caught a cat demon and was in a good mood, so he didn't care about these things. It was not until Su Chiye walked out of the scenic area that the young lady's angry look slowly disappeared. The Beidou team has updated their intelligence. The psychic energy fluctuations in the museum have intensified. The invisible man appears to be casting a spell. We must find him immediately. 2 special cars with black letters on a white background rushed into the museum at lightning speed and stopped in the parking lot. Su Chiye caressed his black cat leisurely as he watched the Special Affairs Bureau car drive in. A smile appeared on his face. You guys are destined to make a wasted trip. Meow. The black cat drooped its head as if resigned to its fate, with a look of despair in its eyes. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse to fall into the hands of the devil. Let's go home. Su Chiye stopped a taxi and got in with the black cat in his arms. Xinhai led the team into the museum, took out the psychic tester and tested along the way, and finally determined that the target was in the mine. He looked at the young lady standing at the door of the old-fashioned elevator with a slightly flushed face and smiled. Miss, can you take me to visit the mine? Xinhai had a smile on his face that he thought was kind and sunny. Unexpectedly, the young lady's face turned cold. What's so interesting about the mine? I won't go. Xinhai was stunned for a moment. Are all the staff in the museum so unique? Chapter 56. Another one booking the whole place? I'm willing to book the entire place and buy all the tickets to enter the mine. Xinhai came up with another plan when his first one failed. He directly threw out a financial offensive. He didn't believe that the ticket seller in front of him would not be tempted. When the young lady heard the word book the whole place, her face darkened. No, get out. Xinhai's face darkened. Several executors in the distance blushed, wanting to laugh but not daring to. This was the first time they had ever seen Xinhai get humiliated. In the office, apart from Director Feng and the 2 eldest daughters of the Yi family, no one had ever dared to speak to Xinhai in this way. There is a man named Cheng Xiuhao in Yi Jin's team. Last week, he secretly said that Xinhai was suspected of having a broken back and was seriously injured by unknown persons when he returned home in the middle of the night. He is still lying in the hospital. Although everyone in the department knows who did it, no one dares to mention it. Feng Tao looked at her from a distance, shook his head and walked over. Hello, female comrade. Before she finished speaking, the young lady exploded again. Who are you calling gay? You are gay, your whole family is gay. Feng Tao's eyes twitched slightly. Isn't this ticket seller too irritable? Xinhai's face was icy as he pulled out a green notebook from his pocket. We are from the Liangming City Police Department. We are going into the underground well to investigate a criminal case. We hope you will cooperate. The young lady's face changed slightly when she heard this, and she said embarrassedly, I'll ask my supervisor. Xinhai and Feng Tao exchanged a glance, each seeing the frustration in the other's eyes. They should have approached the museum management directly. They had never expected to be denied even a ticket. Hello, I'm Wang Ning, the museum's director. Who are you? After a while, a man in his 30s came over with a smile on his face and asked politely. Hello, Comrade Wang Ning, we are from the Municipal Police Department, and here are our IDs. Someone reported that there was blood in the underground well, so we came here to investigate. Feng Tao took out the green notebook and handed it to Wang Ning. Wang Ning opened it and looked at it doubtfully. Police captain? Yes, Comrade Wang Ning, please cooperate with our work. Feng Tao nodded. Please wait a moment. Wang Ning smiled, turned around and walked to the front desk and muttered a few words. Then he turned back and said, I'll take you guys to the mine myself. Luckily, some plainclothes officers came. If they had come in a police car or uniform, our business would have been affected. We dare not disturb the people until the situation is confirmed. Feng Tao responded with a smile. A group of 8 people followed Wang Ning into the old elevator and headed into the underground mine. When the lady at the front desk saw the elevator start, she immediately picked up the phone and said, Excuse me, is this the West Suburban Police Station? I need to call the police. In the underground mine, Xinhai, Feng Tao, and other executors held palm-sized testing instruments in their hands, and the psychic activity value kept jumping on the display screen. Let's split up and check, paying attention to the corners. Xinhai said in a deep voice, work in pairs, and keep in touch. Yes. Yes. The executors divided into two groups and began to check every branch of the mine. Wang Ning watched from the side and sneered in his heart, the acting is quite realistic. Damn it, I drink with the leaders of the Municipal Bureau every month, but I have never heard of a detachment leader with such a name. Moreover, this kind of investigation is usually carried out by the District Bureau and then reported to the Municipal Bureau. How could the Municipal Bureau come directly? Wang Ning stood at the elevator door, watching the 8 people walk away, smiled coldly, walked into the elevator and closed the iron door. After starting, the old-fashioned elevator clicked and rose to the ground. Manager Wang, are you really going to leave them down there? The ticket seller looked worried. We have 4 emergency exits in our underground mine. Wang Ning waved his hand. I've had the front desk guard all 4 exits to ensure they can't get in. Once the District Bureau officers arrive, it'll be clear whether they're real or fake. Manager Wang is wise. The ticket seller flattered him. Wang Ning nodded, walked to the door, looked at the passing vehicles, and waited for the district police officers. After a while, 5 police cars drove in and stopped at the entrance of the museum. More than 10 police officers, led by a detachment captain, walked towards Wang Ning. Manager Wang, are they them? Asked Captain He Ching with a serious expression. The district police station received a report that someone was impersonating a police officer, so they took it very seriously and asked them to come armed with guns. Those who dared to impersonate a police officer were most likely criminals. Yes, they insisted on going into the underground mine. I guess someone might have hidden something in there, so they insisted on going in. Wang Ning briefly explained the situation. After I brought them in, they started checking in pairs. They said they were checking, but they were clearly looking for something. In addition to the elevator, I've already assigned security personnel to monitor the other 4 emergency exits. They'll be able to respond immediately if there's any movement. He Ching was overjoyed when he heard this. They must be looking for contraband. Manager Wang acted bravely. If he's confirmed to be a fugitive, he'll get a medal for bravery. I'm not doing it for the medal. Wang Ning explained. I understand. He Ching nodded and began to deploy. 6 people, send out. 4 will guard the emergency exit. 2 will provide support outside. The rest of you, follow me into the underground mine and capture them all. Yes. Remember, don't draw your gun unless it's absolutely necessary. If you're not sure of the other party's identity, it would be bad if they really are from the Municipal Bureau and you accidentally hurt them. He Ching reminded again. Yes. The police officers nodded. In the underground mine, an executor muttered, how did the elevator go up? Maybe Manager Wang has taken care of it in advance. It's okay. There are several emergency exits here. We can go out from the emergency exit when the time comes, said the executor from the same group. 2. The operatives continued their search. While the mine had only one main path, the numerous side roads resembled a maze. As the 8 of them circled around, the activity readings on the psychic tester dwindled. Captain Sheen, something's wrong. The psychic activity value on the tester is getting lower and lower. An executor exclaimed. Damn. Shinhai looked at the testers of all the executors and cursed, he must have escaped. Judging by the level of psychic activity, he must have just escaped. Chapter 57, Cuff him and take him away. Captain Sheen, could it be that while we were down here searching, it took the opportunity to take the elevator up to the ground? An executor suddenly remembered the elevator that went up. What? The elevator went up? Shinhai's expression suddenly changed. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought it was Director Wang who started the elevator and went up. The executor showed a helpless smile. Let's go out through the emergency exit. It can't have gone far. Also, notify the Beidou team and have them locate the invisible man using us as the center. Shinhai gritted his teeth and said, this thing is too cunning. Click, click, click. The sound of an old-fashioned elevator starting up could be heard. Feng Tao heard the sound and stopped the executors. Wait, let's measure the psychic activity in the elevator first. If the activity level in the elevator is higher than in the mine, it means it escaped through the elevator. Then, we can use the elevator to get to the surface, which will make it easier for the Beidou team to locate it. It's feasible. Shinhai nodded. A group of 8 people stood not far from the elevator shaft, watching the elevator slowly descend. Why did a group of police officers come? The executors were a little confused, but they didn't think too much about it. They all looked down at the psychic testers in their hands. As the elevator descended, the psychic activity level instantly increased by a value. Feng Tao and Qin Hai looked at each other and said, "It really escaped in the elevator. We must find it immediately. Human society will never tolerate the presumption of aliens." Qin Hai shouted in a low voice. The other executors were startled when they heard this. Crash! The iron door of the old elevator opened, and 9 police officers rushed out, blocking the 8 executors at once. "What are you going to do?" Qin Hai frowned and asked in a deep voice. "I heard that you are comrades from the Municipal Bureau? Can you show me your ID?" He Ching looked at Qin Hai, who was obviously the leader of the 8 people. Qin Hai frowned even more tightly and took out his ID from his pocket and handed it to He Ching. "Qin Hai, the captain of the Liangming City Police Department?" He Ching looked at the official seal and police number on the ID card. It looked fine, but he knew all the captains of the city police department, and there was no Qin Hai in front of him. "The ID is fine, but I haven't seen you at the city police station. Please come back with me to the police station." Qin Hai narrowed his eyes. "We are carrying out a confidential mission. There is a fugitive hiding here. He escaped shortly before we arrived. We must immediately pursue him." "Fugitive? What's his name?" "I'll check it through the internal network. If it's true, I'll bring people to help you capture him." He Ching secretly became alert. There was no major fugitive in Liangming City that required 8 police officers to jointly round up and capture him, not to mention that he was within the jurisdiction of the western suburbs. This. Qin Hai hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, "This is a confidential mission. I have no right to disclose the mission details or the target person's information." He Ching nodded and smiled slightly. "In that case, we won't disturb you from carrying out your official duties. Please give my regards to Director Liu of the Municipal Bureau later." "Okay, no problem." Qin Hai nodded, waved his hand, and was about to lead the executor into the old elevator. "Get it!" Suddenly, He Ching shouted and gave an order, and 8 police officers stepped forward together, trying to capture the 8 executors. He Ching sneered, "The director of the Municipal Bureau is not named Liu at all. But these 8 enforcers are all E-level enforcers who have fought against monsters. How can ordinary police officers be their opponents?" Before He Ching finished speaking, the 8 police officers were captured by the enforcement officers. "Don't move!" He Ching suddenly drew his gun and pointed it at Qin Hai. The executors were stunned for a moment. How should they deal with this situation? If they took action, even if an ordinary pistol could not hurt Qin Hai, they would not be able to bear the consequences if Qin Hai pursued the matter afterwards. But if they didn't take action, these police officers would break free and point their guns at them one by one. If they didn't resist, they would be taken to the police station obediently. This is really too frustrating. The executioners had no choice but to let go. The police officers broke free and drew their pistols, pointing them at the executioners. Feng Tao showed a bitter smile on his face. "What is going on? Cuff him and take him away." He Ching gave the order coldly, cursing in his heart, "How dare you attack a police officer?" At this time, Su Chiya had already returned to his villa in Beihai Green City. Several police cars were parked in front of another villa not far away, and a yellow cordon had been set up. It was obvious that the police took the case of these 3 lives very seriously. "You're back?" Song Jiaying looked at Su Chiya with some surprise, playing with a little squirrel in her hand. Hesitantly asked, "You don't let me go to the basement, is it because the things in the basement are dangerous?" Su Chiya stopped and nodded, "It is indeed dangerous, what's wrong? Could they be responsible for the 3 deaths in the villa next door?" Song Jiaying asked hesitantly. She heard from the owners in the community that the 3 people in the villa died in strange circumstances, and the police even found the best forensic doctor in Liangming City to perform autopsy research. It definitely wasn't them. Now they don't even dare to leave the basement door. How could it be them? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel nodded at Song Jiaying and patted his chest, as if to assure that this matter had nothing to do with the 2 guys in the basement. Seeing this, Song Jiaying laughed, stood up and said, "I'll go make lunch. It's just for you and Fat Squirrel. I'll be leaving soon." Su Chiya walked towards the basement carrying the black cat. This black cat had some tricks. When he was looking for the black cat in the mine, he passed by it 3 times but never saw it. It was not until he closed his eyes and caught it purely by feeling. Bang! The door to the basement opened, and the bald eagle and the vampire blood servant huddled in the corner, looking somewhat miserable. One had no feathers on its wings, the other had tattered wings and a broken tooth. Supreme Messenger, is this the blood food you brought? When the vampire blood servant saw the black cat in Tsuchiya's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up and his saliva almost flowed from the corners of his mouth. The rabbit corpse that the fat squirrel brought in the morning was still on the ground, but rabbit blood was not as delicious as human blood, let alone the sweet demon blood. The black cat looked at the vampire blood servant with disdain and opened its mouth softly. Meow. After a cat's meow, a strange wave spread out. The vampire blood servant's expression suddenly became dull, and he actually held his own hand and started biting it. Blood splattered, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Mental attack? Tsuchiya glanced at the black cat and remembered what Yurulan said last night. Divine thoughts can block the mind. Could it be that the facial expression mentioned is actually mental power? The bald eagle shuddered all over and shrank even tighter, while looking at the vampire blood servant as if he were an idiot. This humanoid creature that can transform into a bat is too weak, and the difference between them cannot be seen at all. Otherwise, why would it provoke himself first and then provoke the black cat? Come to think of it, black cat is so strong, how could he be caught by the big devil? Bald eagle secretly showed one eye and looked at Tsuchiya. Boom! A slap hit the black cat on the head, and the black cat was stunned for a moment. Chapter 58 Why so many? Tsuchiya scolded softly. The black cat immediately became dejected and meowed weakly. The vampire blood servant regained consciousness instantly. Ah! He screamed as he looked at his bloody right hand, his eyes full of fear as he looked at the black cat. He suddenly felt that he was so unlucky these days. First he was caught for attacking the upper messenger, then he was bullied by a bald eagle, and now he was teased by a black cat. His life was really difficult. Chirp! The fat squirrel slipped in holding a small white porcelain bowl. Meow! The black cat's eyes lit up when he saw the fat squirrel. He was about to use his mental power to control it and let it deliver itself to his mouth, but suddenly his eyes went dark and a big hand pinched his face. Meow meow meow? The black cat was full of doubts. He had just come up with the idea, how did the devil know it? Boom! Another slap. The black cat instantly gave in. Try letting some blood flow. Tsuchiya grabbed a cat's paw and cut a wound with a sharp knife. Blood dripped into the small white porcelain bowl, and a rich and clear scent instantly filled the entire basement. Ho ho! The vampire blood servant shuddered and got up from the ground, his eyes red, and instinctively wanted to pounce on the black cat to suck its blood. But when he saw Tsuchiya, his body suddenly stiffened, and the burning bloodthirst in his heart was instantly extinguished. Tsuchiya glanced at him calmly and said calmly, "The black cat, the bald eagle, and the little fat mouse are all my blood food. Don't try to take them. Do you understand?" "Yes, honorable superior messenger." The vampire blood servant lowered his head and shrank back into the corner obediently. Meow meow meow. The black cat looked at the small half bowl of blood in the bowl and cried out in pain twice. Tsuchiya let go of his hand, picked up the small bowl, and drank all the demon blood in it. A warm feeling spread from the stomach, and the blood sperm count increased to 19832. He only needs 80,000 blood essences to be promoted to Earl, but this speed is still too slow. Tsuchiya narrowed his eyes slightly, and the figure of Yurulan appeared in his mind again. There seems to be a lot of energy contained in her blood, perhaps even more than Yi Jin's. When will Yurulan attack the Liangming Special Affairs Bureau? Tsuchiya thought to himself, his eyes looking at the black cat. Yurulan seems to have another trump card. The abilities she has demonstrated so far include absorbing essence from a distance, black hair like steel needles, 7 little paper figures, a flying black coffin, and the sudden stabbing pain in her head when I intercepted the black coffin last time. That tingling in my head should be a mental shock, the same type as the black cat's mental attack. It can only cause minor disturbances to me, so it's nothing to worry about. Tsuchiya briefly analyzed the situation and patted the black cat, which was licking its front paws. From now on, the bald eagle and the blood servant will be under your care, but you are not allowed to torture them. If you're hungry, ask the fat squirrel for food. Don't even think about running away. If I catch you, I'll skin you and make fur out of you, okay? Tsuchiya said viciously on purpose. Meow. The black cat shuddered, nodded timidly, and completely succumbed to Tsuchiya's intimidation. Shiji. The fat squirrel held the small white porcelain bowl in his hand, his eyes showing joy. He called out to the black cat twice, as if to say, "Did you hear me? If you're hungry, ask me for food. Why don't you come and please me?" Suchiya felt somewhat helpless. He grabbed the fat squirrel by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. "From now on, you will be responsible for their meals. At least ask them every day. If the rabbits are finished, ask Song Jiaying to buy more. Got it?" Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded quickly. Suchiya looked at the three aliens in the basement with satisfaction. Aside from the vampire blood servant, which was now of little use, the black cat and the bald eagle were his treasures. After all, for a farmer, the food stored at home was his lifeblood. Chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel held the small bowl and made a chirp sound, as if he wanted to gesture something but couldn't quite express it. Seeing this, Suchiya shook his head gently. "Don't worry, she won't come again in the short term, and she probably won't look down on you three little demons." Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded, but there was still worry in his eyes. According to his previous habits, as long as a strong human or his own kind appeared around, he would immediately run away. At this time, at the bottom of the river in the wetland park, a black coffin was lying on the riverbed. When the water from the riverbed reached the black coffin, it was diverted by a mysterious force and diverted. The inside of the black coffin was completely isolated from the outside world, and not even a drop of water could flow in. Yurulan lay quietly in the coffin, as if asleep, with her nostrils slightly moving. Wisps of air swirled within the coffin, and tiny wisps of smoke from the Ganoderma lucidum flowed into her nose along the air currents. Simultaneously, light red smoke emanated from her body and flowed into the Ganoderma lucidum. The two complemented each other, forming a delicate cycle. "Director 1, please prepare some police files for the executive officers in our department." Feng Weiman was sitting in the office and talking on the phone with Wen Dingen, director of the Liangming City Bureau. "Old Feng, you can't just create a police officer's file casually. You have to submit an application to the provincial department. With the approval, I can create a police officer's file, not just a director's file." When Dingon said with a wry smile that he and Feng Weiman were not in the same system, and without the approval of his superiors, he could not create a file privately. Feng Weiman heard this and said helplessly, "Today, 8 of our officers were on duty, but they were arrested by a squad of officers from the district bureau and taken to the police station. I had to go and rescue them myself. Not only did it delay the mission, it was also extremely embarrassing. I really can't do anything about this." When Dingen insisted that he could only apply to the provincial department according to the rules. Feng Weiman chatted for a few more words before hanging up, a look of worry on his face. When would their Special Incidents Bureau become as public as the police? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Please come in." Feng Weiman rubbed his eyebrows and said softly. A capable young woman with short hair walked in and handed a report to Feng Weiman. She said seriously, "We have relocated the whereabouts of the Invisible Man. We have also located several other psychic fluctuations near the Invisible Man's location." Feng Weiman sat up straight with a serious expression upon hearing this, and flipped open the report to read: E+ level Invisible Man, E level Fire, E level Walker, and F level Suspected Blood Servant? Is there a force that brings them together? Feng Weiman narrowed his eyes slightly. It was impossible for a monster and a vampire to get together under normal circumstances. After all, demon blood is as attractive to vampires as it is to daywalkers. The short-haired young woman nodded. The location is in Beihai Green City. The case was reported to the city police this morning. It's suspected to be a murder by an alien. Based on the psychic activity at the scene, the preliminary judgment is no less than D level. D+ grade? Or even C grade? Chapter 59, jump 800 times a minute. Feng Weiman sighed deeply. Could it be the vampire that appeared in Operation Great Wall? There were no bite marks on the deceased's body, and his blood volume was normal. It was just that the spiritual energy hidden in his body was sucked away. The short-haired young woman was flipping through the report, which showed several photos recording the deaths of the old man, the pretty nanny and third master. Another C-level unknown creature? Feng Weiman only felt his headache getting worse. He thought that after the Thunder operation, all the aliens in Liangming City had been captured, but he never expected that such a terrifying existence was still lurking. The short-haired young woman shook her head. The extent of the danger is unknown, but it involves ordinary people. Participant? Feng Weiman was slightly stunned. How could an ordinary person survive by participating in these things? Yes. The short-haired young woman turned to another page of the report, which showed the information of 4 people. It was the 4 strong men that night. These 4 people are employees of Xingrong Group. According to their account, they carried a wooden box into the villa of Xingrong, the chairman of Xingrong Group, that night. Feng Weiman frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Was it the contents of the box that caused the murder? There was a black lacquer coffin in the box, and inside the coffin was a female corpse. It was probably this female corpse that killed the 3 people in the villa. But so far, there's been no trace of the black coffin. It's as if it just flew away into thin air. The short-haired young woman said hesitantly. You lead the beta team to continue monitoring Liangming City. Feng Weiman slowly exhaled and said in a deep voice. The unknown alien in the black coffin is likely still hiding in Beihai Green City. These 4 aliens might be its guardians. Let's not act rashly. The short-haired young woman stood quietly in front of the desk and nodded. You continue to locate them. I will immediately request from the General Administration to dispatch B-rank executors from the East China Sea Defense Force to handle the situation. Feng Weiman paused as he spoke, then added, also, try to lock onto the vampire from Operation Great Wall as well. Once the B-rank executors from the East China Sea Defense Force arrive, we'll take care of them all together. Yes. The short-haired young woman nodded and turned to walk out of the office. Feng Weiman gently pressed the remote control, and the surveillance screen in the office turned on, with hundreds of split screens lighting up. All that was displayed were images of the office's underground base, one of which was a key monitoring area, the Jeweling Laboratory. In the Jeweling Research Laboratory, all the aliens captured by the Special Events Bureau are imprisoned here. They are isolated from their spiritual energy and immersed in special solutions like specimens. More than a dozen researchers were busy moving around the room. Blood burning agent number 1024, continue the test once more. A researcher wrapped in an isolation suit said in a deep voice. Are we still doing this on test subject number 17? There might be residual drug from the last time. Another researcher in the group raised a question. The blood has already been replaced, don't worry. Continue the test on subject number 17, and pay attention to the dosage. We only have 2 vampire test subjects, and if something goes wrong, we won't have anywhere to test it. No problem. 2 researchers walked through the laboratory corridor and took out the newly prepared bright red medicine from the medicine box. The glass tube of the medicine was labeled number 1024. Let us get started. The 2 looked at each other and placed the glass tube of potion into the booster. The booster's pipe was connected to a solution tank in Jeuling's laboratory, in which the vampire who had revealed his true form was soaked. Bite. A researcher pressed a button, and the bright red drug was immediately drawn out of the glass tube by a booster and transported into the solution. The moment the medicine came into contact with the solution in the glass jar was dyed bright red, but it soon faded and returned to its original color. Ha! Suddenly, the vampire in the glass jar opened his eyes. His red eyeballs were like rubies, but his empty eyes were mixed with madness. Ho ho! The vampire struggled violently, desperately waving its claws to tear around in the glass jar, but it was useless. The Absolute Spirit Laboratory is in a completely spiritual environment, and all spiritual energy has become inert and precipitated. It is now just an ordinary big bat. Its blood pressure begins to rise, blood flow speeds up, and blood vessels dilate. The 2 researchers looked at the data on the computer with excitement on their faces. We are going to succeed. Once the blood-burning agent can interfere with the blood in the vampires' bodies and make them go out of control, the Western Dark World faced by the frontline defense forces will no longer be our biggest concern. It's not good. What's wrong? The 2 researchers suddenly fell silent, and one of them exclaimed in surprise, its heartbeat is accelerating, breaking through 300, 400, 500, 800. Oh my god, my heart beats 800 times a minute? Bang! With a loud bang, the vampire hit the glass jar headfirst, and a crack appeared on the jar. Bang! There was another loud noise, accompanied by the sound of water splashing, and the vampire broke through the glass jar and walked out. Hiss! The vampire roared to the sky. At this time, it had not yet regained its sanity and was simply venting its anger. All the equipment in the room was destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, only some equipment was lost. Can the blood-burning agent actually enhance the abilities of vampires? The researcher said puzzledly while looking at the monitoring screen. In other words, this thing we created will eventually become a weapon for the enemy? Another researcher showed a bitter smile on his face. After working so hard for so long, was it just to help the enemy? In the director's office, Feng Weiman breathed a sigh of relief and secretly thanked himself for designing the Juling Research Laboratory. It was decided to keep the test subject in solitary confinement. Otherwise, wouldn't this vampire wreak havoc and release all the monsters and aliens inside? What should we do? Destroy it? The researcher looked at the process of blood burning agent number 1024 on the computer and felt reluctant. This was the result of his research day and night. Destroy it, or we will become sinners in the history of human civilization. Another researcher moved the mouse and placed it on the clear button. Once cleared, all data will no longer exist. However, just as the researcher was about to clear the blood burning agent data, new changes suddenly occurred in the laboratory area where the vampires were imprisoned. Look, the blood vessels on its skin are bursting. What's going on? The researcher, who couldn't bear to clear his research results, pointed at the picture on the screen with a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 60. How should I introduce myself? The blood burning agent is working, the researcher said excitedly. The essence of a vampire is its blood core. As long as the blood core is intact, they won't die. But what if the blood in their bodies riots and their own blood impacts and shatters the blood core? You'll explode and die. The two researchers stared at the screen intently and saw that blood vessels bulged on the skin of the vampire in the laboratory, and countless tiny blood vessels began to burst and break, and dark red blood flowed out of the wounds. Bang! 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 Dull explosions were heard one after another, and the vampire's body continued to break apart. After 2 or 3 minutes, it was no longer in human form. The blood in its body continued to riot, making it unable to move. It could only lie on the ground, enduring the pain brought by the explosion on the spot in various parts of its body. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely loud bang came from the vampire's heart, like a muffled thunder. A big hole was blown directly in its chest, and its heart was blown into pieces. The blood core is broken. The vampire in the laboratory turned into ashes, scattered on the ground, and became a pool of ashes. What effect will a small amount of blood burning agent have? The two researchers' eyes flashed with enthusiasm. Staring at the data recorded on the screen, he said excitedly, as long as we find the right dosage, we can make the power in the vampire's body completely out of control. But we only have one test subject left. The two were silent for a moment, and one of them said, first, test the effect of the blood burning agent on other aliens to confirm that it is ineffective on other creatures before conducting the final test. If that doesn't work, let Director Feng help coordinate and transfer a few vampires from the nearby city to complete our research. This is the only way. In other laboratories, researchers are also conducting various experiments related to aliens. This is why the Special Affairs Bureau will try its best to capture aliens alive. In the wetland park opposite the Municipal Biotechnology Research Institute, Su Qiye was lying on a swinging on his mobile phone, checking the information from the Land Resources Bureau, which would regularly announce the land auction situation in Liangming City. There is not a single piece of land in Beihai Bay. Su Qiye was a little confused and found the phone number of the Land Resources Bureau and called them. Hello, Liangming City Land Resources Bureau. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I would like to ask, is there any auction of land or sea area use rights in Beihai Bay in Liangming City in the near future? Su Qiye asked politely. Beihai Bay? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned and asked hesitantly, excuse me, who are you? My name is Su Qiye. I'm looking to buy a piece of land, so I'm here for consultation. Su Qiye paused, secretly pondering how to introduce himself, the Viscount of the Blood Clan? Or the Great Demon King? Please wait a moment. The middle-aged man responded politely, then covered the microphone and asked his colleagues around him. Su Qiye could even hear the sound of shuffling papers. He heard clearly that the other party was confirming his identity. It sounds like there is indeed a land use rights auction in Beihai Bay, but it is only open to a few powerful domestic groups and is not open to the public. I'm sorry, there is no land use rights auction in Beihai Bay for the time being. There are a few pieces in the eastern suburbs. Would you like to take a look? The middle-aged man's tone was full of apology and sounded very polite. Su Qiye smiled softly. No, I only need the land in Beihai Bay. I'm so sorry. The other party's apology came from the receiver again. Su Qiye shook his head slightly and hung up the phone. After thinking for a while, he called He Whiting again. Brother Su, why did you think of contacting me? He Whiting seemed to be in the casino. It was noisy and one could even hear some cursing. Mr. He, when your family auctioned the sea area use rights, did you use internal channels? Su Chiye got straight to the point. Yes, both sea area and land use rights are obtained through internal channels. The local Land Resources Bureau will prioritize bidding from several strong domestic groups, and only make them public if they fail to be sold. He Whiting pondered for a moment, then asked, why, Brother Su, do you want to buy the right to use the sea area? Su Chiye did not hide it. I want to buy a piece of land and the right to use a piece of sea area in Beihai Bay, Liangming City, but it seems a bit troublesome now. What's the trouble? Isn't the boss in Liangming City? He Whiting said with a smile. Just contact him and ask him to do it for you. It's just a piece of land, so for him, it's just a matter of a word. Just go ahead and enclose the land. Tada Group is a major taxpayer, so the Land Resources Bureau will give it some respect. Besides, you're not taking it for free, you're paying every penny of the royalties you're owed, so they won't refuse. He Whiting gave the solution in just a few words. Su Chiye smiled and said, of course I know Boss Dong can handle it, but the problem is that I've only met him once. Do you understand? I understand. I'll call the boss right now and ask him to arrange someone to contact you. He Whiting laughed, realizing that Su Chiye needed a middleman to act as a bridge. Thanks, I owe you a favor. Su Chiye smiled indifferently. He Whiting's eyes lit up. Oh, this favor is worth it. After hanging up the phone, Su Chiye put the phone in his pocket and lay on the swing to bask in the sun. He Whiting didn't care how he persuaded Dong Kuan Yu, he only looked at the result. Getting the land and sea area was the most important thing. Tourists came and went in the wetland park. Before they knew it, the sun had set on the horizon, and the sunset brought a hint of coolness. Su Chiye opened his eyes slightly and smelled a familiar scent. Was it Sun Ying? Sure enough, he looked in the direction where the smell came from. On a high tower a few hundred meters away, Sun Ying was holding a telescope and looking towards the direction of the Biotechnology Research Institute. What is she looking at? Su Chiye raised his eyebrows slightly. Did she find something unusual in the Biotechnology Research Institute? At this time, Sun Ying was standing on the top floor of the platform, looking at the Institute of Biotechnology through a telescope. His brows furrowed. It looks like an ordinary research institute, nothing wrong with it. What's the problem? I've inspected every location that has connections with the City Bureau and found no unusual signs. What exactly does 404 mean? Chapter 61, didn't T404 appear when watching a short video? Sun Ying stood on the tower, muttering to herself, a bit delirious. 404 was her last hope. If she couldn't find 404, she wouldn't be able to find what her boss wanted. If she couldn't find what she wanted, her fate would be dire. Su Chiye was slightly stunned. His ears caught Sun Ying's whisper, but he didn't understand what she meant. 404? Isn't this a network error prompt? Ding-a-ling. Sun Ying took out her phone from her bag. It was her boss calling. She quickly picked up the phone. Boss. Xiaoying, are you still investigating what happened before? Dong Chuanyu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chiye's eyes moved slightly. It turned out that Sun Ying was helping Dong Kuan Yu. Boss, I have tracked down the key clue. Give me some more time and I will definitely find something. Sun Ying said with a slightly panicked tone. No need. Dong Kuan Yu said calmly, that thing has been lost for so long, the chance of finding it is very small. Put it aside for now and help me with an important matter. Sun Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, you say? I have a friend who wants to acquire a piece of land in Beihai Bay. Please ask the group's business department to prepare an assessment and contact the Land Resources Bureau in the name of Tada Group. Dong Kuan Yu said calmly, I'll send you his contact information later. You can contact him directly and help him get the piece of land he wants. Okay, boss. Sun Ying nodded in agreement. Also, let the group's finance department prepare 10 billion yuan in funds. If he doesn't have enough funds, the group will provide the first payment. Dong Kuan Yu added. Sun Ying was shocked. What kind of friend could make the boss so generous that he could easily give out 10 billion? Dong Kuan Yu hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. He stood on the rooftop, holding onto the railing, and looked at the horizon with a sigh. It seems that this world is indeed not as simple as it seems. I actually had some vague contact with it in the early years, but for some reason, I have no memory of it at all. Ding dong. Sun Ying looked down at her phone. It was a text message from her boss with the contact information, Mr. Su 134. What would her expression be if she knew I was Boss Dong's friend? Su Chia looked at Sun Ying from afar, a strange smile on his face. Unfortunately, he had to wait on Yu Rulan for the next 3 days and had no time to take care of the land. Ding-a-ling. Sun Ying called, but heard a busy tone on the receiver. She looked surprised. Ding dong. A text message popped up. I'm a little busy these days, contact me in 3 days. Busy? Sun Ying replied immediately, I'm Mr. Dong Chuanyo's secretary. Mr. Dong asked me to contact you about the land. Can we discuss this in person? The screen lit up, and the reply was still, contact me in 3 days. Sun Ying hesitated for a moment, then put her phone down without replying. 3 days was just enough time for her to prepare some materials. Since her boss had told her to put the previous matters aside, she might as well put them aside. She turned and walked down the tower. As night falls, the wetland park becomes more crowded, mostly with owners from surrounding residential areas who bring their children for a walk after get off work to relieve a day's fatigue. Daddy, I want a swing. A little boy about 2 years old looked at the net swing between 2 big trees with longing on his face. The man in casual clothes looked around and saw that all the swings were occupied, so he picked up the little boy and said, Son, let's not play on the swings. Daddy will take you flying, okay? Yeah, the little boy nodded. The man smiled slightly and lifted the little boy up high. The little boy had an innocent smile on his face. Su Chia looked at the father and son, slightly lost in thought. When he was promoted to Viscount, all his memories were awakened. When he was a child, his father had held him high like this, but that feeling could never be found again. Honey, let's get married at the end of the year? In a pavilion not far away, a couple snuggled together, and the girl suddenly said. The boy was stunned. Marriage? Well, I've been thinking about this for a long time. The girl hugged the boy's arm and whispered, I don't care if you have a house or not. Renting is just as happy. I don't care if you have a car or not. Green travel can save energy and reduce emissions. As long as I have you, I'm content. The boy was silent for a moment. But I want to give you a better life. Give me another year, and I'll be able to buy a house in Liangming City. Then your parents will agree to let us be together. But. The girl blushed slightly and snuggled in the boy's arms, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I'm pregnant. What? The boy was stunned, then his eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly lowered his voice. Keep your voice down. The park under the setting sun was filled with warmth. These ordinary people living in the ordinary world, leading ordinary lives, enjoying joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and occasionally having a few surprises, really made Su Chia envious. Being ordinary is a blessing. Su Chia sighed softly and closed his eyes gently. Young man, the weather is getting colder. Don't sleep in the park, or you will catch a cold. A park cleaner patted Su Chia on the shoulder and reminded him with a smile. Su Chia opened his eyes and smiled slightly. I understand, sir. The old man also smiled, turned around and continued to pick up the garbage left by tourists along the road. Time passed by little. The park was more beautiful at night than during the day. The colorful lights were on, outlining a quiet and warm picture. The laughter of children and the whispers of adults were all part of this picture. Su Chia got off the swing and looked at the Biotechnology Research Institute from afar, sensing the movements inside. If Yu Rulan really wanted to take action against the Special Affairs Bureau, she wouldn't have to wait too long, right? Daddy, there are big fish in the river. The little boy shouted in surprise as he looked at the rippling river surface. The man in casual clothes glanced at the river and saw the water rippling, as if something was about to burst forth from the bottom. His expression changed slightly as he watched the rising ripples grow stronger. Is this an earthquake? The strange ripples in the river gradually intensified, and people in the park began to notice the anomaly. However, since the ground didn't shake, everyone just watched from afar, their eyes filled with curiosity. Honey, you studied geography and surveying. Do you know what this is? The girl asked in surprise. The boy shook his head. I can't tell. Chirp. People were talking about it. Some said there were crocodiles at the bottom of the river, some said there were whirlpools. Opinions varied, but everyone felt that there was something at the bottom of the river. Wow! Suddenly, the river's surface exploded, water splashing. A dark, eerie coffin rose from the riverbed and hovered quietly above the river, surrounded by a faint black mist. Chapter 62. Do you have any last words? The whispers in the park suddenly stopped, and everyone stared blankly at the black coffin floating on the river, their minds blank. What is this? A coffin? A black coffin floating on the river? The people in the park felt that their worldview had completely collapsed. Could it be that the world they had lived in for decades was fake? How could something so incredible exist? Is this even scientific? Dad, it's a big flying box, the little boy shouted with his innocent eyes. This childish voice brought everyone back from their confusion. Let's go, this thing is so weird. I'm afraid it's something unclean, go home quickly. Is this a demon cultivator? Could the person in the coffin be a great demon king from thousands of years ago? Maybe it's a 1,000-year-old zombie. Let's go, this atmosphere is too weird. People were muttering quietly and preparing to leave the park, but at this moment, suddenly, the strange reddish light wrapped around the black coffin spread out like ripples on the water, instantly enveloping everyone around it. The people covered by the light red light seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, and they all froze in place. Su Qiye was also within the range. He felt a strange force surging into his body, impacting his mind. Unlike the stinging pain from last night's fight, this power seeped in like spring rain, moistening the earth. But, it's still useless to me. Su Qiye can perfectly control his body. His mind was still sharp, and Yurulan's mental control was not strong enough for him and could not affect him at all. The eyes of the people standing still gradually became empty. They turned around woodenly, looked at the black coffin floating on the river, and walked towards the river step by step. Su Qiye looked at the man in casual clothes who was holding the little boy tightly in his arms, then looked at the boy and girl holding hands, and sighed softly. In the end, I just couldn't bear to watch so many innocent people die. Perhaps, this was my weakness? Bang! The lid of the black coffin suddenly popped up, revealing a familiar scarlet wedding dress. Yurulan stood steadily beside the black coffin, her feet touching the air. You can actually catch up with me? Yurulan blinked, and her starry eyes looked at Su Qiye in the distance, seeming a little surprised. I said I'm just here to play, do you believe me? Su Qiye also blinked, with an innocent look on his face. Yurulan stretched out her jade fingers to twirl the hair by her ear, revealing a casual smile. Do you think I will believe it? What, you can't bear to leave me? Or do you want my blood? Yurulan's smile was as bright as a flower, but her eyes were extremely cold. She looked straight at Su Qiye, her eyes slightly red, and a strange light red aura slowly emerged. Su Qiye shook his head. They are just ordinary people and shouldn't be affected by us. What do you think? Oh, you Western zombie are quite kind-hearted. They're just a few dozen ordinary people. If you're going to get involved, why not just kill me and put an end to it? Yurulan's face was full of sarcasm. Have you, a Western zombie, never sucked human blood? Su Qiye moved his feet and instantly appeared at the riverside. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You want my energy, and I want your blood. Why don't we fight again? The coldness in Yurulan's eyes suddenly faded, and she chuckled. Although your energy is strong, the price to obtain it is too high, and the outcome is still uncertain. I already have other goals. Since you plead with me, I will spare these people. But, young master, miss you is such a joke. Favors are hard to repay. At worst, if I catch you next time, I'll just let you go. Su Qiye shook his head and laughed. It was easy to repay favors from ordinary people, but how could he repay favors from those who were also different from him? Humph, coward Yurulan snorted softly, and with a wave of her sleeves, the black coffin closed automatically. She stepped lightly and flew out of the wetland park on the black coffin. Su Qiye stood there, looking in the direction where Yurulan disappeared, his eyes narrowed slightly. Is she going to cause trouble for the Special Affairs Bureau tonight? After Yurulan flew away, everyone in the park immediately woke up. What's wrong with me? Hey, what was I trying to do? Why does the park always feel so spooky? It's a bit cold, let's go home quickly. After waking up, the people in the park had no memory of the black coffin, as if that memory had been completely erased. Su Qiye watched the crowd disperse, his eyes flashing slightly. He jumped lightly and landed on the tallest tree, looking far away in the direction of the Biotechnology Research Institute. The institute was quiet, with no signs of disturbance. Sniff. Tsuchiya sniffed gently, trying to find Yurulan's trace from the smell, but he didn't smell any unusual smell, even the medicinal fragrance he had smelled before disappeared. Could it be that the black coffin can actually conceal the smell? Tsuchiya looked at the direction where Yurulan disappeared, feeling a little regretful. If I reveal my true identity, I might be able to catch up with her, but now I have completely lost track of her. Finding her is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as Tsuchiya was feeling regretful, an uninvited guest arrived at Liangming office. Beep beep beep. The sound of a red alarm rang out throughout the underground space. The steel gate on the second underground floor detected the alien psychic fluctuations and immediately activated the defense mechanism. Yurulan stood in front of the steel gate, wearing a bright red wedding dress and a golden phoenix crown on her head, with a playful smile on her face. What is this called? Technology? It's quite interesting. Before she finished speaking, she stretched out her slender little hand, and the strange light red aura turned slightly, and the heavy steel door shattered like a piece of tofu. Many executives in the office reacted immediately and came out one after another. They looked at Yurulan, who walked in wearing embroidered shoes, with solemn expressions on their faces. The moment Feng Weiman saw Yurulan, his face suddenly changed. Speak of the devil, he will appear? What a rich energy! Yurulan's eyes were full of joy. She was very satisfied with the energy here. D+ level psionic reaction? Feng Weiman's face looked a little ugly. Some time ago, a D-level snake demon almost wiped out their entire army, and now a D+ level zombie came? Do you have any last words? I'll give you half a minute. In half a minute, you will all die. Yurulan said with a smile and a light tone. Damn it, my application hasn't been submitted to the general administration yet. It looks like I can't escape today. Feng Weiman sighed in his heart, holding a long knife in his hand. It seems that the backup plan laid out when building the office will have to be used after all. It's just I really want to say goodbye to my family properly. Chapter 63 Execution of Orders. The Beidou team, listen to my orders, disrupt all the psychic fluctuations in the base, do your utmost to stop the Red Clothes from using their magical powers, and provide the greatest assistance to the frontline combat personnel. As soon as the short-haired young woman gave the order, the Beidou team immediately activated various instruments, trying to adjust the psychic fluctuations in the base. Yurulan stood gracefully in the office lobby, a faint smile on her face. Half a minute is up, don't you have any last words? Then I will see you off. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently waved her sleeves, and rows of paper figures flew out from them, transforming into small paper dwarfs. These paper figures were surrounded by a strange reddish aura, and they emitted a sinister chuckle as they rushed towards the executives of the office. Kill! Feng Weiman roared angrily, swung the long sword in his hand, and a whirlwind suddenly arose, forcing back the surrounding paper figures, and then he killed Yurulan. The other executors also used their own skills to fight with the paperman. He he he. Strange laughter echoed in the hall, and paper figures scurried around like fluttering flies. Soon, the executors felt dizzy and their heads swelled. Is it a mental attack? Feng Weiman's heart suddenly tightened, a look of horror appeared on his face, and he shouted, "Everyone, be careful of the paperman's mental impact." Before he could finish his words, a shrill scream was heard. It turned out that one of the executors lost consciousness for a moment and was stuck to the body by the paperman. The moment it was stuck, the light in the executor's eyes gradually disappeared, and his eyes became empty, like a walking corpse. Get rid of the main culprit first. Feng Weiman swung his sword at Yurulan. The long sword was wrapped in a strong wind, and wind blades appeared around the blade, flying towards her like a whirlwind. Yurulan smiled as she gently lifted her embroidered shoes. A strange, reddish aura swirled around her, protecting her. What a trifle! Swish! 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 The wind blade hit the strange red aura and instantly disintegrated. Ah! Screams rang out in the hall one after another, and each scream meant that an executioner had lost his life. He he he. Yurulan smiled sweetly and waved her hand gently. Several bulging little paper figures flew towards her and landed on her arms. Snake-like essences emerged from the figures and were absorbed into her stomach. Activate that device and put the base into a state of spiritual extinction. The short-haired young woman who was in charge of the Beidou team had a stern expression on her face. She looked at the executors who were constantly being killed and wounded and gave the order decisively. A member of the Beidou team heard this and his face changed. Team leader, once it's activated, the entire base will become a soul-destroying zone. It will be even harder for the director and his team to resist. Follow the order, the short-haired young woman said, almost gritting her teeth. She was gambling, betting that the physical strength of Red Dress was weaker than her magical powers. Although the state of absolute spirit did not distinguish between friend and foe, it would weaken Red Dress more than her own side. If so, then her bet was right. Yes. The beta team members shuddered, pressing a few buttons, and a password panel popped up. It was a complex combination, requiring the beta team leader and 2 deputy team leaders to enter their respective passwords in succession to unlock it. Bite. After a moment, a soft sound was heard and invisible waves spread out. Eurulan frowned slightly, and the flying paper figures fell to the ground one by one, and the strange aura around them gradually dissipated. Its magic has failed, kill it. Feng Weiman shouted fiercely and rushed towards Eurulan with a long knife in hand. The other executors also rushed forward, wanting to kill her in one fell swoop. What a trouble! Eurulan smiled helplessly, and waved her slender little hand gently. All the executors, including Feng Weiman, suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground in unison, falling into a coma. What? Everyone in the Beidou team stared blankly at the executors who had instantly lost consciousness, their minds blank. The short-haired young woman gritted her teeth and stared at Eurulan. You have the ability to take care of them all at once. Why are you still playing tricks on me? Of course I have my reasons, but you. Eurulan walked over in her embroidered shoes, a look of disdain on her face. You have no ability, no energy, and you're just hanging around in the government office just to collect a salary? At least we are still human beings, but what about you? The short-haired young woman retorted coldly. Human? What's so good about being a human? Especially women, whose entire lives revolve around taking care of their husbands and children. They can't even marry the person they love. There's no freedom at all. Eurulan gently stroked the device with her jade fingers and wrinkled her nose. But what about now? I can do whatever I want and tease whoever I want. For example, aren't you all just like toys in my palm right now? Eurulan giggled, a smile blooming on her jade-like face, like an innocent little girl. The short-haired young woman's face froze, her eyes flashing with anger. Don't be too complacent. This is the territory of the Daxia people. Even if we all die in your hands, we will never let you leave in peace. Yeah? Eurulan giggled, twirled her fingers through the hair by her ear, and said crisply, You're stalling for time. Are you trying to activate the backup plan you've laid out here and perish with me? You. The short-haired young woman's eyes showed horror. What a pity! Eurulan blinked. The people you sent out have long been under my mental control. You want to activate the sealing stones arranged around? You have no chance. Since you already know everything, why are you still talking so much? Just get started. The short-haired young woman closed her eyes. Then I won't be polite. Eurulan waved her jade hand lightly, and the members of the Beidou team fell to the ground one after another and fell into coma. Compared to the aliens, your energy is still too little. Let me see how many aliens are ahead? Eurulan walked lightly down the stairs to the 3rd underground floor, which was full of laboratories. At this time, all the researchers in the laboratory were conducting experiments in an orderly manner. They firmly believed that no matter what kind of alien broke in, they would be stopped outside by the executors. After all, the office had been standing for decades, and no alien had ever successfully broken into the laboratory. How is the preparation of the reanalyzed blood-burning agent number 1118 going? The 2 researchers who developed the blood-burning agent are continuing to improve this achievement. We have already made a preliminary analysis of the blood-burning agent. The researcher smiled and turned back, but his eyes froze instantly. He looked at Eurulan in a bright red wedding dress and was so frightened that he stood there. Chapter 64 What did you feed me? What's wrong? What's wrong with blood burner number 1118? Another researcher hadn't heard any movement for a long time, so he turned around and looked over. This time, like the previous researcher, he froze in place. Eurulan lowered her eyebrows and smiled softly, then walked into the laboratory with lotus steps. Who among you has the key to guard the aliens? The 2 researchers remained silent. The fact that the alien had been able to reach the lab on the 3rd underground floor alone meant that everyone on the 2nd floor had been dealt with. And it had only been a dozen minutes since the alarm went off. He swept through the office alone in just over 10 minutes. Such an outlier must be at least sea level, right? Not talking? Eurulan raised her eyebrows and waved her hand. The 2 researchers' eyes suddenly became empty and they fell into a strange state. Swish! The test tube of blood burning agent number 1118 slipped from the first researcher's hand and fell to the ground. Snap! The test tube shattered, and the bright red blood burning agent number 1118 splashed out. The moment it came into contact with the air, it immediately turned into bright red mist and spread out, but soon the color in the air disappeared. Yurulan frowned slightly, as if she had found the answer from the researcher's memory. The keys to the laboratory are all in the director's office? This potion is a blood burning agent. Will it work on Western zombies? As soon as she finished speaking, Yurulan suddenly laughed. She glanced around and found a few tubes of blood burning agents on the experimental table. She grabbed one without hesitation and stuffed it into her sleeve. With this thing, that Western zombie won't be able to escape from my palm. Hee. Thump! The two researchers rolled their eyes, fell to the ground, and were knocked unconscious by Yurulan's mental attack. Director's office. Yurulan walked briskly up from the third underground floor, found the director's office, and was about to push the door open when her heart suddenly began to beat. Yurulan narrowed her eyes. What's going on? Is there a mechanism in the director's office? As soon as the thought came to her mind, she grabbed an unconscious executor on the ground and threw him towards the door of the director's office. Bang! The door of the director's office was directly knocked open without any hidden weapons. What's this sudden throbbing? Yurulan frowned slightly, and was about to walk towards the director's office with light lotus steps, when the throbbing in her heart resurfaced, and this throbbing hit her mind like an irritable emotion. What happened? Yurulan felt it carefully, and the frequency of her heartbeat became faster and faster. A feeling that was both irritable and burning spread from the bottom of her heart. The blood in her body circulated throughout her body like boiling and burning, giving her a feeling of heat and softness. Yurulan exhaled a breath of hot air, her pretty face flushed. Is it the blood burning agent? The bottle of blood burning agent that fell on the ground didn't lose its effect, but was absorbed into my body instead? Breathe. Yurulan felt the heat and weakness in her body becoming more and more severe, and even felt that her body was somewhat out of control. No, I must go back to the coffin. If I continue like this, something bad will happen. As the thought came to her mind, she stumbled towards the exit of the second underground floor. Damn, we've run out of paper, people. Yurulan flicked her sleeves, and only a glass reagent slipped into her palm. All the paper figures were thrown into the office on the second floor underground. Sniff. Tsuchiya's nostrils twitched slightly, and he smelled a very strong medicinal fragrance, the same kind of medicinal fragrance as Ganoderma lucidum. Could it be that Yurulan appeared again? Yurulan gritted her teeth, her vision was a little blurred, the blood and essence in her body surged as if it was about to burst her blood vessels. What made her even more annoyed was that she had no way to calm the restlessness of her blood and essence. Damn it, don't run into that nasty Western zombie. Before she finished speaking, Yurulan's eyes blurred and a figure appeared in her sight. Tsuchiya's eyes were red, and his fangs were exposed. He smelled the increasingly strong medicinal fragrance on Yurulan's body, feeling a little intoxicated. What an intoxicating smell, miss you, it seems that your essence and blood will belong to me. You, don't even think about it. Yurulan gritted her teeth and scolded, didn't you say that if you catch me, you would let me go this time? But I don't want to let you go this time. The smell is too tempting. Tsuchiya's eyes flashed red. He could even see the blood flowing in Yurulan's body. The flowing blood seemed to be waving to him. You. I won't surrender. The worst that can happen is that we both die. The blush on Yurulan's pretty face grew deeper and deeper, and a thick heat rose from her body. Even when she spoke, hot air came out from her lips. If you lose your blood essence, how much power will you have left? Tsuchiya smiled cunningly, and suddenly moved his body, flying forward, hugging Yurulan's petite body directly, and biting her neck. Go to hell. Yurulan screamed tenderly, and the glass reagent in her hand pressed against her neck at the critical moment. Snap! With a crisp sound, Tsuchiya bit the glass reagent into pieces, and the bright red blood burning agent number 1118 flowed down his throat into his stomach. In an instant, a heat surged up from the bottom of his heart. What did you give me to eat? Tsuchiya's face changed slightly. Yurulan smiled brightly, and her black hair suddenly wrapped around Tsuchiya. What? Of course it's a potion specifically designed to deal with Western zombies like you. Your blood should be boiling now, right? It won't be long before the boiling blood shatters the blood core in your body, and you'll turn directly into ashes. But before you turn into ashes, I will definitely absorb the essence in your body. Yu Rulan giggled, and with a thought, she took Su Qiye and flew up. Su Qiye's heart sank at first, but when he heard that his blood core would be shattered, a strange look crossed his face. He didn't even have a blood core, so how could it shatter? And how could it turn to ash? Bang! In the abandoned unfinished building, the lid of the black coffin opened automatically. Yu Rulan showed a sly smile on her face and lay down in the coffin holding Su Qiye. Su Qiye's blood was boiling and his body temperature was rising. Yu Rulan's temperature in his arms was also rising. Holding her soft and fragrant body in his arms, he felt a strange impulse in his heart. As soon as this impulse appeared, it shattered all of Su Qiye's rationality like a spark that spread across the prairie and spread throughout his body along with his blood. Yu Rulan was the first to notice Su Qiye's change. She moaned softly and took a deep breath. A light red essence overflowed from Su Qiye's mouth and nose and was absorbed into her body. Ha! Su Qiye growled, and his canine teeth suddenly pierced into Yu Rulan's smooth left shoulder. The girl's blood with a medicinal fragrance was swallowed into his stomach by him. Gulp, gulp. Yu Rulan felt something strange in her body. She glared. Chapter 65 Juicer. Yu Rulan's eyes widened as she looked at the man lying on top of her, her face full of disbelief. I am sucking his energy and he is sucking my blood. This is a matter of life and death. What is he thinking? What are you going to do? Yu Rulan was a little panicked. She was in her teens when she was buried in the coffin and had never experienced these things. Could it be that she would lose her chastity now? Su Qiye raised his head, his eyes were red, and there was a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Ah! Yu Rulan moaned softly as the sharp canine teeth pierced into her smooth right shoulder again. At the same time, another wonderful feeling broke through her mind. In the dilapidated, abandoned, unfinished building, the black coffin kept shaking. It was obvious that Su Qiye and Yu Rulan were fighting fiercely in the coffin. Ah! Yu Rulan gritted her teeth, groaned, and instantly became rigid. The feeling she had never experienced before made her completely fall. Bang! 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 The black coffin continued to tremble, and Yu Rulan desperately squeezed Su Qiye's energy, again and again, alternating day and night, until the sun set for the third time. Bang! The lid of the black coffin was opened, and Yu Rulan put on the outermost layer of her bright red wedding dress, looking at the sleeping Su Qiye with a slightly complicated look in her eyes. The bite was quite painful. Yu Rulan looked at the bite marks on her shoulders, straightened her hair that was scattered on her back, and wrinkled her nose slightly. Humph, my hair is messed up, it's hard to take care of it. As she spoke, she gently put up her hair and put on the golden phoenix crown again. Since you have given me so much energy, I will spare you this time. Yu Rulan's pretty face turned slightly red, and with a gentle push of her small hand, Su Qiye was brought out of the black coffin. At this time, Su Qiye was completely naked, with a faint glow flickering under his fair skin. Snort! Yu Rulan snorted softly, controlled the clothes to put on Su Qiye, and then threw him to the ground. Su Qiye lay quietly on the ground, showing no signs of waking up. What a trouble! Yu Rulan jumped out of the black coffin, raised her little hand again, and the black coffin flew out of the unfinished building and disappeared without a trace. How should I face you? 6 hours after Yu Rulan left Liangming office. Jinghua City Special Events Handling Bureau Headquarters. What's going on? The Liangming City office hasn't responded yet? A person in charge of the General Administration looked solemn. Since the establishment of the Special Affairs Bureau, there has never been a case of an alien taking down an office, but it is better to be safe than sorry. There's been no response yet, but through monitoring equipment, we've indeed detected that the Liangming office is in a state of spiritual isolation. It seems they've been attacked by aliens. A staff member in charge of monitoring reported. The head of the General Administration thought for a moment and immediately made the decision, let Ren Mo from Ning'an City take people to Liangming City to take a look. No matter what the result is, it must be reported to the General Administration immediately. Yes. The staff immediately contacted the Ning'an City office. The second basement floor of Liangming Municipal Biotechnology Research Institute. Old Feng. Old Feng. The call seemed to come from the horizon. Feng Weiman's fingers moved slightly, and consciousness gradually returned. He blinked and found himself lying on the soft hospital bed. Ha! I'm still alive? Of course I'm alive. What will happen to the office if you die? Ronemo smiled when he saw Feng Weiman wake up. He and Feng Weiman were both executives who participated in the general administration training at the same time. Gurgle. Feng Weiman's stomach growled. He rubbed it and checked the time on his watch. It had been 3 days since the Red Clothes broke in. How many casualties have there been among the executors in our office? Ranmo's face froze slightly. 12 people were killed, 33 were seriously injured, and the rest were slightly injured and are recuperating. I transferred some executors from Ning'an City to temporarily take charge of maintaining stability in Liangming City. Feng Weiman fell silent upon hearing this. 12 lives had been lost, and after this catastrophe, only about 30 of the 70 or so operatives in the Liangming office remained, a direct loss of more than half their strength. His eyes welled up slightly. I'll go get you some food. The doctor said you have to eat liquid food first, and you can eat normally in a few days. Seeing this, Renemo tactfully stood up and walked out of the ward. Feng Weiman watched Renemo leave, sat up and leaned against the wall, slightly lost in thought. After a while, Renemo came back with rice porridge. After Feng Weiman finished drinking it, he slowly asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" "What? The others haven't woken up yet?" Feng Weiman was slightly stunned. Renemo nodded helplessly. "You are the first one to wake up, after all, your level is there." Codenamed Red Clothes, it first appeared in a murder case in Beihai Green City. It was a coffin dug out from a grave. Feng Weiman nodded and recounted the whole story in a deep voice. "According to what you said, her psychic energy fluctuation is only D+ level, but judging from the means you described, it's probably more than D+ level, and it's very likely to be C or B level." Renemo analyzed with a frown. Feng Weiman shook his head. "At the time, none of us had any power to resist. I'm not sure if the Beidou team recorded her psychic attributes. If the psychic attributes are recorded, we can definitely locate her position through the attributes, but the key is that Liangming City does not have enough power to fight against her now," Renemo said with a wry smile. Feng Weiman was a little confused. "Your coming here this time should be arranged by the general administration, right? If the general administration knew about it, why didn't they send a B-level executor to deal with it?" Renemo still had a wry smile on his face. "Those corrupt creatures from the dark world of the West are preparing to invade our country again. Now the West is completely under their control. Only our great Xia nation is still resisting. Nowadays, many wealthy foreigners want to immigrate to Daxia, but they are blocked by the Immigration Bureau. Because we are dealing with an unprecedented challenge and have no time to think about anything else. If there are any aliens among these immigrants, it will disrupt the general administration's attention, the national border will be lost, and the entire planet will fall." Ranmo's expression was solemn. "I heard that the pressure on the South China Sea Defense Force has increased dramatically, and the East China Sea and Northwest China Defense Forces have already dispatched B-level executors to reinforce them. As for the aliens that appear within our territory, as long as they are not vampires or werewolves, we can't take care of them for the time being." "Ignore it?" Feng Weiman was silent for a while, his tone slightly bitter, "But he is not of my kind, so his heart must be different." Chapter 66. How long have I slept? Right now, the general administration really can't spare the time to deal with internal affairs. We have to deal with the local anomalies ourselves. Renemo sighed softly. "I'm the person transferred from the Ning'an office. I'll deal with the unusual situations you left behind in the next few days." "Is there anything that requires special attention?" Feng Weiman's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. "There's actually a situation. 4 unusual fluctuations have been detected within Beihai Green City. The most dangerous is E+. I have files on 3 of them in my office. The codenames are Invisible Man, Walker, and Fire. Those that haven't been identified yet are Class F dangerous anomalies. We previously suspected they were the remnants of the forces gathered by Red Clothes. So, you must be more careful," Feng Weiman said solemnly. Before Yu Rulan attacked the Special Affairs Bureau, he would not have been so nervous, but after facing Yu Rulan in person, he realized how difficult she was to deal with. She was able to entangle all of them with just a set of paper dolls. After the Beidou team activated the state of Absolute Soul, she still had the ability to destroy everyone in one fell swoop. As Renemo said, the psychic fluctuation showed that it was D+ level, but the actual danger level was probably as high as C level. After hearing this, Renemo smiled bitterly. "Since these aliens are related to the red dress, we should just leave them alone for now. Otherwise, if the red dress does this again, we won't be able to bear it." Feng Weiman fell silent. "Perhaps, we should first find out why Red Clothes didn't absorb your energy, but instead directly evacuated after breaking through the laboratory. Ranemo narrowed his eyes and rubbed his fingers unconsciously. "You've taken my virginity, and that's it?" Yurulan, wearing a bright red wedding dress and embroidered shoes, stood on the ground, looking down at Tsuchiya, who was lying on the ground. Her eyes flashed red, and she clenched her small fangs, looking a little conflicted. "Or, be your principal wife?" "No, how could this disgusting, smelly man be his legal wife? Only by killing you can I feel at ease." "Yes, kill him." Yurulan's eyes glowed red and her face instantly turned cold. She gently stretched out her right hand, pointed it at Tsuchiya's face, and said expressionlessly, "Only by absorbing all his energy can I relieve the hatred in my heart. But, he is the first man in my family. Do we really want to kill him?" A strange light red aura gathered on Yurulan's right hand. Just as she was about to take action, her heart softened again and her pretty face flushed slightly. "Kill him? Am I willing to be ruined by him like this? Don't kill him. He is so close to me, and he is also an immortal like me. Isn't this what I have always wanted? Did you kill him because you really hated him, or because he took it away by force? If I don't kill him, won't I have a little bit of love in my heart? Kill him. If I don't, he might wake up and kill me." Yurulan's expression kept changing, sometimes cold, sometimes warm. After a few breaths, her expression finally froze on coldness. She looked coldly at Tsuchiya lying on the ground. After a slight hesitation, the strange light red aura on her right hand suddenly grabbed Tsuchiya. "How could this happen?" Yurulan's eyes flashed with surprise. "Why did my power fail?" The originally flickering light red strange aura suddenly dissipated after coming into contact with Tsuchiya, as if it had returned to her body and was directly dissolved. "What on earth is going on?" Yurulan bit her lip, picked up a brick from the ground, and slapped it hard towards Tsuchiya's forehead, but her hand stopped abruptly a few dozen centimeters away from his forehead. Snort! Yurulan clenched her hands, her eyes changed in a complicated way. She took a few steps back, jumped lightly, and flew out of the unfinished building, getting farther and farther away from Tsuchiya, until she completely disappeared from sight. Ding-a-ling! The cell phone in Tsuchiya's pocket rang, but he was still asleep and showed no signs of waking up. The sun and the moon alternated, time passed, and 12 days passed unknowingly. In the unfinished building, Tsuchiya's fingers moved slightly, his eyelids twitched, his eyes blinked slightly, and he opened a pair of pure red eyes. Soon, the red color faded, leaving only dark brown pupils. "I fell asleep?" Tsuchiya frowned slightly. Except when he was promoted to a higher rank, he had never slept for so long. Could it be that he was promoted from Viscount to Earl? The thought came to his mind, and he opened his personal panel to take a look. His rank was still Viscount, but his blood essence had soared to more than 80,000, and he was only less than 20,000 away from being promoted to Earl. What kept me asleep for so long? Tsuchiya narrowed his eyes and began to recall what happened before he fell asleep. Yurulan? I drank her blood, and she also sucked her essence? Is it because you drank her blood that you slept for so long? No, it's probably because too much energy was sucked out of me, and I need to sleep to recover. How long did I sleep? Tsuchiya thought about it and took out his phone from his pocket, but found that the battery was exhausted and it was turned off. It seems that it has been quite a while. Where is Yurulan? Was she seriously injured by me? I was already asleep, why didn't I feel her presence? As he pondered this, Tsuchiya froze for a moment. He felt a subtle shift in his blood, as if an invisible bond had been created. He peered intently and detected a faint connection from afar. It felt as precise as a GPS, pinpointing not only the unknown connection's exact location but also a faint sense of its emotional state, a complex mix of resentment and confusion. This connection. Tsuchiya thoughtfully touched his chest, where a faint fragrance still lingered. He suddenly remembered the record in the ancient vampire texts: when two high-level aliens complete the exchange of essence under specific conditions, a rare contractual bond may be formed. Tsuchiya walked to the window of the unfinished building and jumped out, following the connection in his heart. When he reached the road, he hailed a taxi. Hey bro, where are you going? The taxi driver asked with a smile. Let's drive south first. I'll let you stop when we get there. Tsuchiya took out 100 yuan from his wallet. What day is it today? The taxi driver was stunned for a moment, then took the money and said with a smile, it's the 20th, and I'm going to get paid soon. Nowadays, very few companies pay salaries on the 20th. Most of them have changed to the 15th. A hint of surprise flashed in Tsuchiya's eyes, but his face remained calm and he responded with a smile. I heard we're changing it to the 15th next year. The taxi driver nodded inside. Anyway, life is getting better and better. Su Qiye looked out the window and didn't respond to the driver's words. He carefully sensed the unknown connection. As the distance changed, the bond guided his direction like a compass. This strange feeling made him more and more certain of his guess. There was no such connection before I went to bed, but after waking up, it suddenly appeared. Could this connection be Yu Rulan? Could it be that she has become my blood descendant? Chapter 67 We Are the Blood Clan. Just as the Liangming office of the Special Events Management Bureau was barely maintaining operations, more than a dozen large sailing ships from the last century quietly appeared in the southern waters of the Great Xia Kingdom. These sailboats were all made of wood, and rows of people in gray, black, and red robes stood on them. The sea breeze blew, the sails swelled, and the dozen or so sailboats slowly approached the border of the southern waters of the Great Xia Kingdom. In the South China Sea Defense Force headquarters, Yi Shangbei stood on the towering lighthouse near the sea. Gazing at the dozen or so sailboats rapidly approaching, his expression was slightly solemn. They've really invested heavily this time, sending out over 10 large ships and thousands of blood descendants. Could it be that they really want to directly break through the defenses of our great Xia nation? I'm afraid this is just the vanguard. We don't need to take action against the ordinary blood servants sent by the three families. The firepower of the defense line alone is enough to defeat them all. Zhang Yida spoke calmly. His mental power was exceptional, and with a single touch, he could sense the strength of the aliens on the sailboat. Yi Shangbei shook his head. What's their purpose in doing this? Are they sending some cannon fodder here to accumulate merit for us? Perhaps they want to openly build a plank road while secretly attacking Chensong? Zhang Yida narrowed his eyes. Is he bluffing? Will the real main force attack our defense from other directions? While the two were talking, the dozen or so sailboats were rapidly approaching the southern waters. A shrill alarm sounded in the defense base, and countless soldiers immediately prepared for battle. The General Administration monitors all national borders, and it only takes 1 hour to dispatch the defense lines. Even if they want to break through, the major defense forces can hold out for at least 1 hour. The tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west will never work. After Yi Shangbei said this, he jumped down from the lighthouse. Zhang Yida shook his head and jumped down as well. The two of them landed on the water and walked on it. At the South China Sea Defense Force outpost, the commander responsible for medium and long-range firepower deployment was issuing combat orders: medium-range 500-kilometer rocket artillery, fully saturate the sea surface with artillery fire, and prepare for battle. Ready. Emission. After the order was issued, the rocket launchers on the coastal defense line fired a salvo, and dense shells like raindrops flew towards the more than 1,000 sailboats sailing on the sea. Baron William, are you sure we want to take nearly 1,000 blood servants to test the South China Sea defense line of the Great Xia Kingdom? A pale man with brown hair and blue eyes, wearing a gray robe, asked with a frown. In his opinion, this is no different from committing suicide. This is not the right way to test the defense line. At least, they should be equipped with some modern weapons, right? Driving an antique wooden sailboat from the last century, my goodness, you're lucky to be able to cross the ocean. Rubens leaned elegantly on a cane, wearing a top hat, and gazed at the lighthouse on the coastline. We have definitely been discovered by the Daxia Defense Forces. I guarantee that countless artillery fire will fall on us soon. Rubens, can you shut your stinky mouth? You filthy bug. William, wrapped in a red robe, turned his head slightly, revealing. Rubens shrugged and said helplessly, "Are you sure those idiots in the Presbyterian Church know who was stationed in the South China Sea Defense Force?" Rubens. William growled in a deep voice. Rubens, however, didn't care. He pointed his crutch at the lighthouse in the distance and said, "See that? Demon Star and Scavenger. If they attack, can we escape?" Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp claw enlarged in front of Rubens' eyes, but he showed no panic. He extended the crutch in his hand and accurately blocked the claw. "William, you and I are both barons. Let's not waste our energy on an attack of this magnitude," Rubens said calmly. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly looked up at the sky above the coastline, where flames were already flickering. William also looked up and said, "I've heard that Daxia's army is the best in the world. Seeing it today, I can see that it's really as good as it is. The firepower alone is far superior to that of other countries. Aren't you worried at all? All the people on the ship are descendants entrusted to you by the Elders' Council. Reuben showed a strange smile on his face, spread his arms, opened his huge bat wings, and then flew into the sky. William laughed and said, "We are the Blood Clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his bat wings and flew into the air. Upon seeing this, the blood servants on more than a dozen sailboats transformed almost at the same time. In an instant, a black mass of bat-like vampires flew from mid-air towards the coastline, like dark clouds, blocking the moonlight from the sky. Low-altitude combat forces prepare for battle. Yes. Low-altitude combat preparations complete. Ground combat forces prepare for battle. Yes. Ground combat ready. More than a dozen defense commanders were in the combat command center, staring at the big screen and directing the operations remotely. He. Dense and sharp sounds like the hum of bats came from the dark group of vampires, but all the defense soldiers had cold eyes and were not affected at all. Low-altitude combat forces, open fire. At the command, the low-altitude combat unit immediately opened fire. Anti-aircraft machine guns formed a fire net, anti-aircraft cluster missiles were fired from missile vehicles, and various other weapons were activated simultaneously, weaving a comprehensive fire net in the air with no blind spots. Crackle! Countless blood flowers bloomed in the air. Although the ordinary ammunition in low-altitude combat weapons could not cause huge damage to vampires, it could barely stop their advance. A few minutes later, blood servants began to fall from the dark mass of vampires. Their defenses were relatively weak, and their wings could not recover in time after being shot through, so they could not continue to stay in the air. Crack! 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 Vampires fell from the sky like dumplings into the sea not far from the coastline. The moment they fell into the water, the bat wings behind them folded up, turned into human form, and continued to rush towards the coastline. Ground combat forces, open fire. Bang bang bang. Countless artillery shells had been prepared long ago. After receiving the order to open fire, saturated artillery fire poured down like rain, and the sea surface near the coastline was suddenly bombarded with a loud bang. The dark red blood instantly dyed the sea red. Damn it, Rubens, we can't break through their firepower circle at all. The land firepower of the Great Xia Kingdom is too strong. William roared with a ferocious look on his face. Rubens chuckled coldly, broke away from the vampire group, and flew to the lighthouse. William's eyes darkened as he flew to the top of the lighthouse and stood there, gazing towards the Great Xia Kingdom. What on earth is the Council of Elders thinking? As long as we can open the gates of the Great Xia Kingdom and conquer it, the whole world will be ours. We no longer have to hide in the darkness, be slandered as demons by the Vatican, and become the rats crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. Chapter 68. The moon blushed. Is it possible that the Presbyterian Church cannot think of the problems that you can think of? Rubens chuckled coldly. Remember, we're just minions of the Elders' Council. Don't rashly ask questions about things you don't understand, or the Elders' Council will deal with you in a matter of minutes. It seems like you know something about the inside story? William narrowed his eyes and looked at Rubens. Rubens turned his head to look at the vast ocean and asked in a low voice, "Do you know Princess Aurelia? Aurelia Halburn Highly Cross Ackless Andre Gongro Sinmare Brook Bathory Stewart Giovanni Rice Dracula?" William read out the name in one breath, the naturally born vampire, the woman given a surname by the 13 clans, the princess favored by Cain? Rubens snapped his fingers, a fiery flash in his eyes. She is a naturally born vampire just like the Daywalker, but she is different from the Daywalker. Her potential is limitless. In the future, she will ascend to the throne of true ancestor, a position that even the 13 princes cannot reach, and become the supreme being in the dark world. After the 13 princes fell asleep, the Council of Elders and Princess Aurelia controlled the supreme power of the vampires. The deployment of this attack on the Great Xia Kingdom was also jointly discussed and decided by Princess Aurelia and the Council of Elders. Rubens transformed into his true form as a vampire and flew out from the lighthouse. William moved off almost at the same time as him. Bang! There was a slight gunshot, and the silver bullet hit the top of the lighthouse. Damn it, they got away. The sniper on the sniper platform of the South China Sea Defense Force cursed softly. Rubens flew towards the sea, saying, "Princess Aurelia can avoid detection by human instruments. She will choose a defense line in Dacia, break through it, destroy relevant institutions within the country, and then cooperate with the outside forces to defeat Dacia's frontline defense forces in one fell swoop." Isn't this too dangerous? William's face showed shock. Princess Aurelia is the future of the vampire race. How can we let her put herself in danger? Hey, do you think Princess Aurelia gets along well with the Council of Elders, or even with the 13 princes? With a sarcastic smile on his face, Rubens flew away towards the moon. South China Sea Defense Force Headquarters. Yi Xiangbei stood on the rooftop of the command center, looking at the two vampire barons flying away, and said with a smile, "Two mere barons dare to test the South China Sea defense line? Perhaps those guys in the dark world of the West are really going to make some big moves." Zhang Yida's face was solemn. He leaned on the railing of the rooftop and said, "Are they testing the strength of our defenses and then formulating a battle plan?" Yi Xiangbei sneered, "What's the point of formulating a battle plan? The blood servants are all manufactured. As long as we kill their marquises and earls, the blood servants below, no matter how many there are, will be reduced to ashes. What's the point?" Zhang Yida was speechless because what Yi Xiangbei said was the truth. Liangming City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Su Qiye stood at the door of the morgue, looking at the black coffin hidden in the corner with some helplessness. Yu Rulan really knows how to find a place. Most people probably wouldn't come to the morgue. What's more, Chinese medicine hospitals basically only have general departments, there are not many deaths throughout the year, and the morgue is rarely used, which is indeed a good place to hide. Is it because I sucked too much blood from her that she came here to recuperate? Su Qiye pondered inwardly, should he take the opportunity to get rid of her? Bang! The lid of the black coffin suddenly slid open, and Yu Rulan sat up from the coffin, looking at Su Qiye with resentment. "Are you following me?" Su Qiye was a little surprised. Why did Yu Rulan's attitude towards him change so much? Could she really be his bloodline? "I've been hiding so far away, why are you still looking for me?" Yu Rulan looked at Su Qiye with a bit of grievance in her tone, her little heart beating thump like a deer running around. Su Qiye hesitated for a moment, then pondered for a moment before saying, "I don't think we have to fight to the death." "What do you think?" A trace of disappointment flashed across Yu Rulan's eyes, and she said lightly, "Then from now on, let's keep out of each other's way and live in peace." "Ah, you stinky man. You stinky man. You grown man. You got the advantage and you still want to cheat. Ah. How dare you pretend nothing happened? If you really dare to turn around and walk away, I will definitely dig up your ancestral graves, ah." Su Qiye froze at the morgue door, his expression odd as he listened to Yu Rulan's inner rants. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He vaguely remembered an instinctive reaction from his body while in the black coffin. Could it be? What happened between her and me? Su Qiye's eyelids twitched. Could it be that he had physical contact with a woman who had lived for 1,000 years? Seeing Su Qiye still standing at the door, Yu Rulan said calmly, "If there's nothing else, please leave, young master." Su Qiye smiled bitterly, pinched his brows, and looked at Yu Rulan with a somewhat evasive look. Is there any misunderstanding between us?" When Yu Rulan heard this, her expression changed. "Misunderstanding? I've been robbed of my innocence, and now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? If I can't do it right now, I really want to kill you with my own hands. All men are heartless." Heartless? Su Qiye's face fell. "It's over, it seems like it really happened. Get out of my sight right now, or don't blame me for being rude." Yu Rulan waved her hand, and more than a dozen paper figures flew out from her sleeves, making eerie giggles. Su Qiye sighed softly, "Come with me, I will take responsibility." Yu Rulan's hands trembled slightly, and she blinked. "What did you say?" "Say it again?" "I said, I will take responsibility." Su Qiye walked to the black coffin in a flash, stretched out his right hand, and held Yu Rulan's small hand. "Come home with me, and I will hold a grand wedding and marry you in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. How about it?" Su Qiye could sense Yu Rulan's thoughts through the connection between them. It was actually very simple to coax her, and he had no intention of going back on his word. A blush appeared on Yu Rulan's pretty face. She lowered her head slightly, secretly happy in her heart. From now on I will have a fixed source of energy. Wow, there's a lot of energy to absorb." Yu Rulan smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. "Su Qiye. Husband, come in." Yu Rulan gently pulled Su Qiye into the black coffin. The coffin lid closed automatically, and the black coffin flew out of the morgue with a whoosh. In mid-air, the slightly trembling black coffin swayed as it flew towards the northern part of Liangming City. The moon seemed to blush shyly. Chapter 69. Don't you know if I have other clothes? A black cat was running fast in the dense forest, with excitement glittering in its eyes. The big devil hasn't returned for more than 10 days. Judging from the frequency of searches by the Special Affairs Bureau outside, he must have been arrested. Today, it finally found an opportunity, broke through the fat squirrel's surveillance, and escaped from the villa. Meow meow meow. The black cat climbed up to the treetop, stood on the branch and looked at the bright moon, with a proud expression on her face. I finally escaped from the clutches of the devil, wahahaha. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow passed across the sky under the moonlight, and the shadow gave the black cat a sense of foreboding. Meow. The black cat stretched out its claws and scratched its ears. What was going on? Why did it feel so ominous? Could that shadow be? Meow. Chee-chee. The fat squirrel puffed up his cheeks angrily and jumped around in the backyard. Seeing this, Song Jiaying smiled and said, "Okay, Xiao He must be too bored staying in the basement. Go out for some fresh air. He might be back soon. Don't worry." Before he could finish his words, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and landed directly in the backyard of the villa. Bang! The lid of the black coffin was opened. Grumble! The fat squirrel screamed, and all the hair on its body stood up as if it had been touched by static electricity. Song Jiaying looked at the black coffin and felt a sense of fear. Anyone would be terrified if a black coffin fell from the sky in the middle of the night. This little squirrel is quite adorable. A crisp voice rang out from the black coffin. Isn't its essence quite delicious? Grumble! The fat squirrel was so frightened that it lay on the ground, trembling. Song Jiaying simply fell to the ground and passed out. I don't know the taste of essence, but the taste of blood is not bad. Su Qie jumped lightly and jumped out of the black coffin. Chirp! The fat squirrel's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over with tears in his eyes and hugged Su Qie's trouser legs. My lord, is this your concubine? Yu Rulan stepped on her embroidered shoes and looked at the unconscious Song Jiaying. How can an ordinary person be worthy of my husband? She is my housekeeper, not a concubine. Don't get the wrong idea. Su Qie's face was full of black lines, but from Yu Rulan's tone, it seemed that she did not object to him having a concubine. Well. Yu Rulan playfully stuck out her tongue. I used mental interference to make her unconscious, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Qie. Chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel suddenly tugged at Su Qie's trouser leg and began to complain, recounting every crime committed by the black cat as if he were counting his own treasures. Run away? Su Qie was a little surprised. His nostrils moved and he smelled the scent of the black cat. It had indeed run more than 10 miles away, but judging from the smell, it seemed to be running back. Yu Rulan walked into the living room wearing embroidered shoes and looked at the interior with curiosity. The European style of decoration made her feel novel. Husband, is this our house? Su Qie waved his hand and let the fat squirrel jump into his palm. This is temporary. I'll buy another piece of land in a few days and build a large house with 5 entrances. How do you think? Really? Yu Rulan's eyes lit up. Can you let me design it? We'll talk about the design later. First, take Song Jiaying to her room. Su Qie said, a little troubled. He pointed at the unconscious Song Jiaying and said, she saw the black coffin. How should she explain it to her when she wakes up tomorrow? Or, should he just not explain it at all? Yu Rulan nodded obediently, and with a wave of her little hand, Song Jiaying floated up and was sent to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Put your black coffin in the basement for now. The basement is damp and cold enough, so it should be usable for the time being. Su Qie looked at the black coffin in the yard and said. Yu Rulan waved her hand again and walked towards the basement with the black coffin. The bald eagle screamed, as if it had encountered something terrible. Su Qie walked down the stairs helplessly into the basement. Bald eagle, stop yelling. She will be your future mistress, understand? The bald eagle still shrank back in fear, almost squeezing itself into a corner. Su Qie looked towards another corner, slightly surprised. Where is that vampire blood servant? At this time, there was only a black robe and a pile of ashes left in the other corner of the basement. The vampire blood servant who was originally huddled there was gone, and it seemed that he was dead? Ga. The bald eagle called softly. Died a week ago? Turned into ashes in an instant? Su Qie thought about it and secretly guessed, could it be that Vern Walton is dead? Only when a blood relative dies will the bloodline die together. Meow. A trembling cat meow sounded, and the black cat rubbed Su Qie's ankle with a flattering look in its eyes. Su Qie heard the black cat's thoughts, sneered, and picked it up from the ground. Are you so eager for something to happen to me? Meow meow meow. The black cat quickly shook his head, a confused look in his eyes. Rulon, come, try the essence of this black cat, it should be pretty good. Tsuchiya smiled and handed the black cat to Rulon. Thank you, husband. Rulon smiled sweetly, caught the black cat in her hands, and her starry eyes twinkled. Meow. The black cat wailed and cursed inwardly. Damn it, if I had known the big devil would have run away on the first day he went out, he would have dawdled for so long, and just when he was about to run away, he came back. Rulon took a light breath, and a wisp of energy like a small snake came out of the black cat's body and was sucked into her stomach. Meow. The black cat groaned weakly and lay listlessly in Rulon's palm. This is just the first time, never again. Tsuchiya glanced at the black cat indifferently and spoke in a calm tone. The black cat nodded hopelessly, jumped down, walked to the corner of the basement and lay down, cursing in his heart, what a loss. Rulon, let's go upstairs. Tsuchiya smiled slightly, took Rulon's hand, and walked up the stairs. Shichichi. The fat squirrel looked at the black cat, made a face, and had a smug look in his eyes. The black cat turned his head away, not wanting to look at the fat squirrel's smug look. Little fat rat? Tsuchiya shouted. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel immediately appeared in front of Tsuchiya like a little follower. Phone, charge it. Tsuchiya threw the phone to the fat squirrel and looked at Rulon at the same time. Rulon, do you have any other clothes? Other clothes? Rulon blushed slightly and whispered, do I have any other clothes? Doesn't my husband know? Tsuchiya. Chapter 70, watching a little movie in broad daylight is really horny. The bright red wedding dress is too eye-catching, and you are a little petite. Tsuchiya was a little worried. It seemed that he had to go to the mall tomorrow to buy a few sets of clothes for Rulon. The next morning, Rulon lay in Tsuchiya's arms, her fingers gently drawing circles on him. Husband, is it impossible for us to have a baby? Why do you say that? Tsuchiya was a little confused. Although the woman downstairs is an ordinary person, she can continue her offspring. As the saying goes, there are 3 unfilial acts, and the worst is to have no descendants. Would you like to take a concubine? Rulon muttered softly, I won't object. Tsuchiya patted her small buttocks and said, you think too much. We won't age or die. If I really take an ordinary person as my concubine, decades later I will still be young and beautiful, but she will be old and faded. How can we get along? That's right, Rulon nodded, sat up from the bed, the quilt slipped off, revealing her smooth and tender upper body, her jet black hair draped over her shoulders, hanging down to the bed like a waterfall. Tsuchiya stood up and found his own shorts and shirt from the closet and handed them to her. You wear mine first, I'll buy you a few more later. Can't I go with my husband? Rulon asked, blinking her pure big eyes. Why are you going out in broad daylight? Tsuchiya chuckled. I'm not afraid of sunlight. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Then I can go out with my husband at night. Rulon pouted, as if she was acting coquettishly. Tsuchiya took a deep breath. Put on your clothes first. Oh. Rulon looked at her clothes and put on a white shirt and black shorts. The white shirt, which was obviously a few sizes too large, covered her thighs and almost reached her knees, revealing her slender figure. A cry was heard in the room. In the room on the first floor, Song Jiaying woke up drowsily, rubbed her temples, and frowned. What's going on? My head hurts a bit. Suddenly, a faint and seductive voice came from upstairs. Song Jiaying looked a little strange. She got up from the bed, stretched a few times, and walked out of the room. On the sofa in the living room, a fat squirrel was holding a bag of potato chips and watching TV. The show was Tom and Jerry. It was imitating the mice in the show and was preparing to use similar tricks to deal with the black cat in the basement. Little fat mouse, is your master back? Song Jiaying asked gently while sitting on the sofa. Chirp. The fat squirrel stared at the TV and nodded casually. He came back by himself? Song Jiaying's eyes were burning with gossip. Shee. The fat squirrel froze slightly and scratched his head in confusion. Seeing this, Song Jiaying thought she had guessed right and muttered strangely, hiding in the room watching a porn movie so early in the morning? How horny are you? She shook her head, little fatty, I'm going to cook. By the way, is Xiaohei back? Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded, took out a potato chip from the bag with his little paws, and started eating it with a crunch sound. Song Jiaying closed the silent door of the kitchen and concentrated on making breakfast. but she was wondering in her heart, seeing Su Qiye being so presumptuous, he wouldn't do anything to me, right? Thinking of this, she secretly looked at herself, feeling relieved, but also a little depressed. Am I not as good as the heroine in the movie? 3 poles in the sun. Song Jiaying and Fat Squirrel sat on the sofa, numb. The noise from the second floor had been going on since morning, and her expression had changed from embarrassment to shyness, then to habit, and now she was numb. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel looked at Song Jiaying and touched his belly. Ah. Song Jiaying was stunned. Is it time for lunch? Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded. Song Jiaying glanced at the second floor, stood up with a strange look on her face and prepared to make lunch. The delicate voice upstairs suddenly rose again and fell silent after a while. Bang! There was a sound of a door opening upstairs. Song Jiaying's pretty face turned red and she ran into the kitchen as if escaping. Su Qiye came down from upstairs refreshed, glanced at the kitchen, and looked at the fat squirrel. Little fatty, where's my phone? Chirp! The fat squirrel immediately jumped off the sofa and presented the mobile phone to him as if offering courtesy. Su Qiye pressed the power button. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Dozens of text messages popped up, most of which were notifications from telecommunications companies, informing them of incoming calls from different numbers and times, as well as text messages from Sun Yingying and Su Liang. Mr. Su, please contact me as soon as possible. Sun Yingying. Old Yi, we are back. Su Liang. Fuck, Lao Yi, you don't really have a project worth tens of millions, do you? To be honest, our institute is going bankrupt. Su Liang. Lao Yi? Why can't I get through on the phone? Have you had any problems? Su Liang. Lao Yi, call me back as soon as you turn on your phone. Su Liang. Old Yi, tell me quickly. Su Liang. Lao Yi, call me back ASAP. Su Liang. Su Qiye opened the address book and called Su Liang. Lao Yi? Su Liang's tentative voice came from the other end of the phone. My cell phone is broken and has just been repaired. Su Qiye said casually. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I told you to just replace it. Why bother repairing it? Technology is so advanced nowadays. 1,000 yuan phone from Xiaomi is enough. I'm used to it and don't want to change it. What's the matter? Is your institute really going to go bankrupt? Su Qiye changed the subject. Su Liang said awkwardly, during the 3 days I was traveling, a group of thugs stormed the institute. A lot of data was lost, and some colleagues were injured. We're not bankrupt, but all my vacation time has been cancelled. Chapter 71 Split Personality? Measure your measurements and pay your taxes. Are there still thugs these days? Your institute is really unlucky. Su Qiye smiled, but felt something was wrong. After all, the people who attacked the Biological Research Institute had a close relationship with him. Su Liang said helplessly, who says it's not true? 12 colleagues died, and dozens more were injured. If I hadn't taken my leave, I'm afraid I wouldn't have escaped this disaster. So serious? Su Qiye was slightly stunned, and suddenly 2 pretty faces flashed through his mind. He coughed lightly and asked, Is Yi Yu, who we met at dinner some time ago, okay? Yi Yu? I heard that she and her sister were transferred to the Jinghua City office and were not affected this time. So, are you interested in Yi Yu? Su Liang chuckled. So what? Do you want me to set you up? Forget about the matchmaking, we're just ordinary friends, showing some concern. Su Qiye breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Their father, Yi Shangbei, was clearly no ordinary person, so he should avoid any ill intentions, even if their blood was tempting, though Yurulan's wasn't bad either. Ding 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 ding, little fatty mouse, dinner is ready. Song Jiaying walked out of the kitchen with 2 small plates in her hands, pretending to be happy to ease the embarrassment in her heart. Su Qiye was stunned. Hey, old Ji, that's so mean. Are you hiding someone at home? Su Liang perked up when he heard Song Jiaying's voice and teased, Hidden beauty in a golden house, you're amazing. Bring her out to see me someday? Su Qiye was helpless. Come to my place for dinner after get off work in a few days. Okay. Since you invited me so sincerely, I have to come. Su Liang laughed heartily. His friend had finally emerged from the shadows and started a new life. He was truly happy. By the way, bring some gifts. Oh, sure. Su Liang was about to say something, but suddenly stopped and said, let's not talk about it for now. I have to work. Su Qiya hung up the phone and sent a message to Sun Yingying, see you at the entrance of Tita Shopping Mall in Beihai Bay at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Receive. A few seconds later, Sun Yingying replied. Su Qiya looked at Song Jiaying and Fat Squirrel who were concentrating on eating, shook his head, and returned to the bedroom on the second floor. At this time, the blackout curtains in the bedroom on the second floor were all drawn, and the room was dim. Yu Rulan sat on the bed, holding a piece of white paper in one hand and a pair of scissors in the other, cutting with a click. So this is how paper figures are cut out? Su Qiya walked to the bedside with a smile and was about to hug her, but suddenly his heart trembled and he covered his lower body with his right hand. Snap! The scissors, wrapped in a strange red aura, cut through the air. Yu Rulan's hand stopped half a meter in front of Su Qiya. She looked at him with a frosty face. You have repeatedly robbed me of my innocence, you deserve to die. Su Qiya was confused. What was going on? Rolan? He frowned and reached out to grab Yu Rulan's hand. Humph. Yu Rulan snorted softly and pulled her little hand back to avoid it, but suddenly her whole body stiffened and she stopped abruptly in place, and was caught by Su Qiya. Can I restrict her movements through contact? Su Qiya's eyes lit up and he held her hand tightly. At the same time, Yu Rulan's eyes suddenly softened, and her stiff hand softened. Husband. What's wrong with you? Su Qiya sat beside her and asked puzzledly. Yu Rulan shook her head. I don't know either. Sometimes I always feel like I am another person. Fortunately, I didn't hurt my husband, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Is it a split personality? This thought flashed through Su Qiya's mind, and then he shook his head. Since it wouldn't hurt him, he would always have time to figure it out later. Come, let me measure your height and measurements, and then I'll buy you some clothes. Thank you, husband. Yu Rulan stood up and opened her arms. Su Qiya found a tape measure and measured her height and leg length. When measuring the three measurements, Yu Rulan giggled, licked the corner of her mouth, turned around and pressed Su Qiya on the bed. Pay the public grain. Downstairs, Song Jiaying stopped picking up food, put down her chopsticks, stood up angrily, and was about to yell when she felt her trouser leg gently tugged. She looked down and said, Little fatty, why are you pulling me? Chi-chi. The fat squirrel shook his head tremblingly, pulled the corners of his mouth with his little paws, and bared his teeth to make a ferocious look. Will he be very angry? Song Jiaying frowned. Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded. What's wrong with being angry? Can you eat me? Song Jiaying rolled up her sleeves. She had been dependent on her mother since she was a child, so she was not afraid of this. Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded seriously. Seeing how serious it was, Song Jiaying's curiosity was immediately aroused. She picked up the fat squirrel and whispered, Has he ever eaten people before? Chirp. The fat squirrel shook his head, and his little paws pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a ferocious look. Has he eaten mice? Squirrels? Song Jiaying asked again. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel shook his head again and simply jumped off her hand. He found the potato chip bag, crumpled it into a big human shape, turned to Song Jiaying, grinned, and bit the head and shoulders of the big human shape, making a swallowing motion. Seeing this, Song Jiaying felt as if she had been doused with cold water, her hands and feet freezing cold. She swallowed hard and whispered, Isn't he, human? Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded frantically. Song Jiaying suddenly thought of the Batman and the Big Eagle, and asked with a wandering look, Is the thing in the basement the same as him? Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded again. Song Jiaying felt her throat dry and her heart pounding. After a few seconds, she suddenly looked at the fat squirrel and said, What about you? The fat squirrel was stunned and his paws trembled in fear. Upstairs, Yu Rulan hugged Su Qiya's neck from behind, her pretty face flushed. Husband, go early and come back early, you still have to accompany me shopping in the evening. Chapter 72 Who said you can only buy one? Yu Rulan wrinkled her small nose and said in a coquettish tone, It's all the same. No, the same. Su Qiya smiled meaningfully and said, I'll buy you a mobile phone. You can learn how to use it. After a while, you might understand the difference. Ah? Yu Rulan's eyes showed surprise. Bang! The door closed and Su Qiya went downstairs with a smile on his face. At this time, Song Jiaying was sitting on the sofa, holding a kitchen knife in each hand. When she heard the door close upstairs, she immediately stood up from the sofa, holding 2 kitchen knives, and looked towards the stairs. "What are you doing with a kitchen knife?" Su Qiye was slightly surprised to see Song Jiaying standing in front of the sofa. Song Jiaying said a little panicked, I'm swatting mosquitoes." "Swatting mosquitoes?" Su Qiye walked up to Song Jiaying with a smile and said calmly, "Do you think I have any bad intentions towards you?" Song Jiaying took 2 steps back, gripping the knife handle tightly with both hands, and said, "No." "No?" Su Qiye smiled slightly and suddenly rushed forward. "Ah!" Song Jiaying stepped back repeatedly, tripped over a chair, and sat down on the ground. The 2 kitchen knives in her hands fell out and made a clattering sound on the floor. "Little fatty mouse, come here." Su Qiye looked at the fat squirrel and hooked his finger. Chirp! The fat squirrel was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and ran to the backyard. Su Qiye shook his head and smiled, then walked to the stairs leading to the basement and called out softly, "Black cat, go catch that fat squirrel for me. If it runs away again, eat it." Meow. When the black cat heard this, it cried out excitedly and rushed out from the basement. But before it could catch the fat squirrel rushed back and hugged Su Qiye's ankle tightly. "Chi-chi." The fat squirrel rubbed Su Qiye's calf in a flattering manner. "Don't scare Song Jiaying all the time, or she won't cook for you." Su Qiye lifted the fat squirrel by its scruff and held it in front of him, his eyes slightly reddened. "Don't let me see you again, or I'll feed you to the black cat." "Chi-chi." The fat squirrel nodded pitifully. The black cat looked at the fat squirrel with some regret, walked to the backyard with cat steps, jumped onto the wall, and began to bask in the sun. "Chi-chi." The fat squirrel begged for mercy with tears in his eyes. Su Qiye threw the fat squirrel onto Song Jiaying's legs. "This little guy just likes to scare people. If it scares you again, you'll hit it with a small bamboo stick. Don't show any mercy." Song Jiaying stared blankly at Su Qiye's feet, then looked at the sun outside. After thinking for a while, she picked up the fat squirrel, picked up the kitchen knife on the ground, and started beating the fat squirrel like beating a cucumber with a kitchen knife. "Chi-chi." The fat squirrel stared with its round little eyes and lay there helplessly. "I'm going out for a while. Remember what I said, don't go to the 2nd floor or above or the basement." Su Qiye looked at Song Jiaying deeply and walked out of the villa. When Song Jiaying saw Su Qiye leave, she put away her kitchen knife and sat down on the ground, smiling bitterly. At first, she thought Su Qiye was worried about her and that was why he didn't eat the food she cooked, but now it seems that this is not the case. Come to think of it, there are squirrels and black cats that can understand human language, as well as bats and eagles that fall into their own traps. How could a normal person encounter these? Song Jiaying rubbed her face, hesitant, should I stay here? Why not just pack up and run away? Why would he help me? Could it be that they treat me as food? Perhaps the big monster prefers girls? Or do you want to have a human-demon love affair with me? Song Jiaying was in a dilemma, but after a moment, she relaxed as if accepting her fate. I have no relatives or friends in this world, and the worst that can happen is my life. What if he really is just being kind? Chi-chi-chi-chi. The fat squirrel poked Song Jiaying gently, looking pitiful, took out a potato chip bag from the sofa, crumpled itself into a human shape, and sat down with Song Jiaying. Are you saying that he is actually a good monster who can get along well with people? Song Jiaying seemed to understand something suddenly, with a look of realization on her face. Chi-chi. The fat squirrel nodded and scratched its head. In its heart, Su Qiye was still the big devil. To the shopping mall in Beihai Bay. Su Qiye was strolling on the 4th floor. The layout of this Teda shopping mall was basically the same as that of the Teda shopping mall in Liangming City. The 4th floor was the clothing area, where men's clothing, leather goods, and shoes were all sold. Sir, we have the latest men's clothing for this autumn. Would you like to take a look? The salesperson at the door of the men's clothing store smiled, trying to attract Su Qiye. Su Qiye shook his head and saw a famous women's clothing store called Abel and walked in decisively. The female clerk in the men's clothing store looked a little strange when she saw this, and it was obvious that she had thought of something. Hello, sir. Are you buying clothes for your girlfriend? The salesperson at Abel's store smiled professionally, but he was wondering, this customer looks ordinary. Could she be taking out a loan to buy clothes? Su Qiye heard the salesperson's thoughts, smiled lightly, and didn't take it to heart. He came to buy clothes for you, Roland, not to show off. This rose-red windbreaker is nice. Do you have a smaller size? Su Chiye asked while looking at a rose-red silk windbreaker. The salesperson looked at the size of the windbreaker and asked, Sir, what size do you need? Height 155 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms. Su Chiye said casually while looking at other clothes, take a look and see what size is suitable. Is this a size S? The salesperson took out a size S from the warehouse and showed it to me. Sir, what do you think? Su Chiye glanced at it, and Yu Rulan's virtual image immediately appeared in his mind. He nodded and said lightly, wrap it up. The salesperson was slightly stunned and nodded. Okay, this dress costs 3,999 yuan. Can I pay by credit card? Why? Does your store stipulate that each customer can only buy one? Su Chiye glanced at the salesperson and said calmly. The salesperson was stunned. No. No. Su Chiye nodded. Pack me 2 of these size S windbreakers. This long skirt, size S, includes 2 pieces. This set also includes 2 sets of size S. These denim suspenders are so cute, size S comes with 2 sets. This sexy underwear, forget it. The 3 employees in the Abel women's clothing store were ordered around by Su Chiye, constantly moving clothes out of the warehouse and packing them, while the store manager smiled apologetically on the side. There are too few styles I like, so let's just take these for now. Su Chiye took out his bank card from his wallet and said, swipe the card. Hello, sir. Your total spending in this store is 10,140 yuan. Chapter 73 Run to and the Master. Is shipping free? Su Chiye looked at the pile of clothes and felt a little worried. He had to take a taxi or walk when he went out. How could he get such a large pile of things back home? Free shipping? The store manager was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, we have our own delivery truck. Just give us your address and we guarantee it'll be delivered to your door. Well, Building E03, Beihai Greentown. Su Chiye wrote the address on a piece of paper. Beihai Greentown. The store manager's eyes widened in surprise. That's Beihai Greentown, developed by the Tada Group? That place is a residential complex reserved for high-ranking officials and nobles. Su Chiye nodded. If no one signs for it, just leave it at the door. Okay, the store manager stammered. She'd been in the clothing business at Tada Mall for years, and she'd encountered customers who requested home delivery, but this was her first time encountering such a high-end villa complex like Beihai Greentown. Su Chiye took the bank card handed to him by the salesperson and walked out of the Abel women's clothing store. He browsed around the 4th floor again, buying more than a dozen pairs of shoes and a few sets of clothes for himself. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. It was Sun Yingying calling. Apparently, she had already arrived at the entrance of Tada Shopping Mall. Su Chiye narrowed his eyes, hung up the phone, went from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor, bought some jewelry such as necklaces, earrings, and ear studs, and walked out of Tada Shopping Mall carrying large and small jewelry bags. Why did he hang up again? Isn't this Mr. Su too mysterious? Sun Yingying stood at the entrance of the mall and frowned. After leaving her alone for over 10 days, he finally managed to get in touch with her, only to be confronted again. Are some big men in black suddenly going to show up and take me away? Sun Yingying. Su Chiye walked behind Sun Yingying and called out softly. Ha! Sun Yingying was startled. She turned around and saw Su Chiye carrying 3 or 4 bags in his left hand and 3 or 4 bags in his right hand. It was obvious that he had bought a lot of things. Hey, why are you here? I came here to buy something, and I saw you from afar. Su Chiye said with a smile, you drove here, right? How about giving me a ride? Sun Yingying was a little embarrassed. In college, she actually had a crush on Su Chiye and wanted to be reserved, but she didn't expect Su Chiye to give up halfway. It was only after she met Su Liang after graduation that she learned that something had happened in Su Chiye's family. Unfortunately, once missed, it was missed. Well, I'm waiting for someone, so it may not be convenient. Sun Yingying said with some embarrassment. Su Chiye said oh and asked with a half smile, are you really going to reject me? Sun Yingying frowned, feeling a little annoyed. Su Chiye in the past wouldn't be so blind to her expressions. It's really inconvenient. How about I help you get a taxi? No regrets? Su Chiye asked again with a smile. Sun Yingying was slightly startled and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Boss Don didn't tell you his full name? Su Chiye laughed and jokingly said, You didn't expect it to be me, did you? No. I saved your phone number. Sun Ying was a little confused. The very important person that Boss Dong has always emphasized turned out to be his old classmate Su Qiye. He wants to buy a piece of land in North Bay? When did he become so powerful? Even the boss treats him as an equal? I changed my phone number a long time ago. Let's go, we can talk while walking. Su Qiye shook his head and smiled, then walked forward. Sun Ying quickly followed, holding out her hand and saying, "You have so many things, can I help you carry some?" After hearing this, Su Qiye handed the jewelry bag in his right hand to Sun Ying. Are you really going to buy a piece of land on the coast of North Bay? Sun Ying's eyes were full of disbelief. Yes, when I was in college, I thought about buying a piece of land in Beihai Bay and building a large manor by the sea. I could enjoy the sea breeze and fish in my spare time. This kind of life is comfortable. Su Qiye answered seriously. Sun Ying was also tactful and didn't ask any more questions about the source of funds. She pressed the car key from a distance and took Su Qiye to the back seat. Su Qiye's status is different now. He is a noble and I am his subordinate. We must distinguish the boundaries. Sun Ying reminded herself secretly in her heart. Su Qiye smiled indifferently and looked out the window. The two of them didn't speak again along the way. Liangming City Land Resources Bureau. Sun Ying and Su Qiye walked up to the office on the third floor of the office building. Okay, no problem. We will report it to the provincial government before next Tuesday. The owner of the office was obviously on the phone. Sun Ying stopped and waited outside for a while. She knocked on the door and went in after the other party hung up the phone. Director Liang, are you busy? Oh, Manager Sun is here? Director Liang Feng of the Land Resources Bureau smiled. Others may not know, but he knows for sure that Sun Ying is the personal secretary of Dong Kuan-yu, the boss behind the Tida Group. Her presence here is basically the same as Dong Kuan-yu coming in person. There's something going on. My boss asked me to discuss it with you. Sun Ying said with a smile. Liang Feng glanced at Su Qiye, startled slightly, and stood up. Please take a seat, both of you. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he picked up the landline on the table. Hello, Xiaolu, make a pot of Longjing tea and send it to the office. I have 2 guests here. Director Liang, there's no need to bother you. It's just a small matter. We'll leave after we finish talking to you. Sun Ying said politely. Isn't it too formal? Liang Feng smiled and waved his hand, looking at Su Qiye with a slightly fixed gaze. I'm familiar with Manager Sun, but this guy looks a little unfamiliar. I wonder if he's from your group. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying stood up and solemnly introduced, Director Liang, this is our boss's distinguished guest, Mr. Su Qiye. Mr. Su? Hello? Liang Feng was slightly surprised and then stretched out his right hand. Su Qiye stood up and shook hands, smiling and said, I'm just a casual person, sorry to bother Director Liang. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Liang Feng called softly. A male secretary came in with tea set, distributed the teacups, made tea for each of the 3 people, and then left. I wonder what brings you two to see me? Liang Feng asked after taking a sip of tea. Sun Ying glanced at Su Qiye and said with a smile, Mr. Su wants to buy a piece of land by the sea in Beihai Bay, so he came to ask Director Liang to coordinate it. Not only the land, but also the right to use the sea area. Su Qiye added. Liang Feng's eyelids twitched, and he shook his head. What do you mean? All the prime land by the sea in Beihai Bay has been sold out. Now there's only some rugged mountainous land left. What can you do with it? Could it be that Mr. Su is also a real estate tycoon and wants to acquire a piece of land for development? Liang Feng looked at Su Qiye meaningfully, his tone tinged with sarcasm. If you're thinking of using the internal channels of our Land Resources Bureau at a low price, I advise you to not to have such an idea. Chapter 74, Self-Indulgent. Director Liang, we are not looking for you to lower the price, but to secure a piece of land first. Because Mr. Su's specific area and location have not yet been determined, we came to you first to ensure that these 2 aspects can be demarcated according to our requirements. Sun Ying explained with a smile, as for the price, we will pay according to the market price. The specific amount will depend on the location and area selected by Mr. Su. When Liang Feng heard this, his expression immediately turned from gloomy to bright, and he smiled, of course there is no problem. According to the regulations of our great Xia country, I have no burden, and you can rest assured. Director Liang, what is the current price of land in Beihai Bay? Su Qiye suddenly asked, while paying attention to Liang Feng's thoughts. Liang Feng paused for a moment. We sell internally, generally pricing at 120% of the average auction price over the past 6 months. There will be some fluctuations depending on the location and area of the land, but the fluctuation will not exceed 20%. In the past 6 months, the price of land in Beihai Bay has been approximately 6.2 million yuan per mu. Su Qiye nodded. This Director Liang was quite honest and had no intention of enriching himself. Is it a 70-year property right? Yes, if it is residential land, the property rights are 70 years. Liang Feng nodded in response. After the 70-year contract expires, can it be renewed? Or, in other words, do I have priority for renewal? Su Qiye tapped his knee with his fingers, his eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't want to work so hard only to end up making wedding dresses for others. Liang Feng was slightly taken aback, and gave Su Qiye a strange look before saying truthfully, it will be clearly stated in the contract. Except for national strategic needs, the original property rights holder has priority to renew the contract. It's just. Liang Feng added with a strange look on his face, after 70 years, Mr. Su will be quite old. Does he still want to leave the property rights to his descendants? Su Qiye smiled mysteriously and didn't respond. 70 years from now? It would only take the blink of an eye. By then, the 2 people before him might be gone, yet he could still retain his youth. Mr. Su, when can you determine the location and area of the land? Sun Yingying looked at Su Qiye and gave him a wink. Su Qiye stood up and said, I'll do it as soon as possible. Today is Tuesday, and I must finalize it before Friday. That's great. We have to report the land ownership situation to the provincial government for approval before next Tuesday. If it can be finalized this week, the approval will be faster. Seeing Su Qiye stand up, Liang Feng also stood up. After all, the person in front of him was the financial sponsor. Happy cooperation. Su Qiye smiled and stretched out his hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. Building E03, Beihai Greentown. 3 business cars stopped at the door of the villa. The staff in the cars got out and looked at each other in shock. Lao Wang, are you here to deliver clothes too? Hey, Lao Song, are you here to deliver clothes too? Xiao Wang, Xiao Song, are you here to give me clothes? I'm here to give me shoes. The 3 of them exchanged a few words, walked to the front door and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Song Jiaying opened the door suspiciously, looked at the 3 people at the door, and asked with some caution, what do you want? Hello, we are employees of the Obel store. Mr. Su bought some clothes in our store and asked us to deliver them. Can you sign for them on his behalf? The Obel employee asked with a smile. What about you? Song Jiaying looked at the other 2. The other 2 also explained their purpose. After listening to this, Song Jiaying slammed the door shut. The 3 employees looked confused. Song Jiaying ran back to the living room, picked up her phone from the sofa and called Su Qiye. At this time, Su Qiye and Sun Yingying had already left the Land Resources Bureau and were choosing mobile phones and laptops in a digital store. Hello? Su Qiye answered the phone. Boss Su, did you buy some clothes and have them delivered to your home? Song Jiaying asked suspiciously. She knew Obel was a world-renowned women's clothing brand. Buying so many clothes must be for girls, right? Su Qiye said when he heard this, yes, I bought some for my future wife. You can just sign for it. Really? Song Jiaying felt a little unbelievable. After hanging up the phone, she walked to the door and opened it. I've confirmed that it was indeed bought by Mr. Su, please bring it in. Okay, thanks. Employees from the 3 stores opened the doors of the business car and carefully moved piles of packaging boxes into the living room. Song Jiaying looked at the pile of boxes, enough to cover 3 large beds, with a strange expression on her face. Most of the clothes were women's, with only a few men's. According to Su de Moon, these were for his future wife? But were there any other women in this villa besides herself? No. It can't be a gift for me, right? Song Jiaying began to wonder, could it be that he really wants to have a human demon love affair with me? Chirp. The fat squirrel looked at the pile of packaging boxes, his eyes full of wonder. What's the point of these human clothes? They just look good. Can they keep you warm like your tail? Please sign the receipt to confirm, thank you. 3 employees handed over the receipt. Song Jiaying signed and watched them leave. Then she turned to look at the clothes in the living room. Wow, they are all international brands. So many, isn't that too much? She picked up a box and gently opened it. Inside was a chiffon dress that looked very fairy-like. Such a fairy-like dress, it seems that Boss Sue understands me very well. Chirp. Seeing this, the fat squirrel jumped twice anxiously and screamed. Do you also think this dress suits me? Song Jiaying smiled and took out a long skirt from the box. Chirp. The fat squirrel looked at her, and its eyes seemed to be looking at a mentally retarded person, as if saying, you are hopeless. Hey. Why is it a size S? Am I that short? Song Jiaying looked at the size label, puzzled. Given her height, Boss Sue wouldn't buy such a small size, right? Chirp. The fat squirrel shook his head, pointed at the pile of boxes, then pointed at Song Jiaying and waved his hand. Song Jiaying frowned. You mean, these clothes are not for me? Chirp. The fat squirrel nodded. Song Jiaying, damn, I was being too sentimental. Song Jiaying looked at the dazzling array of packaging boxes filling the living room, and her heart felt like it was being gently scratched by a kitten's claws. She couldn't help but open a few more boxes. Inside were dresses of various styles, exquisite suits, and even a few evening gowns inlaid with tiny crystals, sparkling under the lights. This beige trench coat has such an elegant cut. She gestured in front of the floor-length mirror, the hem of the coat drawing a graceful arc, and this velvet long skirt. The texture is so fine, isn't it? Chirp. The fat squirrel jumped onto her shoulder, tugged at her collar with its little paws, pointed at the pile of clothes, and shook its head desperately. I know. It's not for me. Song Jiaying pouted, but still couldn't help but put a lotus pink sweater against her chest and turned left and right in front of the mirror. The girl in the mirror has delicate eyebrows and eyes, which complement the soft high-quality fabrics. She suddenly remembered the casual tone Su Qiye used when he said future daughter-in-law, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. The clothes were indeed one size smaller than her frame, clearly custom-made. So, did the man already have someone in mind? Gee. Seeing that she suddenly became quiet, the fat squirrel tilted its head and rubbed her cheek. Song Jiaying folded the clothes carefully and put them back in the box, snorting softly, I don't care. But when she was tidying up the boxes, her movements slowed down noticeably, and her eyes drifted to the most beautiful starry sky dress from time to time. Chapter 75, Could it be that I am the food being kept in captivity? Song Jiaying looked at the pile of brand name clothes and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, there was no one else present except the fat squirrel, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. GG. The fat squirrel looked at the S-size chiffon dress in Song Jiaying's hand, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He called twice and then crawled into the gap of the sofa. Hey, little fat mouse, what are you doing? Song Jiaying was a little puzzled. Why was he suddenly going in? Chirp. The fat squirrel responded softly from inside and never came out again. Song Jiaying folded the chiffon dress and put it back into the box, wondering strangely, judging from the size, could it be that Lord Su is a Lolita complex? Achoo! Su Qiye sneezed softly and rubbed his nose, feeling a little confused. Could it be that he was allergic to the sea breeze? Why did he sneeze as soon as he came to the beach? Are you sure you want to choose land along this coastline? Sun Yingying advised. There's a large stretch of sand between the coastline and the land, but the sand is too soft to build anything on. Su Qiye smiled faintly. Who says that buying land must be fully built into a manor? Isn't it nice to use the beach for sunbathing? Sun Yingying was speechless, thinking to herself, you have money and you can do whatever you want, is it okay if I don't say anything? Su Qiye stood in front of the Beihai Beach Club parking lot and surveyed the coastline from afar. Beyond the club, there seemed to be nothing suitable for a manor. To the west lay rugged hills, to the east steep hills. No matter how he looked, he couldn't find a suitable spot. If I want to buy that small hill, should the land be calculated based on the land area or the surface area? Su Qiye pointed to the small hill in the east and had already begun to conceive of the construction plan in his mind. This kind of hill is calculated based on the area it covers, but why buy it? It's so steep, how can we build a manor on it? Do we have to flatten it? Sun Yingying really couldn't understand his thoughts. Su Qiye shook his head. Let's go and take a look along the coastline. The two continued to look at the land along the coastline, and as time passed, the sun slowly set. In the Beihai Greentown villa, Song Jiaying was bored in watching short videos. Fat Squirrel had crawled into the sofa and didn't come out for several hours. She had no one to talk to, so she could only play with her mobile phone to pass the time. Ha! Song Jiaying came across a short video from Haozhong City's Marine Zoo, which boasted millions of followers. In it, a little girl fell into a tiger enclosure, surrounded by a cacophony of activity. The tigers were constantly approaching the girl. Someone jumped down. Suddenly, a scream was heard in the video, as if it was the person filming. The camera shook, and a familiar figure appeared. The Great Devil Su? Song Jiaying recognized him immediately. He looked so familiar, even his clothes were the same. Watching the video of Su Qiye walking towards the little girl, her heart suddenly lifted. Did he rescue the little girl? But at this moment, a small hand rested on Song Jiaying's shoulder, and the cold touch penetrated the thin clothes and touched her skin. Ah! Song Jiaying screamed and jumped up from the sofa. She was alone in the villa. Where did this hand come from? And it was so cold, could it be a ghost? My husband hasn't come back yet? A crisp voice came from behind the sofa. Song Jiaying picked up the kitchen knife on the table that had not yet been put back into the kitchen, held it tightly in her hand, and mustered up the courage to look in the direction where the sound came from. Result. Who are you? Song Jiaying's face was full of surprise. What is this? A little lowly? Her face was like a porcelain doll, her eyes were as pure as the starry sky, her hair was as black as ink, and she was wearing a white shirt that was obviously several sizes too big. Her slender figure was faintly visible. Is he really a Lolita complex? Song Jiaying muttered to herself. Yu Rolan blinked her eyes and asked crisply, Isn't my husband back yet? Ah? Who? Husband? Song Jiaying was stunned. Su. Boss Su is your husband? Yes, Yu Rolan nodded and glanced at the sofa inconspicuously. There was a fat squirrel shivering like a sieve. But since it looked like her husband's pet, she decided not to eat it. Song Jiaying suddenly understood that the noise upstairs that morning was not a movie at all. Swish. After figuring this out, Song Jiaying's pretty face flushed crimson. She was downstairs, and the two people upstairs were actually. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Yu Rolan looked around and her eyes fell on the pile of packaging boxes. Boss Su hasn't come back yet, but he bought you some clothes. Why not try them on first? Song Jiaying took a few deep breaths to ease the embarrassment a little. Are all these bought for me? Yu Rolan's face showed surprise. She thought Su Qiye would buy a few pieces, but she didn't expect so many. It seems that I am still very important in my husband's heart. Song Jiaying nodded. I see they are all size S, they must be bought according to your figure. Wow, so beautiful. Yu Rolan exclaimed as she opened the box containing the chiffon dress. Although there were chiffon dresses in her time, some even thinner than this one, they were only affordable for the upper-class aristocrats. There is a changing room on the first floor. I'll take you. Song Jiaying was about to say that he would take her to try on clothes, but she saw the packaging boxes on the ground suddenly fly up one by one and form a small line. Yu Rolan glanced at Song Jiaying and asked in a cute little voice, What did you say? Song Jiaying swallowed. I didn't say anything. These clothes will definitely suit you. He, this was picked by my husband, it must be a good match. Yu Rolan smiled and waved her hand, and the packaging boxes formed a long queue and followed her up to the second floor. Only then did Song Jiaying notice that Yu Rolan's white little feet were not touching the floor at all, and there was only 2 or 3 centimeters between her feet and the floor. She is not a human either. Song Jiaying's heart began to beat wildly. As expected, except for herself, everyone else in the villa was a monster. Chirp. The fat squirrel quietly poked its head out from the gap between the sofas, looked around the living room, and made sure that Yu Rolan was gone. Then it came out and sat on the sofa, breathing a sigh of relief. Little fat squirrel, tell me the truth, are you treating me as food? Song Jiaying looked at the fat squirrel with a sad face. How did she fall into the monster's nest? Chirp, chirp. The fat squirrel shook its head, jumped onto the back of the sofa, and gently patted Song Jiaying's shoulder with its little paws, as if to comfort her. Meanwhile, at Liangming Customs, a passenger ship docked at the pier, and countless passengers disembarked. A blonde, blue-eyed girl, about 20, stepped onto the shore and cast a meaningful glance out to sea. Chapter 76, Do you have a cold? Why does the sound wrong? The air is so sweet. Daxia is indeed the center of the world. The girl with blonde hair and blue eyes was wearing a European-style double-breasted black coat, purple-red short boots, and sunglasses on her nose. Her cold temperament was fully displayed, and she looked like a real queen. Tread. The girl pushed up her sunglasses and walked out of the pier through the exit. Outside the pier, taxis are lined up on the dedicated waiting lane. Passengers getting off the ferry get on the taxis one by one and leave the ferry station. Hey, handsome gentleman from Dashat. The blonde girl walked towards the taxi, took off her sunglasses, blinked, and there seemed to be lightning flashing in her blue eyes. The taxi driver looked at her, was slightly distracted, and then returned to normal. Let's go to Tada International Hotel first. I need to check in. The blonde girl opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Yes. The taxi driver responded somewhat mechanically, started the car and drove towards Tada International Hotel. Drive slowly at night. Su Chia got out of the car and looked at Sun Ying and gave her instructions. Sun Ying looked at the European-style three-story villa, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes, and she forced a smile and said, "Okay, I see. I'll go back first. You should get some rest early. Goodbye." Su Chia said softly, turned around, and walked into the villa. Sun Ying looked at his back and sighed softly. If you miss it, you really miss it. With his current financial resources and conditions, what kind of girl can't he find? Maybe those jewelries were bought for another girl? She thought about it for more than 10 seconds, slowly started the car and drove out of Beihai Green City. Husband, you're back? Yu Rolan stood at the stairs on the second floor, poking her little head out from upstairs, her eyes sparkling, and she was obviously in a good mood. Su Chia glanced at the living room. Song Jiaying seemed to be staring at the TV intently, but her body was tense. Chi-Chi. The fat squirrel crawled out from the gap in the sofa, hugged Su Chia's thighs, and cried pitifully twice. Su Chia smiled and looked at Yu Rolan. Did you scare it? No, it's very timid. It hid before I went downstairs. Yu Rolan stuck out her tongue playfully. Chi-Chi. When the fat squirrel heard this, he immediately loosened Su Chia's trouser legs and ran to the sofa. Su Chia went upstairs carrying his jewelry bag. Yu Rolan had already changed into the clothes he had bought her, a youthful outfit, a white top, jeans, and sneakers. Su Chia's eyes lit up at the sight, and her Lolita temperament became even more pronounced. Husband. Yu Rolan dragged Su Chia into the room, blushing and muttering softly, why don't these clothes cover the chest? Ah? Su Chia was a little confused. He clearly bought underwear. Also, these jeans are too tight. Yu Rolan complained, isn't there any hanfu? Our underwear now is like this. Su Chia took out 5 or 6 boxes from a pile of packaging boxes. After opening them, he found sets of underwear neatly placed inside. Yu Rolan's eyes widened, is this underwear? Isn't it that my husband wants to? What are you thinking about? Su Chia looked at her teasingly. Humph. Yu Rolan snorted, what are you looking at? Why don't you teach me how to wear it? Come, I'll teach you step by step. He. On the first floor, Song Jiaying heard the noise coming from upstairs, scratched her hair frantically, covered her ears and ran back to the bedroom. Ding-a-ling. Su Chia's cell phone rang. What's that sound? Yu Rolan put her small hand on Su Chia's shoulder, stopped, and looked at the ground in confusion. Su Chia sighed, the phone is ringing, bring my clothes over. Yu Rolan giggled, and with a small hand, the clothes on the ground flew into her hands. She threw the clothes over Su Chia's face and sat up straight. Hiss. Su Chia took a deep breath and took out his cell phone from his clothes. It was Su Liang calling, hello, Liangzi. You don't have to work overtime today, so let's go out for dinner. I've reserved a table at the Sichuan Hua Hotpot restaurant. Su Liang's loud voice came from the other end of the phone. No. Su Chia gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice. Yu Rolan smiled like a flower and pressed down. Hiss. Su Chia took another breath. Hey. Lao Yi, what's wrong with you? Do you have a cold? Su Liang heard the voice and touched the back of his head. If you said you won't go, then don't go. Su Chia glared at Yu Rolan, then took a deep breath and said, didn't I ask you to come to my new home? Just bring your sister-in-law over. Su Liang's eyes lit up when he heard this, that's fine, it saves me a trip. Building E03, Beihai Greentown. If the security guard won't let you in, ask him to contact me. Su Chia said quickly. Where? Su Liang suspected he had misheard. Beihai Greentown? Holy crap, Lao Yi, are you rich? Are you coming? Su Qiye held the cell phone in his left hand and grabbed Yu Rolan's waist with his right hand to stop her from making trouble. Is it really Beihai Greentown? Go, we must go. Su Liang said and hung up the phone. Su Qiye listened to the busy tone on the phone and looked at Yu Rulan, who was sitting upright. He turned over and threw her to the ground, saying viciously, "You are so rebellious. How dare you cause trouble for your husband? Ah! I know I was wrong." A long time later, at the gate of Beihai Greentown, a security guard walked out of the security booth, looked at an ordinary car parked at the door, and said with a smile, "Sir, your license plate has not been recorded in the access control system, and judging from your appearance, you are not an owner of this community. Please leave. My friend owns the place. Can't he come in?" Su Liang rolled down the window and asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, the security officer smiled and asked, "May I have your friend's name and account number?" "Su Qiye, Building E03. Su Liang said helplessly. "These high-end residential areas are just too busy. If it were an ordinary residential area, he would have already driven in. Please wait." The security guard walked into the security booth, picked up the landline on the table, and dialed the internal number of Villa E03. After a while, the security guard pressed the button and the gate of the community slowly opened. "Sir, turn right along the right road, and the third European-style villa is Building E03. The security guard said with a smile. "Thanks." Su Liang nodded and drove into the community along the right road. In front of Villa E03, Su Qiye stood at the door, smiled and waved to Su Liang, pressed the remote control in his hand, and opened the garage door. "Lao Yi, you are really rich now?" Su Liang stopped the car, got out with his girlfriend Song Hui, and said in surprise. Chapter 77 Legal Lowly. I live in the present and enjoy life in no time. Unlike you, you can earn millions a year, but you still drive an ordinary car. Su Qiye said with a smile, "Come in quickly, don't stand outside." Su Liang rolled his eyes. "What do you mean by a multi-million annual salary? Compared to this villa, a few million is probably only enough for renovation costs." The three of them walked into the villa together. Looking at the magnificent decoration inside, Su Liang smacked his lips and said, "This villa must be worth at least 30 million, right?" 56 million. Su Qiye responded. He asked Su Liang and Song Hui to sit down. At this time, Song Jiaying made tea and poured it for the three of them one by one. When Su Liang saw Song Jiaying, his eyes lit up immediately. He thought to himself, "This is a top-notch beauty. Apart from her slightly flat figure, she is absolutely impeccable." He asked, "Is this my sister-in-law?" Hiss. Su Liang suddenly felt a pain in his waist. He turned to look at Song Hui, chuckled, and quickly looked away. Su Qiye shook his head. "This is the housekeeper I hired. Rulan is in the kitchen. When she heard you were coming, she had to show off her skills. TSK, listen, Rulan." Su Liang joked, "It's only been a short time, and you're already together? No wonder you refused to go to Jinghua City when I asked you to." Song Jiaying came over with 2 fruit plates filled with grapes. "Come, have some fruit." Su Qiye pushed the fruit plate in front of the 2 people and suddenly asked, "Have the thugs who attacked your institute been caught?" TSK, don't mention it. The surveillance cameras are broken. We can only issue a province-wide wanted notice based on the simulated portrait. Su Liang complained, but a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. A simulated portrait? Su Qiye was slightly stunned. He knew that the simulated portrait was drawn based on the person involved's description of the criminal's behavior, habits, etc., but hadn't the executors of the Special Affairs Bureau seen Yu Rulan's true face? Hasn't any of your colleagues ever seen the faces of the thugs? Su Qiye asked doubtfully. Su Liang shook his head. The thugs had their faces covered. Not even a fingerprint was left behind. This alien is proficient in psychic attacks. The colleagues who were struck by her psychic attacks, including Director Feng, had all their memories of her image erased. We only know her codename is Red Clothes, and that she can psychically attack and control paper figures. We don't know much else about her. Su Qiye nodded calmly. It seemed the Special Affairs Bureau wouldn't be able to find Yu Rulan anytime soon. With him around, Yu Rulan was unlikely to leave to absorb energy, which made her feel much safer. Husband, the food is ready, come and serve it, a crisp voice came from the kitchen. Coming right up. Su Qiye stood up and walked towards the kitchen, and Song Jiaying followed him in. As plates of delicious dishes were brought up, Su Liang stared in amazement, thinking that Lao Yi had married a chef from a 5-star hotel. Wow, it smells so good. My mouth is watering. Song Hui's eyes sparkled as she looked at the dishes on the table. Spicy rabbit head, soy sauce pork trotters, boiled fish, Maochuang Chinese herbal medicine, roasted lamb legs, kung pao chicken, and so on filled the table. There's so much meat. It looks like I'm going to gain a few more pounds. Su Liang swallowed hard. Old Ji, what kind of wife are you looking for? Su Qiye smiled slightly and thought to himself, there is something more enviable for you. Do you know what it means to have superb medical skills and be as beautiful as a flower? Husband, is this your good friend? Yu Rolan came out of the kitchen cutely wearing a pair of white rabbit slippers. TSK, listen to that, husband. Holy shit. Su Liang smiled and turned to look towards the kitchen. He was stunned by what he saw. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Qiye in disbelief. Song Hui also looked at Su Qiye in surprise. Old Ji, what's going on? Su Liang asked with a blink. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Yu Rulan. Su Qiye showed a proud smile on his face and introduced her to her. This is my college classmate and good friend, Su Liang, and his girlfriend, Song Hui. Hello? Yu Rulan nodded and sat down next to Su Qiye. Old Yi, is she an adult? Su Liang leaned close to Su Qiye's ear and asked in a low voice. Su Qiye nodded helplessly, she is an adult. Call. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief and gave Su Qiye a thumbs up, you are awesome. Liangming office. A taxi stopped. A blonde girl got out of the car, put on sunglasses, smiled gently, and waved her right hand. Countless blood-red mist floated out from the driver's seat of the taxi and poured into her mouth and nose. Thump! The taxi driver suddenly fell sideways, his body twitching slightly. The Great Xia Kingdom's special agency is too weak. It seems there aren't many strong people. The blonde girl moved, immediately passing through the outer defenses and appearing directly on the first floor of the research institute. She quickly found the entrance to the underground from the darkness. The office was gradually resuming its normal operations, with all executives divided into 3 shifts. An hour earlier, the day shift had gone off, while the other 2 teams remained on duty. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Feng Weiman shuddered and immediately rushed out of the office with a long knife in hand. What caught his eye was a blonde girl in a black coat. The strong smell of blood hit him, and his face changed. Vampire? What delicious blood food! The blonde girl licked the corner of her mouth, revealing her canine teeth. Oh, it looks like I was attacked not long ago. I'm lucky. Who are you? Feng Weiman's expression was solemn, a bitter feeling in his heart. Why was Liangming City so plagued by disasters? Red clothes and the mysterious vampire count hadn't been found yet, so how could another vampire appear? And judging by his posture, he must be quite high-ranking. The blonde girl took off her sunglasses, shook her hair, and smiled charmingly. You don't need to know my full name. They usually call me Princess Aurelia. Aurelia. Feng Weiman's scalp tingled when he heard the name, and a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. You are not trying to open a gap through the South China Sea Defense Force, but are trying to attack Dasha from the East China Sea Defense Line? Oh, you have a pretty smart brain, but it's a pity that you are going to die. Aurelia chuckled, her blue pupils instantly turned blood red, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire space. Ah! Su Liang opened his mouth wide and fanned himself non-stop. This spicy rabbit head is so strong, so spicy and numbing, it's impossible to stop eating it. Rulan, your cooking skills are amazing. Can you teach me? Song Hui said with a smile as she sat next to Yu Rulan. Song Jiaying was concentrating on eating. She was from the south, so this little bit of spiciness was nothing to her. After this meal, she also realized that although Su Qiye and Yu Rulan were not human, they were not bad people and at least would not eat her as a snack. The stone in my heart fell to the ground, and my appetite improved. It's so delicious. Chapter 78 Attack on the Research Institute. This neighborhood is really nice. I guess all the people living here are important people. Maybe the person next door is the CEO of some corporate group. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Su Liang, Song Hui, Su Qiye, and Yu Rulan sat on the rooftop playing mahjong. Su Liang looked at the greenery and planning of the residential complex and said with envy, "It's just a little far from the city." "It's okay, it's only a half-hour drive, not too far." Song Hui played a 6, with envy in her tone. A villa like this probably wouldn't be affordable even if one worked hard all his life. "By the way, what's the name of your neighborhood?" Su Liang's hand grabbing the card suddenly paused, as if he remembered something, and asked uncertainly. "Beihai Green City, what's wrong?" Su Chia threw out a card, one card. Bump! Yu Rulan giggled and touched Su Chia's tube. Su Liang's hands trembled slightly when he heard this. Was there a murder here some time ago? Murder? Su Chia was a little surprised and pointed to the villa behind him. "Look, in that villa, I heard that 3 people died. They were the boss of a certain group, a housekeeper, and a maid. The police even came to quarantine them at the time." Su Liang took a look at the villa and swallowed hard. "This. Lao Yi, why don't you sell the villa and move to another neighborhood? Someone died here, and there might be something unclean here. TSK, what era is it now? Do you still believe these dirty things?" Su Chia shook his head. "I guess the boss must have offended someone?" Su Liang absent-mindedly played a card, 4 of a kind. "It's a mess." Yu Rulan's eyes lit up. "Big 4, it seems my luck is pretty good tonight." Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Su Liang's watch lit up. "Hey, what brand of watch is this? It's so high-tech?" Su Chia asked in surprise. "This is the communicator provided by our institute, for internal communication." Su Liang smiled and opened his watch, but when he saw the message on it, his smile gradually froze. "Red alert from the Special Events Management Bureau monitoring system. Liangming City office is in danger. Self-destruct device activated. Nearby personnel must quickly provide support." "Liangzi, what's wrong?" Seeing that Su Liang looked unhappy, Song Hui's heart skipped a beat and she asked hurriedly. Su Liang remained silent. Beep beep beep. The watch rang again. "Special Event Management Bureau monitoring system accident alert. Liangming City office has self-destructed. No signs of life at the original site." Snap. Su Liang crushed the mahjong tile in his hand. His eyes were slightly red and a sad look appeared on his face. "Liangzi, what happened?" Song Hui asked anxiously. Su Chia also looked at Su Liang. "The research institute is gone." Su Liang sighed. "This time it's completely gone. I have to rush back to the research institute immediately to check. Be careful on the road." Su Chia nodded and stood up. In the Liangming City Wetland Park, Aurelia leaned against a big tree in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The left half of her body was completely damaged, dark red blood kept dripping onto the ground, and her breath became very weak. Damn the special agency of the Great Xia Kingdom, they have actually researched psychic weapons to this extent? Aurelia panted, her blue eyes looking at the Biotechnology Research Institute building not far away, feeling like she had survived a disaster. Originally, she thought that no one in the Special Affairs Bureau was her match, and she couldn't help but look down on them. However, she never expected that secret weapons were deployed throughout the building. If she hadn't acted decisively and transformed into her true form as a vampire, she would probably be dead now. Swish! Suddenly, a figure came running quickly from a distance, obviously wanting to go to the Biotechnology Research Institute. Aurelia adjusted her hair by her ear with her right hand, smiled charmingly, and looked up at the figure rushing towards her. "Hey, little brother." The visitor was slightly stunned and looked at Aurelia. With just one glance, he was instantly captivated by it, as if he had seen a peerless beauty or a rare treasure, and he could no longer take his eyes off it. "Too little." Aurelia waved her right hand lightly, and a thick blood mist gushed out from the human body, turning into a long snake and drilling into her mouth and nose. At the same time, the left half of her body recovered rapidly, but it only recovered halfway and stopped. Thump! The man's body became shriveled and he fell to the ground, obviously dead. "Aren't there a lot of people from Daxia? Why can't I see many here?" Aurelia propped herself up and stood up, her blue eyes scanning the surroundings. She twitched her ears and heard the sounds of gongs and drums in the distance. Sniff. Aurelia sniffed gently and smelled the scent of humans, but she didn't feel the slightest bit excited. Instead, she felt a bit disgusted. Are they all ordinary people? Why not just sit here and wait for them to come? The blood of ordinary people has no other function except filling the stomach, and the energy contained in it is pitifully small. Swish. Not far away, another figure came quickly. Aurelia narrowed her eyes, revealing a cunning smile, and screamed, "Help!" The man glanced at her and was immediately as if under a spell. A thick blood mist emerged again. Aurelia's injuries had mostly healed, and now only her left arm remained. Daxia people. The Liangming office of the Special Affairs Bureau was attacked again. It seems that the losses this time are quite serious. Su Qiye watched Su Liang drive away and said softly. Yu Rulan walked to Su Qiye's side and gently held his big hand. "Husband, are you worried about him? I wonder who attacked the Special Affairs Bureau." Su Qiye frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Ordinary aliens would not provoke the Special Affairs Bureau. That would be equivalent to going against the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Unless their needs cannot be met, or they have other purposes that must be achieved by destroying the Special Affairs Bureau office." Yu Rulan nodded. She herself was an obvious example. After waking up from a deep sleep, she went straight to the Special Affairs Bureau to plunder because she was lacking in energy. Will it be the same as me? It doesn't seem like it. Su Qiye shook his head. It feels like they're deliberately trying to destroy the Special Affairs Bureau office. I also have a strange feeling. It's a very strange feeling that I've never had before. What does it feel like? Yu Rulan wrinkled her nose and asked in surprise. A sense of intuition, of familiarity? Su Qiye was a little uncertain. Could it be that a vampire similar to Val's destroyed the Liangming office? Yu Rulan hugged Su Qiye's arm and said crisply, "Do you want to go and take a look? Forget it, let the Special Affairs Bureau worry about it. Let's go shopping. It should be busy now." Su Qiye touched Yu Rulan's little head and put the matter behind him. Chapter 79. I want to call the police. Husband, did you know there was a lantern festival tonight? Yu Rulan was wearing a green long dress and crystal high heels, strolling in the lantern festival like a happy elf. Her innocent laughter like a silver bell attracted countless people's attention. Snap! Hearing the word husband, the hearts of many men around were broken into pieces. Su Qiye followed Yu Rulan a few steps away and said with a smile, "I didn't expect there would be a lantern festival tonight. It's just a coincidence. Wow, this lotus lantern is so beautiful. How does it light up?" Yu Rulan came to a stall and stared at the palm-sized white lotus lantern, her face full of joy. "Do you like it?" Su Qiye walked over and reached out to tidy up her messy hair. There was another heartbreaking sound around him. "Yeah." Yu Rulan liked it very much. "Boss, how much is this lotus lantern?" Su Qiye looked at the stall owner and saw that he was staring at Yu Rulan, which made him feel a little unhappy. "Ah." The stall owner finally came to his senses. "How much is this white lotus lantern?" Su Qiye asked again. The stall owner rolled his eyes and chuckled, 3,000. One price. 3,000? Su Qiye's eyes darkened. You're asking for too much. Do you have such a big appetite? Be careful not to overeat. The stall owner glanced at Su Qiye and said, "Why, you can't afford it? Why are you visiting the Lantern Festival if you can't afford it? Such a beautiful lantern, can you give it to me?" Yu Rulan secretly tugged at Su Qiye's sleeve and looked at the stall owner with blinking eyes. "Ah? Oh." The stall owner was a little dazed. "I'm giving it to you." "Thank you, boss." Yu Rulan glanced at Su Qiye with a smirk, stuck out her tongue playfully, and picked up a white lotus lantern from the stall. "Ha!" After the two left, the stall owner came to his senses and touched his head. He felt as if he had done something particularly unprofitable. The annual Double Ninth Festival Lantern Festival runs along the entire length of Beihai Street from east to west, echoing the lanterns along the coastline. It lasts for 3 days and is a major event in Liangming City. It seems like there are an especially large number of people coming to the Lantern Festival this year. Of course. This year's Lantern Festival has expanded to include another street, and there are some special performances. There are lantern boats on the artificial lake in front, and there's a stage by the lake with circus performances. Are there still drama troupes in this day and age? It's precisely because drama troupes are so rare these days that everyone finds it so novel. Su Qiye held Yu Rulan's hand as they walked through the Lantern Festival. Overhearing the tourists' conversation, he smiled and asked, "Rulan, how about we go take a boat ride on the artificial lake?" "Great, great." Yu Rulan smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. Back in her time, there hadn't been such grand occasions. Women were expected to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and the husband is the head of the wife. How could an unmarried woman casually show her face in public? Now, not only could she go shopping without worry, but she also had the care and love of her man. Her heart was filled with sweetness. The artificial lake near Beihai Street is sourced from seawater filtered by a scientific research institute. The filtered fresh water can't be used for domestic use, but it's more than enough for irrigation. Because Beihai Street is close to Beihai Bay, desalination is convenient, so Liangming City planned to dig a winding artificial lake here. So beautiful. Yu Rulan stood by the lake, looking at the lantern cruise ship in the center of the lake, her face full of excitement, and she obviously wanted to get on the boat and experience it. Seeing this, Su Qiye walked to the cruise ship management office and found the ticket seller and asked, "How much does it cost to charter a boat?" A boat can seat 6 people. Each person costs 60 yuan. Chartering the boat costs 350 yuan, which is a 10 yuan discount. The ticket seller replied with a smile. Charge a boat. Su Qiye smiled and waved to Yu Rulan, and the two of them boarded the boat. Most of the boats nowadays are electric, and once started, it's like driving a car. Just step on the accelerator and the boat will sail smoothly on the water. Wow! Yu Rulan cheered, looking at the strings of lanterns on the shore that looked like a long dragon of light, her face filled with a happy smile. She gently snuggled in Su Qiye's arms and said delicately, "Husband, you are so good to me. Here, give me a kiss." Su Qiye pointed to his cheek. "Shame on you, don't." Yu Rulan snorted softly, turned her head away, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. Plop! Suddenly, a wave splashed on the lake, and screams rang out from the cruise ship. Someone fell into the lake. Someone fell into the water. Safety officer. Safety officer. It's so unlucky that I encounter something like this even when I'm out having fun. Hurry up and save them. He took off his life jacket and jumped. Was he just being unreasonable? People on the surrounding boats and on the shore were talking about it and gathered around to watch. Plop, plop. A figure was struggling on the water. Su Qiye and Yu Rulan watched from afar and could see the fear on the man's face. It didn't look like he jumped down on his own. Could he have been murdered? A young man and woman were sitting on the cruise ship where the man fell. They looked at the person struggling in the lake with complicated expressions. It seemed that there really was something hidden. Rulan, how about watching a show? Su Qiye asked with interest. Yu Rulan giggled and said, "My husband, if you want to watch it, I will watch it with you." Before she finished speaking, Yu Rulan gently lifted up the air with her small hand, and the struggle on the lake surface suddenly weakened. The discussions around her gradually became quieter, and the security guard who was swimming from the shore wearing a life jacket to the center of the lake was also stunned. What kind of weird thing happened? This thought popped up in everyone's mind. In the center of the lake, the drowned man, already exhausted and on the verge of sinking, suddenly emerged, as if supported by something underwater. Even more eerie, the water beneath him glowed with a faint blue light, as if a ghost were secretly assisting him. The couple on the boat paled and trembled, they were falling into the lake with a plop. "You 2 bastards, you actually tried to push me into the water and drown me. You're the most vicious woman ever." The drowned man, realizing he was being held up by a mysterious force and his life was safe, cursed angrily. His voice was especially clear on the silent lake, filled with resentment. The men and women on the cruise ship's faces changed drastically. They pretended to be calm and shouted, "Don't slander us. You fell down accidentally. It has nothing to do with us." But their trembling voices and evasive eyes had already betrayed them. At this time, 2 security guards from the artificial lake management area had swam over, carried the man to the lakeside, and dragged him ashore. The people on the shore automatically made way for him and pointed at the man and woman on the tour boat. "I want to call the police." The man who fell into the water shouted angrily and took out his mobile phone from his pocket, but the phone was soaked in water and even turning it on became a problem. He stared at the couple with red eyes, wishing he could bring them to justice immediately. "Young man, use my phone." A kind-hearted old lady handed over her phone, and the people around echoed her, wanting to testify to this bizarre fall into the water. In the darkness of the night, the man and woman trembled under the condemning gaze of the crowd, and they wished they could flee the scene immediately. Chapter 80. We were just joking. When the 2 people on the cruise ship saw the man who fell into the water was about to call the police, they immediately drove the cruise ship towards the shore and tried to get ashore from the other side of the lake and slip away. "Husband, don't you think they are so evil that they actually want to kill people?" Yu Rulan said angrily. With a wave of her little hand, the cruise ship immediately turned back to the center of the lake. Suchiya's eyes twitched slightly, and he looked at Yurolan, thinking to himself, haven't you killed enough people? Yurolan giggled, twirling her hands around, teasing the two people on the boat, and muttering, thieves and whores, I'll teach you how to be shameless and throw you into the pig cage, put you in the pig cage. Hearing her words, Suchiya felt a chill in his heart. If Yurolan did the same thing every time she encountered someone cheating, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Okay, the police are here, let's just sit here and watch the fun quietly. Suchiya grabbed Yurolan's little hand, and the two of them sat on the cruise ship and watched the situation develop. Who called the police? Two police officers approached, their faces grim. They had been patrolling nearby when they received a call from the police station about a suspected murder. With human life at stake, this was a serious case, and without delay, they rushed over. It's me. I called the police. The man who fell into the water was huddled on the ground, wearing dry clothes handed to him by a kind person, shivering with cold. What's going on? The police officer asked in a deep voice. Those two people on the cruise ship were my girlfriend and my friend. A few days ago, I discovered they were having an affair, so I called them out and wanted to talk things out on the boat. But I never expected they would trick me into taking off my life jacket and push me into the lake, nearly drowning me, the man who fell into the water said angrily, they are so cruel. The police officer found it a little unbelievable. Killing someone to silence them after they were caught cheating? The two people on the cruise ship shouldn't be so stupid, right? You two, pull the cruise ship to the shore. The police officer pointed at the two people on the cruise ship. The two people on the cruise ship looked at each other, started the cruise ship in silence, slowly approached the shore, and stopped steadily on the shore. He's talking nonsense. We're a couple, and he was clearly trying to seduce me, but he failed and now he's threatening to jump into the lake. We thought he was joking, but he actually took off his life jacket and jumped in. The girl who got off the boat said, he also repeatedly stole other people's underwear and took it back for himself. Bullshit, the man who fell into the water shouted angrily. This is the truth. Another man stepped forward, pointing at the man who had fallen into the water. You already had a girlfriend, and you coveted youth. You even suggested exchanging girlfriends with me, and after I flatly rejected you, you held a grudge against me. Then you broke up with your girlfriend, and then... You're slandering me, the drowned man roared, Changwei, you have no shame. What? You can do it, but you don't allow others to tell others about it? Changwei widened his eyes and glared at the man who fell into the water with an awe-inspiring look. The girl was shocked when she saw this. She looked at the man who fell into the water and said, Chen Shang, I didn't expect you to have such dirty and vulgar thoughts. I used to think of you as a friend. TSK, I didn't expect this guy to be so vulgar. City people really know how to have fun. You can't judge a person by his appearance. When the security guard rescued him just now, I thought he was a good person. Look at what they've done to that young couple. They're so unlucky to have such a friend. Who knows if what these two people said is true? There were whispers among the crowd, and they were obviously shocked by the shocking revelations made by the man and woman. The police officers were also having a headache as the situation was a bit complicated. Wu Qingchun, you. I don't blame you for changing your heart, but you actually slandered me like this. Don't you care about the relationship between us at all? Chen Shang, the man who fell into the water, showed a look of pain on his face, and it didn't look like he was pretending. On the lantern boat, Yurolan wrapped her arms around Suchiya's neck and leaned on him, saying with a cold yet playful tone, these two people really don't know how to live or die. Their essence is so stinky that even I don't bother to absorb it. This is human nature. But, don't you think it's a little unusual? Suchiya looked at the drama stage not far away with deep eyes. Others didn't have the keen senses to notice it, but he saw it clearly behind the stage. There was a person standing high up, watching the developments with a gloomy look in his eyes. Beep, beep, beep. The communication device on the officer's shoulder rang. Hello? What? A robbery occurred in the Fengming Town community in Beihai? But we're currently handling a suspected attempted murder case, so it would be more appropriate to contact Team 2 directly. Well, let's finish this as soon as possible. Team 3 is still on patrol, so there shouldn't be any major problems? Okay, I understand. After the police officer ended the call, he looked at the three people and said, it's useless for you three to argue here. Come back to the police station with me to take a statement. We'll discuss the details when we get there. Yes, let's go to the police station and see how you two dogs can argue. Chen Sheng stood up angrily, returned the clothes to the kind-hearted man, hugged his wet arms, and glared at the two of them. Wu Qingchun and Shang Wei exchanged glances. Shang Wei suddenly attacked, grabbed Chen Sheng, and shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you calling a bitch? Damn it, I'm going to beat you to death." Shang Wei seemed to be blinded by anger, and he clenched his right fist and hit Chen Sheng in the face. The two police officers shouted and immediately stepped forward to control Chang Wei and escort him. The group of 5 walked out of the crowd. Su Chi's gaze fell on the backstage of the distant theater. The man who was originally standing on a high place watched the police officers escort the 3 people away. He took out a communication device similar to a walkie-talkie from his jacket pocket and said something. "You can take action now." The noise of the crowd did not disturb Su Chi's hearing at all. He keenly caught the man's voice, but what action? Su Chia frowned slightly, moved his ears slightly, and tracked the police officer who was escorting the 3 people to the police car. Beep, beep, the communication device on the officer's shoulder rang again. Team 1, escort the person back to the police station as soon as possible. Team 3 received a report that someone kidnapped a child at knife point, and they're temporarily handling the case. Receive. The police officer responded and quickened his pace. Su Chia watched the figure disappear from behind the stage, a smile on his face. Interesting? The lamp will fall into the water? Robbery? Kidnapping? Are these all paving the way for the real purpose? So, what do they want to do? Su Chia stood up from the cruise ship, looked in the direction where the man behind the scenes disappeared, and memorized the man's scent. "Husband, what's wrong?" Yu Rulan asked in confusion. Chapter 81, Just Hunting Each Other. Su Chia shook his head, not wanting anything else to disturb him and Yu Rulan while they were shopping. "It's just a little mouse that can't be put on the stage." Rat? Yu Rulan blinked and nodded, not quite understanding. In Liangming City Wetland Park, Aurelia licked the corner of her mouth and stroked her golden hair. She stood in the woods, gazing at the Biotechnology Research Institute from afar. A faint smile crossed her mature and beautiful face. "It's time to deploy the hidden forces I've deployed along the way. While they can't help me eliminate the special agencies across Daxia, they'll be enough to disrupt their line of sight." The news of the destruction of the Liangming City office in Donghua province should have spread throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, right? Aurelia took off the right side of her coat, draped it over the left side to block out the spring sunlight, and walked out of the wetland park. In the moonlight, she changed her clothes in a clothing store and muttered to herself, "If nothing unexpected happens, people from the nearby city office will come to support us. It would be a good idea to ambush them along the route they must take." Under the bright street lights, Aurelia, dressed in leather, looked around and ran eastward. In the Donghua Provincial Bureau of the Special Events Management Bureau, the directors of the major municipal bureau offices were discussing the situation in Liangming City through virtual video calls. Could it be that the red dressed from a while ago has made a comeback? Ren Mo, director of the Ning'an City office, said solemnly. Ning'an City is the closest to Liangming City, and he is a little worried that if this is the revenge of the red clothes, they will have no way to escape. Probably not. Zhao Wujiu, the branch director of the Donghua Provincial Bureau, shook his head. After the surviving executors from the Liangming City office returned to their base, they discovered several bodies in the dense forest outside the base. Their bodies were completely drained of blood. They looked like vampires, but it was also a bit specious. The record of red clothes is that it absorbs spiritual energy, so this situation won't happen. I suspect a new monster has appeared. The Liangming City office's backup plan failed to stop the other party. This monster must be quite powerful. Can our provincial bureau kill it with its manpower? I'm afraid that won't work. We still have to ask the general administration for help. The provincial bureau's Beidou team will first focus on tracking this monster. We'll deal with it after the confrontation with the Western Dark World is over. It seems this is the only way. Zhao Wujiu nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the information. This monster is codenamed 9 Infants, and its danger level is B. Understood. I will synchronize it to the internal system immediately. Zhao Wujiu's secretary nodded and wrote it down. The executives of the Liangming City office are all heroes. Reported to the general administration, they will be compensated according to the standards of first-class martyrs. Their immediate family members and children and grandchildren will enjoy the preferential treatment for the families of first-class martyrs of the Great Xia Kingdom. Zhao Wujiu stood up, took off the dark green military cap on his head, and observed a moment of silence. Directors of other offices also stood up and observed a moment of silence. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, there was a signal interruption sound, and it seemed that a director's connection was disconnected. Ha! Whose connection is disconnected? Zhao Wuzhou opened his eyes and checked the online status of the network conference room, and found that the director of the Fangling City office had a disconnected line. What's wrong with Lao Su? He actually disconnected directly. Could it be that the office has no money to pay the electricity bill? Ha ha ha. Nonsense, Lao Su is not in the office. He said he was going to Liangming City. Calculating the time, he should have entered Liangming City by now. Entered Liangming City? Zhao Wuzhou was slightly stunned, then fell silent. He immediately picked up the phone on the table and called Su Lihu, director of the Fangling City office. Beep, beep, beep. When the phone rang, the 8 directors in the online conference room fell silent and listened attentively. Click. The phone suddenly connected. Lao Su? Zhao Wuzhou asked softly, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. He, a strange and charming laugh came from the other end of the phone. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Had they really been ambushed by a demon? But how could this demon have such a charming laugh? Could it be able to transform? Are you a monster or a zombie? Zhao Wuzhou asked in a deep voice. He was not stupid enough to ask who the other party was. He dared to intercept and kill the director of the Special Affairs Bureau and even answered the phone. It was obvious that this Zhou had no good intentions. Director Zhao? A charming voice sounded, with a soul-stirring ending, trying to interfere with the director of the Donghua Provincial Bureau. You were the one who did the Liangming City office thing, weren't you? And now you're trying to stop us on the way. What's your purpose? Zhao Wuzhou was certain that the alien he was talking to was definitely not just a monster. Could it be a zombie? Purpose? A charming voice smiled, as gentle as a feather brushing against the skin, making people tremble in their hearts. Director Zhao, when you arrest and kill us, do you need a purpose? It's actually very simple. You hunt us, the so-called aliens, and we assassinate you, the so-called humans. Do we need a reason to hunt each other? The seductive laughter sounded again. Oh, by the way, Chief Zhao, this is the 3rd convoy I've intercepted. Would you like to consider using a helicopter next time? How outrageous. Too outrageous. Zhao Wuzhou said coldly, do you really think we can't do anything to you? Oh, I was scared to death. The charming voice pretended to be scared, and suddenly changed the subject. Director Zhao, you are having trouble taking care of everything now, right? I heard that the dark world of the West is about to invade our country. Do you really still have the energy to catch me? I am dying of laughter. If you have the time to track me, you might as well go and strengthen the defense line of the South China Sea. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Damn it! Zhao Wuzhou roared, slamming down the phone. He immediately addressed all the directors, all offices, immediately enter level 1 alert. I will immediately activate my highest authority to contact the East China Sea Defense Force, deploy them to the province, and declare martial law to the public. It's just a zombie, I don't believe I can't catch it. Zhao Wuzhou clenched his fist and slammed the table hard. Yes. All the directors responded seriously. After the online meeting ended, participants left the room and fell into a brief silence. Colleagues who had been laughing and joking together just a moment ago were killed by alien creatures in the blink of an eye. Their line of work was truly a high-risk profession. But they have no fear or regret in their hearts, only a full sense of mission and responsibility. It is precisely because they hold fast to the line of defense against aliens that the people of Daxia can live in peace, travel happily, and watch TV dramas happily. We are the protectors of Daxia. Chapter 82. They are what my daughter can bear. The guardian of the great Xia kingdom? Ha, nothing more than that. Aurelia was wearing a leather windbreaker and long boots. She raised her hand to put on her sunglasses, walked a few steps, and glanced back at the Special Affairs Bureau's special car. Boom! She made a gun shape with her right hand, and just as she finished her words, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the Special Affairs Bureau's special vehicle exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. A few pieces of metal even flew past her hair. But she didn't care. Instead, she smiled seductively and disappeared from the scene in a flash. A moment later, the fire truck arrived with sirens flashing. Absurd! In Jinghua City, at the Special Events Management Bureau, Director Yi Chen slammed the thick Taoist cannon in his hand onto his desk and shouted angrily, "What does Zhao Wujiu want to do? Tell all the people of Daxia that there are aliens in the world? Make everyone feel in constant fear? Provincial martial law? He's so bold. Secretary General, transfer the call to the Donghua Provincial Branch immediately." Yi Chen's face was cold and he ordered in a deep voice. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected and someone answered within 3 seconds. "Is it Zhao Wujiu?" Yi Chen said in a deep voice. "Director Yi." Zhao Wujiu's voice came from the receiver. Yi Chen suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "What do you want to do? To plunge the whole country into panic?" "Director Yi, Donghua Province must activate the emergency order. I speculate that the alien codenamed Nine Infants is a zombie, or at least a flying zombie, with a danger level of B, or possibly even higher." Zhao Wujiu said in a serious tone, "The flying zombie's poison is basically untreatable, and anyone bitten will turn into a zombie. If the East China Sea Defense Force is not mobilized for assistance, once the other side triggers a tide of zombies, the people will eventually know the existence of aliens, and the scale of the cleanup at that time will be incomparable to the current scale. Amidst internal and external troubles, the Great Xia Kingdom is on the verge of collapse." He expressed his worries. Flying zombie. Yi Chen was silent, and his memory was instantly pulled back to that turbulent era. Back then, he was still the youngest child in the Taoist temple. 7 officially ordained celestial masters descended the mountain and united all the righteous and evil sects of the Great Xia Kingdom to encircle and suppress the flying zombie. In the end, no one survived. The flying zombie eventually disappeared, and it was unknown whether it was dead or dormant. Isn't this reason enough to activate the emergency order? Zhao Wujiu's voice was bitter. Send the information over. I'll gather 36 responsible persons to discuss it immediately and call you back within half an hour. Yi Chen hung up the phone, looked out the window at the gray starry sky, and picked up the phone on the table again. Gather the 36 responsible persons and meet in the conference room in 5 minutes. The confidentiality level of the meeting is top secret. How about this piece of land? Su Qiye and Yu Rulan stood on the hill, looking down at the surroundings. Yu Rulan nodded and wrinkled her nose. Is it a little big? Big? Su Qiye was a little surprised. He took a quick look and immediately thought of the data in his mind. This piece of land is about 2,000 acres, which is not that big. It shouldn't cost much to build such a desolate place. The most beautiful thing here is the cliffs. To the north are cliffs, and to the east and west are beaches. Real estate developers can't develop it, so it's perfect for building a manor. He took Yu Rulan to the edge of the cliff and looked at the endless sea. This sea area has also been contracted. It will be convenient for fishing and sea rides in the future. Well, I'll listen to my husband. Yu Rulan rubbed against Su Qiye's arms and smiled playfully. I'll contact the Land Resources Bureau tomorrow to calculate the price. Sea areas are cheaper than land. I'll see how much I can contract then. Yu Rulan's cheeks turned red like a ripe red apple. In an ordinary residential area in Jinghua City, Yi Jin was stunned as he looked at the information in the internal system. Big leaf, hee hee, look what I brought back. Yi Yu walked in from outside, holding a translucent plastic bag with a bright red piece inside and a rich fragrance filling the air. Yi Jin's eyes were slightly red as she fought back tears. Yi Yu keenly noticed something was wrong, put down the bag and looked at the screen. Crash! The bag fell to the ground and the crayfish were scattered all over the floor. The Liangming City office was attacked? Yi Yu stared blankly at the system announcement, which stated the situation in just a few words and included a list of victims. Except for the 2 F-class teams that didn't encounter the 9 infants after get-off work, all other colleagues were killed? Buzz. Yi Yu felt her mind buzz, then go blank. Director phone, Aunt Nan from the Beta Group, the mischievous Bai Fuling, the ever-stern Qian Baiwan, are they all dead? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Yi Jin sobbed softly, closed her notebook and curled up on the sofa. How could you die? Last time we were on vacation, we said we'd have skewers and hot pot together. Whoever gets single first will treat everyone to Heidi Leo. Yi Yu also huddled down on the sofa, crying softly, how could you die? How dare you die? Sister! Woo woo! Yi Yu threw herself on Yi Jin and burst into tears. Yi Jin hugged her, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Yi Xiangbei and Zhang Yida, who were on the South China Sea defense line, had also seen the internal announcement. they remained silent. If it weren't for the Western Dark World attacking the country, how could these aliens be so arrogant? Not only did they attack the Liangming City office, they also intercepted the support convoy. Old G, your two daughters must be feeling unwell. Do you want to make a phone call? Zhang Yida looked at the man who was crazy about protecting his daughters. Yi Shangbei picked up his phone, then put it down again. They have to grow up and face it. More than a decade ago, a unit of the East China Sea Defense Force was completely wiped out, and the situation was much more tragic than it is now. Some pain has to be borne by someone. They are from the Yi family of Chuanhua, the heirs of Xianqing Temple, and my daughters, Yi Shangbei. If they can't even bear this little pain, how will they face thousands of vampires and werewolves in the future? Chapter 83 Meeting. These are all the data provided by Donghua Province. The information is limited. Everyone needs to make a judgment within 20 minutes. Should Donghua Province activate the emergency order and enter a state of martial law? Yi Chen said solemnly while standing in the conference room. The 36 responsible persons quickly reviewed the documents in their hands. They might not be the best at handling abnormalities, but they were the absolute brains of the Special Events Bureau, their thinking far surpassing that of ordinary people. There are doubts. The alien codenamed Zhouying has never appeared in any files, but its behavior is clearly retaliatory. From a psychological point of view, it does not conform to normal logic. A person in charge was the first to point out the problem. I second that. Even if alien psychology is different from humans, this behavior is indeed abnormal. Someone in charge immediately agreed. Yi Chen nodded. This was exactly why he called the discussion to analyze the abnormal situation in detail, find the flaws, and perhaps there would be no need to activate the emergency order. Another suspicious point: several corpses in Liangming City Wetland Park had all their blood drained. Preliminary judgment is that Zhouying was injured during the self-destruction of the Liangming City office and needs fresh blood to recover. With such a thirst for blood, excluding monsters and werewolves, the most likely possibility is a zombie or a vampire. Another person in charge added very quickly. As soon as the words fell, another person in charge took over. Correct. One more thing: Zhouying was injured in the self-destruct device. Although the extent of the injury is unknown, the time span of the deceased is quite large. It is estimated that their injuries are serious, and the danger level should be lower than Class B. The latest death at the wetland park occurred at 8 p.m. The distance from the wetland park to the highway exit is 20 kilometers, with a 5-minute difference in the time between the first and second deaths. Traffic footage shows vehicles traveling at speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. If Zhouying was walking, judging by his speed, he is likely a Class C anomaly. Judging from their actions of deliberately intercepting the support team, their purpose was clear and they needed to ensure the smooth operation. The deceased colleague had no wounds on his body, and blood appeared to be leaking from his pores. According to the General Administration's century-old archives, only flying zombies and above can directly control human blood. However, based on the above inference, this anomaly is sea level, so flying zombies can be ruled out. Several responsible persons expressed their opinions one after another, and the information was summarized to Yi Chen's ears. He thought quickly, but always felt that he was missing a layer of window paper and could not grasp the key. Vampires in the dark world of the West do not have the ability to control human blood, so it is recommended to exclude them. A person in charge pondered for a long time and sighed. I object. Suddenly, a person in charge stood up, holding the Liangming City report, his eyes sharp. I judge that the 9 infants are actually vampires from the dark world of the West. Oh? Yi Chen had a flash of inspiration and asked anxiously, tell me what you think. My colleagues have pointed out the main doubts. Let me briefly summarize them. The person in charge took a deep breath and said solemnly, first, based on his injuries and speed, his danger level is C, which corresponds to the count among vampires and is consistent with Aurelia's rank. Second, Liangming City has a unique geographical location. It is not only a coastal city, but also a key storage site for East China Sea Defense Force supplies. If the Western Dark World breaks through the East China Sea defense line and lands at the North Sea Bay in Liangming City, it will be able to penetrate deep into the hinterland and occupy the capital of Donghua Province within a day. Third, the information about Princess Aurelia of the Vampire Clan is top secret in the West, but it was briefly exposed on the dark web. She is a natural vampire that is rare in 1,000 years, not a daywalker, and is highly valued by the 13 clans. The 13 princes believe that she can break the shackles and become a true ancestor. Such a special vampire, as a count, should have special treatment. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. I understand. The main attack direction of the Western Dark World is not the South China Sea defense line, but the East China Sea defense line. Send a special Earl to eliminate the Donghua provincial office, cooperate with the inside and outside to defeat the East China Sea defense line, and land from the North Sea Bay to penetrate deep into the hinterland. He quickly walked to the side of the conference room and pulled down a curtain, revealing a map of the Great Xia Kingdom. It only takes 6 hours to drive from the capital of Donghua Province to Jinghua City. For a vampire, it would take less than 2 hours. The 13 elders from each major family are leading the way. With our inland defense configuration, we can't stop them unless we use nuclear weapons. The leaders stood up one after another, feeling cold in their hearts. 13 dukes, danger level A. Even if nuclear weapons were used, they would be detected in advance, and they would never be used directly in the country. Yi Chen's expression was serious. We can only mobilize 32 A-level executors. Can they stop 13 vampire dukes and 10 A-level werewolves? It's extremely difficult, unless we intercept them outside the country and use nuclear weapons. The person in charge said with a serious expression. So Aurelia is extremely important. Order, except for the A-level and B-level executors guarding the defense line, other C-level and above executors must rush to Donghua Province immediately and must capture or kill her before she makes a move next time. Yi Chen strode out of the meeting room, and the Secretary General immediately edited the internal notice. After a brief silence in the conference room, someone spoke up, study Aurelia's style of behavior and infer her next target. Soon, the conference room became lively again. Yi Chen looked at the time and called Zhao Wujiu, who answered the phone immediately. Zhao Wujiu, mobilize the troops immediately. The alien codenamed Nine Infants is not a zombie, but the vampire Count Aurelia from the Western Dark World. Chapter 84 Don't drink spiked wine. What? Zhao Wujiu was stunned. Vampire Count? Aurelia? The emergency order is temporarily suspended. I will immediately deploy C-rank and above executors from all major defense lines to Donghua Province for support. You will command the roundup operation in Donghua Province. This operation is codenamed Survival. Yi Chen spoke rapidly, looking at the list of executors in the internal system, a bitter look on his face. On the system list, all the A-level executors were on guard duty, and even the number of B-level executors available was very small. Although people need to be transferred to Donghua Province, the major defense lines cannot be relaxed. Who knows if this is a conspiracy of the Dark World in the West? Chen Fohai, who just got promoted to B-level last month, is this the only one? Yi Chen sighed lightly, selected Chen Fohai, and transferred several C-level executors from the system to cooperate and form an action team to support Donghua Province. The next morning, Su Qiye looked down at Yu Rulan. The blush on her pretty face had not yet faded. He smiled gently and said, I hope one day you will not be afraid of the sunlight. By the way, I've made an appointment with the Land Resources Bureau to secure the land and sea area today. Once we acquire it, we'll hire a construction team to start work. How's your design going? He changed the subject. Humph, I've been asking you to pay taxes every night, so how can you have time to draw? Yu Rulan complained with a pout. There's no rush anyway, so why not just finish it today? Su Qiye nodded. If it's too tiring, forget it, I can find a designer. How can they be the same? This is my husband's and my manner, they are different. Yu Rulan stood up and half pressed on Su Qiye, her delicate skin touching him, causing his heart to surge with charm. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Su Qiye's neck, resting her pretty face on his chest, her hair rubbing against his chin. Husband, promise me one thing, okay? What's the matter? Su Qiye asked puzzledly. Husband, please agree first. Yu Rulan acted coquettishly, rubbing her delicate body against Su Qiye slightly, which made Su Qiye a little overwhelmed. Agree. Su Qiye nodded quickly. I knew my husband treats me the best. Yu Rulan's eyes flashed with cunning, and she giggled. The seaside manor can only belong to my husband and me. My husband is not allowed to bring other women with him without my consent. Su Qiye patted her small buttocks upon hearing this and said with a smile, I don't like those ordinary people no matter how beautiful they are. You should know that. Yu Rulan smiled. It may not be an ordinary person. There are many beautiful women in the Special Affairs Bureau. Although they may not be as ageless as my husband, their skin and temperament are different from ordinary people. Maybe they can catch my husband's eye. So what if I like them? They may not like me. Su Qiye shook his head. Why do they have to like my husband? Yu Rulan blinked. I'm best at mind control. If my husband likes them, I can just use mind control to change their memories. Isn't that simple? Su Chi-ye. Isn't it? Yu Rulan loosened her jade arm, and her small hand slid onto Su Chia's chest, gently drawing circles with her green jade fingers. I think you deserve to be punished. Su Chia pretended to be angry and turned over to press her under him. Ah, it's already daybreak. In the no-return bar in the underground entertainment hall of Tida Shopping Mall in Liangming City, Aurelia sat in the corner with a cocktail in her hand. She took a sip, and the wine swirled around on the tip of her tongue before she spit it into another glass. By early morning, most of the bar's customers had left, leaving only a few tables of drunks still chatting, laughing, and dancing. Aurelia, who had been inconspicuous at first, became increasingly noticeable as the number of customers dwindled. Hey, there's a foreign girl over there. A table of drunk young men not far away noticed her in the corner. I like your royal sister style. How about we go talk? You go first, I think you'll run into trouble. Why don't we go together and buy her a drink? I have some, hee hee. Fuck, that's amazing, you have all these things? A few drunken young men gathered together and whispered a few words. Each of them stood up with a glass of wine and surrounded Aurelia. Hey, beauty, why are you drinking alone? A young man reeking of alcohol sat down and looked at Aurelia with a smile. Aurelia's blue eyes turned slightly, she glanced at a few people, and continued to sip the wine in her glass. Beautiful lady, don't be so cold. Yeah, how about we each buy you a drink? I heard that Western beauties are open-minded, hee hee. Don't you give me face, beautiful lady? Several young men surrounded her, talking to each other, their tone gradually becoming impatient. Aurelia glanced at them and smiled charmingly. I never drink adulterated wine. This smile is so beautiful. I feel like I'm suffocating. Spending a night with her would be worth dying for. Dirty words came out of the mouths of the young men, and they stared at Aurelia with shining eyes, obviously not wanting to let her go easily. Aurelia rested her arms on the table, her chin resting on the back of her hands, and looked at the others seductively. Do you really want to spend a night with me? Let's think about it. Several people said in unison, with an obsessed look on their faces. Hey, if you guys drink up the wine in your glasses, I'll consider it. Aurelia tucked her hair behind her ears and teased in a seductive voice. Without saying a word, they picked up their glasses and drank them all. There are so many of you, but I only want to spend time with one person. What do you think we should do? Aurelia looked at the few people with charming eyes. Her blue pupils flickered slightly, and they were watery and extremely seductive. Chapter 85. What are the four people doing in the hotel? It's hard to guess. I saw this beauty first, it's my turn. Bullshit, it was clearly me who suggested chatting her up, so it should be me. I'm the one who bought the wine tonight, so I should be the one to drink. Several people started arguing, as if something was affecting their thinking. Aurelia stretched out her slender white fingers and gently dipped them into the wineglass. A seductive voice rang out, how about this? Go get a room at the hotel, get clean, and wait. I'll be there shortly. Okay, that's a good idea. Little beauty, we are waiting for you at the hotel. Right, that's the openness of Western girls. A few people walked out of the bar in a drunken state with red faces and went straight to the hotel to get a room. Aurelia placed the wine glass on the table and looked at the bartender with a charming expression. Open a bottle of this year's wine. The bartender's heart was beating faster and faster. He opened a bottle of wine, poured a glass and handed it over. Thank you. Aurelia took a gentle sip of her drink, making no move to stand. Her gaze drifted toward the bar entrance, a hint of sarcasm on her face. Which of the 13 dukes of the Council of Elders didn't harbor ulterior motives towards her? Yet, she remained as pure as a virgin. How could a few mere blood feeders dare to set their sights on her? As for the spiked wine they were drinking, what did it really matter? Are there any other vampires like me in the world? Aurelia swirled the wine in her goblet, a look of melancholy in her eyes. Ever since becoming a vampire princess, she'd always felt lonely. All the vampires he had met were filthy and stinking, their unpleasant odor permeating even from a dozen miles away. Furthermore, as a vampire with no blood ties and a potential to become a true ancestor, 13 dukes and elders wanted to take her into their harem? It was sheer absurdity. Life is so lonely like snow. North Bay Beach. Su Chia, Sun Yingying, Liang Feng, and his secretary stood on a small barren hill. The sea breeze made Liang Feng look a little disheveled. Mr. Su, is this the land you chose? Liang Feng's eyes were filled with suspicion. It wasn't that the land was too large, but that it was too rugged, small barren hills, earthen mounds, piles of rocks, and desolate trees. Building a building on this land? He must be out of his mind. Su Qiye smiled. Why, Director Liang is reluctant? Why would I be reluctant to give up this piece of shabby land? Liang Feng complained in his heart, but he forced a smile on his face. Mr. Su, why don't you look for something else? No need to look at it anymore. Just for this piece, Director Liang, just arrange for someone to finalize the unit price. Su Qiye shook his head and decided to take the 2,000 acres of land. Liang Feng sighed lightly. How much is this land worth? Director Liang. The secretary was very perceptive and quickly handed over a folder containing the transaction prices of land in various places in Liangming City. Liang Feng opened the folder and found the Barren Mountain contract. He glanced at it and coughed lightly. Mr. Su, this piece of land is a bit complicated. It is classified as a mountain contract, and the price will be higher than the ordinary contract. No problem. Su Qiye had no objection. The price of mountain land contracting and the price of land auctioning were vastly different. The latter was 6 million per acre, while the former was only a few hundred yuan per year. Will Mr. Su renovate or build buildings? Liang Feng asked after a moment of hesitation. Of course. Su Qiye nodded. I see. Liang Feng took out a ballpoint pen and wrote on the folder, it will be classified as mountain land, but it will be calculated based on the right to use the mountain land. The term is tentatively set at 70 years. If it is auctioned based on the right to use, it will be 600,000 per mu. Is there any problem with that, Mr. Su? Su Qiye smiled. The price has been reduced tenfold. What else do you have to say? We will measure the specific area as soon as possible. Let's assume it's 2,000 acres. Mr. Su needs to prepare at least 1.2 billion yuan. Is there any problem? Liang Feng asked again. 1.2 billion is no problem. Su Qiye shook his head. He still had more than 4.4 billion, so this amount of money was nothing. Mr. Su is so generous. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Selling this land would be another outstanding achievement for him. Director Liang, has anyone contracted the sea area to the north of Shaohuang Mountain? Su Qiye stood on the mountain and looked towards the sea area to the north. The location of the Beihai Bay waters is average, and few people contract them. A few years ago, a boss came here to raise seafood and lost all his money. If Mr. Su is into aquaculture, I suggest he not contract it. Liang Feng told the truth. Su Qiye nodded. He hadn't misjudged Liang Feng, he was indeed a real man. However, he had contracted the sea area to provide a hiding place for the monsters. Director Liang, how much is the price for the sea area use rights? The price of the North Bay waters is even lower. Generally, the right to use the waters is for 30 years. If it's extended to 70 years, it's about 100,000 per mu. Liang Feng frowned and pondered, I can't remember exactly. There are discounts for contracting more than 2,000 mu of waters. Xiao Lu, do you remember? Secretary Xiao Lu said respectfully, remember. For a 70-year use right, the price is 150,000 yuan per unit for less than 2,000 mu, 120,000 yuan for 2,000 to 6,000 mu, 100,000 yuan for 6,000 to 10,000 mu, and 80,000 yuan for more than 10,000 mu. How much does Mr. Su want to contract? Liang Feng looked at Su Qiye. Su Qiye pondered for a moment and quickly calculated the funds. If it's 80,000 per acre, just buy the right to use 30,000 acres. What? Liang Feng was stunned for a moment. What had he heard? Directly purchasing the right to use 30,000 mu of sea area? How much was 30,000 mu worth? 2.4 billion. Adding the money for the mountain land, that totaled 3.6 billion. Mr. Su, is the purchase of the sea area use rights also required full payment? Liang Feng swallowed hard, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 86 I'm about to die. Of course it's the full amount. Su Qiye said as a matter of course. Liang Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. Although the net fiscal revenue of 3.6 billion was not much when considering the entire term of office, the cost-effectiveness was too high. This mountainous area and sea area originally seemed of little use, but after Su Qiye obtained the right to use them, he had to invest in construction, right? In any case, this was a profitable deal for Liangming City. Mr. Su, there is one thing I must make clear to you: within the 30,000 mu of sea area and 2,000 mu of land, there must be absolutely no activities that pollute the environment. No matter how excited Liang Feng was, he didn't forget the key point. It will be clearly stated in the contract that if pollution occurs, the contract will be terminated immediately, and Liangming City will not pay any liquidated damages. Director Liang, to be honest, I didn't buy this land for development. I wanted to build a manor to enjoy my retirement life. I can't pollute the place where I live, right? Su Qiye said with a smile. Liang Feng was completely stunned. It was the first time he witnessed what inhumane wealth meant. 3.6 billion was invested just to build a quiet manor? Director Liang, Mr. Su has already told me everything before contacting you. You can rest assured about the ecology. Sun Yingying added at the right time. Liang Feng nodded with a hint of envy. That puts my mind at ease. If nothing else, I'll go back to the office first and arrange for the surveying and mapping department to come over and take measurements, and complete the formalities as soon as possible. Thank you, Director Liang. Su Qiye nodded in agreement, and the four of them walked along the path in the small barren mountain to the main road. Sun Yingying and the Land Resources Bureau's car were parked on the side of the road. Mr. Su, we will contact you after the measurement. Liang Feng shook hands with Su Qiye and got into the car. Watching Liang Feng's car drive away, Su Qiye turned and asked Sun Yingying, "You said before that Boss Dong asked you to bring a message?" "Well, the boss is inviting you to a banquet at the Tida International Hotel tonight. He said he wants your help with something." Sun Yingying said softly, "Also, the boss said that if you can help him, he can advance the money you spend on buying land and sea areas in Liangming City." It seems like a tricky matter. Su Qiye smiled faintly. Dong Chuanyo's attitude clearly showed that he knew something, otherwise he wouldn't have specially invited him to a banquet, let alone such a lavish expense. But then again, what was it that absolutely needed his help? "Heh. He whiting." Su Qiye chuckled and looked towards the direction of Haojian City. It seemed that the heir of the Yi family was most likely the third young master who was insightful and sociable. In the luxurious suite on the top floor of Tida International Hotel, Dong Kuan-yu sat on a rattan chair on the balcony with a cup of tea in his hand. This tea was specially made and is said to be able to regulate the body. What kind of accident would an ordinary person have to go through to have such abilities? Dong Kuan-yu muttered to himself as he looked at the documents on his desk. It said, 3 years ago, his parents unexpectedly passed away. A few dozen days ago, he went out to buy groceries and returned to his rental apartment. He hadn't left the house for almost a month. Then, on a single trip to Haojiang, he won over 4 billion. He scared a tiger with just one look. Judging from the zoo video, he's definitely holding back. At least his jumping ability is definitely enough to reach the observation deck. He stared at the information and continued to ponder. He can leap up a nearly 9-meter-high observation deck in one go. With that kind of physique, I don't believe he's an ordinary person. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Dong Kuan-yu glanced at the door, picked up the tablet-like electronic product on the table, tapped the screen, and the scene outside the door appeared. Sun Yingying was standing there quietly. She knew that the boss must be there, so she only pressed the doorbell once. Snap. The door opened. Sun Yingying pushed it open and came in, closing it behind her back out of habit. Dong Kuan-yu still sat in the rattan chair without moving. "Boss, I've done what you asked me to do. Mr. Su bought 2,000 acres of land and 30,000 acres of sea area for a total price of 3.6 billion. The message you asked me to convey has been delivered verbatim. He promised to come for the appointment on time at 8 o'clock tonight." Sun Yingying said cautiously. Dong Kuan-yu nodded and said calmly, "Come and sit down. This is..." Sun Yingying hesitated for a moment, walked to the rattan chair next to her and sat down, daring only to sit on half of her but remaining respectful at all times. "Xiaoying, you are hiding something from me." Dong Kuan-yu looked up at her with calm eyes. Sun Yingying stood up suddenly. "I dare not hide it from the boss." "Don't be nervous, sit down." Dong Kuan-yu waved his hand and took out a piece of information from the pile on the table and handed it to her. "Mr. Su is your classmate. He even pursued you in college. You never told me this." A trace of dejection crossed Sun Yingying's face. "Boss, we are from 2 different worlds now. Even if we were classmates and had special feelings for each other, what does it matter? Please sit down." Dong Kuan-yu gestured for her to take a seat. After she sat down, he spoke slowly. I started from scratch and have defeated countless opponents to build the Teda group. But I rarely stand in public. Do you know why? Sun Ying lowered her head and said nothing, not daring to look up. Because I'm scared, huh? Dong Kuan-yu looked at his slightly aged hands and laughed self-deprecatingly. I split the Teda group into major business units, each with its own leader. I even secretly instigated internal strife among them. Do you know why? Because I'm afraid they'll have evil intentions if they find out I don't have any children. Trillions of dollars in assets are too tempting. Dong Kuan-yu looked out the window and muttered to himself after a while, you must be wondering, your predecessor helped me with so many things, why did I demote him to the bottom just because he lost something? A hint of doubt flashed in Sun Ying's eyes. She had indeed thought about it, and now she seemed to understand a little bit. Could it be that the person who had taken over knew the boss's secret? Because that thing is my hope for life. Dong Kuan-yu coughed twice. A few years ago, a private doctor examined me and diagnosed me with brain cancer. I had less than 2 years left to live. I painstakingly searched the dark web and the black market, and only then did I see a glimmer of hope. But now, this hope is shattered. His fingers unconsciously clenched the teacup, and his knuckles turned white. The silver box containing the mysterious potion disappeared during transportation, and he used all his secret agents to track it down for half a month but found nothing. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly outside the window, but he felt a chill all over his body, as if he had touched the edge of death's clothes. Chapter 87 Triple? That's all? Sun Ying's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in her heart. Why would the boss tell her all this? Such a big secret was revealed? Could it be that the boss wanted to silence her? My mouth is not as reliable as a dead person's. She shuddered and became uneasy. Dong Kuan-yu looked at her deeply and chuckled, you've done a good job on everything I asked you to do recently. It seems I was right to choose you. Boss. Sun Ying clenched the corner of her clothes, her heart in her throat. Xiao Ying, do you think there are monsters in this world? Dong Kuan-yu suddenly brought up a strange topic. Huh? Sun Ying was confused. What does demon mean? Dong Kuan-yu stood up from the rattan chair. There is always an unknown side to this world. If I reveal it rashly, I'm afraid there will be no good end. But, he muttered to himself, I have no choice, either succeed or die. Then he looked at Sun Ying and said, you should step back first. Today's affairs must be kept secret. Yes, boss. Sun Ying stood up carefully, walked through the living room, and exited the suite. Dong Kuan-yu watched her back, not worried about the secret being leaked at all tonight. He would either succeed or die. If he succeeded, the news would naturally become useless fake news. If he failed, it would just be a topic of conversation among ordinary people after dinner. Instead of leaving these assets to you, it's better to donate them to the Great Xia Kingdom. He picked up the documents on the table. At the bottom was a notarized letter with the seal of the Great Xia Kingdom Notary Office. It was written in black and white, regardless of the cause of death, all assets under the name will be donated to the country. He walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city below. The hustle and bustle of traffic and the flashing neon lights, this land that he personally participated in building and witnessed its rise, can never be taken away. Those so-called relatives became restless after he was diagnosed, and began to inquire about the distribution of his inheritance openly and secretly. Rather than letting these termites divide up his hard work, it would be better to let it return to the land that nurtured him. He gently stroked the cold seal on the notarized letter, a sarcastic arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. This document was his most powerful response to those greedy people, and it was also his last gift to this country. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the clouds blood red, just like his resolute mood at the moment. Inside the Liangming City Biotechnology Research Institute, B-level executor Chen Fohai and C-level executors Wang Lingyun, Xiao Xingliang, Lang Xinxin, Ding Yong, and Zhou Huaxing, 6 others were sitting in a small conference room reviewing relevant documentation regarding the office incident. Other offices in Donghua province also sent support, 2 Beidou teams and 12 combat teams, forming a siege force alongside Chen Fohai and his team. Not simple. Chen Fohai looked at Aurelia's information with a serious expression. According to the General Administration's information, this princess of the Western Dark World, Countess Aurelia, possesses the ability to control blood and mind. What's more, vampires themselves have extraordinary abilities, such as nearly immortal bodies, 5 senses far superior to ordinary people, and vampire true bodies. He felt that this matter was tricky. If it was an ordinary vampire count, he would be confident in dealing with it, but this countess was extraordinary. C-rank executor Chao Xingliang mused, even if she's extraordinary, she still has a weakness fear of sunlight. Yes. All her abilities will be restricted in daylight. As long as we locate her, track her until daytime, and lure her into the sunlight, we can win. Wang Lingyun nodded in agreement. Chen Fohai shook his head. You know that sunlight is her weakness, but how could she not know that? How could she let us find her so easily? Besides, she might not show up during the day. She's probably hiding somewhere hard to find or crowded, like underground. He narrowed his eyes and flicked his nails lightly. If you want to use daylight to restrain her, the easiest way is to find her before dawn and hold her back. The Beidou team has a problem. We still haven't been able to locate Aurelia, and we lack more items related to her. The head of the Beidou team stepped forward and said with a wry smile. Beidou team, please stand by. I've already sent someone to the taxi company to retrieve the deceased driver's driving records. We'll know her whereabouts then. Chen Fohai said calmly, she must have passed through customs as an ordinary person. If we follow the taxi records, we can naturally find her whereabouts. The other executors nodded. Bang! The door to the conference room suddenly opened, and an executive walked in with a look of surprise on his face. Team leader Chen, I got the records from the taxi company. Give it to me. Chen Fohai's eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice. The executor quickly handed over the information. Crash. Chen Fohai flipped through the records, finding most of them out of order. He flipped straight to the last line, found it. Starting from the customs dock, they went around to several hotels. They must be preventing us from investigating. How many hotels? How do we decide where to stay? Liang Xinxin asked in confusion. It's simple. Just check the guests staying at the hotel at different times and you'll always find clues. Chen Fohai smiled and immediately assigned tasks to each team, asking them to go to the hotel in the name of the local police to check the check-in records. After the groups departed, he walked to the window overlooking the wetland park, leaning on the railing and muttering, Aurelia? The vampire's only hope? It seems the Western Dark World isn't monolithic either. Beihai Greentown E03 building. Su Chiye sat at the desk, looking at the information on his notebook, and asked thoughtfully, Song Jiaying, what are your plans for the future? Ha? Song Jiaying paused, her hands clutching the potato chips, her eyes blank. She lowered her head for a moment, then looked up again and said with a smile, when I make enough money and study financial management, I'll fire you and move out to live on my own, like a normal person. Fire me? Su Chia was speechless, looking at her with helplessness. So simple? Is this easy? Song Jiaying rolled her eyes. I've been looking at houses in Beihai Bay these past few days, and they're too expensive. They're easily 20,000 or 30,000 yuan per square meter. Even a small 2-bedroom apartment costs over 1,000,000 yuan. You're a typical example of someone who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry person. Are you good at financial management? Su Chiye asked with interest. Song Jiaying puffed out her chest and said proudly, who in Haojian City doesn't know how to manage money? Humph, not only do I know how to manage money, I can also trade stocks. Give me 1 million and I can triple it. Triple it? Su Chiye shook his head, pretending to be disappointed. I went to the casino and made more than 3 times the money. You? Song Jiaying's eyes widened, and she turned her head away angrily, muttering, who says everyone is a gambling god like you? Song Jiaying, how about making a deal with me? Chapter 88 Going to the hotel. What deal? Song Jiaying was slightly stunned. Su Chiye closed his notebook, looked at Song Jiaying, and smiled slightly. I pay the money, you do the work. If there is a loss, each of us will bear half, and if there is a profit, we will share half. How about it? Song Jiaying's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. No, the stock market is risky. If I lose money, won't I have to be your housekeeper for the rest of my life? You should put yourself in my shoes. The housing prices in Beihai Bay are bound to continue to rise. How long will it take you to buy a house with your salary? Su Chiye's tone was full of temptation. Besides, if you buy a house, don't you want to renovate it? Doesn't renovation cost money? Song Jiaying listened and felt slightly shaken. You can't fire me and then look for a job, right? Why not open your own shop? Doesn't it require capital? Su Chiye coaxed, think carefully, besides me, who else would be willing to support you without paying a penny in interest? Song Jiaying was completely tempted. Not only was there no interest, but half of the losses were covered. She couldn't get such treatment even if she invested her own money in stocks. How is it? Su Qiya had a smile on his face, but his eyes flickered slightly, like a tempting demon from the abyss. Song Jiaying's eyes lit up. How much can you offer? 10 million, is that enough? Su Qiya held up a finger. I'll give you all 10 million. It's up to you to decide how much you want to use for stock trading each time, whether it's 100 or 1 million. 10 million is so much? Song Jiaying counted on her fingers. If there really were 10 million, it would be 30 million when tripled, and 15 million would be left if it was split in half, which was more than enough to buy an apartment and she wouldn't have to worry about her livelihood in the future. Su Qiya sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. 10 million is not a lot at all. I can afford to lose this little money. You just don't believe that I can make money from money. Song Jiaying snorted, looking unconvinced. Su Qiya smiled, give me your bank account number and I will transfer the money to you. I don't have a bank account. Have you forgotten that I have no identity? Song Jiaying's face showed some embarrassment. Su Qiya. I can't get the certificate now. Song Jiaying said dejectedly. Su Qiya nodded and pointed to the kitchen. It's getting dark, you should go cook first. Remember to count the number of rabbits in the backyard. If there are not enough, you can add more tomorrow. I understand. Song Jiaying responded weakly. Watching Song Jiaying walk dejectedly towards the kitchen, a hint of deep thought flashed in Su Qiya's eyes. He didn't really expect Song Jiaying to be able to make waves in the stock market. The money was more like a test, an opportunity to deeply tie her to his own interests. A former gambling god with no identity and mysterious origins but proficient in financial management, the story behind him is far more interesting to him than the 10 million. He reopened his notebook, tapped his fingertips on the keyboard, and pulled up a chart showing housing prices in North Bay over the past decade. The steep upward curve seemed to be silently mocking the dreams of ordinary people for a safe home. In the bar where no one returns. Aurelia checked the time, stood up, pulled out her sunglasses from her windbreaker pocket, put them on, and walked towards the bartender. Remember to put this year's wine in the wine cabinet for me. Yes, beautiful lady, the bartender replied with a smile. Thank you. Aurelia walked out of the bar and toward the underground casino's exit. The sun had already set, but a hint of warmth lingered in the air. She tugged at the sleeves of her windbreaker, her brow furrowed slightly. The sun's rays are still as annoying as ever. Madam, where are you going? A taxi stopped by the roadside and the driver asked. Tada International Hotel. Aurelia opened the back door and got in. The taxi started and drove towards the Tada International Hotel. After the taxi drove away, a vendor at a nearby grilled gluten stall lowered his head and whispered, the target individual has appeared and has left area D016 in taxi number T3798. Headquarters received. The vendor raised his head as usual after hearing the response, and continued to roast gluten. He looked at the passers-by and greeted them with a smile. Roasted gluten, 1 yuan a string. Aurelia sat in the taxi, gently pulled down her sunglasses, and glanced at the rearview mirror. She kept feeling like there were a few vague gazes on her. Could it be that the special agency of the Great Xia Kingdom has set its sights on me? Given the speed at which the Great Xia Kingdom is handling this, support should be arriving. Is that black car behind me the one following me? Aurelia narrowed her eyes and smiled coquettishly. Such a lowly trick. It seems the Dasha Kingdom's special agencies are only so good. In the black car behind the taxi, the driver chuckled softly. Lowly, can I not drive tonight? I'd love to have a few drinks with you. Oh, there are so many designated drivers now. I'll find one for you. Come quickly. A faint voice came from the Bluetooth headset. You, okay? The driver ended the call and drove behind the taxi for a while. At a traffic light, he turned left. Aurelia clearly caught the conversation in the black car and immediately became confused. Am I mistaken? But someone is definitely looking at me. Where could they be? On the side of the road, on a motorcycle, a girl complained, Husband, can you change to a car? This motorcycle is too noisy and the wind is too strong. I always have to wear a helmet. What do you know? How can a car be as enjoyable as driving a motorcycle? The two men, wearing helmets, talked to each other. Aurelia scanned the area but couldn't find the person following her. She narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking of using mind control to investigate. But if she did, she'd be exposed anyway. By the way, what's the name of your neighborhood? The boy suddenly asked. The girl muttered, I've told you 3 times, Jinxiu Huacheng. Oh, I remember now. The boy nodded. The green light soon came on and the motorcycle roared forward. Although the sound was loud, the speed was not fast. After more than 10 seconds, it was overtaken by other cars. The taxi overtook the motorcycle. Aurelia glanced at the 2 men through the window. Are these 2 from a special agency? I don't think so. Oh, I told you to get a car, but you can't even catch a taxi. You might as well take me in one. The girl complained loudly, but the wind was too strong and the motorcycle was roaring, so the boy seemed not to hear her. He just increased his speed and could barely see the back of the taxi. Aurelia looked in the rearview mirror at the motorcycle that had followed the taxi through 4 traffic lights. Her eyes flickered slightly, and then gradually turned cold. These 2 people are probably from the Great Xia Kingdom Special Agency. Hey, slow down, just turn right ahead. The girl's voice came into Aurelia's ears. Aurelia subconsciously looked to the right, and sure enough, a side door of a community came into view. Next to the side door was a painted wooden sign, Jinxiu Huacheng. Rumble. The 2 people on the motorcycle slowed down and stopped at the side gate of the community. Hello, Mr. Li, we're home. Everyone drank a lot this afternoon, let's go to bed early. Chapter 89. You are the zombie, your whole family is a zombie. Aurelia looked back at the 2 people on the motorcycle entering the residential complex, her eyes darkening. Those vague gazes were still there, and she couldn't shake them off. Could it be that the taxi driver was also from a special agency? The taxi stopped at a traffic light. Driver? Aurelia called out in a charming voice. Ah. The taxi driver turned around and looked at Aurelia. He was confused at first, then he reacted. How long will it take? Aurelia asked gently. About 10 minutes. The taxi driver answered mechanically. Aurelia nodded, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. The taxi driver was fine. In the other through lane, in a dusty white pickup truck, 2 men in their 30s chatted about recent transportation pressures and poor job compensation. Their eyes remained fixed on the taxi as they chatted. The light turned green, and traffic began to flow. Driver, take a detour, keep going. A faint red light flickered in Aurelia's blue eyes. She was a little confused about the intentions of the Great Xia Special Agency. Were they trying to force her into a certain area? Or were they simply following her, unwilling to engage in a nighttime confrontation? Or have they seen through my disguise, she pondered. If she had Suchiya's superhuman mind, she would probably immediately come up with several conclusions close to the answer, or even find the answer directly. The taxi drove around for nearly an hour before arriving at the International Hotel. Along the way, Aurelia still felt like she was being followed, but she couldn't find anything suspicious. Everyone she suspected seemed perfectly normal. The target person is about to enter the International Hotel. We have already placed people inside the hotel. Should we notify them? In the Liangming City Biotechnology Research Institute, Xiao Xingliang looked at the densely packed information and said excitedly. Chen Fohai nodded, use the most primitive paper method to notify them, don't alert the enemy. Clear. Just as the Special Affairs Bureau's action team was arranging the operation, another taxi stopped in front of the International Hotel. How about this restaurant? Suchiya took Yu Roland's hand and got out of the car. Is this a restaurant? Yu Roland blinked her starry eyes and snorted softly, do you think I don't understand? This is clearly a hotel. Are you trying to trick me? Hey, you still know. Suchiya was about to tease her, but his eyes were attracted by a tall and charming figure. He paused slightly, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. Husband, what's wrong? Yu Roland followed his gaze and saw a tall, blonde beauty wearing a leather jacket, a leather windbreaker, and sunglasses. She looked like a queen, full of temperament. She immediately felt aggrieved. Are Western beauties really that beautiful? Suchiya was about to reply when the other party turned around and looked at him. Aurelia felt a strong gaze from behind her and snorted in her heart, I finally caught him. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she turned around and exerted mental control on the owner of that gaze. Buzz. A rumbling sound echoed through her head, and Aurelia was slightly startled. What was going on? Was her mind control failing? Unless someone was of her level and possessed extremely strong mental power, there was no way they could resist her mind control. Who was this person before her? Who are you? Aurelia's face darkened. She took off her sunglasses and looked at Su Chiye with her blue eyes. Who are you? Roland stepped forward, stretching out her jade arms to block Su Chiye. Her eyes were calm and her tone was cold. You want to use your mind to control my husband? Where did you come from, you slut? Slut? Aurelia sneered, looking at Roland with a half smile. Slut, you're talking about you, right? I'm just interested in your masculine spirit, unlike you. Roland's eyelids twitched and anger surged. She was about to flick her sleeves to perform the paperman technique, but was grabbed by a big hand. I'm just a little curious. You show up so openly, aren't you afraid that the Special Affairs Bureau will catch you? Su Chiye asked in a flat tone. Capture me? Aurelia smiled seductively. They'd have to be able to capture me. It's a wonder you, little brother, weren't humanely destroyed by them. You don't look like the zombies we have here. Are there zombies in the West? Su Chiye stared at her, frowning slightly. He had smelled the smell of zombies before. It was a foul odor, but the smell of this blonde beauty was strange. It wasn't foul or fishy, but rather, it smelled like some kind of resin. Zombie? Aurelia was stunned, her face suddenly turned cold. I'm a zombie? I think you are the zombie. Not a zombie? Could it be a werewolf? Su Chiye's eyes flashed, and he took a step and instantly grabbed Aurelia. He just happened to be missing a werewolf among his research subjects. Aurelia's eyes darkened. What a fast speed. It's even faster than me? Swish. Su Chiye's grab missed, and Aurelia retreated 3 or 4 meters, dodging his hand. Don't compare me with those filthy beasts. Anger flashed across Aurelia's face. With a crack, she crushed the sunglasses in her hand. Her blue pupils instantly turned blood red. 2 pairs of canine teeth pierced out, and she stomped her feet and rushed towards Su Chiye. Her figure was like a flash of blood-red lightning, her windbreaker rustled in the night wind, and a thin layer of blood mist was faintly rising around her. As a rare daywalker among the vampires, she has long since gotten rid of the ordinary vampire's fear of sunlight and absolute dependence on blood, but this peculiarity also makes her coveted in the dark world. Su Chiye's guess about werewolf undoubtedly violated the pride and taboo in her deepest heart. The sharp claws that popped out from her fingertips flashed a metallic cold light under the reflection of the hotel's neon lights, and with a sharp scream that tore through the air, they went straight to Su Chiye's heart. This attack contained the combat skills and surging blood energy she had accumulated over hundreds of years. Vampire? Su Chiye was stunned. What kind of vampire was this? Aren't vampires supposed to smell fishy? Could it be a daywalker? Husband, let me help you. Roland shouted softly, flicking her sleeves. More than a dozen paper figures floated out, turning into paper figures like little ghosts, and flew towards Aurelia with a strange laugh. You're different from ordinary vampires. You're a daywalker? Su Chiye's eyes flickered. He had once thought he was a daywalker, but daywalkers couldn't advance in rank, clearly unlike him. Now, the appearance of another vampire of this other kind piqued his interest. Ha! He was answered with a low growl. Aurelia extended her claws and grabbed Su Chiye's neck, her eyes flashing with blood, completely ignoring the flying paper figurine. He. The strange laughter, along with the mental attack, penetrated into Aurelia's ears, but just as her mental control was ineffective on Roland and Su Chiye, she was also immune to the mental attack of the paperman. Snap! A paper figurine was crushed to pieces by Aurelia. Chapter 90 Shameless. Aurelia grabbed Su Chiye with one hand, and at the same time, with her mind moving, countless debris around her attacked Su Chiye under her control. Stop! Roland waved her hand and used mental control. The stones, license plates, and debris that were thrown at Su Chiye from all directions stopped in mid-air. With a soft click, Aurelia's hand was grasped by Su Chiye's palm. She was slightly startled and kicked Su Chiye's buttocks with her right foot. How dare you! Roland's anger instantly rose, and the debris in the air fell towards Aurelia. At the same time, she pulled out the golden jade hairpin that tied her hair bun, and her long hair fell like a waterfall, stabbing at the other party like a steel needle. Oh, your little lover is jealous, Aurelia teased coquettishly, and raised her free hand to instantly block the flying debris. Su Chiye smiled calmly, a red light flashing in his eyes, and with a powerful flick of his right hand, he swung Aurelia up in the air. Her windbreaker fluttered, and a scent of perfume, like nectar, filled Su Chiye's nostrils. Ah! Aurelia exclaimed, looking down at Su Chie, her eyes filled with horror. What did she see? A vampire earl with an oriental face? This was impossible. You are also a vampire? Aurelia's jade hand retracted from Su Chie's palm, and after a few jumps, it landed not far away. Who is your eldest relative? Who dared to violate the blood clan code and grant you the rank of Earl of the Great Xia Nation? Aurelia's face was solemn. Su Chie's speed and strength were on par with hers, and even if it was just an impromptu burst of power just now, his true rank was probably higher than just Earl. According to the Blood Clan Code, any member of the Blood Clan who develops a rank must report to the Elders' Council, and the rank must not be allowed to be introduced to the East. Su Chie obviously has a rank, otherwise he would not be able to compete with her. Who is it? Could it be one of the 13 Duke Elders? Aurelia stared at him with cold eyes. She thought that only the Elders could circumvent the code. It seemed that they had made a plan and laid a hidden card. Eldest relative? Who is your eldest relative? Su Chie asked with interest, looking at Aurelia. Humph. Roland snorted softly and stamped her feet. Upon hearing this, Aurelia said with a deep smile, You don't know about the secret door? I should know you? Su Chie's eyes flashed red, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that your identity is not simple. Aurelia was about to reveal her identity, but suddenly paused, her eyes narrowed slightly. You haven't taken refuge with the special agency of the Great Xia Kingdom, have you? It seems that it is indeed not simple. Su Chie smiled casually, his pupils quickly turned red, and his fangs stabbed out. Roland, work together with me to catch her and beat her up. I will take the responsibility if anything happens. Yeah. Roland nodded, and shook her hair. Countless long hair like steel needles pierced Aurelia. Damn it! Aurelia growled, jumped back, took off her windbreaker and threw it on the ground, ready to reveal her true identity. Since becoming a vampire, she has only revealed her true form twice, once at home, and once when the Liangming office activated the self-destruct device. Other than that, she has never revealed herself, simply because. Rip! Aurelia's clothes suddenly ripped apart, and a pair of flesh wings spread out from her back, revealing the 6-meter-tall vampire's true form. Her original leather clothes were shredded, leaving a lot of skin exposed. Su Chie. Bah, you shameless bastard. Roland blushed slightly when she saw this and spat lightly. The normal state of the vampires is completely different from their true form. Su Chie once killed Count Vals in his true form, so he knows this very well. Intimidation of living things. Red light flashed in Su Chie's eyes, and the terrifying pressure spread with him as the center. The huge pressure instantly acted on the depths of Aurelia's soul. Buzz. Aurelia's mind suddenly went blank, as if she were the only one left in the world. Her thoughts seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and they began to move extremely slowly. What is wrong with me? Ha! Su Chie took the opportunity to leap and pounced on Aurelia's shoulder. His canine teeth pierced her shoulders, and the strong smell of blood flowed into her stomach along her esophagus. Gulp! 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 The blood flowed into the stomach and quickly decomposed, and the amount of blood essence on the personal panel increased rapidly. The power of the vampires comes from blood, and sucking the blood of their own kind. Aurelia felt her eyelids growing heavier, and her mind struggled to break free from the mountain-like pressure, but it seemed as if this pressure was directed specifically at her, preventing her from moving. I am dead. This thought flashed through Aurelia's extremely slow mind, and then her consciousness fell into a coma. Plop. After losing consciousness, Aurelia returned to her normal form. Su Chie held her naked body and fell to the lawn in front of the Teda International Hotel. Tui, pui, pui. Su Chie spat out a few mouthfuls of blood foam. The taste was really not good. The blood of the monster and Roland was more delicious. Comparing the two, it was like the difference between plain food and delicacies from land and sea. Husband Roland ran over with a blushing face, picked up the windbreaker that Aurelia had originally prepared to cover herself with, and covered her with it. Su Chie was speechless. Roland, you think too much. I just want to catch her. Ha? Roland was confused. How could he catch her? He had to press on her like this and catch her? Su Chie shook his head, stood up, wrapped Aurelia in his windbreaker, carried her on his shoulders, and walked into the Teda International Hotel. The hotel lobby manager smiled politely upon seeing the two people enter, but that smile froze instantly. Holy shit, what the hell was going on? Kidnapping? Collecting corpses? Or, do you have an appointment, sir? The lobby manager asked, suppressing the urge to call the police. Su Chia nodded. Mr. Dong invited me here, and the room he booked seems to be the royal suite? The lobby manager was startled when he heard this and threw the idea of calling the police out of his mind. He couldn't afford to offend anyone who was invited by Mr. Dong. Please follow me. The lobby manager led Su Chia into the elevator and went directly to the top floor of the hotel. There were only 6 royal suites on this floor, and Mr. Dong booked one of them today. Reporting to headquarters, the target person had an accident.